3, 2, 1. After 10 seconds, to Elder Tantai's surprise, none of the disciples decided to leave the examination. Now then, let's continue with the examination, shall we? Elder Tantai placed a foot-long purple-colored incense stick into the ground and said, I want everybody to sit around the incense stick. The disciples followed her instruction, and a few moments later, all 121 disciples sat around the incense stick. The exam will officially begin once I light the incense stick. If you're poisoned, I will immediately apply the antidote, but you will automatically fail the examination. The disciples swallowed nervously, and they watched as Elder Tantai lit the incense stick. Once the incense stick was lit, purple smoke began to fill the area quickly, but Elder Tantai remained standing directly beside the poisonous incense stick without a care in the world. Meanwhile, the disciples quickly began releasing their spiritual energy, covering their body with it so that the poisonous smoke won't be able to touch them. Of course, it required tremendous effort and a lot of stamina to maintain this state, and the disciples could feel their spiritual energy depleting at a rapid rate. As for Yuan, since he was a peak spirit warrior, he had plenty of spiritual energy to spare, and compared to the other disciples, he only needed to expend some of his spiritual energy to block the poison since his spiritual energy was much more powerful. Brother Yuan, you don't even need to use any spiritual energy to defend against poison at this level, Xiaohua's voice suddenly resounded in his head. Furthermore, with Brother Yuan's ability to resist poison, something that he'd obtained from consuming the demonic spider's monster core, the weeping serpent's poison won't have any effect on you. Really? Let me try it. Trusting Xiaohua's words, Yuan stopped cultivating and covering his body with spiritual energy, allowing the purple smoke to engulf his body. Xiaohua's right. I don't feel any different. Yuan was pleasantly surprised by this. However, when the sect elder saw this, she immediately retrieved a brown pill and tossed it at Yuan. Eat it quickly or you'll die. Elder Tantai thought Yuan had already exhausted his cultivation and was exposed to the poison. Yuan subconsciously caught the brown pill, but he didn't eat it and instead said to her, but I'm fine. What? Elder Tantai's eyes widened with surprise after hearing Yuan's word, and upon closer inspection, Yuan didn't appear to be struggling at all. What is going on? She asked herself. Yuan was clearly exposed to the weeping serpent's poison, but for some reason, he was completely fine. Does he have a unique physique that protects him from poison? Elder Tantai could only think of this logical explanation to Yuan's situation. However, if that was the case, why didn't he do it early to save some spiritual energy? Elder Tantai decided to not think too deeply about this as long as Yuan was fine. Keep the pill just in case you feel any symptoms. If you feel unpleasant or sick even the slightest at any moment, consume that pill immediately or you will really die, she then said to him. I understand. Yuan nodded his head and proceeded to sit there with a calm atmosphere around him. Despite listening to their puzzling conversation, the other disciples did not stop focusing on protecting themselves, fearing that if they lose focus for even a second that they might fail the exam. 15 minutes later, the incense stick only burned halfway to the end, and over half of the disciples there were already soaked in sweat, looking like they could barely hold on. Elder Tantai took note of the disciples who she believes will fail soon and prepared the antidote in advance. A minute later, the first disciple to exhaust his cultivation base before the entire incense stick burned, and Elder Tantai tossed the pill at him. The disciple did not hesitate to consume the pill, as he could feel his skin burning the second the smoke touched his body. After another couple of minutes later, over a dozen disciples swallowed the same pill, failing the examination. The incense stick lasted for exactly 30 minutes, and at the end of the test, 51 disciples failed the examination. 70 of you remaining, huh? Much better than I'd expected, to be honest. Elder Tantai nodded her head in approval. You have 10 minutes to rest before we begin the next test. Elder Tantai said to them afterward. The disciples immediately sat down to cultivate and restore their spiritual energy. While the disciples rested, Elder Tantai prepared the next test by placing a training puppet in the middle of the field. 10 minutes later, Elder Tantai clapped her hands and spoke loudly, "You are done resting. If you continue, I will immediately fail you. Gather in front of me." The disciples quickly stopped their cultivation and stood up after hearing Elder Tantai's words. A few moments later, all of the disciples gathered in front of Elder Tantai. "I will now explain the second test," Elder Tantai said as she pointed at the silver-colored training puppet that looked slightly different compared to the ones in the practice area. Some of you might have seen this before, but this is a special training puppet mostly used by inner court and core disciples because they are more durable than the ones in the outer court, and they have a special feature that allows them to gauge how powerful their attacks are. As her sentence ended, Elder Tantai turned around and punched the training puppet. Boom! The impact sounded very powerful, but the training puppet only moved back a couple of meters. A few seconds later, the training puppet began changing colors from silver to a dark yellow color. The colors will determine how much damage it had sustained. There are 3 colors: green, yellow, and red. Green means non-lethal damage. Yellow is lethal. As for red, it means you can kill even a spirit warrior magical beast with that strike, and the darker the color the more damage they sustain. In order to pass this test, you must make the puppet turn yellow. Elder Tantai explained. Oh, one more thing. You are not allowed to use your own weapon in this test. Elder Tantai added, and she pointed to the weapon rack not far in the distance and continued, "Use one of those." Are there any questions? One of the disciples there raised his hand and said, "We can use any technique we want, right?" Elder Tantai nodded, "That's right." Sometime later, after the questions, Elder Tantai said, "If you wish to challenge the training puppet, step forward." A few seconds after Elder Tantai's words, a disciple at the Peak Spirit Apprentice stepped forward and spoke loudly, "I will go first." He then went to pick up a spear from the weapon rack before coming back and approaching the training puppet. The disciple stood a few steps in front of the training puppet and took a moment to prepare himself. After taking a long and deep breath, the disciple raised his spear. Once the spear was raised perfectly parallel to the ground, the disciple held his breath for a second before thrusting it forward. Boom! The training puppet was sent flying backward, but it slowed down very quickly and stopped 5 meters away from its original spot. The disciple waited for the evaluation nervously, and a few seconds later the training puppet turned from silver to green, then dark green, before finally settling at yellow. "You passed," Elder Tantai said. "Yes." The disciple shouted in excitement before returning the spear in the weapons rack. A few minutes later, another disciple stood before the training puppet that had returned to its original spot with a different weapon in his hand, a sword. The disciple slashed the sword in his hand, creating a powerful strike that made the training puppet fall to its knees. Once it stood up again, the colors began changing. Light green, dark green, light yellow. "You passed," Elder Tantai said once the color stopped at light yellow. The next disciple went, but he didn't pick up a weapon and stood before the training puppet with his bare fists. Mountain-shattering fist strike. The disciple threw a punch with immense force at the training puppet, sending it flying many meters away. After falling down a dozen meters away, the training puppet got back up and slowly walked back to its original spot while changing colors as it walked. Dark green, light yellow, dark yellow. Not bad. Elder Tantai nodded her head when she saw this, and she continued, "You pass." "Thank you, Elder." The disciple bowed to her before standing with the other 2 who had passed before him. The disciples continued to challenge the training puppet one by one, and in less than an hour, over half of the disciples used their turn. Light yellow, pass. Light yellow, pass. Dark green, fail. Dark green, fail. Light yellow, pass. Out of the 30-something disciples that challenged the training puppet, only 2/3 of them had managed to pass the test by scoring a yellow color. However, nobody there has managed to make the training puppet turn red. A few more tries later, a disciple with a first-level spirit warrior cultivation base has finally managed to hit the training puppet hard enough for it to turn light red. Heavens! What a powerful martial skill! I could feel the impact even from here. I don't even dare to imagine what it must feel like to get struck by such a powerful blow. The disciples were shocked by this young man who was wielding a great sword in his hands. I recognize that martial skill. It's the relentless force, an earth-rank martial skill. No wonder why it was so powerful. To think he trained an earth-rank technique to such a high level. What astounding talents and display. Elder Tantai clapped afterward, and she spoke in a praising voice, "Great. It's been a while since a disciple has managed to hit a red color during the examination. In fact, the last time someone managed to hit red was almost a year ago. Thank you, Elder, for your praises." Sometime later, once everyone else went, it was only Yuan who hadn't gone. That's disciple Yuan who defeated the Mad Tiger. What color do you think he'll achieve? The disciples immediately started mumbling to each other while Yuan went to the weapons rack to pick his weapon. Who knows, really? During his match with the Mad Tiger, he didn't lift even a finger and used some mysterious technique to take down the Mad Tiger. I have a feeling he'll hit a dark yellow, maybe even light red. I think it'll only be light yellow. A few moments later, Yuan returned to the training puppet with a sword in his hand, and the other disciples stopped talking to watch with intensive gazes. What technique should I use? Yuan thought to himself. While the heaven-splitting sword strike is his most powerful technique available, he didn't want to destroy this place. As for his next strongest sword technique, demon sealing technique, it was out of the question since he has never used it before. Therefore, he could only use the bloody sword strike, his most used technique. After taking an offensive stance, Yuan took a deep breath. Once he released his breath, the sword in his hand began glowing bright red, and Yuan swung the sword with all of his might. Boom! Yuan's aura exploded with a tyrannical feeling, and a red arc of light appeared in the air as the sword connected with the training puppet's neck. Cling! To Yuan's surprise, the blade to the sword in his hand exploded into many pieces after Yuan struck the training puppet. However, that was not the only thing to break during his strike, as the training puppet's head was cleanly sliced off from its body like it had been executed. What? Elder Tantai shouted in a shocked voice when she saw this, as this is her first time seeing someone destroy a training puppet in such a manner. As for the other disciples, their eyes were wide as saucers with their jaws dropped to the ground, looking like they'd just witnessed something impossible. What in the name of heavens just happened? Am I imagining things, or did he just decapitate the special training puppet that even spirit warriors cannot destroy? One of the disciples there mumbled in a dazed voice as he stared at the silver head that had rolled a few meters away after being detached from its body. Meanwhile, the training puppet that Yuan had decapitated continued to function, turning colors. Light green, light yellow, light red, dark red, black. To everybody's surprise, the special training puppet had suddenly turned black, a color they didn't know existed, much less seen before. Yuan looked at the broken sword in his grasp with a dazed expression on his face. He didn't expect the sword to break so easily, it felt like he'd smashed a rock with an egg. However, to his surprise, he'd still managed to decapitate the training puppet. Of course, it was the spiritual energy released from the sword that had sliced the training puppet's head cleanly off its body, as the sword was destroyed the moment it touched the puppet's tough body due to the immense force behind it. Sometime later, once she snapped out of her daze, Elder Tantai approached the training puppet to examine its damage with a perplexed look on her face, seemingly trying to figure out what the heck just happened. She then looked at Yuan's broken sword. "I don't recognize the technique you just used." "What rank is it?" she then asked him. "Earth rank," he calmly responded. Elder Tantai questioned her own existence after learning that Yuan had managed to decapitate a special training puppet with an Earth rank technique while she can't even damage it with a technique of the same rank in a cultivation base of 7th level spirit warrior. Anyway, you passed," Elder Tantai said after a moment of silence. Even if she can't comprehend what just happened, she couldn't deny what was right before her eyes. Fortunately for her, Yuan was the last person to take the test, or she would have needed to find another special training puppet, which would have delayed the examination for at least 2 to 3 hours, since nobody could have expected an outer court disciple destroying a special training puppet that even core disciples cannot destroy. As expected of the one who defeated the mad tiger without lifting a finger. If he'd lifted his finger, perhaps that match would have ended up as a death match. The disciples there wholeheartedly believed that Wu Laohu had lucked out when Yuan decided to let him survive. Sometime later, Elder Tantai gathered the disciples again and said, "There are 24 of you left, and we will be heading to the final test where you must defeat a magical beast before you become an inner court disciple. If you have any questions, ask away." One of the disciples immediately raised his hand and asked, "What kind of magical beasts will we be fighting?" Elder Tantai then responded in a calm voice, "It's a powerful magical beast that is mostly found within the Jade Forest, the Jade Frog." The Jade Frog? The disciples expressed shock upon hearing this name. Jade frogs are incredibly hard to deal with since they have a large body and tough skin, and they like to jump around. A single mistake could lead to their bodies getting flattened. Meanwhile, Yuan tilted his head after hearing this familiar name. Jade Frog? Isn't this the first monster that I have fought in this game? The one that nearly gave me a heart attack because I thought it had turned Xiao Hua's body into meat paste. Yuan remembered his encounter with the Jade Frog as though it was just yesterday, as that was his first combat experience in this world. Who would like to go first? Elder Tantai asked the disciples after answering all of their questions. "I'd like to go first." An eager voice immediately responded. The disciples turned to look at the voice, and to their surprise, Yuan had volunteered to go first. Sure, go ahead." Elder Tantai said, and she continued, "One of the gates at the end will open once the test begins, and you will have 15 minutes to defeat the Jade Frog or it's an automatic loss. And just like the previous test, you can only use the equipment provided to you." Yuan nodded his head before heading to the weapons rack to pick up another weapon. This time, he chose a dagger, surprising the Elder Tantai and the other disciples with his choice. Why is he using the dagger? I thought for sure he was going to use the sword again. Is he trying to show off or something? This test is entirely different compared to the previous 2 tests. You need a lot of experience and knowledge to fight a magical beast, especially the Jade Frog that's well known for killing inexperienced cultivators who are not used to their attack patterns. Who knows? He's done nothing but surprise since the beginning. Maybe he'll do the same for this time as well. Sometime later, once Yuan was standing in the middle of the field with the other disciples standing all the way in the back, Elder Tantai shouted, "Release the magical beast." The metal gates immediately opened, and the ground began shaking as a jade frog made its appearance by hopping out of the entrance. The disciples swallowed nervously when they saw the jade frog and its intimidating appearance. Meanwhile, Yuan stared at the round magical beast with a nostalgic feeling. Boom! The jade frog stopped moving after it landed a few meters away from Yuan, and it proceeded to stare at Yuan and the others there as though it was analyzing them and their situation. In this stillness and silence, a movement was suddenly made, but it was not by the jade frog. Instead, it was Yuan who moved first, as he'd suddenly tossed his dagger into the air. A vicious light flickered in his eyes, and right as the dagger in the air reached its highest point and prepared to fall down, it suddenly stopped moving and hovered in the air for a split second before shooting itself at the jade frog like a shooting star. The moment it saw the dagger trembling in the air, the jade frog sensed imminent danger, causing its body to instinctively jump up to avoid it. The flying dagger barely missed the jade frog. However, before the jade frog could even land, the flying dagger suddenly did a sharp turn and flew at it again like there was a string attached to the jade frog. Whoosh! A gaping hole appeared before the jade frog's forehead a split second later, instantly killing it. Thud! The ground shook when the large and heavy jade frog's lifeless body fell down from the sky, shocking the spectators. Once the place was still, Yuan turned around and walked back to be with the rest of the disciples without even turning around or checking whether the jade frog was truly dead or not. I have defeated the jade frog. Am I an inner court disciple now? Yuan asked Elder Tantai, who stood there with a gawking look on her face. After a long moment of silence, Elder Tantai nodded her head in a stiff movement before speaking, "Why yes. Congratulations on becoming an inner court disciple, Disciple Yuan, here's your badge. Take this to the distribution center to get your inner court disciple badge and robes." Yuan accepted the badge with humbleness before walking out of the examination hall in a casual manner, almost like he was taking a stroll in a park. The other disciples there watched as Yuan's back disappeared from their sights. Just where on earth did this disciple Yuan come from, and how come I have never heard of him until recently? There's no way such a genius would be a nobody. Elder Tantai mumbled to herself in a dazed voice. Sometime later, once the jade frog's corpse was taken away, Elder Tantai resumed the examination. Meanwhile, Yuan went to the distribution hall and handed the elder at the front desk the badge he'd just obtained from Elder Tantai. "So you just passed the inner court disciple examination, huh? Congratulations." The sect elder there treated him with respect, taking Yuan by surprise. After all, he's been treated like an insect most of the time by the sect elders in this sect, at least that's what it feels like, and it was a refreshing feeling to be respected by a sect elder. "Can I have your old identification badge?" the sect elder then asked him. Yuan nodded and handed him the bronze identification badge. "I'll be right back." The sect elder went to the back of the room for a few minutes before returning. "Here you go. I have updated your identification badge. As for your living quarters, you can choose to stay in your current place or be assigned a new living quarter in the inner court." Yuan immediately responded without any hesitation, "I will remain in my current residence." The sect elder was slightly surprised by Yuan's decision. After all, the living quarters within the inner court are more spacious and luxurious overall, and you only have one roommate compared to the 5 roommates in the outer court. Any logical being would choose to live in the inner court. Perhaps he doesn't want to leave his friends. The sect elder could only think of one reason for Yuan's decision. "If that's your decision, then I won't say anything. However, if you wish to move to the inner court for whatever reason, you can come back here and we'll arrange something for you," said the sect elder a moment later. And he continued, "Now about your new uniforms. Which color do you want? Blue or green? Does it matter which one I choose?" Yuan asked. "No, it doesn't matter. It's just a preference thing." "Then I'll choose blue." "Very well. I'll be right back again." The sect elder went to the back for a second time before returning a few minutes later with 3 sets of blue uniforms. "Here you go. If the sizes don't fit, you may return to exchange them." "Thank you, senior." Yuan accepted the uniforms. "One more thing before you leave. There'll be a lecture tomorrow that'll introduce you to life as an inner court disciple. If you can, please attend it. It'll be at the Education Peak in building number 111. "I understand. I'll try to attend it." Yuan nodded. Sometime later, Yuan left the distribution hall and returned to his own living quarters. Min Li, who was just about to leave her house, noticed Yuan's approaching figure and the blue robes he was carrying. "Disciple Yuan. Those uniforms, you're an inner court disciple now?" Min Li exclaimed in a shocked voice. Yuan nodded and said, "Yes, I just took the examination today and became an inner court disciple." Min Li's jaw dropped to the ground. "Why didn't you tell me? I would have done the examination with you." Min Li asked him. "That never crossed my mind. I didn't know you wanted to take the examination as well," Yuan said in an apologetic voice. I am not blaming you or anything," Min Li quickly said. "Anyways, now that you're an inner court disciple, will you be moving out?" Min Li then asked him. "No, I will be staying here," Yuan responded. "Really? A pleasantly surprised expression on Min Li's face. Why, she couldn't help but ask him, hoping that he would say something romantic like, because of you or something along that line. But alas, Yuan said, there's really no reason for me to move out of such a nice house. But you will have to walk to the inner court every time you need something from there, which will take up a lot of time. It's okay. I like to be active, anyways. Is that so? Min Li mumbled. Normally, cultivators want to spend as much time as they could on cultivation whilst saving time for everything else so they can have more time for cultivation. However, for geniuses like Yuan, minor things like that don't really matter, as it won't affect their extreme cultivation speed much if any at all. Sometime later, Min Li left the place to go to the practice area. The next inner court disciple examination is in 3 months, HAA. Min Li sighed inwardly as she left the place. Meanwhile, Yuan went back to his own room. Congratulations on becoming an inner court disciple, brother Yuan. Xiao Hua said to him. Thank you, Xiao Hua, Yuan said to her. A few moments later, Yuan sat down and began training his divine sense. Once the sky began turning dark, Yuan logged off the game and waited for Meishio to return home. I'm back, Yuan, Meishio said to him after closing the door. Welcome back, Meishio. I'll prepare dinner right now. After putting down her stuff from school and changing her clothes, Meishio went to cook dinner. Once that was done, Meishio went to feed Yuan. Yuan, you need to be careful when you're playing the game, Meishio suddenly warned him. Huh? Why would you say that? Yuan asked. The young lady told me to warn you because there will be a lot of players trying to get into the Dragon Essence Temple to meet you. Really? I should start wearing my mask even in the sect then. Yuan mumbled. The young lady also told me to warn you to stay away from people who try to ask you personal questions even if they might be an NPC because players can disguise themselves as NPCs and you won't know it. I understand. I'll be careful, Yuan said. By the way, how is Yu Ro doing at school? I hope she's doing fine after what happened recently. The young lady is doing much better. Furthermore, she can always meet you in Cultivation Online, at least that's what she keeps telling herself. I see. I plan on leaving the Dragon Essence Temple to spend more time with Yu Ro in a week or so anyway. I cannot leave until I participate in the Mystic Realm, since I promised the sect master and others that I'd help them. The Mystic Realm? Meishio raised her eyebrows. Sometime later, after she finished feeding Yuan dinner, Meishio said, I'll let you rest for a bit before I wash your body, Yuan. Okay. Meishio went to clean the dishes afterward. Half an hour later, Meishio returned to the room with his wheelchair. After picking Yuan up from the bed and placing him in the chair, Meishio pushed him to the bathroom, where she helped him undress. And since she didn't want to get her clothes wet while washing Yuan, Meishio decided to also take her clothes off and went into the bathroom with him naked. Once they were inside the bathroom, Meishio squeezed some body wash onto her palms before she rubbed it all over Yuan's body. Once Yuan's body was covered in body wash, Meishio used a soft scrubber and began scrubbing his body. This is my first time washing him. Meishio thought to herself as she cleaned whatever she could. A few moments later, Meishio reached his lower area, and her eyes subconsciously moved to look at the cute thing between Yuan's legs. Almost like she was mesmerized or something, Meishio couldn't find the strength to look away, and she proceeded to stare at it with a dazed look on her face. Meishio finally snapped out of her daze a few moments later, and she proceeded to wash Yuan's legs, ignoring the thing in the middle for now. What is this feeling? Meishio swallowed nervously when she noticed her heart beating faster than usual, feeling as though the temperature in the room had suddenly increased. I know I said this before, but I really appreciate you doing this for me, Meishio. Yuan suddenly said to her while she scrubbed his legs. Don't worry about it. You have also helped me out a lot when I didn't know any better as a child. Meishio responded in a low voice. When she was a young child who was still in training to be the perfect servant, she would often make mistakes and get scolded by her mother. When that happens, Meisho would cry like any other brat and seek Yuan for comfort. I was originally trained to serve you, Yuan, but after what happened to you, they decided to assign me to the young lady instead. Meisho suddenly said. At one point, I was even. Meisho suddenly stopped midway through her sentence. Meisho. Never mind that. I was just talking to myself, Meisho mumbled a moment later. After cleaning Yuan's legs, there was only one place that still needed to be cleaned, the area between his legs. Meisho swallowed nervously at the thought of touching this cute snake, almost like she feared that it might bite her if she approached it. However, as much as she wanted to leave that place alone, she was trained to do her job properly. It was inexcusable for her to half-ass a job or leave her job unfinished. Therefore, she could only swallow her nervousness and reach for the soft thing between Yuan's legs and began cleaning it with her hands, as it was very difficult to clean every nook and cranny with the sponge. A chill went up Yuan's spine when Meisho began cleaning his precious thing. Perhaps it was due to his spirit warrior cultivation base, but the sensation of his own body has significantly improved since then, allowing him to feel a lot more. He'd already noticed this when Meisho began washing his body, but it wasn't as apparent as currently for some reason, almost like the area between his legs was much more sensitive than other areas on his body. And then an unexpected phenomenon happened. This is. Meisho's eyes widened with shock when the small snake suddenly started growing larger and larger. Since this is her first time washing Yuan, it is only obvious that she has no prior knowledge, so she didn't know if Yuan's sprout was normal in such situations. Of course, Yuan was oblivious to this natural reaction on his body. Meisho didn't know whether she should continue or stop at this point, but she eventually convinced herself to continue. Thus, Meisho began washing Yuan again, but with a slight difference: she was rushing it, something she had never done before. A few seconds later, Meisho finally stopped washing him and began rinsing the soap off his body with the shower head. I am finished. Meisho spoke in a tiny voice afterward, her face flushed with redness. Thank you, Meisho. Yuan said to her in a calm voice, completely oblivious to the blushing expression on Meisho's face at this moment. Sometime later, Meisho laid a large dry towel on Yuan's bed before placing Yuan on this blanket and drying his body off with another towel. It's back to normal again. Meisho thought to herself as she dried his body. After drying Yuan's body, Meisho helped Yuan put his clothes on. I am done here, Yuan. I am going to clean myself now. Meisho said, still completely naked at this point. Okay. You can go to sleep afterward. Good night, Yuan. Good night. Meisho went to the bathroom to wash herself shortly after, and Yuan began cultivating. What was that warm sensation just now? Yuan wondered to himself before he started his cultivation. Meanwhile, Meisho spent longer than usual in the bathroom. Once she was finally out again, she went straight to her room and sat on her bed with a dazed look on her face for many minutes before she decided to put on the console and enter Cultivation Online to see whether Yuan's friend was there. After spending half an hour of waiting with no results, Meisho logged off the game to sleep. That night, Meisho had a weird dream where she was surrounded by mushrooms and snakes. The following morning, after feeding Yuan breakfast, Meisho went to school. You look tired, Meisho. Did you not get enough sleep last night? This is my first time seeing you like this. Yuro said to Meisho inside the car when she noticed Meisho's dazed look. No. I am fine, young lady. Meisho responded with a slight delay. I see. If you need to rest, just let me know and I'll give the teachers an excuse so you can rest for the day. Thank you, young lady, but I am fine. How's brother Tian? Yuro then asked. The young master is doing great, and as usual, he's eating 3 bowls of soup with ease, she responded. I see. By the way, this reminds me, you were supposed to be brother Tian's servant at one point, right? I remember your mother saying something like that to me before. Yuro suddenly asked. That's right. I was trained to support the young master and satisfy his every need. Meishio nodded. Yuro's eyes widened, and she mumbled in a slightly surprised voice, "That sounds like they trained you to become his wife or something." Meishio remained silent regarding Yuro's statement, yet a weird glint flickered in her eyes. "Do you regret it?" Yuro continued to ask. "Not being able to work for Brother Tian despite training for it, I mean. While it did feel bitter at first since it felt like all of the training I did was for nothing, I was able to assist the young lady because of the skills I had learned with that training, so I don't have any regrets," Meishio answered after a moment of silence. "But you're taking care of Brother Tian now, just like you were trained." "It feels like fate," Yuro chuckled at her own statement. Sometime later, they arrived at school and began their classes. While Meishio went to school with Yuro, Yuan continued to train his divine sense in Cultivation Online. Meanwhile, at the carp leaping over Dragon's Gate Tower, Yuan and the other sect masters stared in shock as the 99th floor emitted a golden light. "He really did it. He's managed to reach the 100th floor." The disciples there mumbled to each other with surprise. "Who's currently inside?" "I just arrived. Shui Zi, the number 1 genius of the Grand Saber Palace." "Shui Zi, huh? I heard he managed to reach Spirit Warrior at the young age of 18 and peak of Spirit Warrior at 27 years old. He's definitely up there even for a genius." Meanwhile, the sect masters laughed out loud, "Ha ha ha. Looks like this will be the last person to challenge this tower even though we still have 2 more people. I was getting worried for a second, but it's relieving to see someone finally reach the final floor." Despite most of their disciples challenging the tower, most of them had stopped around the 90th floor, and only Shui Zi managed to reach the 100th floor. However, Yuan did not show any signs of worry, and he merely stared at the tower with a calm look on his face. "What do you think about this, Elder Xian? Do you think he'll beat the 100th floor?" Elder Bai suddenly asked him. "I want to say it's impossible, but we have been taught again and again that there's no such thing as impossible by him. Though, it is still unlikely that he would be able to pass that floor," Elder Xian said with a bittersweet smile on his face. Meanwhile, inside the tower, a handsome young man with a fierce expression on his face slowly climbed the stairs to the 100th floor after spending 15 minutes recovering his strength. "Already the last floor. I will give this place some credit since it was not easy climbing to this level, but alas, it looks like I am fated to defeat this tower," Shui Zi said with a confident smile on his face. A few moments later, Shui Zi stepped onto the 100th floor and was greeted by the new scenery. "What a vast place. Am I still inside the tower? Or is this merely an illusion?" Shui Zi mumbled in a dazed voice. "Anyways, where are the monsters? Hurry up and come out so I can beat this boring tower already," Shui Zi shouted out loud in an arrogant voice. "Ho! A boring tower, huh?" The space before Shui Zi suddenly twisted, and a gaping hole appeared in the space a moment later. Then, Shui Zi watched with wide eyes as a massive golden dragon appeared from within the black hole. Once it appeared, the Great One gazed upon Shui Zi as though he was an ant and spoke in a calm voice, "While I will give you credit for making it here, nor did I expect someone else to come here so soon after the last one, but you don't have what it takes to clear the 100th floor." Shui Zi did not respond to the Great One, mostly because he was frozen stiff from shock and fear. "Humph. What a boring one." The Great One shook its head when it saw the state Shui Zi was in. "Anyways, since you want to get this over with, allow me to tell you the challenge for this floor." Boom! An intense aura suddenly exploded from the Great One's large body, causing the entire world to shake. "If you want to defeat the 100th floor, you must defeat me." The Great One's voice echoed in Shui Zi's ears. "Impossible. You're asking for the impossible. This isn't fair. How the fuck am I supposed to defeat a dragon?" Shui Zi was snapped out of his daze by the Great One's aura that activated his instincts and desire to run. "Ha ha ha." The Great One suddenly laughed before speaking, "Impossible. If it was impossible, how did the person who came before you pass the floor and defeat the tower? Are you telling me that this person defeated you? Shui Zi exclaimed. No, we didn't fight, and I had another challenge for him. What? That's even more unfair. Why are you giving me a different challenge, then? A mysterious smile appeared on the Great One's face, and it spoke in a calm voice, if you'd like, I can let you take that challenge instead. Really? A hopeful look appeared on Shui Zi's face after hearing this, and he immediately nodded his head, yes. I want to take that challenge. Very well. The Great One said. A few moments later, the ground suddenly began rumbling, startling Shui Zi. What the heck is this shaking? He wondered to himself. The Great One spoke as a black line appeared on the horizon. For this challenge, you must defeat 100,000 peak spirit warrior magical beasts. You will have unlimited time to do so and 24 hours of rest time, and you may pause this challenge whenever you wish. However, once your 24 hours run out, you will have to fight until your last breath. Shui Zi's eyes widened with shock after hearing this. You want me to fight against 100,000 spirit warrior magical beasts? This is even more impossible than fighting you. You tricked me. There's no way anyone could possibly pass this trial even if they're given a week to rest. Shui Zi pointed at the Great One with trembling hands. Why would I trick you? The last person cleared this challenge with no problem at all. The Great One shook its head. Then tell me who defeated this challenge. I'll believe you then. However, the Great One shook its head and said, that person's name is too great for someone like you. If you do not accept the challenge, then you will automatically forfeit. Shui Zi gritted his teeth in anger, and he turned to look at the sea of magical beasts that were swarming towards him at this moment, his back soaked in cold sweats. Shui Zi watched as the sea of magical beasts quickly closed their distance, and once they were only half a mile away, Shui Zi could no longer keep calm and shouted, I give up. I give up. Get me out of here. The Great One coldly snorted after seeing Shui Zi surrender the challenge, not even going to attempt the challenge. You're a much bigger coward than I'd anticipated. Get lost. You do not qualify to even be in my presence. The Great One's eyes flickered with a golden light, and before Shui Zi realized it, he was back on the first floor of the tower. Meanwhile, outside the tower, Yuan and the other sect masters just witnessed the lights on all 99 floors turn off, signaling Shui Zi's failure. What? The sect masters there were speechless by this, as they truly expected Shui Zi to defeat the tower. A few moments later, Shui Zi left the tower with a dazed look on his face, looking empty, almost like he was dead inside. Shui Zi. What happened in there? You were so close. His sect master quickly approached him. I can't do it. No human being can pass the 100th floor. It's impossible. Shui Zi responded in a voice of disbelief. The sect masters there immediately frowned, and one of them asked, what do you mean by that? What was on the 100th floor? It was a dragon, a real dragon. I had to defeat a dragon. Shui Zi spoke, and his body trembled upon recalling the Great One's intimidating aura. What? A dragon? Don't tell me you had to fight this dragon. The sect masters there were shocked. Even Yuan and the high-ranking sect elders were surprised by this since they didn't hear anything about a dragon from Yuan. Shui Zi nodded and said, it was a golden dragon, and it had the cultivation of a spirit master. After taking a deep breath, he continued, however, that's not even the worst part, since there was another challenge on the 100th floor, which involves defeating 100,000 spirit warrior magical beasts with only 24 hours to rest. 100,000 spirit warrior magical beasts. How is that even possible? The sect masters there repeated in a shocked voice, their expressions filled with disbelief. Even if they challenged this tower themselves, they would not dare to claim that they can defeat 100,000 magical beasts. Shui Zi nodded again and said, furthermore, the dragon claimed that someone had managed to clear that challenge by defeating all 100,000 magical beasts. That's the challenge disciple Yuan told us about. Elder Xian thought to himself after hearing Shui Zi's words. At that moment, the sect masters there turned to look at Long Yijuan, who was casually sitting there with a smug look on his face. What are you looking at? You still have 2 more disciples. Hurry up, the mystic realm is coming up and I need to finish preparing for that. Long Yijuan said to them. However, the sect masters did not send another disciple inside the tower, and they remained standing there while staring at Long Yijuan with deep frowns on their faces. If what Shui Zi said was true, that they had to either defeat a spirit master dragon or fight 100,000 spirit warrior magical beasts, there was simply no way the remaining 2 disciples would be able to defeat this tower. In other words, they are destined to lose their bet. Sect Master Long, you tricked us. You knew it was impossible to beat this tower, so you made the bet with the dragon-slaying saber as bait. One of the sect masters suddenly pointed at Long Yijuan and blamed him for tricking them. However, Long Yijuan remained calm and said, "No shit, you idiot. Why else would I dare to gamble the dragon-slaying saber? With that being said, you are wrong about one thing, that the tower is impossible to defeat. If it's really impossible, how did my disciple defeat it? Bullshit. I bet your disciple had an entirely different challenge and the tower is merely screwing with us because we're not disciples of this sect. Or you manipulated the tower to give us an impossible challenge." The sect master said. Long Yijuan shook his head and said, "As if I have the power to manipulate the tower. In the history of the sect, nobody, and I mean not a single person before that disciple had managed to clear all 100 floors, and even the founder was defeated on the 100th floor." The sect masters' faces dropped after hearing such words. Not even their ancestor who was known as the #1 genius during his era could beat the 100th floor. Then what kind of monster does it take to defeat the tower? Just who is this disciple the Dragon Essence Temple is trying so hard to hide? I know what you're thinking, but I won't say anything. If you wish to meet this disciple, you'll see him at the mystic realm. Long Yijuan laughed out loud. Che. The sect masters there snickered coldly. Anyways, are you going to continue or not? If not, you can forfeit the bet and your treasures as well. Long Yijuan held his hand out in a lazy manner. The sect masters gritted their teeth in frustration. Even though they knew it was impossible for the remaining disciples to defeat the tower, they couldn't just hand their treasures to Long Yijuan without even trying, as that would simply make things even more embarrassing for them. I will challenge the tower. One of the remaining 2 disciples suddenly stepped forward and said. Chances are I will not be able to defeat the dragon or 100,000 magical beasts, but I will definitely try. The disciples' sect master nodded and said, Well said. We have not lost just yet. Thus, the next disciple went inside the tower and began climbing it. Go ahead, keep struggling. The results will remain the same, anyways. Long Yijuan laughed inwardly at their futile efforts. Sometime after the next challenger went inside the carp leaping over Dragon's Gate Tower, Long Yijuan mumbled to Elder Xian who was sitting right beside him, he should be an inner court disciple by now. Go find him and let him enter the Dragon's Peak alongside Fei Yuyan. Elder Xian nodded, I understand. When the other sect masters noticed Elder Xian leaving the scene, they asked, Where's he going? Elder Xian does not want to waste any more of his time here since he already knows the outcome. Therefore, he's leaving to work. Long Yijuan responded in a nonchalant voice. Why you little? The sect masters gritted their teeth at Long Yijuan's obvious provocation. However, they didn't dare to claim that they will definitely win this bet, especially not after what they learned about the 100th floor. Even for a spirit master like them, it would be impossible to defeat 100,000 magical beasts even if they were given a month, much less 24 hours of rest time, and they cannot fathom the talent and strength that is required to pass this tower. If what the dragon on the 100th floor told Shui Zi was true, that someone had managed to defeat 100,000 magical beasts and clear the tower, then the cultivation world is about to experience a turmoil it hasn't felt in countless years. Hey, what are you guys thinking? One of the sect master there suddenly whispered to the other three. Isn't it obvious? I'm thinking about how we can get ourselves out of this shithole. It's obvious that we won't win this bet. However, we'll be handing 4 divine-grade treasures to the Dragon Essence Temple if we lose. Is there anything we can really do at this point? We've sworn a blood oath. Unless you want to invoke a heavenly tribulation and curse your future generations, we cannot break the blood oath. Fuck. We were blinded by the dragon-slaying saber. That bastard really got us good this time. Even though we cannot do anything about the blood oath, we can still try to work something out with him after we give him our treasures. I highly doubt the Dragon Essence Temple wants to offend 4 sects at once. Right. We can simply buy our divine-grade treasures back, or we can offer something else in return for them. Let's try to figure this out before our last disciple challenges the tower. Yuan noticed the other sect masters whispering to each other, and he could already imagine what they were talking about. However, it didn't matter to him, as the Dragon Essence Temple would benefit from this bet no matter what they did at this point, and he continued to watch the tower light up with golden lights. Meanwhile, Elder Xian went to Yuan's living quarters and knocked on the doors. A few moments later, Yuan opened the door and greeted him, "Hello, Senior Xian. Let's talk inside," Elder Xian said. Yuan nodded and closed the door after he entered. Once they were seated, Elder Xian began to speak. First and foremost, allow me to congratulate you on becoming an inner court disciple. Thank you, the examination was pretty fun, Yuan said with a smile. Fun. A bittersweet smile appeared on Elder Xian's face. In this entire sect, Yuan is probably the only disciple who would have fun during such an important examination. Anyway, I'm here to talk about the Dragon's Peak. The sect master wants you and Fei Yuyan to enter before the mystic realm that is only a week away. Are you available now? I can take you there right now. Yuan nodded and said, yes, I am free. I was just training my divine sense. Training divine sense at your cultivation level, huh? I didn't start training my divine sense until I was a spirit master. Unfortunately, the Dragon Essence Temple doesn't have any soul techniques to assist you in that matter. Elder Xian said. It's fine. Okay, then follow me. Let's go pick up Disciple Fei before we head to Dragon's Peak. Just as Elder Xian turned to walk towards the door, Yuan suddenly said, please wait a moment. Senior Xian. Elder Xian turned around and watched as Yuan retrieved a black jade mask before putting it on his face. Elder Xian raised his eyebrows after seeing this. Is it fine if I go outside with my mask? There are a lot of people looking for me, and I don't want them to recognize me. Yuan said. Elder Xian became even more puzzled after hearing his words, and he asked, are there disciples bothering you right now? I will immediately deal with them if that's the case. No, it has nothing to do with the disciples, nor am I being bothered right now. However, there are people out there looking for me, and I have been told that they will be trying to enter the sect just to look for me because of my appearance at the Zither competition. Now that you mention it, there has been an irregular amount of people trying to enter the sect as of lately, and most of them are rogue cultivators. Are they perhaps the people you're referring to? Elder Xian asked him. Ever since the Zither competition, a lot of people have been visiting the Dragon Essence Temple, with some people even trying to sneak inside. However, none of the elders or Yuan found that weird, as it was normal for people to flock to the Dragon Essence Temple after what happened at the Zither competition, and this is usually what happens after a competition or tournament. Though, the number of people visiting the sect as of recent is through the roof and unlike anything the sect has experienced before, and most of them were rogue cultivators without any backgrounds. If these people are here because of you, then we need to tighten up the security around the sect. Elder Xian mumbled with a perplexed look on his face. Sometime later, he said, I'll speak with the sect master afterward. For now, let's get you and disciple Fei to the Dragon's Peak so you can strengthen yourselves as much as possible before the mystic realm. After leaving the house, Elder Xian led Yuan to the inner court to look for Fei Yuyan. The appearance of Elder Xian in the outer court surprised everyone and attracted countless gazes from the disciples around them, and they all bowed to him the moment they noticed him. As a high-ranking sect elder, they are revered as much as the sect master himself, and they usually don't appear in public, much less the outer court, so for Elder Xian, one of the most renowned high-ranking sect elder to appear in the outer court was very shocking, to say the least. Who's that inner court disciple following him? He's even wearing a mask. Why is he wearing a mask? What's he trying to hide? His ugly face? Who knows? Sometime later, Elder Xian and Yuan arrived at Fei Yuyan's living quarters and knocked on the doors. After waiting for a few moments with no response, Elder Xian knocked on the door again. However, nobody answered the door. How odd. Elder Xian retrieved his jade slip and looked at it before continuing, Disciple Fei hasn't signed out of the logbook so she should still be within the sect. Maybe she went to the Dragon Pavilion? Do you have any idea where she went? Elder Xian decided to ask Yuan. Yuan shook his head and said, I tried to visit her a few days ago as well, but she wasn't here either. Let's go to Elder Xian's living quarters and see if Disciple Fei is there or if she knows Disciple Fei's location. Elder Xian suggested. Yuan nodded his head, and they proceeded to head to the Blossom Peak to see Elder Shan. Sometime later, they knocked on Elder Shan's door. Who is it? Elder Shan appeared before them a few moments later. Elder Xian N. Disciple Yuan. It took a few seconds for Elder Shan to recognize Yuan's black jade mask, and when she realized that it was Yuan, she subconsciously took a step back and covered her head with her hands. Elder Shan. What are you doing? Elder Xian raised his eyebrows when he saw her puzzling actions. Ahem. Nothing. Elder Shan cleared her throat before continuing, anyway, what are you doing here? And why are you hiding your face, Disciple Yuan? It's a complicated situation for him, we'll discuss it later. As for now, we're looking for Disciple Fei so we can head to the Dragon's Peak. She wasn't at her house, so we figured to come here. Elder Xian said. Oh, Fei Yuyan. She's currently in closed cultivation in the Immortal Caves. Elder Shan said. Immortal Caves? What's that? Yuan immediately asked, his interest piqued. The Immortal Caves are located at Cloud Peak, where the spiritual energy is incredibly thick and abundant, only second to Dragon's Peak in the entire sect. Core disciples usually spend the most time cultivating there, especially if there's nothing else to do outside. And since the mystic realm is getting close, everybody wants to improve their cultivation as fast as possible to be eligible for the mystic realm. One must be eligible to participate in the mystic realm. How do you pick who gets to participate? Yuan asked them. Well, the mystic realm is a mysterious place where one's overall strength and cultivation doesn't matter at all. Instead, one's talent reigns supreme. Everyone who enters the mystic realm will have their entire cultivation base wiped, but you'll regain your cultivation once you come back out. Elder Xian explained to him. And he continued, therefore, we pick the participants depending on their growth and improvements over a certain time. So far, you're the only disciple who is certain to participate in the mystic realm. As for the other two disciples, we'll figure it out by the end of the week. Wow! A mystic place, indeed. Yuan's anticipation for this place grew slightly more. Anyway, since Disciple Fei isn't here and we can't just disturb her cultivation, I guess you'll have to go to Dragon's Peak by yourself for now, Disciple Yuan. Elder Xian said to him. Okay. Yuan nodded. Thank you, Elder Shan. We'll see you later. Oh, right. Before I leave. Yuan suddenly reached into his spatial ring and retrieved a cultivation technique. Can you give this to Disciple Fei when she comes out of cultivation? This is. Elder Shan accepted the technique with a nonchalant look on her face. However, when she realized what she was holding, her eyes widened with surprise. The divine rank cultivation technique you'd obtained from the zither competition. You're already done with it? Yuan nodded. Yes, I learned it quicker than I'd expected, so I don't need it anymore. Please give it to Disciple Fei. Elder Shan and Elder Xian's jaws dropped after hearing his words. He'd managed to learn a divine rank technique in just a few days. As expected, his comprehension abilities are beyond their understanding. I understand. I will give this technique to Fei Yuyan when I see her. Elder Shan nodded her head. Thank you, Senior Shan. Yuan said to her. Elder Xian and Yuan left the place shortly later, heading to Dragon's Peak that was almost 2 hours away. So this is the Dragon's Peak. It's so empty. Yuan stared at the spacious land before them with raised eyebrows. Well, the founder was a simple man who loved to feel free, so he didn't have much if anything in his area, said Elder Xian. I see, but the spiritual energy in this area, it's really abundant. I can feel my cultivation base slightly growing just from breathing in this place. Yuan mumbled. Rumors say this is caused by a treasure that the founder had hidden in this place before his disappearance, since this place was not like this in the beginning, and it only became like this after the founder's disappearance. Elder Xian said. And he continued, however, despite all of our efforts throughout the years, nobody has found the supposed treasure to this day, and it's been tens of thousands of years. I see. Yuan mumbled with a pondering look on his face. Anyway, you can stay here for as long as you like until the mystic realm begins. Although it might be a long shot, try to break through to the Spirit Master realm before then. While your cultivation base may not matter in the mystic realm, it'll definitely shock a lot of people and affect their minds and performance. Elder Xian said to him. If you need anything from me, just contact me using the communication jade slip. I'll be at the Carp Leaping Over Dragon's Gate Tower with the sect master and the others. Yuan nodded, and he suddenly asked, how are the guests doing? Did they manage to clear the tower yet? Elder Xian shook his head and spoke with a smile on his face, no, but one of them managed to reach the 100th floor. You didn't tell me about the dragon. Oh. I forgot. I'm sorry. Yuan said. Ha ha ha. Don't worry about it. It was a pleasant surprise. We won't blame you for it. Elder Xian laughed out loud. Sometime later, Elder Xian left the place, leaving Yuan alone at Dragon's Peak. What am I supposed to do here? Just sit down and cultivate? Yuan mumbled to himself since Elder Xian didn't exactly give him any instructions. By the way, Xiaohua, can you see the treasure in this place with your divine sense? I couldn't sense anything. Yuan suddenly asked her. No, Xiaohua cannot sense anything either. The people in this place should have already swept this entire place with their divine sense, anyway, so either there's no treasure in this place or it cannot be found through normal means. Through normal means? How else can we locate a treasure besides our divine sense? Yuan asked. There are treasures that can locate other treasures. There are also magical beasts with special senses that allow them to pick up treasure. There are even powerful arrays that can pinpoint treasures as long as it's within the array. There are many methods one can use to locate treasures. However, unless they're incredibly incompetent, the people of this sect should have already tried all of these methods throughout the years. If that's the case, perhaps there really is no treasure in this place, and this abundant spiritual energy is merely a natural phenomenon. Yuan said. No, there's definitely a treasure in this place. Xiaohua suddenly said. Xiaohua just analyzed the flow of the spiritual energy in this place, and it's not natural. Something here is attracting the spiritual energy to this place. Really? Then can you pinpoint what is causing this phenomenon? No, Xiaohua cannot find anything no matter how much she tries. Maybe one requires a special technique or treasure to find the treasure. Xiaohua said. Special technique. Yuan raised his eyebrows as though he'd realized something. What if it's a treasure that can only be seen with the dragon's gaze? After all, the founder also knew of this technique. Yuan thought to himself. With that in mind, Yuan activated the dragon's gaze and proceeded to look around. However, he found nothing out of the ordinary. Nothing. Maybe it's in a different area since this place seems very big. Thus, Yuan proceeded to walk around the dragon's peak as though he was taking a stroll while his eyes glowed gold and emitted an ancient aura. Nothing here. Nothing out of the ordinary here either. Yuan spent the next 2 hours walking around the peak, but alas, he couldn't find the treasure. Perhaps there is really no treasure in this place. But Xiao Hua said there's definitely something manipulating the flow of spiritual energy in this place, hence the abundance of spiritual energy. After pondering for a moment, Yuan wondered if he needed to activate divine sense as well as dragon's gaze, so he proceeded to walk around the dragon's peak for the second time, but this time, he had both dragon's gaze and divine sense activated. Still nothing. Yuan was truly puzzled now. The dragon's peak was spacious but also very empty, so there are very few places one can hide a treasure. The treasure could be hidden underground, but not even Xiao Hua could find the treasure with her divine sense that's powered by the cultivation of a spirit king, so that was unlikely. If it's not hidden on the surface or underground, there's only one more place. Yuan slowly tilted his head until he was staring at the sky. However, there was nothing there. After taking a deep breath, Yuan activated the dragon's gaze again. This is. Yuan subconsciously took a few steps back with a shocked look on his face when he saw the thing flying above the dragon's peak. What's the matter, brother Yuan? Xiao Hua asked him since she couldn't see anything in the sky. Yuan pointed at the sky with his entire arm trembling, and he said, There. There is a huge glowing dragon flying in the sky. What? Xiao Hua cannot see anything in the sky, she quickly said. I am not lying. It's really there. It's circling around the area like a guardian of some sorts. Yuan hastily said. No matter how hard she tried to look, Xiao Hua couldn't see the dragon Yuan was talking about. Can you describe it, brother Yuan? She then asked. It's at least 200 meters in length, and it doesn't appear to have a physical body, only a golden outline. It resembles the great one I saw on the 100th floor in the tower. Yuan described the dragon to the best of his abilities. That sounds like. Just as Xiao Hua opened her mouth to speak, Yuan suddenly said in a surprised voice. Oh, it just noticed me, and it's looking directly at me. Yuan looked at the golden dragon in the sky that was also staring back at him with a profound gaze. After a few moments of silence and stillness, suddenly, the dragon began moving. Yuan's eyes widened with shock when he saw the dragon start to fly at him like a meteor, immediately sending chills down his spine. Seeing the golden dragon flying at him, Yuan subconsciously retrieved his Empyrean overlord and took a defensive stance as it felt like an extremely powerful and violent beast was rushing at him at this moment. Brother Yuan. Xiao Hua was puzzled by Yuan's sudden alertness and called out to him. But alas, Yuan was too focused on the dragon to hear Xiao Hua's voice. Whoosh! The dragon slithered through the air in a smooth movement before headbutting Yuan. Yuan held the Empyrean overlord in front of his body to block the attack, but to his surprise, as though it was a ghost, the dragon went directly through his sword and straight into his body. Ah! Yuan shouted in a surprised voice when the dragon suddenly invaded his body. What happened, brother Yuan? Xiao Hua left the necklace and asked him. The golden dragon went inside my body. He quickly said. Brother Yuan, Xiao Hua believes that the dragon is. Right as Xiao Hua spoke, a notification appeared before him. Ding! Heaven refining physique activated. Minor dragon essence has been refined. Soul strength plus 10,000. Your divine sense has reached a new level. Divine sense mastery level, 1, up to level 2. Dragon essence, so it's not harmful to your body. In fact, it will even benefit you greatly. Xiao Hua said. Dragon essence? What is that? I just gained a lot of stats from absorbing the minor dragon essence. Yuan said. What? Brother Yuan already absorbed the dragon essence? Xiaohua looked at him with a gawking expression on her small face. Unlike monster cores, monster essences are very unique in the way they are created and absorbed. When a magical beast dies, its dantian will form into a monster core that allows cultivators to absorb some of its spiritual energy. However, when it comes to essences, they can be created without needing the magical beast's death. With that being said, only powerful magical beasts have the ability to create essences, mostly divine beasts like the Great One, and even then it requires a lot of energy and time to form its own essence. As for why magical beasts would waste their time and effort on creating essences, it's sort of training for them, like how Yuan trains his divine sense, as it strengthens their control over their own spiritual energy as well as their soul and mental strength. Brother Yuan, even though it's only a minor essence, it normally takes months if not years for an individual to fully absorb it, yet you manage to absorb it so quickly, almost instantaneously. It's almost as shocking as your eating habits. Xiaohua said to him with her eyes wide as saucers. Does absorbing monster essences not give you qi like monster cores do? Yuan asked her since he didn't get any qi from absorbing the dragon essence. Essences are unique in the way that different essences will have different effects. Some essence can give you qi while others will grant you other benefits such as increased physical strength or mental strength. Xiaohua explained to him. I see, and the dragon essence happened to give me soul strength. Yuan mumbled. What? Xiaohua suddenly shouted in a shocked voice. Soul strength? The dragon essence gave Brother Yuan soul strength? Is this true? Xiaohua asked him in a somewhat nervous manner. Yes. Yuan nodded, startled by her reaction. That's incredibly lucky, Brother Yuan. Out of everything one can obtain from essences, soul strength is the rarest and most sought-after essence by even top cultivators since it directly improves your soul strength without needing any soul techniques or training. Xiaohua said to him in an excited voice, her body slightly shaking from excitement as though she was the one who received the benefit. Either the founder of this place is incredibly generous to leave behind the dragon essence or he wasn't the one who put the dragon essence here. Yuan nodded and continued to ask, by the way, it's only a minor dragon essence. Does this mean there are even higher qualities of essences? Xiaohua nodded and said, that's right. There are minor essences, major essences, and divine essences. I see. Yuan mumbled, and he continued, what about methods one can use to find essences? This dragon essence was hidden in plain sight yet nobody managed to find it despite thousands of years. However, Xiaohua shook her head and said, just like how each essence has different effects, they also have different properties. Therefore, there is no single method to look for essences. They're all incredibly rare and can only be found by chance or fate. As for Brother Yuan, since only you managed to find it despite it being in plain sight for so many years, one can say the dragon essence was fated to be found by you. In other words, it's fate. Fate, huh? Yuan suddenly recalled his meeting with Senior Bai and their talk about destiny and fate. Perhaps he was destined for this fortunate encounter. Suddenly, another phenomenon occurred in the place, as all of the spiritual energy gathered at Dragon's Peak began dispersing in every direction. What's going on? Yuan looked at the change with wide eyes. Xiaohua responded in a calm voice, the dragon essence was what attracted the spiritual energy to this area. Now that it's gone since Brother Yuan absorbed it, there is no longer anything attracting the spiritual energy, so it's only natural they are leaving. Soon, this place will return to being a normal place without its abundance in spiritual energy. I see. Xiaohua then continued, Brother Yuan, you should take this opportunity to cultivate and absorb as much spiritual energy as you can since it'll take some time before the spiritual energy in this place returns to normal. Yuan nodded and immediately sat down and began reciting his cultivation technique. Whoosh! The spiritual energy that was dispersing suddenly stopped leaving and began approaching Yuan as though they were attracted to him, quickly creating a small tornado around him. However, Yuan could only feel a gentle and comfortable breeze around him. Meanwhile, his cultivation base began to soar closer and closer to Spirit Master. Ding! Due to your title Pang City's hero, cultivation speed has increased by 10%. Ding! Due to your untainted body, cultivation speed has increased by 100%. Ding! Environmental effect has increased your cultivation speed by 500%. Plus 3852 Qi. Plus 3946 Qi. Plus 3750 Qi. Plus 3656 Qi. Due to his title and untainted body, Yuan's cultivation speed more than doubled, not to mention the dragon's peak that was abundant with spiritual energy. Yuan absorbed over 3,000 Qi every second, and in just a minute, he'd absorbed over 200,000 Qi. Meanwhile, Xiaohua sat in front of Yuan and watched him cultivate in silence. What a crazy cultivation speed for someone at the spirit warrior realm. He's absorbing the spiritual energy like he's eating food, almost like an unstoppable monster. Xiaohua thought to herself as she stared at Yuan's peaceful face with admiration on her face. At this rate, Brother Yuan will absorb enough spiritual energy to break through to Spirit Master in a month. And even though Brother Yuan won't become a Spirit Master in time for the mystic realm, it's already an incredible feat, especially since we're still in the lower heavens where the quality of Qi isn't as good. After an hour of cultivation, unbeknownst to Yuan or Xiaohua, inside Yuan's body, the dragon essence he'd absorbed just finished merging with the golden symbols engraved in his bones, causing them to change slightly before emitting a bright and golden glow. Whoosh! The spiritual energy in the area suddenly grew restless, and they began rushing toward Yuan's body as though Yuan's body had become a black hole with intense suction. What's going on? Xiaohua mumbled in a dazed voice when she noticed this sudden change, and it was unlike anything she has ever seen before. Ding! 9 dragon symbols has been activated. 9 dragon symbols have reached level 1. Due to the 9 dragon symbols, your cultivation speed have increased by 1000%. Yuan's cultivation speed suddenly increased by a whopping 1000%, shocking and puzzling Yuan at the same time, as he had no idea what this 9 dragon symbols was or how he'd obtained it. However, he didn't think about it too much for now and decided to focus on cultivating, as he was worried that if he'd stopped, this sudden boost would disappear as well. Plus 8411 Qi. Plus 8301 Qi. Plus 8569 Qi. His Qi gathering speed per second immediately doubled, allowing him to absorb over 8,000 Qi every single second, and in just an hour, Yuan had managed to absorb almost 30 million Qi. Xiaohua watched Yuan cultivate with her mouth wide open and jaw dropped. What caused this sudden and explosive increase in cultivation speed? Does it have anything to do with the dragon essence? However, she has never heard of essences having such a unique ability after being absorbed. After all, even though the dragon essence had the ability to gather spiritual energy at Dragon's Peak, such an ability shouldn't have transferred to Yuan after he absorbed it. Otherwise, it would be too powerful, and the heavens would never allow such a flaw to exist. Wait a second. Brother Yuan also managed to obtain a magical beast's ability after he consumed its monster core. Maybe he can also do the same with their essence. But that would be too. Xiaohua didn't know whether to laugh or cry at Yuan's unbelievable existence. Whenever it feels like she has witnessed all there is to Yuan's talents, he would suddenly show even more talents like some sort of magic show. But instead of taking out a rabbit from his hat, Yuan takes out unbelievable talents that would leave anyone filled with jealousy if they knew about it. After another 6 hours of cultivation, Yuan decided to finally stop cultivating as it was getting late. Xiaohua. You were sitting there this entire time. Yuan finally noticed Xiaohua sitting in front of him when he opened his eyes. Yes. Xiaohua nodded with a dazed look on her face. I made some really good progress today, Yuan said with a smile on his face, and then he asked, by the way, do you know anything about the 9 dragon symbols? 9 dragon symbols? Xiaohua has never heard of that before. Is that a treasure? She asked with a tilted head. I don't know, but I think that is what's causing the explosive increase in my cultivation speed. 9 dragon symbols. Perhaps the phoenix will know something. Xiao Hua then said. Yuan nodded, I'll ask her when she comes back. A few moments later, Xiao Hua entered the necklace before Yuan logged off the game. Once Mei Xiu returned, she immediately went to cook dinner as usual before feeding Yuan. After feeding Yuan, Mei Xiu went to take a quick shower before retiring for the day inside her room. Let's see if his friend has arrived yet. Mei Xiu wore the helmet and immediately went inside Cultivation Online. Once she was inside the game, Mei Xiu looked around the place, and she immediately noticed a small commotion right outside the city gates. Mei Xiu narrowed her eyes at the crowd of people that appeared to be surrounding an individual, a very beautiful young woman wearing tight red robes and a very mature body. That must be her. Mei Xiu mumbled to herself before she approached her. Excuse me. Mei Xiu tried to push her way to the young woman in the red dress, but alas, the crowd was too strong for her to do anything. Get out of my way. A clear voice suddenly resounded loudly. The place immediately turned silent, and a path quickly appeared in the crowd. A few moments later, the young woman in the seductive red clothes walked out of the crowd and stopped in front of Mei Xiu. A naturally bored face and someone who doesn't understand fun. You fit the description the young master gave me. Are you the young master's friend? Feng Yuxiang asked Mei Xiu. By young master, do you mean Yuan? Mei Xiu asked. Feng Yuxiang nodded and said, looks like I have found the right person. Come with me, I'll bring you to the eastern continent so you can meet with the young master. After meeting with Mei Xiu, Feng Yuxiang hugged Mei Xiu's waist and flew towards the heavens as she did with Yu Rou, and they proceeded to make their way towards the eastern continent. This is. Mei Xiu was shocked when Feng Yuxiang suddenly brought her into the air, and when she looked down, her body began trembling non-stop uncontrollably. Are you scared of heights? Feng Yuxiang asked Mei Xiu when she noticed her shaking. Mei Xiu was speechless. Since she has never flown in a plane or went to any tall places before, she was never aware of her acrophobia. In other words, she was scared of heights. Don't worry, I won't accidentally drop you or anything. You can close your eyes, too. Feng Yuxiang suggested this to her. Mei Xiu immediately closed her eyes, but the image of the distant ground still lingered inside her mind. By the way, if you don't mind me asking, what's your relationship with the young master? I know you're friends, but I want to know more about you and the young master. Feng Yuxiang suddenly asked her. A friend, huh? Is that what Yuan said? A slight smile appeared on Mei Xiu's face. You're not friends. Then what are you to him? I'm more of his caretaker, a servant so to speak, Mei Xiu said. Oh. You're his servant as well? Feng Yuxiang said in a surprised tone. I'm also the young master's servant. Mei Xiu opened her eyes again to look at Feng Yuxiang with wide eyes filled with surprise. How could someone like her be a servant? She looks like a powerful madam from an influential family more than anything. What's with that look? You don't believe me? Feng Yuxiang raised her eyebrows at Mei Xiu's doubtful gaze. Yuan. He called you a phoenix. Are you really a phoenix? Mei Xiu suddenly asked. That's right. I'm a phoenix, but I have my powers sealed right now so I cannot show you. Feng Yuxiang nodded. Is that so? The two of them became silent afterward, and it remained that way for a couple of minutes until Feng Yuxiang suddenly said, we'll take the teleportation device that's at the city of Liang, which is about 4 hours away. 4 hours? Mei Xiu was slightly surprised. How long do you think it'll take us to reach the eastern continent and meet up with Yuan? Do you think we'll make it before sunrise? While Mei Xiu didn't mind losing sleep for a single night, she couldn't neglect Yuan's breakfast no matter what. By sunrise, huh? It's definitely doable, but I don't know if you'll be able to handle the speed, since you're immortal. Feng Yuxiang said to her. I will be fine, said Meishio. If you say so. Feng Yuxiang nodded, and she immediately raised her flying speed, nearly doubling it. Meishio could feel her chest tightening from the speed increase. Even though Feng Yuxiang shielded Meishio from most of the wind pressure with her spiritual energy, it was still very powerful for a mortal who hasn't even started cultivating yet. Meanwhile, inside his own room, Yuan tried to activate his divine sense again. Monster cores don't affect my real-life cultivation when I consume them inside the game, but monster essences might be a different case. Hopefully, the dragon essence will finally enable me to use my divine sense in this world as well. With that in mind, Yuan took a deep breath and tried to activate his divine sense. Yuan could feel his spiritual energy reacting to his attempt, but in the end, he was still unable to activate his divine sense. I still can't activate my divine sense, however, there was a response at least. It shouldn't be long before I can actually use my divine sense. Maybe if I raise a couple more levels. Even though Yuan couldn't activate his divine sense yet, he was feeling more motivated and hopeful than ever. Thus, Yuan began cultivating. However, immediately after he began cultivating, Yuan noticed something different about his cultivation speed. It had suddenly increased again. While it isn't as explosive as his cultivation improvements in Cultivation Online, it was still a pretty big difference compared to the last time he'd cultivated, and his cultivation quickly moved towards 5th level Spirit Warrior. 2 hours have passed since Feng Yuxiang and Meishio met, and they just arrived at the city of Liyang, arriving 2 hours earlier than anticipated. Feng Yuxiang landed directly in front of the city's entrance, shocking the guards there. Seniors. Everybody there bowed to Feng Yuxiang when they landed, startling Meishio who knew nothing about cultivators and their culture. It was a new experience for her. How may we help you, esteemed seniors? The guards in front of them said before bowing to them again. We're here to use the teleportation device, said Feng Yuxiang. I understand. Please, follow us. The guard proceeded to lead Feng Yuxiang and Meishio into the city and towards the teleportation device. On the way, Meishio looked around the scenery and the people there with a somewhat intrigued gaze. Since she rarely leaves the house and only goes out to go to school with Ro, Meishio doesn't have much experience in the outside world. You're somewhat different from what the young master described. Feng Yuxiang suddenly said to her. Me? What did he say about me? Meishio asked her with a curious look. Feng Yuxiang smiled and said, the young master said it's hard for you to find entertainment in things, almost like you're always bored. I see. To Feng Yuxiang's surprise, a somewhat sweet smile appeared on Meishio's face. Sometime later, they arrived at the teleportation device. Where would you like to go, esteemed seniors? The guard guiding them asked. The Eastern Continent. Feng Yuxiang immediately responded. The Eastern Continent. That's a little bit far. A perplexed expression appeared on the guard's face. Seeing the guard's face, Feng Yuxiang continued, don't worry, we're not going to use the teleportation device for free. I'll pay for it. The guard's expression immediately relaxed after hearing Feng Yuxiang's words, and he quickly nodded, I understand. Please, follow me to the front. Excuse me. Coming through. The guard forcefully led Feng Yuxiang and Meishio through the crowd that was waiting in line for their turn at the teleportation device. This caused the people already in line to frown, especially since most of them were from somewhat big families, and this was a slap in the face to them since they had to stand in line like everybody else. Hey! What gives? How come they get to skip the line while the rest of us stand here? What's so special about them? Someone in the line suddenly shouted out loud in a frustrated voice, calling them out. That's right. Do you know who I am? I'll complain to the mayor. The guard quickly turned around and responded to that person in a sarcastic voice, well, if you have the ability to fly, I will also allow you to skip the line. How does that sound? Fly. The people there raised their eyebrows in a puzzled manner. Do you have a problem with us going first? Feng Yuxiang suddenly turned around and spoke, even releasing a little bit of her Spirit Grandmaster cultivation base. Spirit Grandmaster. The people there were immensely shocked by Feng Yuxiang's cultivation base. Just where on earth did this Spirit Grandmaster come from? And how come they don't recognize her? Please forgive us, Senior Grandmaster. The people there quickly lowered their heads and apologized to Feng Yuxiang. Feng Yuxiang didn't say anything else and continued to approach the teleportation device with Meishio following behind her. How overbearing. Meishio thought to herself, yet she found it somewhat admirable. A few moments later, they arrived in front of the teleportation device. Esteemed seniors, because the eastern continent is very far away, we can only teleport you to 3 places. Are you fine with that? The person managing the teleportation device asked them. Feng Yuxiang nodded and said, teleport us to the one closest to the Dragon Essence Temple. The Dragon Essence Temple, right? Give me a moment to look at the map. The worker proceeded to look at the large map that was pinned to a portable board nearby. It had the location of every city in the lower heavens with a teleportation device. That would be the Iron Lotus City, which is approximately 290,000 miles from our current location. As for the price, it will be 3,400,000 gold, esteemed seniors. 3,400,000 gold. Meishio was inwardly shocked when she heard the astronomical amount of gold needed to use the teleportation device. Yu had told her about the exchange rates for Cultivation Online gold and real-life money, and it was about 1 gold for every $7. In this case, 3,400,000 gold was worth at least $23,800,000. This amount of money is more than enough to feed an entire family luxuriously for their entire life, and they're going to spend all of it on transportation. Not even the richest family in their world would dare to spend so lavishly. Just how on earth did Yuan make someone like her into his servant? Meishio couldn't help but become curious. Here's 2,500 spirit stones. Keep the change. Feng Yuxiang handed a storage pouch to the worker in a nonchalant manner, acting as though she was only buying some cheap food. Thank you very much, esteemed senior. Please give me a moment to prepare the teleportation device for you. The worker accepted the storage pouch with excitement before counting the spirit stones inside. Once he confirmed the payment, the worker went to set the settings on the teleportation device so it would teleport them to their desired location. A few minutes later, the worker returned to them and said, the teleportation device is ready. Just let me know when and I'll activate it. Once activated, you have 60 seconds to enter the teleportation device before it loses power. Feng Yuxiang turned to look at Meishio and asked her, are you ready? Meishio nodded. Let's go then. The two of them stood before the teleportation device a few moments later, and once the worker activated the device, they walked into the portal. Meishio felt a little dizzy after entering the teleportation device and the feeling lingered for some time even after the teleportation was finished. Are you okay? Feng Yuxiang asked her. Yes. Just a little dizzy. I'm surprised you didn't throw up since mortals can't handle much spiritual energy, and you just walked through a portal created from a large amount of spiritual energy. Feng Yuxiang said to her. And she continued, you must have a strong soul strength. Makes me wonder why you're not a cultivator. You might have the talent for it. I have no reason to become a cultivator, Meishio said. After all, she only joined the game so she could help Yuan out. No reason. There are plenty of reasons for one to become a cultivator. Wealth, fame, status, power. Do you not have desires? Feng Yuxiang asked her. My desire. A certain thought appeared in her mind. I do have one, but becoming a cultivator won't help me realize that dream. It's impossible. Meishio shook her head. Impossible? Nothing is impossible in the cultivation world. At least this is what I learned after following the young master for a short time. Yuan. Meishio raised her eyebrows. Feng Yuxiang nodded and said, that's right. The young master is an incredible existence with a limitless future. I have only been with him for a few weeks and I can only imagine how strong he'll grow in the future. Anyways, we can continue this conversation later. Are you still dizzy? We won't make it to the Dragon Essence Temple by sunrise if we linger around for too long. Feng Yuxiang said to her. I am okay. We can continue. Meisho nodded. Okay. The two of them returned to the air shortly later, and Feng Yuxiang continued chatting with Meisho like they were already friends while they soared in the clouds. Perhaps it was due to their similar background as Yuan's servant, but Feng Yuxiang found Meisho to be an interesting individual who was very different from the average person. Splash! Right as the sun began rising at the horizon in the real world, a refreshing sensation surged from Yuan's body as he made a breakthrough and reached 5th level Spirit Warrior. After the breakthrough, Yuan stopped cultivating and tried to activate his divine sense again. A few moments later, he stopped and thought to himself, I still can't activate my divine sense, but I can feel its progress. Just a little more. Meanwhile, inside the game, Feng Yuxiang said to Meisho after flying for many hours without rest, I can see the Dragon Essence Temple. We've arrived. Meisho, who was just asleep, slowly opened her eyes to see the Dragon Essence Temple in the distance. This is a sect. It looks no different than a city, she mumbled. Most sects are a city itself, but unlike normal cities, only its disciples or approved guests are allowed inside. Furthermore, there are no businesses in sections. While there may be a few, it's all set up by the sect and not for profit. Feng Yuxiang explained to her. Anyways, it's sunrise. Let's get you to the young master's living quarters. Feng Yuxiang then silently flew towards the Dragon Essence Temple before landing in the backyard of Yuan's living quarters a few minutes later since she didn't have the keys to the house. Once they landed, Meisho said to Feng Yuxiang, thank you for bringing me here, Senior Feng. I have to leave now. Feng Yuxiang nodded, I was just doing my job. Anyways, you can call me Feng like the young master. Meisho logged off the game shortly later whilst Feng Yuxiang relaxed in the backyard to wait for Yuan to return. After logging off the game, Meisho removed the helmet from her head and sat on the bed with a somewhat dazed look on her face. Cultivation Online. What an experience. It really felt like I was living in another world just now. Meisho mumbled to herself, and she finally understood why the hype and popularity for this game existed, as it was completely justified. After sitting there for a few moments, Meisho stood up and went to prepare breakfast for Yuan, and to her surprise, she didn't feel any fatigue or sleepy like she'd expected after staying inside the game for the entire night. While the soup cooked, Meisho went to wash her face, brush her teeth, and prepare for school. Once breakfast was prepared, Meisho knocked on Yuan's room and said, it's time for breakfast. I'm awake. Yuan's voice resounded. Meisho opened the door and pushed the mini cart inside his room. I met with Feng last night, and she took me from the western continent to the eastern continent, even arriving at your living quarters right before I logged off, Meisho said as she fed Yuan breakfast. Oh. Already? That was quicker than I'd expected. How did it go? Did you enjoy it? Yuan asked her. After a moment of silence, Meisho said, yes, I enjoyed it. It was a unique and mythical experience. Meeting Feng, learning about cultivators and the cultivation world, using the teleportation device, and the most shocking experience of all, flying in the sky. As long as you had fun. I know you only intend on playing the game so you can help me sell items and gold, but you should really consider playing with me. We can travel the cultivation world and experience everything together. Meisho's eyes widened when she heard Yuan's unexpected words, which left her speechless for a good moment. What do you think, Meisho? You're always working, even as a child. In fact, I think we're very similar, in the sense that we're always working for the same place. If it weren't for my sudden condition, I'm pretty sure that I would still be working for the Yu family even right now. This may sound crazy, but I no longer see my condition as a curse. Perhaps it is even a blessing in disguise. Telling me to play with you. Is that a command? Meishio suddenly asked him. Of course not. It's a request, Meishio. If you don't want to play with me, that's fine. However, from your words just now, I could tell that you really enjoyed your time in Cultivation Online. If that's the case, you might as well continue playing. You might even find another purpose in life besides working as I did. Are you really fine with me being by your side in Cultivation Online as well? Meishio asked again, her voice sounding somewhat nervous. Why did you make it sound like I can't stand your presence? Even though we've always been near each other for almost our entire lives, I've never once had such thoughts, and we've never really played together before. This is a great opportunity to do so. But I don't really have the time. Meishio sighed. It's fine. We can play together whenever you're free or don't have school on the weekends. I also don't mind missing a meal once in a while so we can play more. Yuan said with a smile on his face. After a moment of silence, Meishio said, okay. I understand. I'll play with you. That's great. After breakfast, Meishio went to school with Yu-Ro whilst Yuan continued his training inside Cultivation Online. Oh, right. I should go meet with Feng Feng first since she's probably waiting for me. Right as Yuan thought about returning to his living quarters to meet up with Feng Yuxiang, a trail of flames could be seen traveling in the sky like a shooting star, flying toward Yuan's location. And for some reason, Yuan immediately recognized this flame. Feng Feng. A few moments later, Feng Yuxiang entered Yuan's body. I'm back, young master, she said to him afterward. Welcome back, Feng Feng. And thank you for your hard work. I'll let you drink some of my blood later. Yuan said to her. Really? Thank you, young master. Feng Yuxiang's excited voice quickly resounded, as it has been some time since she tasted his delicious blood. After Feng Yuxiang returned to his body, Yuan sat down on the soft ground and began his cultivation. The still atmosphere suddenly changed when Yuan started to absorb the spiritual energy in the air, and a small tornado appeared around him once again. Plus 8174 Qi. Plus 8412 Qi. Plus 8059 Qi. Feng Yuxiang was greatly shocked when she saw this, as she just returned and didn't know about the dragon essence. What's happening? Did the young master consume a treasure that increased his cultivation speed? Feng Yuxiang decided to ask Xiaohua using her spiritual sense. Brother Yuan absorbed a minor dragon essence, which gave him not only increased soul strength but also cultivation speed. I think. Xiaohua responded to her. What? Dragon essence? Soul strength. That's the rarest property one can obtain from essences. How lucky. Feng Yuxiang grew even more shocked after hearing this. Wait. Cultivation speed? I have never heard of essences giving such an effect before, she suddenly realized. You may not know this, but Brother Yuan not only has the ability to consume monster cores. He can even obtain their abilities after consuming them. Perhaps it also applies to essences. What? That's impose. Feng Yuxiang wanted to say that such a thing couldn't be possible, but after recalling Yuan's unfathomable talents and his legendary physique, she decided to not continue that sentence. After a moment of silence, Xiaohua suddenly spoke, Phoenix, you're a divine beast as well, right? Why don't you create some Phoenix essence for Brother Yuan? You make it sound like it's easy making essence. Feng Yuxiang responded in a sighing voice. I also have my powers sealed, so I cannot do that in a reasonable amount of time. Perhaps once the curse is lifted, I will be able to create some Phoenix essence for the young master, but in my current condition, that's impossible. Yuan cultivated in silence, not moving from that spot for 10 hours straight. At the end of the day, he'd obtained a little over 300 million Qi. In just 2 days, Yuan had managed to accumulate around 500 million Qi, which is enough chi for someone at first-level spirit apprentice to enter fourth-level spirit warrior. After he stopped cultivating, Yuan logged off the game to wait for Meishio to return from school. Sometime later, Meishio returned home, cooked dinner, and began feeding Yuan. "Yuan, can I ask you why you decided to use this name?" Meishio suddenly asked him. After a moment of silence, Yuan said, "That was my name before I was adopted." Eh? Meishio's eyes widened slightly from surprise. Now that she thought about it, she didn't know anything about Yuan's life before he was adopted into the Yu family. "As you already know, I was adopted into the Yu family when I was just 3 years old. Yuro was still a baby at that time, so she doesn't know about it. I don't know my real parents, and when I was in the orphanage, everyone would call me Yuan." "I see. Do you know why I was adopted into the Yu family in the first place?" Yuan suddenly asked her. "I do not," Meishio said. Someone had posted to the internet a video of a 3-year-old playing a piano, which immediately became an internet sensation. Of course, that kid was me, and when the Yu family saw that video, they decided to adopt me and train me so I can play for the family. At least that's why I think I was adopted. Otherwise, I cannot imagine the Yu family adopting me for any other reason." Meishio was speechless after learning this for the first time. So the Yu family adopted Yuan merely for his musical talents? Of course, this made sense and wasn't too shocking considering how the Yu family treated him after Yuan could no longer play the instruments. "I'm sorry." Meishio suddenly apologized to him. "Why are you apologizing to me? You're not the one at fault here." Yuan chuckled. "I know, but I am also part of the Yu family." Meishio sighed. Once dinner was finished, Meishio went to do her necessities before going to sleep. "Even though I missed sleep last night, I didn't feel tired or sleepy at all during school today. How weird." Meishio thought to herself. Although she was trained to do her job even with very little to no sleep, it was odd for her to feel no fatigue despite lacking sleep. The following day, Yuan returned to Cultivation Online and proceeded to spend another 10 hours cultivating, bringing the total of chi absorbed to 800 million. "I am still about 2 billion chi away from Spirit Master. I might not make it to Spirit Master before the Mystic Realm even with my increased cultivation speed," Yuan thought to himself. 3 days later, Yuan absorbed another 900 million chi, accumulated 1.7 billion chi. Meanwhile, at Carp leaping over Dragon's Gate Tower, the gamble between Long Yijuan and the other sect master has finally come to an end. Long Yijuan exploded with laughter as the last disciple walked out of the tower with a defeated look on his face, the results obvious. "Looks like none of your disciples were able to defeat all 100 floors. I win this bet. Now, hand over your treasures," Long Yijuan said to the fuming sect masters with a wide smug on his face. "This isn't the end, Sect Master Long. We'll be back after the Mystic Realm." The sect masters there said to him as they reluctantly retrieved their divine-grade treasures and handed them to Long Yijuan in front of the spectators, shocking them greatly. Heavens! I thought this entire event was just for show. To think there was so much on the line. The disciples watched with salivating mouths as Long Yijuan held 4 divine-grade treasures at once. "We're leaving." The other sect masters didn't dare to stay any longer and said to their disciples, "You're leaving already? Don't you want to stay behind a little longer? Perhaps we can sit down for a drink or something." Long Yijuan said to them in a sarcastic voice. "Humph." The sect masters pretended they couldn't hear him and disappeared from the Dragon Essence Temple without looking back. After the sect masters and their disciples left, Long Yijuan returned to his headquarters with the other high-ranking sect elders. What a bunch of idiots. They really thought they were going to defeat the tower. Long Yijuan laughed merrily as he looked at the 4 divine-grade treasures in his grasp. "Sect Master, what should we do now? While it's great that we've obtained these divine-grade treasures, I highly doubt the other sects will just let us keep them." Elder Xian suddenly asked. And he continued, "They'll definitely come back for them." Long Yijuan stopped laughing after hearing Elder Xian's words and nodded with a serious look on his face. I am well aware of that. We also have no need for these divine-grade treasures, so I intend on selling it back to them. How much do you intend on selling it for? Elder Bai suddenly asked. Long Yijuan showed a malicious grin and said, the full price, of course. The sect elders were startled, but they were not shocked by Long Yijuan's response. A divine-grade treasure is not something one can just buy even if they have enough money, at least not in the lower heavens where it's extremely scarce, especially when they are powerful treasures that have been passed down for generations. If the Dragon Essence Temple had lost their dragon-slaying saber, despite their wealth, they would have needed to sacrifice a few decades of resources at the very least to purchase it back from the other sections. That's how ridiculously priceless these divine-grade treasures were. However, unless the other sects are willing to wage war against the Dragon Essence Temple to get their treasures back, they could only grit their teeth and pay the Dragon Essence Temple every coin for their treasures back. By the way, how's disciple Yuan? Is he currently training at Dragon's Peak? Long Yijuan suddenly asked Elder Xian. Yes, I took him there the same day you asked me. However, disciple Fei is currently in closed cultivation, so she will have to enter the Dragon's Peak at another time, said Elder Xian. Long Yijuan nodded and said, that's fine. With the mystic realm right around the corner, the most important thing right now is making sure disciple Yuan is prepared. Although we don't know what will happen in the mystic realm this year, it's definitely not going to be easy even with disciple Yuan assisting us. Therefore, we need to make sure he has everything he needs. By the way, Sect Master, it appears that there are many people looking for disciple Yuan. It's also why we've been bombarded with visitors lately. Apparently, they are here for disciple Yuan, and disciple Yuan doesn't want to be found by them, at least that's what I think. What? Who are these people looking for disciple Yuan? And what do they want from him? Long Yijuan immediately frowned. We only know that these people are mostly rogue cultivators without any backgrounds. The sect elders have questioned a few of them, and these rogue cultivators all say the same thing. I just want to speak with Player Yuan, said Elder Xian. Player Yuan. Is that disciple Yuan's title or something? Long Yijuan raised his eyebrows in a puzzled manner. And then he said, anyways, regardless of their reason, if disciple Yuan doesn't want to be bothered by these people, we will assist him. Tighten up the security. Nobody is allowed near the sect unless authorized by me from now on. If they dare get close, beat them up. Hearing Long Yijuan's command, the sect elders responded, yes, Sect Master. One more thing, Sect Master. This is regarding the last 2 spots for the mystic realm. Elder Shan said a moment later, and she continued, do we have any names yet? I was just about to bring this topic up. Long Yijuan nodded. Does anyone here have any recommendations? I've been too focused on disciple Yuan and haven't paid much attention to the other core disciples. Well. Besides disciple Yuan, I can only think of 2 disciples who qualify for the mystic realm. Elder Bai said. So you're also thinking about those 2, huh? Long Yijuan mumbled. He then looked around and asked, do any of you have objections to letting those 2 disciples participate in the mystic realm with disciple Yuan? Elder Shan then asked, just to be clear, these 2 disciples are. It's Gao Dongya and Xue Jie, said Long Yijuan. Gao Dongya is the current leader on the core disciples power ranking. He only became a core disciple 3 years ago and immediately shot up the rankings within months, reaching first place in less than a year of becoming a core disciple, and he has been in that position since then like an immovable mountain. As for Xue Jie, while she is only ranked 13th in the leaderboards, she only recently became a core disciple half a year ago. In terms of talents and potential, she was on par with Gao Dongya. When should we make the announcement? Elder Xian then asked. Tomorrow. Long Yijuan immediately responded. The sect elders there nodded their heads. Meanwhile, in the real world, after dinner, Yuan said to Meishio, the mystic realm is coming up and I am very close to making a breakthrough, so I will stay in the game tonight to cultivate. Okay. Mei Xiu agreed without any complaints. Thus, Yuan went back into the game sometime later, and he proceeded to spend the entire night cultivating. While increasing his cultivation in the real world is important, he also didn't want to disappoint those who were counting on him for the mystic realm. Plus 80-19 Qi. Plus 81-32 Qi. Plus 82-52 Qi. After spending the entire night cultivating, Yuan gained another 250 million Qi, moving towards Spirit Master at a rapid rate. I have only about 1 billion Qi left. If I continue to cultivate at this pace for 2 more days, I should be able to break through to Spirit Master. Yuan thought to himself as he logged off at sunrise for breakfast before returning to the game for another day of cultivation. Early in the morning shortly after sunrise, Long Yijuan summoned all of the core disciples within the Dragon Essence Temple. Once they received this summoning, regardless of what they were doing, even if they were in closed cultivation at the Immortal Caves, the core disciples gathered at the location of the gathering within an hour. I was wondering when they'll announce this year's participants for the Mystic Realm. Right? They usually announce it a month before the Mystic Realm, but this year they waited until the very last minute. The core disciples there mumbled to each other while they waited for Long Yijuan to show up. I was getting worried that they might have forgotten about it for a second. Forget about the Mystic Realm that will determine a sex ranking? Nobody would forget such an important event. Who do you think will get the spots for the Mystic Realm? I think we all know who'll be occupying the first and second spot. It'll probably be Gao Dongya and Xue Jie, right? Probably. You mean most likely? Out of all of us, they're the most prominent in terms of potential. The only question is who'll get the third spot. What about Liang Qichao? He's always mentioned when one talks about Gao Dongya and Xue Jie. It's possible, but who knows, really? Everyone here has a chance to obtain that third spot. While the core disciples there made their guesses on who'll occupy the third spot, Fei Yuyan stood at the back of the crowd like a bystander with a nonchalant look on her face. Even though he's not a core disciple, it's already obvious that they'll pick him for the third spot. The image of Yuan's handsome face appeared in Fei Yuyan's head as she thought about him. Suddenly, someone tapped her on the shoulder, causing her to turn around. What do you want? Fei Yuyan immediately frowned after seeing Xian Wuhan standing behind her with an innocent-looking smile on her face. Who do you think will get the third spot for the Mystic Realm? Xian Wuhan suddenly asked her. Fei Yuyan silently looked at her for a moment before speaking. You should already know the answer to that question. Are you making fun of me? You're no fun at all. Xian Wuhan shrugged, and then she continued, are you disappointed? Why would I be? I never hoped to be picked for the Mystic Realm in the first place. Fei Yuyan said. HAA. Xian Wuhan sighed and said, sometimes I wonder why you're even in the Dragon Essence Temple. You would fit more with the Heavenly Melody Academy instead. Fei Yuyan remained silent at her remarks. A few moments later, someone there suddenly said, look. It's Gao Dongya. He's managed to break through to the 7th level of the Spirit Warrior realm during his closed cultivation. Heavens! Another breakthrough? When was his last breakthrough? 4 months ago. I swear, it feels like he's always one level higher every time I see him. At this rate, he'll reach Spirit Master before he turns 30. What monstrous talents! A handsome young man with long black hair, eyes, and wearing a black disciple uniform could be seen slowly walking towards the disciples with a nonchalant look on his face, causing the disciples there to swallow nervously when they were met by his gaze. Once Gao Dongya arrived at the gathering area, the place grew significantly quieter. Though, a couple of female disciples there approached him and began trying to start a conversation with him. Senior Brother Gao, congratulations on getting a spot. Although it hasn't been announced yet, we're confident that you'll definitely be picked. Congratulations on your breakthrough, Senior Brother Gao. We should have a celebration or something at my living quarters later. The other core disciples acted as though they couldn't hear their obvious flirting, as it was a common sight for the top disciples to have admirers. Che! What a bunch of sluts. Just wait until they learn about Yuan. I won't be surprised even if they removed their clothes on the spot for him. Don't you think so, disciple Fei? Xian Wuhan asked her in a low voice. Fei Yuyan looked at Xian Wuhan with disbelief on her face, but she managed to resist herself from responding to that claim in the end. A few minutes later, the disciples began talking again as a pretty young lady approached the crowd. Looks like Xue Jie also experienced a breakthrough. Third-level spirit warrior at 20 years old. Her talents are definitely on par with Gao Dongya if not slightly behind. And just like how the female disciples surrounded Gao Dongya, some of the male disciples there approached Xue Jie and began trying to strike a conversation with her. Congratulations on your breakthrough, Fairy Xue. Just a glance and I can already tell that you've become prettier. Fairy Xue, how about we have breakfast at the Dragon Pavilion after this gathering? It'll be my treat. Sometime later, Long Yijuan and a few of the higher-ranking sect elders such as Elder Xian and Elder Shan arrived at the gathering area. Greetings, Sect Master. Greetings, Grand Elders. Every disciple there lowered their heads and greeted them the moment they got close enough. After standing still, Long Yijuan spoke in a loud voice, I'm sure you all know why I gathered all of you here today. The mystic realm is in 4 days, and we will be announcing the disciples that were chosen to represent the Dragon Essence Temple and participate in the mystic realm right now. Long Yijuan cleared his throat before going straight into the subject without any speeches like usual. The disciples that will be participating in the mystic realm will be disciple Gao Dongya and disciple Xue Jie. The core disciples didn't react much to the announcement since they had already expected this result, and they all patiently waited for the third name. However, to the disciples' surprise, Long Yijuan said in a calm voice, that's all. What? The disciples' eyes widened with shock and disbelief. What about the third spot? There should be 3 disciples in total participating in the mystic realm. Where's the third name? What happened to the third spot? Sect Master. That's only 2 names. What happened to the third spot? I thought we were given 3 spots for the mystic realm. One of the disciples there decided to ask him. Long Yijuan turned to look at the disciple who just spoke and responded in a calm voice, indeed, the Dragon Essence Temple has been given 3 spots, and there will be 3 disciples participating in the mystic realm. However, I won't be naming the third disciple for now. Long Yijuan's words dumbfounded the disciples. He won't be naming the third disciple. Is it because they haven't decided on the third person yet, or do they want to keep this individual hidden for some reason? Gao Dongya narrowed his eyes with an uncertain expression on his face. Meanwhile, Xue Jie raised her eyebrows and thought to herself, the sect master is clearly trying to hide this individual. But why? After pondering for a moment, the image of 2 glowing golden eyes behind a black jade mask appeared in her thoughts, causing her body to tremble. It couldn't be. Xue Jie cried inwardly after recalling the cultivation prodigy who'd managed to comprehend 100% of the Tablet of Comprehension when she participated as an observer. While the Dragon Essence Temple has never sent a disciple that wasn't a core disciple to the mystic realm, there were no rules stating that it must be a core disciple. It's possible. That masked person might take the third spot. Xue Jie thought to herself. However, she hasn't heard of this person ever since the disciple examination ended. What happened to that person, anyway? Did he join the sect? Or did he leave? Xue Jie wondered to herself, feeling the desire to meet with this cultivation genius once again. Sometime later, another disciple raised his hands and asked, Sect Master, does that mean you've already picked a disciple for the third spot, or you're still thinking? The disciples there swallowed nervously after hearing that question, as they also had the same question in their mind. Long Yijuan quickly responded, the third spot is already occupied by a disciple. If that's the case, why can't you tell us who this disciple is? While we have no complaints about disciple Gao and disciple Xue participating in the mystic realm since they definitely qualify more than us, we cannot say the same for this third disciple, said a disciple. And he continued, and if I'm correct, we're allowed to challenge the sect's decision if we, the core disciples, believe that someone isn't qualified to participate in the mystic realm, as that's how it's always been. Indeed, you may challenge the sect's decision. However, that only applies when the disciple in question is questionable. In this case, it is without a doubt that this disciple qualifies for the mystic realm. Long Yijuan said in a confident voice. The disciples exchanged puzzled glances with each other. Just who is this disciple that has so much support and confidence from the sect master? Hell, even the sect elders there showed no signs of doubt, clearly showing their support for the sect master. Seeing the doubtful atmosphere, Long Yijuan suddenly smiled and said, "How about this? I am willing to bet my position as sect master of this sect that this disciple will, without a doubt, bring the Dragon Essence Temple to at least rank 3 at the mystic realm. If we achieve any less, I will resign from my position." What? Not just the disciples but even the sect elders there were greatly baffled by Long Yijuan's announcement. Sect master. That's a little. Elder Xian said to him in a nervous voice. While he also believes that Yuan would achieve a high rank in the mystic realm, nothing in this world is certain, especially when it comes to the mystic realm. Sect master, you don't have to do that. We won't doubt your decision any longer, so please, take back that statement. The disciples said to him in a panicked manner, as they couldn't have expected such a turn of events. However, Long Yijuan remained resolute and said, "This is not about your trust in me, but my trust in this disciple and my own judgment. If my judgment turns out to be wrong and it costs the Dragon Essence Temple the mystic realm, I don't deserve to be the sect master." That's all. The place quickly turned dead silent as nobody there could find any words to say to Long Yijuan, who was clearly very adamant about keeping to his words. Does anyone here have anything else to say before I let you all go? Long Yijuan asked them after a moment of silence. The disciples remained silent, as their only question could not be answered at this moment. Then everybody but Gao Dongya and Xue Jie may leave. Long Yijuan said to them a few moments later. Once all of the disciples beside the 2 mystic realm participants left, Long Yijuan said to them, "Follow me." Gao Dongya and Xue Jie nodded their heads before following Long Yijuan back to the sect master's headquarters, where Long Yijuan proceeded to give them more details about the mystic realm. As you already know, the mystic realm is a month-long event where disciples from their respective sect must work together to obtain points by accomplishing feats within the mystic realm. Of course, this means that the sects with more slots have the advantage since they have more hands helping each other. But don't worry, I am confident that even with 3 people, we'll do fine. Teamwork is a must in the mystic realm, and I want the 2 of you to get used to each other over the next 4 days. Hearing Long Yijuan's words, Gao Dongyu spoke in a calm voice, "If that's the case, wouldn't it be better if all 3 participants are here? How can we strengthen our relationships with each other if one of us is missing?" Long Yijuan then said, "He's currently cultivating at Dragon's Peak right now, so that's impossible. However, once he's done, I will definitely let you guys meet." He's training at Dragon's Peak. Both Gao Dongya and Xue Jie were surprised by this, since even core disciples such as them would need to go through a lot of trouble before they're allowed to cultivate there. Anyways, let's continue. Long Yijuan said, and he proceeded to speak more about the mystic realm to the 2 disciples. Meanwhile, at Dragon's Peak, Yuan suddenly stopped cultivating and stood up before shouting, "Oh no! I totally forgot about the lecture for the inner court disciple." Lecture? Feng Yuxiang asked him. "It was supposed to happen after the inner court disciple examination, but I'd forgotten about it because of the dragon essence. What a blunder. I hope my absence didn't cause any inconvenience." He sighed. "It's just a lecture, young master. You should be more worried about the mystic realm than some introduction class." Feng Yuxiang said. "Oh, right. Speaking of the mystic realm, do you know anything about this place, Xiaohua, Feng? Yuan asked after sitting down again. "No, Xiaohua doesn't know anything about the mystic realm," Xiaohua said, surprising Yuan since she's usually the most knowledgeable. "I know about it." Feng Yuxiang's voice quickly resounded, and she continued, it's a very large event in the lower heavens that only occurs once every 10 years. It's an event where only the most powerful sects in the lower heavens can participate, and the results will determine the sect's rank for the next decade, so it's very important to these elite sects that care so much about their position. As for the participants in question, if you perform well and catch the attention of the judges, there's a very small chance that you'll be given a chance to become a disciple at one of the sects that exist in the upper heaven, spirit heaven. Wait a second. Does this mean the judges for this mystic realm are people from the upper heavens? Yuan asked. That's right. The mystic realm is organized by 7 different sects from the upper heavens. It's a tradition that has existed since ancient times. Feng Yuxiang said. I see. Anything else? Let's talk about the mystic realm itself. From what I heard, the mystic realm is actually a world of its own, meaning it doesn't belong to any of the heavens, said Feng Yuxiang. Anyways, while I haven't been to the mystic realm myself, I have heard plenty of stories about it. Inside the mystic realm, your cultivation base is wiped, so it's almost like you're starting from scratch in a sense. Inside the mystic realm, you can earn points by increasing your cultivation level or defeating magical beasts, and you can even earn points by helping people. Almost everything you do is judged. I see. Yuan mumbled. Therefore, even if the young master reaches Spirit Master, it won't matter once you're inside the mystic realm. I know, but I still want to reach Spirit Master since I am so close to it. Once I reach Spirit Master, I'll probably take a break from cultivating like this since I don't like spending most of my time sitting still like this. Yuan sighed. Young Master, how close are you to your breakthrough? Feng Yuxiang suddenly asked him, and she continued, I have a monster core at the 6th level spirit warrior with me if you want to consume it. Really? But I don't want to accept something so precious from you without giving you anything in return, even if you're my servant. Yuan said to her. How about the young master donates more blood to me in return for the monster core? Feng Yuxiang said. Are you sure? I'll be giving you my blood regardless if you give me the monster core or not. I'm sure, young master. In fact, my body is craving for your blood even as we speak, and I am trying my best to hold it in. If giving you this monster core will allow me to drink your blood even a day sooner, I would not hesitate. After thinking about it for a moment, Yuan nodded his head and said, okay. I'll exchange my blood for your monster core. After all, he was already getting tired of sitting still after just a few days of cultivation, and he hated remaining in one spot for long periods of time since it reminded him of the real world. Great! Feng Yuxiang appeared from his body after Yuan agreed to accept the monster core, and she retrieved a monster core from her spatial ring. This is a monster core. Yuan raised his eyebrows at the glowing monster core that looked somewhat different from the monster cores he had eaten, as it had this fiery appearance. Did you forget who I was before I became your servant already, young master? I am the owner of one of the most prestigious shops in the Golden Phoenix Bazaar. I have no need for normal treasures, and monster cores are no different. Feng Yuxiang said. And she continued, this monster core belongs to a rainbow koi, an incredibly rare magical beast that can only be found in one place within the lower heavens, the frozen cave, one of the very few danger zones in this world. Rainbow kois are spirit warriors at birth, and they grow incredibly fast. However, they don't really have much combat prowess, if any at all, and they die naturally once they reach Spirit Master, so they have a short lifespan, and if they die naturally, it won't drop its monster core. This is why rainbow koi monster cores are considered a priceless treasure and are sought after by many. Furthermore, people who absorb them have a very small chance to obtain a special power that allows them to control fire, and it gives more spiritual energy than normal monster cores at its level. Feng Yuxiang explained to him. Controlling fire? From a fish? How does that work? Yuan raised his eyebrows. Well, one can control fire using their spiritual energy, but those with this power can control fire without needing spiritual energy, saving them a lot of energy. Furthermore, the monster core enhances one's ability towards fire techniques, so most people looking for them are all practitioners who use techniques related to fire, such as alchemy masters. I see. What a unique monster core. It's definitely different from what I've consumed in the past. Yuan mumbled as he accepted the monster core from Feng Yuxiang. While it might not help you break through to Spirit Master, it should close that distance by a lot. Feng Yuxiang said to Yuan as she handed him the fiery-looking monster core that looked as though there were living flames trapped inside. Wow! It's warm. Yuan mumbled after feeling the heat the monster core was emitting on his palms. After taking a deep breath, Yuan popped the rainbow koi's monster core into his mouth, and unlike normal monster cores that only had a sweet taste, the rainbow koi's monster core actually tasted somewhat spicy after the sweetness. Heaven refining physique activated. 1,325,888,196 chi has been refined from the rainbow koi's monster core. 19,691,520,000 out of 19,691,520,000. You have absorbed enough chi for a breakthrough. Because your chi experience is already full, you will not be able to receive any more chi until you reach the next realm. You have met the requirements for a breakthrough. You have reached first level Spirit Master. Plus 10,000 stats. Your advanced senses has developed into superior senses. Superior senses. Rank, Earth. Description, greatly enhances the functions of all available senses permanently. Requires no activation. Heaven refining physique activated. The physique suddenly activated again. You have gained novice fire control, weak fire enhancement, and weak fire resistance from consuming the rainbow koi's monster core. Novice fire control. Description, allows you to control fire elements without using spiritual energy. Weak fire enhancement. Description, enhances all fire technique strength by 50%. No activation required. Weak fire resistance. Description, slightly increases your fire resistance. No activation required. Oh, I had a breakthrough. I'm now a Spirit Master. Yuan looked at his hands with a slightly dazed look on his face, feeling his body overwhelming with energy and strength. What? Feng Yuxiang stared at Yuan with a gawking look on her face, as she didn't expect him to suddenly break through, much less a breakthrough without any enlightenment. Not even in her wildest dream could she have imagined that Yuan would reach Spirit Master without needing any enlightenment. This kind of talent was simply too terrifying. It shouldn't exist if she has to be honest. So Brother Yuan didn't need enlightenment to reach Spirit Master either, huh? Just where is Brother Yuan's limit if he even has one? Xiao Hua's defeated voice suddenly resounded, sounding like she was already used to it. What do you mean by that? Feng Yuxiang asked her. Brother Yuan also entered Spirit Warrior without any enlightenment, it was just like any other normal breakthrough for him. Xiao Hua said. Unbelievable. Feng Yuxiang mumbled in a dazed voice, and she continued, just what is your body made of, young master? Even if you ask me that, how am I supposed to answer that kind of question? Yuan responded with a bittersweet smile on his face. The most logical explanation would be the game system that's allowing him to break through without needing any enlightenment. Another reason that could be causing this would be his unknown bloodline. Yuan summoned his status and looked at it. Cultivation, first level Spirit Master. Legacy, none. Bloodline, none. Physique, Heaven refining physique. Physical strength, 39734. Mental strength, 39975. Soul strength, 51410. Physical defense, 39710. Mental defense, 40821. Chi experience, unknown. Huh. Why does my chi experience have so many question marks? Is the number so big that even the game is having trouble calculating it? Yuan wondered to himself after seeing it. How will he see how much qi he needs for the next level now? Sometime later, Yuan said, anyways, now that I am a spirit master, I no longer need to continue cultivating, so I'll just leave this place and find something else to do until the mystic realm. Young master, what about the fire controlling skill? Did you manage to obtain it after consuming the monster core? Feng Yuxiang suddenly asked him. Yuan nodded and said, yes, I got it. Feng Yuxiang didn't show much of a reaction after learning that Yuan had managed to overcome the small chance and obtain the ability to control fire without using his spiritual energy, mostly because she was still numb from her previous shock. I'm going to tell Elder Xian that I'm done here, Yuan said before retrieving the communication jade slip and calling Elder Xian. What's the matter, disciple Yuan? Elder Xian picked up a couple of moments later than usual. Senior Xian, I just had a breakthrough and reached Spirit Master. What should I do now? Yuan asked him. However, Elder Xian did not respond even a good minute later, making Yuan wonder if Elder Xian was still there. Elder Xian? Did you hear me? Huh? What did you just say? I'm sorry, but I don't think I heard you correctly just now. Did you say that you'd reached Spirit Master? Elder Xian finally responded, his voice filled with disbelief. Yes, that's right. I've just reached Spirit Master. Yuan repeated. After another moment of silence, Elder Xian spoke loudly, but he wasn't talking to Yuan. Sect Master. He did it. He reached Spirit Master. What? Is that true? Long Yijuan's shocked voice, which was also filled with excitement, quickly responded. Yes. I am speaking to him right now. Elder Xian said. Haha, this is great. Bring him here. Long Yijuan then said. Yes, Sect Master. Elder Xian said before returning to Yuan, stay right there. I'll be there in a few to pick you up. The Sect Master would like to speak with you. Okay, Yuan said before closing the connection. Meanwhile, at the Sect Master's headquarters, after Elder Xian left the place, Long Yijuan looked at Gao Dongya and Xue Jie and said to them with a smile on his face, looks like you'll meet him sooner than expected. Gao Dongya swallowed nervously. I heard them talking about reaching Spirit Master. Don't tell me. He wondered inwardly. Meanwhile, Xue Jie had another thought in her mind, is it him? Could it really be him? That genius during the disciple examination. A few minutes after he spoke with Elder Xian through the communication jade slip, Yuan could see a cloud in the distance approaching his location. A few more moments later, this cloud landed in front of Yuan with Elder Xian standing on top of it. First and foremost, allow me to congratulate you on your breakthrough, disciple Yuan. You don't see an 18-year-old spirit master every day if ever. Elder Xian said with a warm smile on his face, looking like a grandfather watching his grandchildren grow up. Thank you, Elder Xian, Yuan said. Come with me. I will take you to the Sect Master where you'll meet the other two disciples that will be participating in the mystic realm with you. Yuan nodded and stepped onto the flying treasure before they soared to the Sect Master's headquarters. They landed a few minutes later, and they walked into the building. It's really you. I knew it. Xue Jie shouted in a surprised voice the moment she saw Yuan's black jade mask, even pointing at him with a trembling finger. Yuan turned to look at Xue Jie, and he mumbled, oh, you're the girl who accidentally leaked herself during. Hey! Why are you bringing that up? Xue Jie quickly interrupted him in a panicked manner, and she continued with a flushed face, and that was entirely your fault. If you hadn't looked at me with those eyes, none of that would have happened. Oh, right. The two of you have already met. Elder Xian remembered that Xue Jie was the one watching over Yuan during the Tablet of Comprehension exam. Disciple Yuan, congratulations on reaching Spirit Master so quickly. Once again, you have exceeded my expectations. Long Yijuan suddenly said to him, shocking Gao Dongya and Xue Jie who only noticed his immense aura after the mention. Heavens! How long has it been since I last saw him when he was only at the 5th level of Spirit Warrior? Xue Jie cried inwardly after seeing Yuan's overwhelming growth. Meanwhile, Gao Dongya stood in the background with an unreadable expression on his face. Come over here, disciple Yuan, so I can introduce you to these two who will be participating in the mystic realm with you. Long Yijuan said. Yuan nodded his head and went to stand beside Long Yijuan, who patted his shoulders and said, This is disciple Yuan, a disciple who recently joined the Dragon Essence Temple. And before you question his qualifications, allow me to tell you some of his achievements. Long Yijuan cleared his throat before speaking in a manner that sounded like he was bragging about his own son in public. Disciple Yuan has not only managed to take 100 steps during the third test at the Silver Pond, but he'd also managed to achieve 100% comprehension at the final exam with the Tablet of Comprehension. What? 100 steps in the Silver Pond? Xue Jie exclaimed. However, Long Yijuan wasn't finished, and he continued in an even prouder-sounding voice, That's not all. Do you remember what happened recently at the carp leaping over Dragon's Gate Tower? Impossible. You don't mean he's... Gao Dongya couldn't help but open his mouth after hearing this obvious hint. That's right. Disciple Yuan was the one who cleared all 100 floors, becoming the first person in the sect's history to achieve such a feat. Gao Dongya and Xue Jie swallowed nervously upon hearing this, and they recall the rumors that had been spreading around the sect regarding the challenge on the 100th floor. They slowly turned to look at Yuan and his clear eyes that glistened brightly behind his black mask. Now introduce yourselves. Long Yijuan asked the two disciples. Xue Jie nodded and went first. Even though we have already met before, allow me to introduce myself again. I am Xue Jie, currently 20 years old, and I specialize in dagger techniques. Oh. Yuan raised his eyebrows after learning that Xue Jie also uses daggers, taking him by surprise. After Xue Jie's introduction, the handsome young man standing beside her said in a calm voice, Gao Dongya, 25 years old, and I'm a swordmaster. Now that you know each other, I want you three to familiarize yourselves with each other before the mystic realm, as you are required to work in a team inside. Long Yijuan said to them. And then he continued, Do any of you have any questions for me? Yuan quickly raised his hands and spoke, When is the mystic realm? Long Yijuan quickly replied, The mystic realm will happen in 4 days, but we will leave the sect 2 days before that since the place is very far from our current location, so you all have 2 days to prepare yourselves. Of course, since the mystic realm doesn't allow you to bring any treasures with you inside, you shouldn't need any luggage. To begin with, he continued. I would tell you more about the mystic realm, but there have been rumors about the mystic realm being somewhat different from the previous years, that something big has happened in the upper heavens, so I can only tell you what the previous mystic realms have been like. Thus, Long Yijuan proceeded to tell them about the experiences the previous disciples had experienced inside the mystic realm. By the time Long Yijuan was finished, many hours had passed with half of the day already done. Anyways, this is all I know about the mystic realm. It may or may not be helpful information. Long Yijuan said to them, and he continued, I will contact you again in 2 days when we leave or when I need you again. Sometime later, Yuan and the other two disciples left the sect master's headquarters. Hey, how about we go eat something at the Dragon Pavilion? My treat. Xue Jie suddenly said shortly after they left, her gaze directly on Yuan as she spoke, almost like there was a deeper meaning behind her words. I'll pass. Gao Dongya didn't hesitate to refuse before walking away. What an unfriendly fellow, even though the sect master just told us to connect with each other. Oh well, at least I won't be using more contribution points. Xue Jie said as she watched Gao Dongya walk away. A few seconds later, Xue Jie returned to Yuan and asked him again, What about you? Want to come? Yuan nodded his head, I will go with you. There was no way he'd refuse food, especially if it was free. Of course, he also wanted to know a little bit more about the disciples that will be participating in the mystic realm with him. Great. Then let's go. Xue Jie began walking shortly later, and she thought to herself, unless he plans on eating with that mask on, I will finally be able to see the face behind that mask. The two of them arrived at the Dragon Pavilion sometime later, and they were taken to the best seat in the place. Once they were seated, Shuejiya said, "Go ahead. Order whatever you want. I'll pay for it." Yuan nodded his head and proceeded to pick every item on the menu, shocking the waitress there and Shuejiya, who stared at him with wide eyes. Despite being a core disciple and unlike Fei Yuyan, Shuejiya did not have many contribution points to spare since she would use them to exchange for treasures to power up, and she didn't expect Yuan to order that much food, putting her in a difficult spot. Can you really eat all of that? Or are you just messing with me?" Shuejiya asked him after the waitress went away to get the order. "Why would I mess with you? Of course, I can eat all of them. Why else would I order them?" Yuan quickly responded. Shuejiya was left speechless by his serious voice. After a moment of silence, she said, changing the topics, "Anyways, how long has it been since you joined the sect?" "A month." Yuan nodded and said, "About. What have you been doing since then?" "Well, besides challenging the carp leaping over Dragon's Gate Tower and becoming the first person to have cleared all 100 floors. Yuan had to think a little before he responded. And after thinking for a minute, Yuan realized that he didn't really do much in the sect besides the zither competition and participating in a match. "Well, I participated in a music competition and I fought another disciple on the stage," he finally said. "You fought another disciple? Who would dare to fight you?" Shuejiya seemed more surprised that anyone would fight a genius like him than anything. "Someone named Wu Laohu, I think." "Wu Laohu? Never heard of him." Shuejiya shrugged. As a core disciple, they usually don't pay attention to matters outside of the inner court, so while Wu Laohu was quite famous within the outer court, he was essentially a nobody in the inner court. Sometime later, the waitress returned with the food. "Well, go on. I'd like to see you eat all of them," Shuejiya said to him, anticipating to see Yuan remove his mask. Yuan nodded, and as Shuejiya had expected, he removed his black jade mask so he could eat properly. "So young." Shuejiya's jaw dropped upon seeing Yuan's young and handsome face. "How old are you again?" "Me? I'm 18 years old." Yuan casually responded. 18. Shuejiya cannot imagine being 18 years old and a spirit master at the same time. What kind of talent would that take? If only Shuejiya knew that Yuan had only started cultivating recently. Who knows how she, or anyone in this world would react if they knew. While Shuejiya stared at him silently, Yuan went to eat his food before it turned cold, quickly consuming everything on the table. Did my capacity increase after becoming a spirit master? Yuan wondered inwardly after realizing that he was not full despite eating so much food that would normally give him a full belly. Meanwhile, Shuejiya was full after a single dish. "Thank you for this meal, disciple Shue," Yuan said to her after wiping his lips with a warm towel. "Don't even mention it," she responded in a defeated voice. After paying the bill with what felt like a bleeding heart, Shuejiya said, "I guess I will see you in 2 days when the mystic realm begins." Yuan nodded, "See you later." By the time they left the Dragon Pavilion, the sky was already beginning to darken. Yuan went straight home, where he tested the effects of becoming a spirit master. The first he did was test his divine sense, and to his surprise, the area of effect for his divine sense more than doubled, perhaps even tripling compared to before, allowing him to see even Min Li's house, the entirety of it. "Wow! I can see so many things at once," Yuan mumbled in a voice of awe. "Just wait until you're a spirit grandmaster or higher, young master. In the upper heavens, there are people who can cover even an entire city with their divine sense." Feng Yuxiang said to him. Yuan nodded. After familiarizing himself with his new profound strength, Yuan logged off for the day to test out his divine sense in the real world, but alas, he was still unable to fully release his divine sense. "Welcome back, Meishio," Yuan said to her after she returned from school. "I'm back, Yuan. You don't have school tomorrow, right?" That's right, Meishio said. Then would you like to play with me tomorrow? The mystic realm is in a few days, and I would like to hand the divine-grade treasure to you so that you can sell it. Yuan said to her. I promised the young lady that I would visit her tomorrow morning, but I will play the game once I return, Meishio said. Okay. Meishio went to prepare dinner later, and Yuan cultivated while he waited. Sometime later, Meishio returned to the room with dinner. By the way, if you're still cleaning, you should hurry up. The housekeeper, your mother, she'll be here to visit us in half an hour. The other servant said to her before walking away in a nonchalant manner. Mother, huh? Meishio mumbled in a low voice. Indeed, visiting Yuro wasn't the only reason she returned today, as her mother, the head of the servants, was visiting today as well. 10 minutes later, after cleaning up the area outside of Yuro's room, Meishio went to the courtyard where many other servants were already gathered. There were about a dozen servants working at the house, and all of them were already standing in an orderly fashion in a straight line. It's been a while since the housekeeper visited us, and whenever she does, it's because something bad has happened. Not always. Sometimes she visits us to make sure things are in an orderly fashion. Of course, if she finds even the slightest mistakes, we'll get yelled at, and that happens every single time she visits. Even though the housekeeper had yet to arrive, these maids didn't dare to speak loudly, and they all mumbled to each other. Meishio ignored them and went to stand in the formation. The other servants went silent for a moment when they noticed Meishio. Out of all of the servants there, she was the youngest and most definitely the prettiest. Furthermore, Meishio worked directly with Yuro, the young lady, making her position above theirs automatically. This would, of course, cause some people to be jealous of her. However, knowing who Meishio's mother was, they didn't dare to badmouth her, as they feared the housekeeper more than the masters themselves. A few minutes later, much earlier than expected, a figure could be seen approaching them from a distance. It was a tall and pretty woman with black hair tied into a large bun behind her head, and she had a cold and serious expression on her face. At glance, one could see similarities between her and Meishio, such as their naturally nonchalant facial features and their somewhat distant aura. When the servants saw this woman's figure, they immediately straightened their bodies and faces. Once the housekeeper stopped walking and stood a few meters in front of the formation, the servants all bowed and greeted her simultaneously. Good morning, senior housekeeper. The housekeeper didn't respond to their greetings and proceeded to walk and stand in front of the servant that was to the very right of the formation. Once the housekeeper stopped walking, the servant lifted her head and stood there like a statue. The housekeeper proceeded to inspect the servant's uniform and her appearance overall. Turn. The servant turned her body around at the housekeeper's command. Turn. A few moments later, the servant turned around, facing the housekeeper again. Your collar is crooked, there's a strand of hair on your shoulder, and your shoes are dusty. Since when did we hire monkeys to work for the Yu family? Get out of my sight and fix yourself right now. The housekeeper said to the servant in a cold voice. Yes, housekeeper. The servant didn't dare to complain despite being called a monkey, and she quickly left the scene. Once she finished inspecting the first servant, the housekeeper went to stand in front of the next servant and began inspecting her as well. The housekeeper continued to inspect the servants until all of them were checked. Turn. Meishio turned around in a smooth and graceful movement. Turn. Meishio turned around again. The housekeeper silently stared at Meishio for a moment before turning around and walking back to her original spot without saying a word. By the time the housekeeper finished her inspection, the servants that were told to leave have returned with their appearances corrected. Once everyone was back, the housekeeper said, it appears that most of you have gotten complacent since my last visit, hence your disgraceful appearances. If I spot even a single mistake during my next visit which will be unannounced, I will have everyone here retake their maid training. Of course, you can refuse, but that will be the end of your career in the Yu family. The servants there trembled after hearing the housekeeper's words. A few moments later, the housekeeper continued, I will walk around the house in a moment to make sure you're not slacking on cleaning the household either. The housekeeper dismissed the servants a moment later, telling them to go back to work. However, just as Meishio began walking, she was stopped. "You stay right here, Meishio." "Yes, housekeeper," Meishio responded before standing there in silence. Once all of the other servants disappeared, the housekeeper approached Meishio and said, "You don't seem any different than usual despite the situation." "I don't understand what you're trying to tell me, housekeeper," Meishio said. "You can drop the act with me, little girl. The young master was disowned and you're telling me that you don't feel anything?" The housekeeper said to her. "Is that why you visited today, mother?" Meishio asked her. "Yes, because I wanted to see your crying face, but it appears to me that you're not the least worried or saddened that he is no longer in your life. And to think that you used to motivate yourself using the young master whenever you were having difficulties during training." Meishio's eyebrows twitched upon hearing her mother's words. And her mother continued, "Or did you forget about it? If you forgot your purpose, why you became a servant in the first place, allow me to help you remember. You were originally trained to become the young master's personal servant and more. The reason you even managed to endure the hellish training at such a young age was because you wanted to be with him, by the young master's side. You don't have to remind me because I remember it very well, mother," Meishio said after a moment of silence. "Really? Because it doesn't look that way." Her mother stared at her with a mysterious glint in her eyes. "Why do you even care, anyways? You usually don't talk about him. Furthermore, the young master is gone and there's nothing you nor I can do about it," Meishio said when her mother continued glaring at her like she did something wrong. "Do you really not care about the young master? Did your feelings for him change after he became a cripple? I guess you're no different from the other maids, always filled with disdain towards him and forgetting who he used to be." Her mother shook her head. Meishio gritted her teeth after hearing her mother's words before shouting in a loud voice, "Don't compare me to those trash." Her mother remained a calm expression despite Meishio's unexpected outburst, or maybe because she expected Meishio's outburst that she didn't react. Regardless, she has always managed to break Meishio's nonchalant appearance with ease. "I see," her mother said in a nonchalant voice before turning around and walking away. "Follow me," she suddenly said. Meishio didn't say anything and followed her mother inside the house. A few minutes later, they arrived in front of Yuro's room, something Meishio expected when she saw the direction they were walking in. Meishio's mother knocked on the doors immediately after they arrived, and she proceeded to stand in front of the doors in a manner that reeked of professionalism. Meanwhile, Meishio stood beside her in a similar fashion. A few moments later, Yuro opened the doors. "Greetings, young lady." Meishio's mother bowed to Yuro and greeted her. Meishio followed despite already meeting with Yuro before this. "Hello, Miss Meifeng. It's been a while." Yuro returned the greeting in a graceful manner. "May I come inside for a moment?" Meifeng asked her. "Of course." Yuro nodded. Meishio and her mother, Meifeng, entered Yuro's room a moment later. Upon entering the room, Meifeng immediately started looking around the room with her sharp gaze, clearly looking to see if the room was clean. "Don't worry, Miss Meifeng. Meishio has been doing her job flawlessly," Yuro said with a smile on her face. "I just wanted to make sure that my daughter hasn't been slacking on her work." Meifeng nodded her head, yet she still continued to inspect Yuro's room for another minute afterward, even wiping uncommon areas behind Yuro's desk with her fingers to see if there was any dust. "Anyways, why did you come here today, Miss Meifeng?" Yuro asked her as she took a seat on the bed. Meifeng then said, "I just wanted to make sure you were doing fine, young lady. Even though I work at the main household now, I used to be your caretaker. Is it weird for me to come by once in a while to see your condition?" Yuro showed a bittersweet smile before speaking, "As expected, you're here because of my brother's situation. I'm sorry you had to go through this, young lady. Don't tell the masters I said this, but I really don't think the young master deserved to be disowned. Even though he's still so young, he'd already worked enough and deserves to rest for the rest of his life." Mei Feng's words dumbfounded Meishio. In her mind, there was no way her mother could show such compassion, at least she has never seen it before. If there's anything I can do for you, please let me know. Yu nodded, thank you, Miss Mei Feng, but I am fine. After a moment of silence, Mei Feng suddenly asked, the young master, where is he right now? I cannot imagine leaving someone in his condition in the street and without a place to stay. Furthermore, his caretaker. Who's currently taking care of him? That's. Yu immediately hesitated on responding. Seeing this, Mei Feng continued, I know you're hesitant about telling me anything, and rightfully so. However, I am truly worried about the young master's well-being. You may not know this, but I was the young master's personal caretaker at one point. Eh? Really? Yu's eyes widened at Mei Feng's words. Meishio was also surprised to hear this since she doesn't remember seeing her mother assist Yuan before. I was only assigned to him for a very brief moment, but during that short time, I've come to adore the young master and his talents that took the world by storm. I wanted to continue being his caretaker so I can personally witness his growth as a prodigy, but there were too many other things that needed my attention, so I was eventually reassigned by the masters. Mei Feng said with a disheartened look on her face, her voice sincere. However, before Yu could even respond, Mei Feng continued, I'm sure the young master has a place to stay now, but that's not what I'm worried about. I am worried about his caretaker more than anything else. In fact, I have someone in mind. If you allow me, I will have that person take care of the young master. That's a bit. Yu didn't know how she should respond, and her eyes subconsciously turned to look at Meishio for help. As the head of all servants who could spot dust even from across the room, there was no way Mei Feng could have missed the obvious shift in Yu's eyes. I see. It's no wonder why I don't feel any sadness coming from you, Meishio. Mei Feng slowly turned around to look at her daughter with a narrowed gaze, and she continued in a slow but clear voice, it's because you were never separated to begin with. You are the young master's new caretaker, am I right? Meishio swallowed nervously after hearing Mei Feng's words that were right on the spot. Miss Mei Feng. This is. Yu also began panicking. What if she tells Meishio that she cannot take care of Yuan? What if she assigns another individual to be Yuan's caretaker? That's right, mother. I am currently taking care of the young master. Do you have a problem with that? Meishio responded, not even bothering to hide the fact. Do I have a problem, you say? Since when did you obtain the courage to speak back to me in such a manner? Mei Feng narrowed her eyes at Meishio. However, Meishio did not back down and continued to stare at her own mother with a serious expression on her face. Miss Mei Feng. Yu called out to her with cold sweat running down her own back. After a moment of awkward silence, Mei Feng finally spoke with a slight smile on her face, no, I don't have any problems. In fact, I was going to help you volunteer to be the young master's caretaker. Really? Yu was surprised by Mei Feng's approval. Mei Feng nodded and said, when I couldn't stay by the young master's side, I thought that I could perhaps have Meishio stand by his side in my stead. That's why I suggested training her in the first place. Meishio's eyes widened with surprise. While she'd agreed to take the training of her own will, she didn't know of her mother's intentions until today, and it was quite shocking, to say the least. Are you not worried about my parents saying something, Miss Mei Feng? I doubt they'll allow your daughter to take care of Brother Tian. Yu suddenly asked her. Yes, I am. Hence, why I will be giving you two choices now, Meishio. Mei Feng said, and she stared at Meishio dead in the eyes with a serious expression. 1. You will remain in the Yu family and continue serving the young lady as her servant. However, you are not allowed to take care of the young master, as there is no way the masters would allow you to do that. Or you can continue being the young master's caretaker. However, if you choose this path, you will have to leave the Yu family and stop being the young lady's caretaker. It's either the young master or the young lady, you can't have both. Which will you pick? Mei Xiu's eyes widened with shock upon being given these two options. However, to Mei Feng and Mei Xiu's surprise, Yu Rou was the first to speak, and she said in a resolute voice, "Mei Xiu, you must pick Brother Tian. I can take care of myself, but Brother Tian, he cannot do that. If I leave the Yu family, what will happen to school?" Mei Xiu suddenly asked. "Of course, you will no longer be able to attend the same school as the young lady, as you're only there because of the Yu family. However, if you're willing to pay the school fees by yourself, you'll still be able to attend the school like normal." Mei Xiu frowned. Paying the school's fee by herself? Even with her savings, she won't last until the end of the year if she had to pay for such a prestigious school by herself. "I know this is a difficult choice for you, but you cannot continue to sneak around. The masters will eventually find out that you're helping the young master behind their backs, and the punishment for that will be much worse than just leaving the Yu family. Hell, even my position may be at risk," Mei Feng said. And she continued, "If you choose to leave the Yu family to take care of the young master, I'll also try to support you however I can. As for the young lady, I believe her when she says that she can take care of herself. Mei Xiu, do you even have to think about this? You need to pick Brother Tian. As for your school, we'll think of something." Yu Rou continued to urge her. Mei Xiu suddenly closed her eyes, and memories of her childhood with Yuan quickly flowed into her head. "What's wrong, Mei Xiu? Did you mess up again? Come here, you can cry on my shoulders." Yuan's childish voice resounded in her head. "Crying again? Here, do you want some chocolate? It'll make you feel better. Your training is almost done. Congratulations. Let's both do our best, okay?" Mei Xiu opened her eyes after a long minute of silence before walking in front of Yu Rou. After taking a deep breath, Mei Xiu lowered her body and bowed to Yu Rou. "I'm sorry, young lady, but I have decided to leave the Yu family. Please forgive me." A smile appeared on Yu Rou's face, and she nodded. "Thank you for your years of dedication and hard work, Mei Xiu. Please take care of Brother Tian from now on. I will definitely repay you in the future." Sometime later, Mei Feng said, "I will let the masters know of your departure later, Mei Xiu." She then turned to look at Yu Rou and continued, "Young lady, if you don't mind, can I visit the young master? I haven't seen him in years." Yu Rou nodded and said, "Mei Xiu, you can bring Miss Mei Feng to see Brother Tian when you leave. I'll have the other servants pack your things so you don't have to worry about that." "Thank you, young lady. Don't call me that anymore, Mei Xiu. You're no longer working for me and I am no longer your young lady. Call me Sister Rou." "That's. I understand, Sister Rou," Mei Xiu said to her after a slight hesitation, feeling a little bit odd afterward. After talking with Yu Rou for a little bit longer, Mei Xiu left the place with Mei Feng. Once she was alone, Yu Rou laid on the bed with a dazed look on her face. "Not just Brother Tian, even Mei Xiu is gone now, leaving me all alone in this place." Even though she personally encouraged Mei Xiu to leave, Yu Rou couldn't help but shed some tears from Mei Xiu's departure. After a moment of silence, she mumbled, "Maybe I should just leave this place and go with Brother Tian and Mei Xiu." Yu Rou then got off the bed and walked to her desk. After unlocking one of the drawers with a key, Yu Rou used another key to unlock a box that was inside the drawers, retrieving a large yellow envelope that had a white label that read, "Certificate of Adoption." Yu Rou carefully opened the envelope that appeared to have already been opened before and stared at the certificate after taking it out, her expression as calm as a still pond. After staring at the certificate and a certain name on it for a few moments, Yu Rou placed it back inside the envelope and locked her drawers before leaving her room with a gentle smile on her face. After leaving the house, Mei Xiu brought her mother to Yuan's apartment in a limousine. Of course, this limousine belonged to Mei Feng despite her status as a servant, as she was only second in rank in the Yu family, directly below Yu Rou and her parents. "The young master is currently living in this apartment?" Mei Feng raised her eyebrows upon arriving at the place. While the apartment wasn't too bad, it wasn't fitting for someone like Yuan, at least that's what Mei Feng thought. In her mind, a genius like Yuan, someone who can literally make money rain with his godlike musical talents, doesn't deserve to live in an apartment with hundreds of other individuals. Sometime later, they entered the elevator and quickly made their way to the 17th floor. Clack. Meishio opened the door to 17F with her keys and said, "Young master, I'm home." Yuan, who was cultivating while waiting for Meishio's return, was puzzled to hear the words, "young master," come out of her mouth when she seemed to have gotten used to calling him Yuan. However, Yuan realized something was amiss when he heard two sets of footsteps entering the apartment. "Did Ro come?" "No, these footsteps are too gentle." Yuan wondered to himself who this visitor could be if not Ro. "Young master, you have a visitor," Meishio said to him from outside his room after gently knocking on his doors. "Who is it?" Yuan asked. "Young master, it's me." Meifeng quickly responded in an unbelievably soft voice. "Miss Meifeng." Yuan immediately recognized her mature voice despite many years of not hearing it. "May I come inside?" Meifeng asked him from outside. "Yes. Please, come inside." Meifeng turned to look at Meishio and said to her with a serious expression, "Stay out here. I want to speak with him privately." Although she was hesitant to leave Yuan alone with her mother, she couldn't find the strength to refuse and nodded her head. Meifeng approached the doorknob with her hands, and after taking a deep breath, she turned the handle and opened the door. Upon entering Yuan's room and closing the door, Meifeng turned to look at the young man lying on the bed. "Young master." Meifeng was surprised to see Yuan's healthy complexion, but she didn't think too much about it for now and decided to kneel beside the bed on both her knees. "Miss Meifeng, what are you doing here?" Did Yuan was worried that his adopted parents might have found out about Meishio helping him, hence why her mother was here. "No, the masters don't know about my presence here. You can relax. I am not here to separate Meishio from you, I can't." As though she could see through his worries, Meifeng reassured him of his worries in a gentle voice. "Then why are you?" "I'm here to apologize to you, dear young master." Meifeng suddenly reached for one of Yuan's hands and held it close to her heart, treating it as though it was some kind of fragile treasure. "Apologize? What for?" Yuan asked her in a truly puzzled voice. "For everything." Meifeng sighed, and she continued, "If I hadn't shown your musical talents to the masters, they wouldn't have made you play for the family, and you would have kept your childhood at the very least for a few more years. However, because I showed the masters your talents, they adopted you and essentially made you into a slave whose only purpose in life was to play music for the family, and it's entirely my fault that you had to sacrifice your childhood, yourself, with nothing in return. You earned the Yu family countless fame and wealth, but what did you get in return? Not only did you lose your ability to see at a young age, but you also lost your ability to move shortly after. And now, a few years later, even the family that you supported and helped rise to the peak of the music world abandoned you. Furthermore, I even stopped visiting you because of this guilt, as I could not bear seeing the young master in such a condition. I know that there's nothing I can say or do that will get rid of this sin, nor do I expect to be forgiven, but please, even if you hate me, do not blame Meishio for any of this. She's an innocent girl who did her best at a very young age, even if I scolded her a dozen times a day just so she could be by your side when I could not. If you have to hate someone, hate me, who brought you into the Yu family." Tears flowed from Meifeng's eyes as she cried in silence since she didn't want Yuan to realize that she was crying. After a moment of silence, Yuan spoke in a soft voice, "Miss Meifeng, I don't blame you for any of this, much less hate you. There's no way I can hate you. After all, if not for you, I would have never met my sister Ro, Meishio, and many others. And even if you didn't tell the Yu family about me, they would have still learned about me sooner or later since that video was widespread. While I do blame someone for this, it's definitely not you. As for my childhood, even though I had spent most of it playing music for the Yu family, I didn't see it just as playing for the Yu family. Ro, Meishio, you, and everyone who watched me perform. It's because of your smiles when I play the instruments that I play them. Fame? Wealth? I don't care about any of that. Young master. The tears that had begun to stop suddenly started flowing again for Mei Feng, and she began crying in a suppressed manner, as she was unable to resist her tears this time. Miss Mei Feng, this may sound weird, but can you lay your head on my hand? Yuan suddenly asked her. Mei Feng didn't think too much about it and followed his instructions, planting her cheeks on his warm hands. Feeling the warmth of Mei Feng's face on his palm, Yuan gritted his teeth and mustered all of his strength and cultivation to move his fingers that were closest to Mei Feng's eyes, wiping some of the tears from her soaked eyes, shocking her greatly once she realized what had just happened. Young master, you, just now. Mei Feng lifted her head to stare at Yuan, who had a gentle smile on his face at this moment. Hearing Mei Feng's gasping voice, Yuan spoke with a smile on his face. Even if my childhood was taken away from me, at least I still have my future, and I won't give up until I can personally leave this bed with my own strength. Young master, are you really? Mei Feng almost couldn't believe what had just happened. Did he just move his fingers? Even if it was just slightly, that is a huge improvement and a hopeful sign that he might actually recover in the future. Yes, I am really recovering. But please keep this a secret for now, as I want it to be a surprise for Meishio and Yuro. Yuan said in a low voice. I will keep it a secret. I won't tell a single soul even if it's the last thing I do, I promise. Mei Feng nodded her head with excitement, causing the tears on her face to drop faster. After spending a few minutes wiping her tears and calming down, Mei Feng spoke, Young master, what do you plan on doing now that you're no longer part of the Yu family? While you're definitely recovering, it's going to be difficult without the Yu family's support and resources. And she continued, if you need money, just let me know and I'll do my best to support you. It's okay, Miss Mei Feng. I already have a plan. However, I am worried about one thing. What are you worried about, young master? Is there anything I can do to help? I don't know if you can help or not, but I am worried that Meishio might get in trouble if the Yu family learns that she's helping me, which might affect you as well, and I don't want that to happen. Do you know of any solutions? Yuan asked her. I see. To Yuan's surprise, Mei Feng actually began chuckling at his question, and he wondered if he'd said something funny. My dear young master, I have the perfect solution for that. One that won't cause any trouble for Meishio even if the masters find out, Mei Feng said a moment later. Really? Yuan reacted with excitement. What could this solution possibly be? It sounded too good to be true. Yes, I would never lie to you, young master. Anyways, the solution to all of this is to have Meishio leave the Yu family, so even if she decides to work for you, they cannot complain about it. Mei Feng said, immediately leaving Yuan speechless. Am Meishio leaving the Yu family? I don't think I can be that selfish, taking Meishio away from Yuro. And what about Meishio? What if she doesn't want to do that, and I won't force her either? Yuan quickly said. You don't have to worry about any of that, young master. In the first place, Meishio was trained to become your caretaker, and lastly, she has already agreed to leave the Yu family to be by your side. Mei Feng finally revealed to him the situation. Wait, what? Meishio decided to leave the Yu family? What about Yuro? Yuan mumbled in a shocked voice. Indeed, Meishio has already left the Yu family. I will be notifying the masters later today. As for the young lady, she also agreed with this, even urging Meishio to leave the family. Mei Feng said. I don't know what to say, really. Yuan sighed, and he continued, I just don't want to burden Meishio any more than I already am. A burden, huh? Mei Feng pondered for a moment before speaking again, how about this, young master? Let's ask Meishio what she thinks. Mei Feng then stood up from her kneeling position and took a moment to fix her appearance before going outside to call for Meishio. Come here, Meishio. The young master would like to speak with you. Mei Feng said to her, who was standing near the entrance of the apartment. Once they were inside Yuan's room together, Mei Feng spoke, Meishio, the young master is worried that he might be a burden to you. Tell him the truth. Meishio nodded her head before speaking, I enjoy taking care of the young master, and I do not see the young master as a burden. There you have it, young master. Meishio herself has spoken. If you still doubt it, you're going to hurt Meishio's feelings. I see. Yuan mumbled in a somewhat dazed voice. Anyways, Meishio will no longer be part of the Yu family, and she will be your caretaker starting today. Mei Feng said before turning to look at Meishio, as for school, if you wish to continue attending school, then I will try to work something out. Meishio nodded her head. Once everything was settled, Mei Feng looked at her watch and said, I don't have much time left here, but before I leave, I need to make sure that you haven't forgotten your training and that you're taking care of the young master properly. Therefore, you're going to show me how you take care of the young master right now. Right now? But what am I supposed to do? The young master already ate breakfast. Mei Feng stood still for a moment before moving to wipe Yuan's forehead with her finger. She then said, Look, the young master is sweating. I want you to change his clothes, and while you're at it, wash his body. Meishio's eyes widened after hearing her mother's words. While she doesn't mind changing Yuan's clothes, washing Yuan's body in front of her mother is an entirely different story, especially if the last incident were to repeat itself. Why are you hesitating? If you're not going to take care of the young master properly, I won't hesitate to replace you. Meishio swallowed nervously, but she didn't dare to refuse her mother. Therefore, she could only nod her head. Thus, Meishio began removing Yuan's clothes whilst Mei Feng stood in the background and silently watched her every movement. This reminded Meishio of her childhood when she was still in training, and just like currently, her mother would watch her from a distance, calling out on every minor mistake she makes. Meishio, why are you removing the young master's clothes now? Mei Feng suddenly stopped Meishio before she could even remove Yuan's shirt. Seeing Meishio's puzzled expression, Mei Feng said in a strict voice, Look around, do you see anything to carry the young master with? Or did you plan on letting the young master lie on the bed naked and wait until you're prepared? What if the young master catches a cold because of that? Meishio's eyes widened after realizing her fault, and she immediately stopped removing Yuan's clothes to prepare the wheelchair. I apologize, young master, Meishio said to him afterward. Don't worry about it, Meishio, Yuan said. However, Mei Feng said, the young master may forgive you, but I won't be as forgiving as your mother and trainer. Sometime later, after she prepared the wheelchair, Meishio picked up Yuan and carefully placed him onto the wheelchair while he was fully clothed. Once Yuan was seated securely on the wheelchair, Meishio pushed him into the bathroom, where she proceeded to remove Yuan's clothes. Mei Feng didn't say anything about this, but that's mostly because her attention was distracted by Yuan's refined body. How can someone who hasn't moved a muscle for so many years have such a refined body? Mei Feng wondered to herself. While Mei Feng stared at Yuan's naked body with a dazed look on her face, Meishio turned on the water for the shower head and began rinsing Yuan's body once she checked the temperature. Let me check the temperature as well. Mei Feng suddenly said. Meishio nodded, handing the shower head to her mother. After feeling the temperature of the water for a moment, Mei Feng handed the shower head back to Meishio without saying anything, which meant she has no complaints most of the time. After rinsing Yuan's body, Meishio squeezed some body wash onto a sponge and prepared to scrub Yuan's body. However, Mei Feng quickly stopped her and said, Stop right there, Meishio. What's that in your hands? A sponge. Meishio responded in a puzzled voice. And you plan on washing the young master's fragile body with a sponge? Use your hands. Mei Feng said to her. Meishio swallowed nervously before nodding her head and tossing the sponge to the side. She began scrubbing Yuan's body with her bare hands shortly after, feeling surprised once she realized just how strong Yuan's body was. A few minutes later, after washing Yuan's body and legs, Meishio reached the area she feared the most, especially since her mother was still watching. After swallowing nervously, Mei Xiu took a deep breath and began washing the final area with shaky hands. Of course, Mei Feng didn't miss this, but she remained silent. Mei Feng raised her eyebrows when a certain something on Yuan raised as well. Since he can move his limbs to a certain extent, it's safe to assume that he can feel again as well, right? Mei Feng wondered to herself after seeing Yuan's wondrous reaction. Young master, how are you feeling right now? Does it feel good? Mei Feng suddenly asked him, shocking Mei Xiu to the point where she stopped moving to stare at her with wide eyes. What do you mean by that, Miss Mei Feng? Yuan asked her in a genuinely puzzled voice. Mei Feng narrowed her eyes and pondered, so it's just his body's natural reaction, huh? Or maybe he just doesn't understand it. Nobody taught him about that kind of stuff, after all. Never mind, young master, it was just a misunderstanding, Mei Feng said a moment later before looking at Mei Xiu. Why did you stop? Hurry up and continue washing the young master or he'll catch a cold, she continued. Mei Xiu nodded her head with a dazed look on her face, and she continued washing Yuan's body. Slow down. What if you damage it? That area is worth more than you can possibly fathom, Mei Xiu. Mei Feng said to Mei Xiu when she noticed Mei Xiu's rushing movements. I'm sorry, Mei Xiu said. Don't apologize to me. Apologize to the young master. I'm sorry, young master. Yuan didn't know what they were talking about or why Mei Xiu was apologizing, so he responded casually, don't worry about it. After taking another minute to wash Yuan's precious area, Mei Xiu finally rinsed his soapy body with warm water before quickly drying him off with a small towel. A few moments later, they returned to Yuan's room. Mei Xiu placed a blanket on the bed and placed Yuan on it before wiping the rest of his body. Once Yuan was fully clean and dried, Mei Xiu helped Yuan into a new set of clothes. However, just as Mei Xiu prepared to comb Yuan's hair with a brush, her mother interrupted and said, I will brush the young master's hair. Mei Xiu didn't refuse and passed the brush to her, and Mei Feng began brushing Yuan's long hair gently and professionally. Thank you, Mei Xiu, Miss Mei Feng. Words cannot describe my gratitude for your hard work. Yuan said to them afterward. Although we appreciate your feelings, we're not doing this for your gratitude, young master. Mei Feng quickly responded. Even if that's the case, it won't change my feelings. A few more minutes later, Mei Feng's phone began ringing. It's my alarm, which means it's about time for me to leave. Although my visit today was shorter than I'd hoped, I will definitely return in the future to make sure everything is fine, young master. Mei Feng said as she laid Yuan back onto the bed. Okay. After Mei Feng left the apartment and going downstairs to where her car was parked, Mei Feng looked at Mei Xiu and said, Mei Xiu, your dream, don't give up hope. Mei Xiu's eyes immediately widened, and she asked in a mumbling voice, what do you mean by that, mother? However, Mei Feng dodged her question and said with a rare smile on her face, keep working hard and you'll definitely be rewarded in the future. And before Mei Xiu could say anything else, Mei Feng entered the car and closed the door before driving away. After standing around for a few moments, Mei Xiu went back upstairs. Are you ready to play with me, Mei Xiu? Yuan asked her after she returned. Just a minute, young master. I promised the young lady that I'd call her when I come back so she could talk to you. Mei Xiu said to him as she retrieved her phone and called Yuro. Young master. Miss Mei Feng is no longer here. You can call me Yuan again. Yuan said to Mei Xiu. Oh, right. Mei Xiu realized that she'd subconsciously reverted back to her old ways of addressing him after her mother's unexpected visit. After calling Yuro's cell phone, Mei Xiu waited for her to answer. 1.5 rings later, Yuro picked up the phone and said, Hello. Mei Xiu. Are you back at Brother Tian's place right now? Yes, young, Sister Ro. I am with him right now, Mei Xiu responded. Great. Can you pass the phone to him? You can even turn on the speaker. Mei Xiu then turned on the speaker before placing the phone a few inches beside Yuan's head. Hello. Can you hear me? Yuro's voice resounded on the speaker. I can hear you, Yuro, Yuan said. Phew. It feels like forever since I last heard your voice. And I'm sorry that I didn't call you early, Brother Tian. Even though I cannot see you, the thought of calling you never entered my mind for some reason. Don't worry about it. Is Miss Meifeng still there? No, she just left. I see. Then I will assume that she'd already told you everything regarding Meishio's situation. That's right. Miss Meifeng told me everything. But are you sure about this, Yuro? What about your caretaker? Will you be fine alone? Are you underestimating me, brother? Did you forget that it was me who took care of you for the last couple of years? I think I can handle myself just fine. Yuro said in a prideful voice. I guess you're right, Yuro. I'm sorry for doubting you. I just wanted to make sure. Don't worry about it. Anyways, I promised Xia Jingyi that I will play Cultivation Online in a bit, so let's get to the topic. After taking a deep breath, Yuro said, Dr. Wang called me last night, and he said that he'll be visiting you later this afternoon. I gave him your address, so he should be there soon. Dr. Wang. I understand. Yuan said. Next, let's talk about your bank account. I have created another bank account for you and Meishio, so you'll both have access to it. As for the account that will be selling the items, I will send the information to Meishio after this call. Meishio, make sure you follow the instructions. Though, it's probably going to be impossible to completely hide Brother Tian's identity since he's selling a divine-grade treasure, something only player Yuan would have at this moment, especially when it's a zither and everybody knows that he participated in a zither competition. I understand, Meishio said. Anyways, this is all I have for now. I'll call you tomorrow morning again, Brother Tian and Meishio. Yuro said to them before hanging up the phone. Now, let's. Just as Yuan opened his mouth to speak, Meishio's cell phone began ringing again. Did you forget something? Meishio asked Yuro, who called back for some reason. Right, I almost forgot to tell you that your stuff has been packed, and it will be shipped to your place tomorrow. Bye. Yuro said before hanging up again. Anyways, what should we do now? I wanted to play with you when you returned, but Dr. Wang will be arriving soon. Yuan sighed. It's okay, Yuan. Now that I have left the Yu family in school, I can stay home all day and play whenever you want. Meishio said to him. You don't plan on going to school? Yuan asked her in a surprised voice. I don't know yet, but I certainly don't have the funds to go to school since the Yu family won't be supporting me once they learn of my leave. If it's money you need, once we sell the divine rank treasure, we should have more than enough to pay for your school. Yuan said. The money from the game. Meishio mumbled. Don't you want to go to school, Meishio? You'll still get to see Yuro if you do. Yuan asked her. After pondering for a moment, Meishio said, I don't really want to go to school if I am being honest. It's a musical school filled with talented musicians, but I can't even play a single instrument, making me feel out of place. And while there are classes not related to music, I learned these things years ago when I was a child. The only reason I went to school was because of Sister Ro. If you don't want to go to school, there is really nothing I can do. Since that's the case, let's play Cultivation Online together until you find something you want to do. Yuan said to her after a moment of silence. Okay. Meishio nodded. Half an hour later, Dr. Wang appeared before their doorsteps and knocked on the door. Oh, Meishio. I guess this is the right place since you're here. Dr. Wang greeted her with a smile. May I come inside the apartment and see the young master? Dr. Wang then asked. Meishio nodded. Young master, how are you feeling? Dr. Wang asked after entering his room. Dr. Wang, you can stop addressing me as young master now that I am no longer with the Yu family, Yuan said to him. But I have been calling you, young master, for almost 10 years now. It's going to be awkward for me to suddenly change it. I guess whatever makes you feel more comfortable. Yuan then said. Thank you, young master. Anyways, I have heard about your situation from the young lady and I really don't know what to say. Dr. Wang sighed, his gaze on Yuan a pitiful one. The Yu family, what are they thinking, disowning their own son, not to mention the condition you're in? I have been speechless ever since I learned about it. When I told my granddaughter about it, she even bawled her eyes out for an hour straight. Dr. Wang shook his head. After all, what kind of parents would throw away their disabled son out like trash because he didn't want to work for them? Don't worry, young master. Even if the Yu family abandoned you, I will never abandon my patients. Dr. Wang said in a sincere voice. Thank you, Dr. Wang, but just your feelings are enough, Yuan said to him after hearing his words. Young master, you do not have a choice in this. I had sworn to myself many years ago that I will never leave my patients' side until they're healed or take their very last breath trying. Dr. Wang said in a stern voice. And he continued, even though I won't get a penny out of the Yu family by doing this, it has never been about the money. Your fans, we all want to see your recovery and await the day you can stand on the stage again with an instrument by your side. Of course, now that you are no longer with the Yu family, you won't need to play the instrument. However, I still hope for that day. Yuan opened his mouth but realized he was left speechless by Dr. Wang's words. You don't have to say anything, young master. Furthermore, I will still do your monthly checkup at the hospital like always and you won't have to pay a single penny for it. Dr. Wang said. No, I cannot let you do that, Dr. Wang. I will pay you for the treatments. Yuan quickly said. No offense, young master, but where are you going to get the fund? Unless your parents left you a fortune before disowning you, I cannot see how you'll be able to afford it. I may not have the money now but I will definitely have it soon. Dr. Wang raised his eyebrows after hearing Yuan's confident voice, and he said in a defeated voice, I understand, but I won't ask you for it. Sometime later, Dr. Wang began his checkup on Yuan. Young master, your muscles have gotten more robust and refined since I last saw you, again. Dr. Wang said to him in a voice of disbelief afterward, as he has never seen anything like this before despite decades of experience in the field. What exactly is Yuan's body made of that allows him to grow such a refined body just from eating nothing but soup every day when even normal, functioning people would require a healthy diet and continuous exercise to maintain it, much less obtain it. Just like his unknown illness, his physique is a phenomenon of its own. After putting away his tools, Dr. Wang asked, Young master, how has your appetite been lately? Are 3 bowls of soup enough or do you think we should increase it? Dr. Wang also wanted to see if increasing his food intake would help strengthen his body even more. I think I can handle 4, even 5 bowls of soup now. Meishio, what do you think? Is that too much for you? Yuan asked her since she's the one who will be cooking it. It's okay. I can handle it. Meishio said. Then let's try 4 bowls of soup for 1 week to see if you can handle 5. Dr. Wang said. I understand, Yuan said. Anyways, as always, your body is perfectly healthy, young master. But if anything ever happens or you feel even the slightest discomfort, call my phone immediately. I will. Thank you again, Dr. Wang. Dr. Wang left the apartment shortly after. Yuan, before we play, let me look at the information Sister Rose sent me so I know how to sell the treasure, Meishio said to him after locking the door. Okay. I will wait for you inside the game. You're in the backyard of my living quarters, right? Yes. Alright. I'll see you inside the game. Yuan said to her before going inside the game. After helping Yuan log into the game, Meishio went into her room and pulled out a thin laptop that she uses mostly for work. Once she found Yuro's message in the form of an email, Meishio began reading about the website and how the place functions. The website is called CO Player Auctions. The account's information is In order to sell an item you must. Once you submit your item. After they confirm the item in-game. Make sure you use a VPN when you're on the website just in case people want to track you down. The bank information is. Meishio read through the message multiple times just in case she missed anything before going to the website CO Player Auctions. On the front page, after logging into a VPN and the account Euro provided for her, Meishio clicked on the large cell that was right next to Buy and Trade and proceeded to type the information that Yuan had given her right before entering the game. Type, Auction. Item name, Frozen Jade Zither. Grade, Divine. Quality, Low. Type of treasure, Instrument. Continent, Eastern Continent. Time limit, 7 days. Minimal price, Unknown. Meishio stopped at the minimal price since she was never given a number, and she pondered how much a divine-grade treasure would be worth before giving up and searching the site for comparison. Of course, nobody was selling anything even close to divine grade, with the vast majority of them selling common items and spirit-grade treasures. These people are selling spirit-grade treasures for thousands of dollars. Meishio's eyes widened with surprise when she saw the players asking for thousands of dollars for a single spirit-grade treasure. However, even more shocking was the auction place where there were treasures being sold for tens of thousands of dollars. After looking around the website for a couple of minutes, the highest grade of treasure she could find was an Earth-grade treasure that was being auctioned for a whopping $500,000, $500,000. Earth grade. According to Yuan, that's 2 grades below the divine grade, yet it's already being sold at such an astronomical price. After pondering for some time, Meishio finally decided on a price and typed it into the website. Minimal price, 100 million. One normally wouldn't dare to put such an astronomical number price tag, fearing that nobody would bid, but Meishio was used to seeing big numbers from working with the Yu family, hence why she clicked Sent for review, without hesitation. A few seconds after Meishio sent her auction request through the website, a staff member saw her request due to the request being tagged urgent because of the information Meishio had put in. What do we have here? What? Divine grade treasure? The staff's initial thoughts after seeing Meishio's auction request was that it must have been done by a troll, since nobody has sold a treasure higher than Earth grade since the game went online. However, no matter how ridiculous the request seemed, it was his job to look through it. A divine grade zither. An instrument. Eastern Continent. Minimal price. 100 million. The staff's eyes bulged at the ridiculous price. However, if this was truly a divine-grade treasure, that amount of money would be more justified. This request is obviously a troll, yet I am somehow hesitant to decline it for some reason. The staff was feeling perplexed about this situation. This account is not only an anonymous account but also a new one, and it's selling a divine-grade treasure that no player would have at this stage of the game. No, there's actually one person who could possibly have a divine-grade treasure, player Yuan. However, would he really sell his divine-grade treasure so soon after getting it? Even if it's just an instrument, one wouldn't sell such a treasure unless they have something even more valuable. People say he's rich since he isn't swayed by the countless offers to reveal his identity, so he doesn't need the money. Yet here he is, selling a divine-grade treasure. Yeah, right. Despite his suspicion that the request was fake, the staff didn't decline it immediately and sent a note to the anonymous requester. If you really have a divine-grade treasure for sale, you wouldn't mind depositing $10,000 first as a precaution if it turns out to be fake and a waste of our time, right? Once we determine that you really have a divine-grade treasure, we will not only return the $10,000 but even double it. If you don't respond within 24 hours, we will deem this request to be fake and delete it as well as ban your account. Meanwhile, halfway across the world, Meishio received a notification just as she prepared to close her laptop. After reading the staff's note, Meishio responded with a single word. Okay. Ding. The staff responded half a minute later with the instructions. Meishio followed the staff's instructions and deposited $10,000 on the site without hesitation. I have confirmed your deposit. Please tell us the city closest to your location so we can estimate how long it'll take for the nearest staff member to arrive for a meeting. The staff behind the computer typed this sentence with trembling hands since he didn't expect this supposed troll account to immediately deposit $10,000 without hesitation. Either this troll has a lot of money and is willing to spend $10,000 to waste our time, or he's the real deal. The staff swallowed nervously as he pressed enter to send the message to Meishio. Ding! I will let you know the location later. Since Meishio doesn't know anything about the game nor its location, she couldn't give the staff a location until she speaks with Yuan. However, the staff member responding to Meishio was shaking behind the desk in nervousness. Later? Why the hell are you making me wait? He couldn't help but curse out loud, causing his coworkers to look at him. What are you shouting about? They asked him. Come look at this. The staff pointed at his screen. The workers gathered around him and read his conversation with Meishio. What the? Divine grade treasure? Is this for real? Fuck. This must either be a troll or player Yuan. If this is a troll, he's one rich troll to spend $10,000 just to waste our time. Right? I was thinking the same. The staff said. But what if it's real? Then this auction will become the biggest auction on our website to date, even if we include the auctions from the old games. Too bad we won't know until he gives us a location and we meet to confirm the treasure. Should we notify the headquarters or the higher-up about this? Not until we verify the treasure. While the staff waited nervously for Meishio to give them the location, Meishio herself laid on the bed with the helmet on her head. However, she didn't immediately enter Cultivation Online. Instead, she laid there with a nervous expression on her face. I am going to see Yuan. And he's going to be completely healthy inside the game. Meishio swallowed nervously at this thought. After lying there for a couple of minutes, Meishio pressed the power button on the side of the helmet and entered Cultivation Online. Meanwhile, inside the game, Yuan said to Feng Yuxiang the moment he entered the game. Feng, come out. I'll feed you my blood now. Feng Yuxiang immediately appeared before him with her eyes glistening with anticipation. Yuan retrieved the starry abyss and quickly slit an opening on his finger. Here you. Before Yuan could even finish his sentence, Feng Yuxiang threw herself at him and immediately began sucking his finger like she was a vampire starved of blood. Xiaohua also appeared just in case Feng Yuxiang wouldn't be able to stop sucking Yuan's blood by herself. How refreshing. Feng Yuxiang stopped sucking a few minutes later, releasing a satisfied sigh afterward. Are you okay, young master? Should I stop now? Feng Yuxiang looked at him with her eyes glowing a beautiful golden color. I'm okay. You can drink some more. Yuan nodded. Thank you, young master. Feng Yuxiang did not hesitate to place Yuan's finger back into her mouth and continued sucking his blood. A few more minutes later, to Yuan's surprise, Feng Yuxiang's hair suddenly changed colors, turning scarlet red with a fiery feeling to it. Feng Yuxiang released Yuan's finger from her mouth after another moment, completely oblivious to the changes in her appearance. Feng. Your hair. Yuan pointed at her scarlet hair with his finger that was still wet with Feng Yuxiang's saliva. Eh? What about my hair? Feng Yuxiang looked at her hair. What? It turned red. Feng Yuxiang exclaimed in a surprised voice after realizing this, almost like it was completely unexpected. Is that supposed to happen? Yuan asked her a moment later. Yes. This means your blood is really working in suppressing the curse on me. Feng Yuxiang nodded her head. What about your powers, Phoenix? Xiaohua asked her. Unfortunately, it's still completely sealed. However, I have no doubt that if I continue sucking the young master's blood, my curse will sooner or later disappear entirely. I have lived over 10,000 years like this. A few more years, even a few decades won't affect me. Feng Yuxiang spoke with enthusiasm in her tone. Once Feng Yuxiang stopped sucking Yuan's blood for a minute, the small opening on his finger closed by itself within seconds. As for Feng Yuxiang, her golden eyes and scarlet hair also returned to normal shortly after. "Oh, right. Meishio will be joining us today," Yuan said to them. "Meishio? Really?" Feng Yuxiang seemed happy to see Meishio again. "Yes, she should be here any minute." Yuan suddenly stopped speaking when he noticed a familiar presence appear in his backyard out of the blue. Even though he doesn't have his divine sense activated, after becoming a spirit master, he gained the ability to naturally detect others' presence as long as they were close enough and he wasn't too distracted. "I think that's her," Yuan said in an excited voice before he stood up and walked towards the backyard. Once he reached the door that led to the backyard, Yuan took a deep breath and opened the door. Meanwhile, Meishio, who had just entered the game, turned around when she heard some noises coming from behind her. "You are..." Meishio's eyes widened with shock when she saw the handsome young man standing at the open door a few meters away from her. Although his appearance slightly differed from his body in the real world, Meishio could instantly tell that she was looking at Yuan at glance. Even though it has been at least a decade since she last saw him in such a perfect and healthy appearance, Meishio would never forget Yuan's lively face and unique charisma, especially his clear eyes that radiated with innocence. Meanwhile, in Yuan's eyes, other than her maid uniform and height, Meishio looked almost no different from how he remembered her. Long silky black hair, a neatly cut and even bang, crystal clear black eyes, and her unique characteristic, a naturally bored-looking face. Of course, she was much taller than the child from back then, not to mention her beautiful face that would not lose to even the top beauties in the Dragon Essence Temple such as Xian Wuhan or Fei Yuyan, perhaps even beating them in certain criteria. "Yuan." Meishio mumbled his name in a dazed voice. "It's been a while, Meishio. You're even taller than you Ro now." Yuan slowly approached her with a handsome smile on his face. Almost as though she didn't know what to do or how to react, Meishio remained standing there like a frozen statue until Yuan was practically standing in front of her. "I have always wanted to do this." Yuan suddenly opened his arms wide and embraced Meishio before speaking in a gentle voice, "Thank you, Meishio, for taking care of you Ro and me for all these years." Yuan. Two streams of glistening tears suddenly appeared on Meishio's beautiful face, quickly staining Yuan's shoulders. Meishio slowly lifted her arms a moment later before returning Yuan's hug, yet she didn't say anything, only embracing Yuan in silence. "They seem very close with each other." Feng Yuxiang mumbled in a mosquito-like voice as she peeked her head from inside the house and watched them hug each other. Xiaohua also did the same without moving her mouth, watching their reunion in silence. Sometime later, Yuan removed his arms from her and stepped back. "Meishio, let me introduce you to my friends first," Yuan said to her before turning around to look at the open door. "Xiaohua, Feng, come here," he said to them. A few moments later, the two of them left the house and stood beside Yuan. "You already know her, but this is Feng Yuxiang, also known as Feng, and she's a phoenix." Yuan pointed to Feng and said. He then pointed to Xiaohua and said, "This is Xiaohua, my first friend in this world, and she's like another little sister to me." Xiaohua nodded her head at Meishio after the introduction. "Now let me introduce you to Meishio," Yuan said, and he continued, "Xiaohua, Feng, this is Meishio, who is like a family member to me since we've always been near each other since childhood. And just like you Ro, she has helped me tremendously throughout the years. It wouldn't be an exaggeration even if I said that I wouldn't be alive now if it were not for the two of them and their support for me. Alongside you Ro, she's one of the most important people in my life. I've said this before, but any friends of the young master are also a friend of mine. If you ever need help, don't hesitate to come to me for help." Feng Yuxiang said to Meishio. "Xiaohua too. It's nice to meet all of you." Meishio nodded. And then she focused her gaze on Yuan. "Especially you, Yuan." A rare smile appeared on Meishio's face as she stared at his handsome face. Sometime later, they returned to the house and took a seat on the couches in the living room. Let me brew some tea for us. Feng Yuxiang said to them before going to the kitchen. Meanwhile, Yuan began telling Meishio about his experience in cultivation, starting from the beginning when he first met with Xiao Hua to how he got this point. So during the inner court disciple examination, I fought the jade frog for the second time, and Young master, I'm back with the tea. Feng Yuxiang returned to the living room an hour after she left to make tea, but since Yuan was too absorbed in telling Meishio his experience with the game, he didn't notice how much time had passed. It was the same for Meishio, who was simply too absorbed in Yuan's story and his liveliness that made her forget about the passage of time. Thank you, Feng, Yuan said to her as she poured the tea for them. What kind of tea is this? It's all red. Yuan asked her after picking up the teacup and noticing the red water that resembled watered-down blood. It's tea made from a valuable type of herb that can boost one's mental strength. People call it crimson lotus tea. Feng Yuxiang said. Yuan proceeded to take a sip of this crimson lotus tea after blowing it a few times. Oh. It's sweet. Yuan mumbled in a surprised voice afterward, and he chugged the entire cup a moment later. Ding! You have gained the following effect from consuming crimson lotus tea. Mental strength plus 1500. Meishio also gained the same stats after drinking the tea. Feng, I drank a tea called Phoenix Blossom Tea before and it increased my soul strength. Is there a limit to how much benefit one can obtain from drinking tea or consuming treasures in general? Yuan asked her afterward. Feng Yuxiang nodded, of course there is a limit, young master. If one can obtain strength from drinking the same tea every day, there wouldn't be so many cultivators risking their lives in the cultivation world. When it comes to treasures that can be consumed, especially teas, there is a limit to how much benefit one can gain before their body stops benefiting from that specific treasure no matter how much more they consume. Most treasures will only work once before one can no longer benefit from them. As for treasures that can benefit you multiple times, they are too few and far between. Feng Yuxiang explained to him. I see. Yuan mumbled. Anyways, I would still drink this tea even if I don't gain anything from it. Yuan extended his cup and continued, can I get another cup? Of course you can. Feng Yuxiang poured him another cup. Sometime later, Meishio said, Yuan, I have created an auction request for the frozen jade zither, but it still needs to be verified. The staff asked me to give them my closest city so they can meet up and look at the treasure. Yuan nodded and turned to ask Feng Yuxiang, where's the nearest city? That would be Longchen City, which was obviously named after the Dragon Essence Temple's founder. And it's about 20 miles from this place. Feng Yuxiang said. I see. Since there's still some time left before the mystic realm, let's try to sell the treasure. Yuan said to Meishio. Wait a second, young master. What are you trying to sell? The frozen jade zither? Feng Yuxiang asked him. Yuan nodded, that's right. I don't really have a need for it since I already have the soul ensnaring zither. Why? Do you need money for something? Yes. If you want, I can give you some. Feng Yuxiang said, even reaching for her spatial ring. It's fine, Feng. I can just sell the zither. And you should already know by now that I don't like having everything handed to me without giving any effort myself. I understand. Feng Yuxiang nodded in a somewhat dejected manner. I need to let the seniors know that I'll be leaving the sect before I actually leave. A few moments later, Yuan called Elder Xian with his communication jade slip. Hello. Disciple Yuan. Senior Xian, I would like to leave the sect for a bit. Leaving the sect? Where are you going? The mystic realm is just 3 days away. I have some business at Longchen City with my friend. It shouldn't take long, probably a couple of hours. Oh, if it's just Longchen City, go ahead. I would accompany you, but I am extremely busy right now and the other elders as well, so you'll have to go alone. The Dragon Essence Temple is also closely associated with Longchen City, so there shouldn't be any problems if you go there, especially if you're wearing the sex uniform. However, if anything happens, don't be afraid to use the life-saving treasures we gave you. Elder Xian said to him. I understand. Thank you, Senior Xian. Stay safe. After hanging up, Yuan said to Meishio, you can tell them to meet us in Longchen City. Meishio nodded her head before logging off and going to her laptop. Longchen City. Ding. A response quickly returned 10 seconds later. We can be at the northern gates within half an hour. Are you able to make it there within that time? Yes. Then we will see you there in half an hour. I'm going online to meet the client. The staff said after closing the chat. Do you want us to come with you just in case? No, I can do this by myself. I'm not going to let you guys take my credits. Haha, I bet you it's going to be a troll, anyways. You can keep the credits. If you meet player Yuan, don't forget to ask for his autograph. Ha ha ha. Despite his co-workers laughing at him, the man who accepted Meishio's auction request went to the gaming room that was located at the same building he worked at. Luckily for me, I didn't leave Longchen City after failing to learn more about player Yuan at the Dragon Essence Temple. The man sighed to himself before lying on one of the 10 available beds there and wearing the helmet on his head. Let's hope this won't be a waste of time. He sighed before pressing the power button and entering the game. After returning to the game, Meishio told Yuan about the situation. The northern entrance at Longchen City in 30 minutes, huh? We can arrive in a few minutes if we fly there. Yuan nodded. However, since we're going to be meeting with a player, we should hide our identities. Yuan turned to look at Xiaohua and asked her, Xiaohua, do you have another mask like the Black Jade mask to give to Meishio? Xiaohua shook her head. If you need a mask, I have one, young master. Feng Yuxiang said. Really? Do you think we can borrow it for now? Feng Yuxiang nodded and pulled out a red mask from her spatial ring a moment later. Unlike the black jade mask that was large enough to cover one's face, this mask only covered the upper half of one's face, leaving the chin and mouth exposed. Furthermore, it was red in color with some gold outlines. You can keep it. I tried selling it years ago but eventually gave up and tossed it with the other things I couldn't sell. Feng Yuxiang handed it to Meishio in a casual manner. Crimson mask. Grade, Spirit. Quality, High. Mental strength required, 1000. Description, a beautiful red mask that increases your mental defense by 2000. Thank you, Feng. Meishio accepted the mask. Even though it's a treasure and you don't have any cultivation, you should be able to wear it after consuming the Crimson Lotus tea. Feng Yuxiang said. And she continued, speaking of your cultivation, do you intend on staying as a mortal forever, or are you going to start cultivating soon? Meishio turned to look at Yuan for help since she didn't know anything about cultivators. I think you should become a cultivator, Meishio. This way, you can protect yourself in this world that's full of unreasonable people. Yuan said to her. I will protect you whenever we're together, but there may be times when we're separated. Meishio nodded, okay, I will become a cultivator. A few moments later, Yuan retrieved the flying sword and said to Meishio, I can carry you. Meishio's eyes widened after hearing Yuan's words. He wants to carry her. Ahem. Feng Yuxiang suddenly cleared her throat before speaking, if you want, I can carry you instead. Meishio nodded and said to Yuan in a somewhat bashful voice, I'm sorry, but I don't think I'm ready to be carried by you, yet. Yuan didn't understand what she meant by that but nodded his head regardless. Okay, I'll leave Meishio to you, Feng. Sometime later, Yuan jumped on the flying sword and flew towards the sky with Xiaohua. Feng Yuxiang followed them after carrying Meishio like before. Xiaohua, you mentioned that some people are able to fly before Spirit Grandmaster. Do you think I can learn to fly now that I am a Spirit Master? Yuan asked her while they flew toward Longchen City slowly. In order to fly, Brother Yuan must learn Qi manifestation to a certain extent, where you release the spiritual energy inside your dantian outside and control the gravity around you. How does one learn Qi manifestation? Is there a technique for it? Yuan asked. No, Qi manifestation is something one must learn by themselves. I see. I will try it later. Yuan nodded. Yuan and the others descended from the sky a few minutes later once they could see Longchen City in the distance. Once they returned to the ground, they walked a few hundred meters until they could see the entrance to the city. This is the northern entrance, right? Yuan asked Feng Yuxiang. That's correct. Thus, they began waiting for the staff member from the auction site. Xiao Hua, Feng, can you hide for now? There's a chance the players can use you to identify us. Meishio suddenly said to them. Oh, Meishio's right. We're trying to hide our identity. Yuan agreed with Meishio. Xiao Hua and Feng Yuxiang nodded their heads and disappeared by returning to Yuan's body. Wow! Meishio mumbled in a dazed voice after seeing this scene. About 10 minutes later, they could see a skinny man in his late 20s wearing plain clothes approaching them with a nervous smile on his face. Hello. I am a staff member at CO Player Auctions. Are you the ones selling the frozen jade zither? The staff said in a nervous voice, mostly because of the invisible but powerful aura coming from Yuan, who stood there menacingly in the staff's eyes. A black mask. Could it really be Player Yuan? The staff swallowed nervously at this thought. We are, Meishio said. Hello, esteemed guests. You can call me Li, and I am here to verify the frozen jade zither's legitimacy before we begin the auction. How are you going to verify the treasure? Meishio then asked. I just need to verify the grade of the treasure. However, before we do that, let's go somewhere more private. There are too many people around here. Yuan and Meishio then followed this person named Li into the woodland behind them. A few minutes later, they stopped. Now, if you could, please take out the frozen jade zither. I just need to verify the grade and quality to make sure it's real. Also, you can rest assured that I won't touch the treasure until we officially begin the auction with your approval, said Li. Meishio turned to look at Yuan since he was the one who had the treasure. After nodding his head, Yuan retrieved the frozen jade zither from his spatial ring and held it in front of Li. This is. Li felt the chills throughout his body the moment the frozen jade zither appeared, and the atmosphere in that area also became colder. Li narrowed his eyes at the zither. Frozen jade zither. Grade, divine. Quality, low. Mental strength requirement, 35,000. Soul strength requirement, 50,000. Description, can create music notes that will freeze one's heart and soul. Real. It's really a divine grade treasure. Li subconsciously took a few steps with a shocked expression on his face after seeing the zither's stats. It's real. Since this divine grade treasure is real, there's a very good chance this person in the black mask is. Li turned to look at Yuan with a shocked face, looking like he'd just received a revelation. Have you verified it? Meishio suddenly asked him. Yes. I have. Thank you very much. Li quickly responded in a startled manner. What should we do from this point? Meishio then asked. Li swallowed heavily and took a deep breath to calm himself down before speaking. Before we continue, I have a few questions for you. The questions, of course, are optional, so you don't have to answer them if you don't want to. However, it would be in your and the bidder's best interest that they have more information on the treasure. Meishio nodded her head. Ahem. First and foremost, where did you obtain this treasure? A brief background is fine as well. Li then asked. It was obtained from an event, Yuan responded. What a young voice. Could player Yuan be a youngster? Li cried inwardly after hearing Yuan's voice. Li swallowed nervously and continued to ask, if you don't mind me asking, was it obtained from the zither competition that occurred recently? Li really wanted to straight out ask Yuan if he was really player Yuan, but due to their anonymous account, such a question would break the terms of service, as anonymous accounts are called anonymous for a reason. With that being said, as long as he doesn't ask questions that directly ask for their identity, it would be fine. It's... Yuan opened his mouth to speak, but Meishio quickly interrupted, you may move on to the next question. Li nodded and immediately asked the next question without any complaints, then let's continue to the auction itself. You requested for the minimum bid to start at $100 million, is that correct? Yes, Meishio said. The time limit for the auction will be 7 days, is that correct? Yes. Do you have any special requests for the auction? No. Do you accept trades, or do you want money only? Money only. Meishio answered Li's questions as straightforwardly as possible. Thank you. Now, allow me to explain to you how the auction will proceed since this appears to be your first time working with us. Li said. And he continued, once we get your approval and receive the treasure, we will immediately begin the auction. There is normally a line based on a first-come first-serve rule, but we will make an exception this time and give your treasure priority due to its value. At the end of the auction, the highest bidder will pay the money to the website, which will be transferred to your account after deducting the service fees, which is 10% of the total amount. Once we transfer the money to your account, we will hand over the treasure to the buyer. Do you have any questions so far? Meishio pondered for a moment before speaking, are there any assurances for us? What if you take the treasure and run with it? I understand your worries, esteemed guest, and while I personally don't have anything to reassure you, I do hope the website's reputation that has been built upon decades of trust will reassure you to some extent. Our website, CO Player Auctions, has over 10 million successful transactions since its foundation with millions of dollars transferred every day. In total, our website has earned tens of billions of dollars for the players. Furthermore, all of this was done without a single fraud transaction. While we have been accused of stealing before by people for clout and money, plenty of times at that, we've been proven innocent for every single case. Li explained their website's history and its trustworthiness. If that's not enough to convince you to trust us, we will even deposit the requested minimal amount, $100 million into your account temporarily. Of course, you won't be able to withdraw it until after the bid. What do you think? After pondering for a moment, Meishio nodded, okay. Great. Can you give me about 15 minutes to prepare things? I will log off and approve of the auction as well as notify the higher management so they can transfer the money to your account. Once that's done, I will return for the treasure. Okay. Thank you. Li logged off a few seconds later. Yuan and Meishio also logged off shortly after. Meanwhile, after logging off, Li removed the console from his head before rushing out of the room with an ecstatic look on his face. It's real. It's real. It's really real. Ha ha ha. Li laughed out loud as he ran in the hallways, quickly returning to his workroom. Bang! Li opened the door with force and shouted loudly, it's real. The treasure is real. I verified it. It's really a divine-grade treasure. And the person selling it was most likely player Yuan. Everybody in the room stopped whatever they were doing and turned to look at him with dumbfounded expressions on their faces. Wait a second. Are you serious? The auction request is real? One of Li's co-workers asked him in a trembling voice. Yes. I will explain it later since I need to call upper management ASAP. Li immediately went to pick up his phone and dialed a number. Hello, this is Li. My staff code is 19X6SE. This call is regarding one of the auction requests I had received recently. Li proceeded to explain to the upper management about the frozen jade zither, which immediately caused a stir within the upper management. Are you sure? That player Yuan might be selling his divine-grade treasure? Yes, I am fairly certain that was player Yuan. His appearance and black mask matched the descriptions from those who saw him at the zither competition. Li said with confidence in his voice. This is huge news. And this auction, we're going to make sure the entire world knows of it. Don't mess this up, Li. Your head is on the line here. Yes, sir. Li said before hanging up and going to his computer to speak with Meishio through the website. Hello, this is Li. I have just spoken with the upper management, and they have agreed to proceed with the auction. $100 million should be deposited into your account within the next few minutes. After sitting in front of her laptop for a couple of minutes after she logged off from Cultivation Online, Meishio received this message from Li on CO Player Auctions. And just like Li had promised, $100 million was added to her account's wallet. I have received the money. Meishio typed. Great, then we may proceed with the auction. Once again, the bid will last for 7 days, and you will receive the money within 48 hours after the auction with the service fees already deducted, which is 10% of the total amount. I understand. Then I will meet you inside the game in 5 minutes to retrieve the treasure from you. Okay. After her message, Meishio went to explain to Yuan the situation. They have deposited $100 million into our account, but we cannot withdraw it until after the auction. That's fine. They returned to Cultivation Online a few minutes later and waited for Li to log in. Once Li also returned to the game, Yuan handed the frozen jade zither to Li, who immediately tossed it inside his spatial ring. Even though spatial rings are expensive, every staff member working for the website was given one so that they can safely secure the treasures given to them. Thank you for trusting us. We will not disappoint you. The auction will begin tomorrow after we advertise the auction to the world, said Li to them before logging off the game. What should we do now? Meishio asked Yuan afterward. Want to hang out at Longchen City for the rest of the day? We can eat food and look at stores together. Perhaps we can even look for a cultivation technique for you. Yuan said. Eat food and look at stores? Meishio mumbled. Isn't this basically a date? She wondered inwardly. After a moment of silence, she spoke, but I already have a cultivation technique. It was given to me when I first started. Oh, the basic cultivation technique? I have it as well, but I never used it since I have a better one. And if you have a better cultivation technique, you will be able to cultivate faster. Yuan said. I understand. Meishio nodded. Feng Yuxiang's voice suddenly resounded, I would give you a cultivation technique but I don't have any, and as a divine beast, we don't really need any cultivation techniques since we absorb the spiritual energy in the air naturally. Of course, having one would help, but it won't help me since I cannot increase my cultivation base because of the curse. Xiaohua, what about our cultivation technique? Do you think Meishio can learn it as well? Yuan then asked her. If Sister Meishio agrees to help Xiaohua with her legacy, she replied. What do you think, Meishio? Yuan then asked her. Okay. Meishio nodded. Great. Thank you, Xiaohua. Sometime later, Yuan and Meishio made their way towards Longchen City, and since Yuan was wearing his inner court uniform, the guards allowed them to enter the city without paying any fees, even greeting them with respect. Meanwhile, in the outside world, the world was taken by surprise when CO Player Auctions, the leading market for Cultivation Online, announced their latest high-profile auction. What? There's going to be a divine-grade treasure being auctioned off later. Impossible. It's real. The website made an official announcement just a few minutes ago. They have also verified the treasure. Heavens! Who could possibly sell a divine-grade treasure at this stage of the game, much less have one? I can only think of Player Yuan when it comes to having divine-grade treasures. Could this treasure be one of Player Yuan's treasures? That's very likely, but the website didn't mention Player Yuan's name, which is odd considering that it would definitely bring more attention to the auction if they attached his name to the auction. Who knows, really? We can only wait for more information about this auction. While the news spread from the people's mouth, it was also mentioned on the news and the internet, especially Player Yuan's dedicated forums which blew up with speculations regarding this auction being related to Player Yuan. Player Yuan might have auctioned off his divine-grade treasure. There's a high possibility that this treasure belongs to Player Yuan. The auction will start at a whopping $100 million, becoming one of the most expensive auctions right off the bat. While the internet raged with excitement, the legacy and wealthy families out there began preparing their money for the treasure. What a damn pity this divine-grade treasure is only an instrument. If it was a sword or any other weapon, I wouldn't be so hesitant about joining the auction. Then should we ignore this auction? No, let's still try to buy it. Who knows when such an opportunity might arrive again. However, we won't go all out. Many people had the same sentiment towards this auction since the divine-grade treasure was only an instrument and not an actual weapon. However, not every family had the same opinion. In fact, it was the complete opposite for wealthy families with a musical background. In their eyes, the zither, one of the most popular instruments ever since Player Yuan's debut at the zither competition, was akin to the Holy Grail, something they must get their hands on. Thus, it was a chaotic scene across the world for most musical families and companies. Meanwhile, at the Yu family, Tang Li slammed the table with an excited expression on her face after hearing about the auction, and she said, "We must get our hands on this divine-grade zither." Yu Yong nodded his head in agreement and said, "Not only will this benefit our players since most of them use the zither, but we might even get to know this Player Yuan's identity if we manage to buy it. I will call our accountants right now. We can't let the other families get their hands on this treasure." Tang Li immediately pulled out her cell phone and began calling people. After speaking with a dozen accountants, Tang Li closed her phone and said to Yu Yong, "We're ready to bid whenever the auction begins." Good. This is going to be a fierce fight. The other families won't let us obtain the zither easily since whichever family gets it will have a massive advantage over the other families. Yu Yong nodded. Meanwhile, similar situations played out in the other musical families. We must get our hands on this frozen jade zither. We cannot let the Yu family get it or our current advantage will instantly disappear. The Yu family may be rich, but their resources are not unlimited, especially not after what happened to their golden goose. Wealthy families around the world prepared their bank for the upcoming auction whilst the common folks waited for the spectacle. Meanwhile, inside Cultivation Online and the Dragon Essence Temple, Elder Shan knocked on Fei Yuyan's doors. "Master? Do you need something?" Fei Yuyan greeted her at the door, but she found it unusual that Elder Shan would visit her unannounced. "Here, Disciple Yuan asked me to give this to you." Elder Shan extended her hand with a scroll in her grasp. "What's this?" Fei Yuyan raised her eyebrows as she accepted the scroll. "It's the divine rank technique the two of you had obtained at the zither competition. Apparently, he's done with it." Elder Shan explained. "Wait. He's done with it already? How long has it been since the competition? A week?" Fei Yuyan mumbled in a dazed voice. "He handed it to me a couple of days ago, so it actually took him much shorter than that. Unbelievable. I cannot imagine learning a divine rank technique in such a short time. His comprehension abilities are simply godlike." Fei Yuyan sighed in a defeated voice, realizing that she will never be at Yuan's level. "By the way, the last spot for the mystic realm. It's Disciple Yuan, isn't it?" Fei Yuyan suddenly asked. "Is it that obvious?" Elder Shan smiled. "Of course," she nodded. "Don't tell anybody about this, though. The core disciples won't be happy if they learn that an inner court disciple had taken their spot, a new disciple who recently joined, at that." Elder Shan said. "Don't worry, Master. I won't tell anybody," Fei Yuyan promised. "Anyways, good luck with the technique. I've got a few more things to do before the mystic realm." "Thank you, Master." "Don't thank me, thank Disciple Yuan the next time you see him. Maybe even a kiss." Elder Shan chuckled. "Master. Don't make such jokes. It's not funny." The two of us live in different worlds. I don't qualify to be with someone like him. Fei Yuyan sighed in a dejected manner. Elder Shan didn't expect Fei Yuyan to respond so seriously, leaving her speechless. After a moment of awkward silence, Elder Shan said, "If you really like him, I don't think it's impossible. You never know, he might even make you his Dao companion." Dao companion. Fei Yuyan stared at Elder Shan with wide eyes filled with surprise. Don't underestimate yourself, disciple Fei. You're one of the 3 graceful fairies, have some more confidence in yourself. And if you don't ask him, how else are you going to find out? I see. Thank you, Master, for your advice. Fei Yuyan nodded. Sometime later, Elder Shan left Fei Yuyan's living quarters. Disciple romance, huh? If only there was someone like Disciple Yuan during my disciple days. Elder Shan returned home with a solemn look on her face. Meanwhile, in Longchen City, Yuan and Meishio walked side by side as they strolled through the city. Senior disciple, how about some chicken skewers? It's on me. A middle-aged man working by the street suddenly called out to Disciple Yuan, offering them free food. Yuan immediately nodded, "Thank you. This is the least I can do for the Dragon Essence Temple that has helped our community a lot." The worker laughed as he handed Yuan 2 sticks of chicken skewers. "Here you go." Yuan handed the other chicken skewer to Meishio. "Thank you." Meishio accepted the chicken skewer. After eating the skewer, Yuan sighed, "That chicken skewer made me even more hungry. Do you want to sit down and eat some food?" "Whatever you want to do," Meishio responded. Yuan nodded and took her to a random restaurant where they spent the next hour sitting down and eating food. Inside the restaurant, Yuan displayed his amazing eating abilities to Meishio, who was only slightly surprised by his eating habits. The food in this game, the taste is too realistic. Meishio was more shocked by how well her taste buds worked inside the game, almost like she was eating real food. Right? This is actually my favorite part about Cultivation Online. I am only limited to soup outside, but in this world, I can eat whatever I want. Yuan said with a bright smile on his face. After they finished eating and Yuan paid the tab, which was given a discount because of his status as an inner court disciple at the Dragon Essence Temple, Yuan and Meishio continued to wander the city until they eventually found something that would pique their interest and cause them to stop momentarily, almost like 2 lovers on a date. As the sky grew darker, Yuan and Meishio left the city and flew back to the Dragon Essence Temple with the help of Xiao Hua and Feng Yuxiang. I had fun today, Meishio. We should definitely do this more often, just spending our days leisurely. Yuan said to her after they returned to his backyard. Meishio nodded with a slightly rosy face that was hidden by the darkness outside. I had fun too. Anyways, before we log off for the night, let's see if Meishio can learn heaven's secret art. Yuan said to Xiao Hua once they went back into the house. Okay. Xiao Hua nodded her small head before taking out her book. After giving Meishio some instructions, Yuan sat down in the lotus position with Meishio sitting right beside him. However, before she started, Xiao Hua said, "By the way, Sister Meishio, are you sure you're willing to help Xiao Hua with her legacy? Xiao Hua can only teach you the technique if you agree." Although she didn't know anything about Xiao Hua's legacy, Meishio nodded her head. A few moments later, Xiao Hua began reading her book, quickly filling the room with incomprehensible words, almost like she was mumbling gibberish. An hour after Xiao Hua started reading her book, she suddenly closed it and stopped reciting the technique. "What do you think, Meishio?" Yuan asked her afterward. Meishio shook her head and said, "I didn't understand a thing." That's completely expected since it normally takes months, even years to learn a cultivation technique at this level, that is unless your brother Yuan, of course. Xiao Hua said. And she continued, although Xiao Hua appreciates Sister Meishio for agreeing to help Xiao Hua with her legacy, Xiao Hua thinks you should find a more suitable cultivation technique. Shouldn't you give Meishio some more time to learn the technique? I think it's still too early for her to give up. Yuan said. However, Xiaohua shook her head and said, Xiaohua can tell. Unlike brother Yuan, sister Meishio was unable to remain focused the entire time. Even if she cannot learn the technique in a few hours like brother Yuan, she should at least have the ability to remain focused. When one cannot remain focused during a certain cultivation technique, it usually means they are not suited for the cultivation technique, so they won't learn it no matter how long they study it. Feng Yuxiang suddenly jumped in. I also tried to learn the technique but was unable to focus even slightly, so I gave up after a few minutes. Feng Yuxiang shrugged. That's because you're a divine beast. Only human cultivators are able to learn Xiaohua's technique, she said. What kind of cultivation is it, anyway? I'm kind of interested. Feng Yuxiang said. However, Xiaohua shook her head and said, it's a secret. Sorry, Meishio, but I guess you can only cultivate the basic cultivation technique for now until we find you a more suitable cultivation technique, Yuan said to Meishio. I don't mind, she said in a calm voice. Sometime later, Yuan and Meishio logged off the game. After logging off, Meishio went to cook dinner while Yuan cultivated in his room. Once dinner was served, Meishio went to sleep. As for Yuan, he spent the entire night cultivating like usual. The following morning, after breakfast, Meishio took her laptop to Yuan's room and said, the auction will start in a few minutes. How much do you think we'll be able to sell the frozen jade zither for? Yuan asked her. Who knows, but it should be more than enough to support us for a very long time, Meishio said as she pulled up the website. The first thing that popped up when she entered the website was the words Divine Grade Treasure Auction. Upon clicking this pop-up, she was immediately taken to the auction. Frozen Jade Zither. Grade, Divine. Quality, Low. Type of treasure, Instrument. Requirements, 35,000 mental strength, 50,000 soul strength. Description, obtained from an event. Time limit, 7 days. Starting price, 100 million. Minimal increment, 100,000. Time until auction starts, 1439. Current bidders, 150,241,777. Wow, there are over 150 million people on this page as of this moment, Meishio mumbled as she watched the number increase by thousands with every passing second. However, despite the massive amount of bidders there, the majority of them were only there to spectate the real bidders fight each other for the first divine-grade treasure ever being sold. Meanwhile, across the world, news outlets and online streamers were all focused on the auction. As the timer approached zero, the anticipation from people around the world only heightened. By the time there was only 1 minute left, the auction had amassed a grand total of 300 million bidders, breaking the website's record by 10 folds, and this number would only increase. 4. 3. 2. 1. 0. Auction begins. The second the auction started, the 100 million starting price suddenly jumped up by a massive $10 million. Ling family has bid 110 million. However, not even 10 seconds later, the number jumped again. Anonymous has bid 125 million. The number continued to grow with every passing minute, and in just 10 short minutes, the price for the frozen jade zither had reached $200 million. Yu family has bid 200 million. Furthermore, in order to bid in an auction, one must actually have the funds available and ready in their account. The explosive increase shocked the majority of the spectators, but in the eyes of these wealthy families, the fight was just beginning. The website reached a peak of 500 million bidders an hour after the auction started, slowly decreasing once the bidding also slowed down. Lotus family has bid 258 million. Chen family has bid 258,500,000. Dream Slayer has bid 260 million. Anonymous has bid 261 million. It's already at 260 million, Yuan, Meishio said to him in a calm voice. While the number may seem astronomical to the average person, in Meishio's eyes, who has seen larger numbers, she didn't show too much reaction to it. As for Yuan, who used to earn similar numbers in a month from playing professionally, also didn't show much excitement when he heard the amount. In his mind, he only needed enough money to support himself and Meishio. I see. Anyways, there are still 7 days. Let's leave it for now. Yuan said. Okay. After closing her laptop, Meishio helped Yuan enter the game before she went to her own room and entered the game herself. Inside the game, Yuan said to Meishio, I will be participating in the mystic realm in a few days, but we will be leaving the sect sometime today. Do you want to come with me, Meishio? Meishio nodded, yes. After all, if she's not with Yuan, she has nowhere else to go, nor was there anything for her to do. Sometime later, Yuan could feel the communication jade slip in his pocket tremble. Disciple Yuan, please come to the sect master's headquarters. We're going to be leaving the sect in an hour. Elder Xian's voice resounded from the jade slip. Okay, Yuan replied before leaving his living quarters with Meishio shortly after. Yuan, should I wear my mask as well? Meishio asked him before leaving the house. Oh, right. I almost forgot. Let's wear our mask just in case. Yuan nodded as he wore the black jade mask. Meishio followed and wore her crimson mask before following Yuan outside. Disciple Yuan. Where are you going? And who's that beside you? She doesn't look like a disciple. Min Li noticed them and called out to him from her windows. Good morning, Disciple Min. I am heading to the sect master's headquarters right now, said Yuan. Sect master's headquarters? Did you do something again? Most disciples go there only when they're in trouble with the sect master, Min Li said in a slightly worried voice. Ha! No, I am not in trouble. I'm meeting with Elder Xian there since we're about to leave the sect for the mystic realm. Wait a second. The mystic realm? Don't tell me you're going to participate in it. Min Li stared at him with wide eyes, but after she recalled his talents, her shock almost instantly disappeared. That's right. Yuan nodded. I see. Well. Good luck, I guess. Min Li was speechless. Oh, and this is my friend, Meishio. See you later, Disciple Min. Yuan left the place shortly after, leaving Min Li standing by the window with a dazed look on her face. That was Min Li, my neighbor, and a fellow disciple. She's from a really powerful and influential family from what I heard. Yuan introduced her to Meishio after they left. Sometime later, they arrived at the sect master's headquarters. Knock knock. Yuan knocked on the door loudly after arriving at the doorstep. It's me, Disciple Yuan. The door opened a few moments later and Elder Xian appeared before them. Welcome, Disciple Yuan. Elder Xian stopped speaking when he noticed Meishio standing beside him. Who's this? He then asked. This is my friend, Meishio. I hope you don't mind her tagging along with us. Yuan said to him. Your friend. Elder Xian raised his eyebrows. He then said, let's assemble with the others for now. We'll see what the sect master has to say about this. Yuan and Meishio followed Elder Xian inside the building to meet with Long Yijuan, the high-ranking sect elders, as well as the participants. We've been waiting for you, Disciple Yuan, HM. Who's that? Long Yijuan asked the moment he noticed the person with a feminine figure standing next to Yuan. This is my friend, Meishio, and I'd like to bring her with me, Yuan said. Your friend. Everyone in the room turned to look at Meishio with raised eyebrows. You say she's your friend, but she's actually your Tao companion or something, right? Elder Shan chuckled after a moment of silence. Tao companion? What's that? Yuan asked in a puzzled voice, forgetting that he'd heard this term before. You don't know. A Tao companion is someone who has sworn to follow you for the rest of their lives. Elder Shan explained. And before Yuan could even say anything, Meishio opened her mouth and said in a calm voice, I guess you can call me his Tao companion. Eh? All of the eyes on her widened with shock and surprise. Yuan's Tao companion. But they couldn't sense any cultivation from her. In other words, she was a mortal. How could a mere mortal be the Tao companion of a heaven-defying genius like Yuan? Are you really his Tao companion? You're not joking with us here, right? Elder Shan asked her in a trembling voice since she personally couldn't believe it. Meishio nodded her head and spoke in a serious voice, I have promised to follow and serve Yuan for the rest of my life. Unbeknownst to the people in the room, Meishio was talking about their relationship in the real world. Of course, Meishio herself has never heard of the term Tao companion until today and misunderstood its meaning after hearing Elder Shan's poor explanation. I see, if you make it sound like that, I guess you can call her my Tao companion. Yuan also agreed, following Meishio's misunderstanding. Elder Shan's jaw dropped to the floor after hearing Yuan's confirmation. After a moment of awkward silence, Long Yijuan cleared his throat before speaking, since she's your Tao companion, I guess she can tag along. Thank you, Sect Master. Yuan nodded, completely oblivious to the misunderstanding that had been created from this situation. Looks like someone had beat you to the punch, Disciple Fei. Elder Shan sighed inwardly, feeling a little pity for Fei Yuyan. Elder Xian also had similar thoughts, but he was thinking about his granddaughter, Xian Wuhan, instead. Anyways, now that everyone is here, we can start making our way to the mystic realm. Long Yijuan said. Disciple Yuan and his Tao companion, Disciple Gao, Disciple Shui, Elder Xian, Elder Shan, Elder Dai, and myself will be going to the mystic realm while everyone else will remain here to take care of the sect while we're gone. Long Yijuan then turned to look at Elder Bai and said, I'll leave you in charge until we return, Elder Bai. I will protect the sect with my life on the line, Sect Master. Elder Bai nodded with a serious look on his face. Sometime later, everyone that was going to the mystic realm gathered outside. Once they were outside, the sect elders retrieved their flying treasures. Elder Shan summoned her boat and Elder Xian summoned his cloud treasure. Come over here, Disciple Yuan. Elder Shan patted her flying treasure. Yuan didn't say anything and entered the boat, followed by Meishio. The two of you can ride with me. Elder Xian said to Gao Dongya and Shui Jie. A few moments later, once everyone was on a flying treasure, they took to the skies. What about the sect master? Yuan asked when he noticed that they'd left him behind. Don't worry about him, look. Elder Shan pointed below them. Yuan turned his head to look at the direction she was pointing, and to his surprise, there was a dragon flying towards them with Long Yijuan and Elder Dai riding on its head. Yuan felt his heart skip a beat when he saw this dragon, and he exclaimed in an excited voice, Is that a real dragon? Even though this dragon wasn't as intimidating as the Great One, it was still an exciting sight to see a real dragon. However, Elder Shan chuckled and said, No, you silly. Do you remember when Elder Xian said there are flying treasures that resemble magical beasts but aren't actually real? That dragon is one of those flying treasures. There's no way anyone would be able to tame a mighty dragon and ride them like a flying treasure. Is that so? But it looks so realistic, Yuan mumbled in a somewhat disappointed voice. You can tell whether it's real or not by its aura. Elder Shan then said. Oh, you're right. I cannot sense any aura coming from it. Yuan realized. Feng Yuxiang's voice suddenly resounded in Yuan's head, Once I am able to transform back to my phoenix form, I'll let the young master ride me as much as he wants. Who needs dragons when you have a phoenix? We're both divine beasts, anyway. A smile appeared on Yuan's face, and he mumbled, Thank you, Feng Feng. Seconds later, Long Yijuan caught up to them, and he said, We're going to take the teleportation device at Bright Needle City to the northern continent, where the mystic realm will take place. It's going to take a couple of hours before we arrive at the city so you can relax until then. Yes, Sect Master. They responded. Sometime later, Elder Shan opened her mouth and spoke, Disciple Yuan, since we have plenty of time, why don't you tell me a little more about you and your Tao companion here? How'd you two meet? Yuan nodded and said, Her parents worked for my parents, so we've known each other since we were kids. Oh, childhood friends, huh? What a lovely relationship already. Elder Shan chuckled. Then she looked at Meishio and said, I'm very interested in what kind of woman could captivate someone like disciple Yuan's heart. Of course, if you don't want to show your face, that's fine as well. Captivate Yuan's heart. Meishio found Elder Shan's choice of words to be weird, but she didn't think too much about it and nodded her head before removing her crimson mask to show Elder Shan her face. I see. Elder Shan nodded her head as though she realized something, not feeling the slightest shock that Meishio was a beauty, as it was only natural for someone as talented as Yuan to have a beauty by his side. In fact, it would be weird if Yuan's Tao companion wasn't a beauty. Anyway, you're certainly one lucky lady, becoming his Tao companion at such a young age. You have no idea how many people will be envious of you in the near future. Elder Shan said. Thank you. Meishio said in a hesitant voice since she wasn't exactly sure what Elder Shan was talking about. Sometime later, Yuan asked, Senior Shan, since you're a spirit master as well, can you use Qi manifestation? Qi manifestation. Only spirit grandmasters can do that. Elder Shan quickly said. Really? But I heard that some spirit masters are able to use Qi manifestation. Elder Shan shook her head and said, maybe if they're a heaven-defying genius or have some unique physique, but under normal circumstances, one cannot use Qi manifestation before they become a spirit grandmaster. Well, I can release my Qi outside to a certain extent, but that's not true Qi manifestation. After a moment of silence, she continued, well, if it's you, who can use divine sense before reaching spirit master, maybe you can use Qi manifestation before you become a spirit grandmaster. Though, you'll probably still need to be around peak spirit master before you can do it. Do you want to try it now? Elder Shan suddenly asked. Really? How do I try? Elder Shan extended her hand and said, now gather your spiritual energy in your hand and imagine it leaving your hand and touching my hand. Yuan nodded and followed her instructions, lifting his hand and gathering his spiritual energy in his hand. He then imagined it leaving his hand, almost like he'd grown a second hand. However, he gave up a moment later when he couldn't release the spiritual energy, and it was like there was an invisible wall preventing him from doing so. Don't worry, if it was so easy, every spirit master would be able to do it. Elder Shan said to him afterward. Yuan nodded and said, I'm going to continue trying. Go ahead. Just don't exhaust yourself. Qi manifestation also requires a lot of energy to maintain. Elder Shan said to him. A few moments later, Xiaohua's voice resounded inside his head, Brother Yuan, Qi manifestation is very similar to divine sense. Just practice like you would with divine sense. Now that you mention it, they are very similar. Yuan realized this fact and immediately started trying to release his spiritual energy like he does with divine sense. After an hour of practicing, Yuan finally managed to produce some results. Although it was only very slightly, he'd managed to extend his spiritual energy a few inches outside his body. When Elder Shan saw this, her eyes widened with shock. Did you just? Elder Shan mumbled in a dazed voice. I think I am getting a hang of it. Yuan nodded. Unbelievable. To think you'd actually manage to release your spiritual energy outside of your body, even if it's just a little, and you just entered Spirit Master. I am a little ashamed of myself now. Elder Shan sighed. Thus, Yuan continued to practice his Qi manifestation for the next few hours until they arrived at Bright Needle City. However, instead of descending outside the city like one normally would, Long Yijuan led them directly inside the city, only descending once they were directly above the teleportation device. Of course, nobody complained when they saw this, and the workers there even welcomed them with bright smiles on their faces. Welcome to Bright Needle City, seniors from the Dragon Essence Temple. Are you heading to the northern continent for the Mystic Realm? The worker there immediately recognized their identity and even their destination at a glance since he was warned beforehand. Yes, we are. Long Yijuan nodded his head. Sometime later, after paying the worker the bill in spirit stones, Yuan and the others walked through the teleportation device. "Are you okay?" Yuan asked Meishio after noticing the discomfort on her face. "Yes. Just a little dizzy," Meishio said. "That's what happens when mortals use teleportation devices. Don't worry, it's nothing serious and will go away after some time," Elder Shan said to them. A few moments later, they returned to the skies on their flying treasure. "We'll arrive at the location in 3 hours," Yuan said to them in the air. "By the way, I have been wondering, but how many sects will be participating in the mystic realm?" Yuan suddenly asked them. "Well, it's different every time, but there will always be over 100 sections," Elder Shan said, and she continued, "and out of these sects, only 100 of them will enter the sect ranking and become an elite sect, and our Dragon Essence Temple ranked 7th during the last mystic realm. If I remember correctly, the slots for each sect are distributed depending on their previous results. How will new sects obtain these spots if they didn't participate previously?" Yuan then asked. "In the case that a new sect wants to participate in the mystic realm, there are a few ways they can obtain a slot, whether it be earning them through important events or even straight up buying them with money, which most of them do. Of course, they can only obtain one slot maximum no matter how they obtained it. Over 100 sects, huh? That's a lot of people. What benefits does being an elite sect bring besides recognition?" Yuan then asked. "Nothing, really. However, recognition and fame are the most important factors for sects since that's what attracts new disciples. Even though the difference between rank 7 and rank may 6 not seem very much in your eyes, it's actually very vast, especially since that might be the deciding factor for someone looking for a new sect." "I see." Yuan nodded. About an hour later, their scenery suddenly changed drastically, going from a world rich with trees and greenery to a barren world that barely had any healthy-looking trees, and the further they went, the more desolate the place looked. "Where are we?" Yuan couldn't help but ask, feeling an ominous feeling coming from this place. "This is the Desolate Land, a unique place that takes up 1/3 of the entire northern continent," Elder Shan explained. "Did something happen in this place that caused this atmosphere?" Yuan continued to ask. "Legend has it that a fight had occurred in this place." "A fight?" Yuan raised his eyebrows. Elder Shan nodded, "That's right. Not a war, a fight between 2 cultivators." "Good lord, 2 people caused this. Is that even possible?" Yuan's eyes widened with surprise. "Yes, but this happened in the ancient times when there were no restrictions between each of the heavens and immortals were free to roam from heaven to heaven with little to no effort. Perhaps what happened in this place is the reason the mighty heavens placed the restrictions on us in the first place, at least if the legend was true." "Is that so?" Yuan mumbled before turning to watch the scenery again. Although there was nothing to see, the barren world itself was a spectacle for Yuan, who has never seen such a view before. A few more hours later, Yuan said to them, "We're almost there. Prepare yourselves." What is that thing in the distance?" Yuan suddenly asked, his voice sounding a little shocked. Meishio narrowed her eyes, and she could see some sort of chasm in the distance, almost like a pair of gates opened slightly. "That's the gates to the mystic realm. Quite big, right?" Elder Shan chuckled at his reaction. "Big is an understatement, Senior Shan. That thing is massive. Is that a treasure? How did they move that thing? Or has it always been there?" Yuan expressed his awe. "Yes, it's a treasure, and no, they cannot move it," Elder Shan explained. A few minutes later, the already large gates appeared even larger, making anyone who was in its presence feel like mere ants. "We're here," Yuan said about 10 minutes later. Once they stopped flying in the air, Yuan and everyone else looked down at the area, and to their surprise, there were houses built on the ground along with some camps and a couple of hundred people. "We're landing," Yuan said before descending his flying treasure. Yuan and the others could feel numerous gazes suddenly directed in their direction. Ignore them. Elder Xian said. Once they landed, Long Yijuan retrieved his flying treasure, which turned into a toy-like object that resembled a dragon. He then pulled out another toy-like object from his spatial ring, which resembled a house this time. Long Yijuan poured his spiritual energy into this toy house before throwing it at the empty lot in front of them. Poof! The palm-sized toy house suddenly expanded until it was the size of a real building, leaving Yuan speechless and Meishio full of surprise. Quickly, go inside. Long Yijuan said to them in a hasty voice, sounding as though they were in immediate danger. Yuan and the other didn't dare to linger and immediately went inside this building that was already filled with decoration. However, while the disciples went inside, Long Yijuan and the sect elders remained standing outside while facing a certain direction, almost like they were waiting for something. And a few seconds later, they could see many figures approaching their direction, all of them emitting powerful auras belonging to spirit masters, with even one of them being a mighty spirit grandmaster. It's been a while, fellow Taoists. Long Yijuan greeted the guests with a friendly smile on his face while the three elders stood behind him with vigilant looks on their faces. Even though these guests all had friendly-looking expressions on their faces, one can never be too careful in the cultivation world where anything can happen, especially when they are competitors. Sect Master Long and Sect Elders, it's been 10 long years since our last meeting. You arrived almost at the last minute this time, Sect Master Long. Did something happen? The Dragon Essence Temple is usually always the first ones to arrive. Don't tell me you almost forgot about the mystic realm. These guests were all sect masters and high-ranking elders from the other sects, their intentions unclear. I guess you can say something like that. Long Yijuan responded in a calm voice. By the way, I heard the Dragon Essence Temple managed to win a major bet recently that earned them a few divine-grade treasures. Congratulations. One of them suddenly spoke, mentioning the gamble Long Yijuan made with the other sects. Ha ha ha. Thank you. Indeed, my Dragon Essence Temple managed to amass a small fortune due to some minor luck. However, my sect doesn't really need these treasures, so if you would like to buy them, give the Dragon Essence Temple a visit after the Mystic Realm. I will even give you a discount. Long Yijuan said, still with an innocent-looking smile on his face. The sect masters there stared at Long Yijuan with dumbfounded looks on their faces, as they didn't expect him to suddenly start selling the divine-grade treasures he'd obviously tricked from the others. What a shameless fellow, they all thought. Anyways, I have been wondering for a while now, but I only saw 2 disciples from your group. I thought the Dragon Essence Temple obtained 3 slots from the last Mystic Realm. The Spirit Grandmaster there suddenly asked. The 2 disciples he was referring to were Shui Jia and Gao Dongya. As for Meishio, there was no way they'd let a mortal who hasn't even begun to cultivate enter the Mystic Realm. Meanwhile, in his eyes, Yuan, who was emitting the aura of a spirit master, it was impossible for someone like that to be a mere disciple. In fact, everybody there thought the same and mistook Yuan as another sect elder from the Dragon Essence Temple. Long Yijuan realized this fact and took advantage of their misunderstanding and said with an arrogant-looking smug face, the Dragon Essence Temple is so confident this year that we decided to only use 2 out of our 3 slots. What? Are you insane? The sect masters there were shocked speechless by Long Yijuan's claims. So confident in his 2 disciples that they'd be willing to give up an entire spot. Not even the number 1 sect would do such a foolish thing. After all, every additional spot in the Mystic Realm could be the difference between rank 1 and rank 10. Furthermore, they have already done their research on Shui Jia and Gao Dongya even before they became core disciples. While they are, without doubt, among the top geniuses in the lower heavens, they don't show any heaven-defying talents that would shake the entire world, and the other sects also have similar talents, hence why the sect masters couldn't understand where Long Yijuan's confidence was coming from. After talking with each other for a few more minutes, the people from the other sects left Long Yijuan and the others alone, yet they felt as though something was amiss. Let's go inside as well. Long Yijuan said to the sect elders afterward. Once they were inside the building, Long Yuan burst out laughing, ha 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 ha. These idiots really believed me. They really thought I would give up such a valuable spot over arrogance. Yuan and the other disciples watched him laugh with raised eyebrows. After laughing for some time, Long Yuan said, anyways, you guys can relax until the mystic realm starts in 2 days. There are plenty of rooms in this building, so pick whichever one you want. The sect elders and I will keep watch until then. Sometime later, Meishio said to Yuan, it's getting late, so I'll log off first to prepare dinner. Yuan nodded, I'll also log off in a bit. I want to practice chi manifestation for a little longer. After logging off the game, Meishio went to prepare dinner. While dinner was cooking, Meishio went to check on the frozen jade zithers auction. Time until auction ends, 6 days 10 hours. Current bid, 410 million. 400 million already, huh? At this rate, it will definitely reach $500 million. Although the auction has slowed down, Meishio had no doubt that it would reach at least 500 million. A few minutes later, Meishio could hear her phone ringing, and to her surprise, it was from her mother. Hello, Meishio answered the phone after taking a deep breath. Meishio, I have spoken with the Yu family and notified them of your leave. Meifeng's voice resounded a few seconds later. And she continued, they were definitely not happy about it, especially since you're my daughter and the young lady's personal maid. However, there was nothing they could do about it since you're not bound to a contract like I am, since you're still not old enough to legally sign any contracts. If you had been even a few months late, you would have been stuck with the Yu family for essentially the rest of your life, so consider yourself lucky. I see. Thank you, mother. Meishio said to her after hearing this news. Don't thank me, Meishio. I didn't do this for you. Everything is for the young master. Meifeng said. After a moment of silence, Meifeng suddenly said, Meishio. To tell you the truth, I am very envious of you, who can stay by the young master's side, whilst I can only watch him from a distance. Therefore, if you don't treat the young master properly, I won't forgive you. Do you hear me? I hear you. Meishio responded in a somewhat dazed voice. Good. Then I'll be leaving now. Meifeng said to Meishio before cutting the phone call. HAA. Meifeng released a long and deep breath afterward, rubbing her eyes in a tired manner. A few moments later, Meifeng turned around and entered the room that was right behind her with a serious-looking expression on her face. Inside the room, there were 2 individuals sitting across from each other on a small but fancy table filled with luxurious food and a couple of servants standing at the end of the room. What did Meishio say? Did you manage to convince her to stay? Yu Yong asked her the moment she returned. Meifeng shook her head and said, unfortunately, she wouldn't listen to me no matter how much I tried to convince her, even cutting the line on me forcibly when I tried. I will take full responsibility for my daughter's sudden departure, masters. Yu Yong placed his utensils down before sighing, don't worry about it, Meifeng. It's not your fault. Meishio is probably in her rebellious stage since she's around that age. Once she gets over it, she will definitely return to us, so let's just give her more time. Thank you, Master Yu. Meifeng bowed to him. Obviously, it was only an excuse that Meifeng had created for Meishio, as she told the Yu family that Meishio was tired of working and decided to leave. Anyway, how is the auction looking for the divine grade treasure? Tang Li suddenly asked. Allow me a moment to check, Meifeng said as she pulled out her phone. After checking the auction, Meifeng said, the highest bid right now is $411 million, it had increased by 21 million since we last checked half an hour ago. I see. Do you have any predictions on how much it might cost by the end? Tang Li then asked. It's hard to tell since this is the first time a divine grade treasure has been sold. Furthermore, it is highly likely that this treasure belongs to player Yuan. With that being said, the price most likely won't see any more significant increases since this treasure is only an instrument, and its high requirements restrict most if not all of the players at this moment, so most of the other families have already stepped back. Mei Feng said. Yu Yong nodded and said, while it's true that the treasure has a high requirement, this is an investment for the future. Once we have someone who can use that zither, everything will change and we will overtake the other families. Continue monitoring the auction. We'll stop bidding for now until the last day. Yes, Master Yu. Meanwhile, after dinner was prepared, Mei Xiu went to feed Yuan 4 bowls of soup as instructed by Dr. Wang. A few minutes after dinner, almost as though she knew, Yu Rou called Mei Xiu, or more specifically, Yuan. How was your day, brother? I saw the auction. It's a massive success. Over $400 million in a single day, you'll definitely get at least $500 million from the auction. Yu Rou's excited voice resounded in his ears, making it feel as though Yu Rou was really in the room. At this rate, you won't have to worry about not having enough money for the rest of your life. Indeed, Yuan said. By the way, do you see other players at the Mystic Realm? Yu Rou suddenly asked. No, I just got there myself. I see. Well, good luck, brother. Although I will be going back to school tomorrow, I had a lot of fun with Xia Jingyi. We did many quests together, even hunting a dozen magical beasts. Of course, I was the one who slew them all. Yu Rou spoke in a proud voice. That sounds fun, Yuan said with a smile on his face. It is. You should come play with us once you're done with the Mystic Realm. That's what I plan on doing. Oh, wait. I still have one more thing to do before the Mystic Realm. Take your time, brother. We have plenty of time to play the game together. Yu Rou said. Anyway, I will talk to you later. I'm going to sleep now. Good night, brother. Good night, Mei Xiu. Good night, Yu Rou. Good night, Sister Rou. After the phone call ended, Mei Xiu returned to her own room to sleep whilst Yuan cultivated. The following morning, after breakfast, they returned to Cultivation Online. Good morning, everybody. Yuan greeted them. Did you have a good rest last night? The Mystic Realm won't start until sunrise tomorrow, but there will be a gathering later today since all of the participating sects have arrived. Elder Xian said to him. Yuan nodded, then he asked, by the way, I have been wondering, but do you think I can take a closer look at the gates to the Mystic Realm? Or would that be too dangerous? Well, besides some roaming magical beasts in this area, there's really not much danger. And with so many peak experts in this place, even a spirit grandmaster magical beast won't be able to do a thing, so you don't have to worry about them. Elder Xian explained. Long Yijuan interrupted, it's not the magical beasts we're worried about, it's the other sections. While it's very unlikely that anybody would start a fight here, it's not impossible, and it has happened before. Even if we may act friendly to one another, it's all just a public act. Don't forget, we're all competitors fighting for the next highest rank. However, if you want to look at the gates, I won't say no. Just make sure you're with one of the sect elders. Long Yijuan said. I will come with you. Elder Xian said, and he continued, and before you leave, change into these clothes. Yuan accepted the clothes that resembled what sect elders would wear. The others think you're a sect elder because of your cultivation base. It would be in our best interest to keep them thinking that until the start of the Mystic Realm. Elder Xian said. Okay. Do you want to come with us, Mei Xiu? Yuan asked her. Mei Xiu silently nodded her head. I also want to come. Xue Jie suddenly said, and she continued, it's my first time coming to this place, and it's probably going to be my last, so I want to make it more memorable. Elder Xian nodded, okay. A few moments later, Yuan went to the other room to change his clothes, wearing the sect elder's uniform given to him by Elder Xian. Wow, you look much better in those clothes than I'd anticipated. You'll definitely be a popular sect elder if you become one, especially among the female disciples. Elder Xian's eyes widened with surprise when she saw Yuan wearing the sect elder's uniform, which gave him a more profound feeling and also enhanced his handsome appearance by a level. Even Shuejie couldn't help but swallow nervously after seeing Yuan's new appearance. After another moment, Yuan and Meishio wore their masks before going outside with Elder Xian, making their way towards the mystic realm that was only a couple of miles in the distance. Since the place was an empty and flat land and the gates were massive, the mystic realm looked much closer than reality, and when they approached the gates, it felt like they weren't getting any closer despite walking towards it for many minutes. About half an hour later, they could see a large group of people gathered in the front, all staring at the mystic realm with awe on their faces. Looks like we're not the only ones who wanted to look at the mystic realm. Shuejie mumbled as they approached this group. The people there turned to look at them when they noticed their presence. The Dragon Essence Temple, huh? However, they didn't pay too much attention to them and returned to looking at the mystic realm that was emitting an otherworldly light, almost like it would lead them to another world if they entered the light. Meanwhile, Yuan was wondering if there were any players among these people, as they all looked relatively similar to each other in terms of appearance and the aura they gave off. Wow, this treasure is even more massive than I thought. Yuan mumbled in a dazed voice as he tilted his head to look at the giant gate that pierced the clouds in the sky. There were also these complex symbols on each side of this gate, giving the place a more mystical feeling to it. Almost as though they were captivated by it, Yuan and the others stared at this gate with dazed looks on their faces for many minutes without blinking. Suddenly, unbeknownst to the others there, a voice resounded from beyond the mystic realm that only reached Yuan's ears, and it was an ancient-sounding voice, almost as though it was beckoning him. Alas! I have been waiting for you. Yuan's eyes widened when he noticed a semi-transparent figure hovering directly between the gates, almost like a hologram of sorts. However, this person didn't have a face. It had long black hair that flapped behind him like a cape, and it was wearing black clothes with gold outlines around the clothes, giving this individual a majestic atmosphere, almost like he was royalty. When Yuan saw this faceless individual, his blood began boiling for some reason, and it was unclear whether the reaction was due to excitement or something else entirely. Who are you? Yuan mumbled in a mosquito-like voice. Even though this individual hovering in front of the mystic realm lacked any facial features, Yuan could somehow tell that it was looking directly at him. Come here. This ancient voice continued to beckon Yuan. After an unknown amount of time had passed, Yuan suddenly felt someone pat his shoulders. Are you okay? Elder Xian asked him. What do you mean? I have been calling you for a while now, but you were absorbed in the mystic realm, not noticing it. Oh, I'm sorry. I was a little too focused on that figure floating in front of the gates. Who is that person? Yuan said. Huh? Figure? What are you talking about? There's nobody there. Elder Xian looked at him with a surprised expression. Elder Xian then turned to look at the gates just in case, but as he'd expected, there wasn't anybody there. Are you sure you saw somebody there? One cannot approach the mystic realm without the tokens, hence why we aren't getting any closer than this, and we won't be getting these tokens until later today. Elder Xian explained to him. Yes, I'm sure, Yuan said, and he proceeded to describe the faceless man to Elder Xian. As far as I'm aware, nobody has seen this faceless individual before since I have never heard of this person until today. We can ask the sect master later, but we should get back for now since the gathering will happen soon. Okay. Yuan nodded, following Elder Xian and the others back to their building. Come here. The voice continued to resound inside Yuan's head even as he left the place. However, when he turned around, that faceless individual was no longer there, and the voice disappeared shortly after as well. Once they returned to their building, Elder Xian explained the situation to Long Yijuan. Interesting. A faceless individual. Long Yijuan pondered with a serious look on his face. Do you know something about this, sect master? Elder Xian asked. After a moment of silence, Long Yijuan shook his head and said, While I have heard of numerous phenomenons occurring around the mystic realm before, I don't recall anything about a faceless person. I can ask around later, but don't expect an answer. I see. Yuan nodded. Anyways, the gathering won't happen for another 2 hours, but we should start heading there now or else it will look bad for the Dragon Essence Temple if the envoys from the Spirit Heaven arrive before us. Envoys from the upper heavens? Does this mean people from this Spirit Heaven will come down here? Yuan asked. Long Yijuan laughed and said, of course not, silly. It takes too much effort and resources to come down here. Even if they're incredibly rich, they won't be able to afford coming down here every decade. Is that so? What a pity. I wanted to see someone from the Spirit Heaven. Yuan sighed. Long Yijuan chuckled at his words and said, besides having a much higher cultivation base and being more knowledgeable because of their larger world, there's really not much difference between us. It's not as if people from the upper heavens are different entities. I see, that makes sense. Yuan nodded. Anyways, let's get moving. The other sects are already gathering at the location. The Dragon Essence Temple left the building and followed the other sects to the gathering area that was just a few miles away from their lodging location. Sometime later, they arrived at the gathering area, where over 100 sects gathered and stood separated from each other but in an orderly fashion, almost like a massive military formation getting ready for war. The Dragon Essence Temple stood at the very front of this massive formation. Despite the fact that many sects had arrived before them, there was an empty spot in the front with other sects occupying the spots behind it, almost like it was left empty specifically for the Dragon Essence Temple. Each sect had around 5 to 10 people with them, but there were also sects that brought over 100 people, mostly for spectating. While everybody there waited for this envoy from the Spirit Heaven to show up, Yuan turned to look at the mystic realm that was in the distance, hoping to see the faceless figure again. Xiao Hua, Feng Feng, was it just me, or did you two also see that faceless figure? Yuan decided to ask the two experts dwelling inside his body. Xiao Hua didn't see anyone like that. Me neither, young master. Are you sure you weren't seeing things? I'm sure. It was even calling for me. I don't know why, but I felt somewhat nostalgic when I saw this faceless figure, almost like I'd seen it before, but that's impossible. Maybe I'm just overthinking things, Yuan sighed inwardly. Suddenly, Xiao Hua said in a serious voice, Brother Yuan, be careful. There are a lot of people looking in our direction right now. Although I cannot say for certain that they're looking at you, it's very likely. Hearing Xiao Hua's words, Yuan realized why he was feeling uncomfortable for some time now. So it was caused by these stares. The Dragon Essence Temple is quite popular, after all. I wouldn't be surprised if they were staring at us. Yuan said. While that is true, the looks they're giving are different from that of awe or admiration, and they look more like they're trying to see through your mask, young master. Feng Feng added. Yuan's body shuddered after hearing these words, and he wondered to himself, it couldn't be the other players, right? Indeed, these people staring at Yuan were all players that were chosen to participate in the mystic realm. While their cultivation bases are nothing exaggerated like Yuan, who was a spirit master, they all show promising talents, not to mention their heaven-rank physiques. Although the sect masters and sect elders all mistook Yuan as a sect elder because of his spirit master cultivation base, the players were not fooled by his cultivation, mostly because player Yuan was famous for his black mask ever since the Zither competition, and everybody knew that he was in the Dragon Essence Temple, hence why they expected him to show up at the mystic realm. And just as the players had expected, player Yuan showed up. So that's the famous player Yuan, huh? Even though I cannot see his cultivation base, he gives off the same feeling as our sect master, the same domineering aura. One of the players there thought inwardly. Player Yuan. Just you wait. If we ever meet in the mystic realm, I am going to rip that mask off your face and reveal your identity to the world. Another one thought. Player Yuan. I wonder what he looks like underneath that black mask. Sometime later, the atmosphere in the place began to change, and although it was a subtle change at first, all of the sect masters there noticed it. Upon feeling this change, they all said to their disciples, the envoy is coming. Stand straight and don't utter a single sound unless you're told to speak. The entire place immediately turned dead silent, and everyone there waited nervously for this envoy to show up. Whoosh! The wind suddenly picked up, and a massive portal appeared above the sects, shocking the sect masters. Wait! What's happening? This is... Somebody from the upper heavens is trying to come down to the lower heavens. Did they send an envoy to personally oversee the mystic realm this time? Usually, the experts from spirit heaven would just use some sort of treasure to speak with them from above, and rarely would they come down to the lower heavens in person. In fact, the last time a real envoy showed up in the lower heavens for the mystic realm was over 10,000 years ago. Perhaps this is what the rumors actually meant. That a real envoy would be showing up. The spiritual energy in the area started acting up and began rushing towards the portal in the sky. A domineering aura appeared moments later, and it was something nobody there, not even the sect masters, have experienced before. However, two people recognized this kind of aura. Feng Yuxiang, who had experienced it herself not long ago when she first met Yuan. And Xiao Hua, who could emit the same aura herself, the aura of a spirit king. Young master, it's a spirit king. A spirit king is descending. Feng Yuxiang said to him in an excited voice. What? The same level as Xiao Hua? Yuan was surprised to hear this since this is his first time seeing another cultivator at the same level as Xiao Hua ever since he started playing the game. After a few more moments of suspense and tension, Yuan and the others could see a figure coming out of the portal, an old man wearing black and red robes. Welcome to the lower heavens, senior envoy. The sect masters and experts there all bowed to this old man in black clothes after he descended. This old man swept the crowd with a calm gaze before nodding his head and speaking in a nonchalant voice, "My surname is Nye. You can simply address me as Senior Nye, and I am from the Heavenly Academy, one of the 7 spirit academies within the spirit heaven." Despite speaking in a calm tone, his voice sounded very clear for everyone there, almost like he was standing directly in front of them. I was sent down here to the lower heavens for two purposes. First and foremost, I will be overseeing the mystic realm, and secondly, I am looking for potential talents to bring to the spirit heaven with me. What? The people there expressed immense shock after hearing Senior Nye's words. Senior Nye continued to speak, ignoring the people's shocked reaction. However, I can only bring a very limited number of people with me. 3 people to be exact. Therefore, I will select the participants with the most potential and best results in the mystic realm to come with me. If you manage to get selected, you'll also have a chance to become a disciple at one of the 7 spirit academies, and depending on your potential, you might even become an inner disciple straight away. The 7 spirit academies are the most prestigious and influential sects in the spirit heaven with countless resources and heavenly techniques. Countless cultivators dream of becoming a disciple at one of these 7 sects, but one must go through rigorous tests before they are accepted as a disciple. However, you will get to bypass such tests and become a disciple immediately if you're chosen. The disciples there trembled with excitement after hearing Senior Nye's words. If they are chosen to go to the spirit heaven with Senior Nye, their future will surely be a successful one. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. As for the sect masters and sect elders there, while they were happy for their disciples for getting such a grand opportunity, they were also quite jealous of the disciples since most of them dream of ascending to the spirit heaven as well. Meanwhile, the players there were even more excited. If I get to ascend to the spirit heaven before I reach Spirit Grandmaster, I will immediately be ahead of every player in the lower heavens, and there's even a good chance that I could surpass the seemingly unrivaled player Yuan. The players thought to themselves. Now that I've introduced myself, allow me to tell you about the mystic realm. Senior Nye said. After taking a deep breath, he continued, let's talk about the rules of the mystic realm. With that being said, these rules are mostly rules set by the mystic realm and they are not something I, or anyone for that matter, have control over. You can consider it as the rules of that world. Anyways, first and foremost, your cultivation base will not matter in the mystic realm. Once you enter the gates to the mystic realm, your cultivation base will be wiped, and you'll have to start from scratch. However, this is only temporary since your cultivation base will return once you come back out. Furthermore, any spiritual energy you obtain whilst inside the mystic realm will affect your real cultivation base, so you'll even see an increase in your cultivation afterward depending on how much you earned inside. After giving the people a few moments to digest the information, Yuan continued, next. Treasures are not allowed inside the mystic realm. If you have anything that isn't a part of your body, you'll be rejected by the mystic realm until you get rid of those treasures. As for the third rule, which is related to the second rule, just like treasures, you're not allowed to bring your magical beasts into the mystic realm since they are considered as their own entity. Of course, you can bring your magical beast inside if you give it a token. However, that will take away one precious spot, so you'll have to consider if that's worth it or not. Yuan raised his eyebrows when he heard this. What about Xiaohua and Feng Yuxiang? Does this mean they'll have to stay out here while he goes inside? Looks like we won't be able to follow you inside the mystic realm, young master. Feng suddenly said to him. Unless we take the two disciples' spot from them. She added. However, before Yuan could say anything, Yuan continued, furthermore, only those who are below the age of 30 are allowed to enter the mystic realm. As for those who have magical beasts as servants, the magical beast must be younger than 100 years old. 100 years old. I guess I won't be able to go in after all. Feng Yuxiang sighed. What about you, Xiaohua? You're human, so you should be able to enter. Unless you're over 30. Feng Yuxiang said to her. However, Xiaohua didn't respond to her and remained silent. It's okay, you too. Even if you can go inside with me, I cannot take away the other spots. They earned it, and it'd be incredibly rude of us if we stole it. Yuan said to them. I knew that, young master. I was only joking with you. The next rule, once you enter the mystic realm, you have 30 days to show results and obtain points. You can obtain points by increasing your cultivation, slaying magical beasts, finding treasures, clearing trials, and many more methods. If you manage to obtain a certain amount of points, you will be able to enter the mystic pagoda somewhere inside the mystic realm. As for what's inside the mystic pagoda, I cannot tell you, nobody can. Why? Because nobody has managed to enter the mystic pagoda before. Yuan said. And he continued with a subtle smile on his face, if you manage to enter the mystic pagoda, you're guaranteed to come to the spirit heavens with me, so keep that in mind. Now let's talk about your safety in the mystic realm. Although you won't outright die if you die inside the mystic realm, there's a chance that it might affect your cultivation once you leave the place, so don't take death lightly inside just because you won't die for real. Yuan continued to speak. If you happen to die inside the mystic realm, you will immediately be teleported out of the mystic realm, and you won't be able to enter for a second time since every individual can only enter the mystic realm once in their lifetime. That's all I have for now. Does any of the sect masters here have any questions for me before I hand out the tokens? Yuan swept the crowd with a calm gaze. The place remained silent. Although all of the sect masters had questions inside their heads, it was not related to the mystic realm that they've seen many times before, and it might offend Yuan if they brought it up in their current situation. Then I shall begin handing out the tokens now. After taking a deep breath, Yuan spoke, ranked first, Heaven and Earth Palace, 7 tokens. Heaven and Earth Palace is present, Yuan. The sect master of the Heaven and Earth Palace responded loudly. Yuan then tossed 7 square-shaped tokens made of a blue material that resembled jade at the sect master of the Heaven and Earth Palace. After accepting the tokens, the sect master bowed in a respectful manner, received. Thank you, Yuan. Yuan nodded his head before continuing, ranked second, Grand Sword Mountain, 6 tokens. Grand Sword Mountain is present, Yuan. The sect master of the place responded, and Yuan handed them 6 tokens. Ranked third, Heavenly Melody Academy, 5 tokens. Heavenly Melody Academy is present, Yuan. Ranked fourth, Azure Phoenix Sect, 4 tokens. Ranked 5th, Purple Lotus Fairy Garden, 3 tokens. Ranked 6th, Frozen Blade Academy, 3 tokens. Ranked 7th, Dragon Essence Temple, 3 tokens. Ranked 8th, 3 Poisons Manor, 2 tokens. Ranked 9th, Heavenly Totem Sect, 2 tokens. Ranked 10th, Diamond Palm Sect, 2 tokens. After naming the top 10 sects, Senior Nye said, "The rest of you will be getting 1 token each." He then tossed over 100 tokens down, each flying to one of the sect masters there. In total, there were 150 tokens handed out by Senior Nye, meaning there will only be 150 participants entering the Mystic Realm. The Mystic Realm will open at sunrise tomorrow, and I won't be back until then. After saying those words, Senior Nye flew away and quickly disappeared from the scene, almost like he was in a hurry to go somewhere. Once Senior Nye's presence was completely gone, everybody there sighed in relief, feeling as though a large amount of pressure had just been lifted from their bodies. When they were certain that Senior Nye would not suddenly return, the massive formation began breaking apart and the sects returned to their own lodging. "Let's also return," Long Yijuan said to them. Yuan and the others nodded and followed Long Yijuan back to the building. However, before they could reach the building, someone suddenly called out loud, "Player Yuan." Yuan's body subconsciously stopped walking and turned around after hearing his name being called out by an unfamiliar-sounding voice. When he turned around, there was a handsome young man with short black hair and a cold face standing behind him, looking to be in his mid-20s. "Remember my name, Lightning Emperor. I don't care who you are, but I will surpass you soon. Just you wait." This player, who is renowned around the world as one of the current top players, said with a serious look on his face. However, before Yuan could even respond, Lightning Emperor turned around and walked away. Lightning Emperor? Why does his name sound so familiar? Yuan wondered. Then he remembered. Oh, right. Yuro mentioned him once before, that top player who had the highest cultivation base. Yuan narrowed his eyes at Lightning Emperor and looked at his cultivation base. 6th level Spirit Warrior, huh? Did you know that disciple from the Grand Sword Mountain? Long Yijuan asked him. Not really. Yuan shook his head, and they began walking again shortly after. However, another player called out to Yuan after a few steps. Player Yuan. If you dare, show me the face behind that mask. This player outright asked Yuan to reveal his identity in a shameless voice. Yuan looked at this goofy-looking young man for a moment before he continued walking, completely ignoring the player. Hey! Where do you think you're going? The player tried to approach Yuan, but alas, Elder Xian stepped between them and said, "If you wish to speak with our disciples, you should bring your sect master with you." The player swallowed nervously upon feeling Elder Xian's invisible pressure, and he decided to turn around and run away. I'll do whatever it takes to see your face, player Yuan. See ya in the Mystic Realm. Ha ha ha. The player laughed out loud as he disappeared into the distance. You sure have a lot of friends, disciple Yuan. Elder Xian said to him afterward. If only that was the case. Yuan sighed. A few more players tried to approach Yuan after the last person, but before they could get close, Elder Xian would always stand in their path and block them, and not wanting to be outdone by Elder Xian, Elder Shan also did the same, even fighting him to block the other players. Player Yuan. Please shake my hands. Another voice resounded, this time from a female player. Please stay away. Our disciples do not wish to speak with any guests right now. Elder Shan immediately blocked this female player. However, Yuan stopped walking and turned around, thinking to himself, this voice. It sounds so familiar. When Yuan turned around and finally saw the face of this female player, his eyes widened, and he nearly blurted out her name in surprise. Wang Xiuying. What's she doing here? Indeed, this person was Wang Xiuying, Dr. Wang's granddaughter. I see. Sorry to bother you. Wang Xiuying sighed after being told off by Elder Shan, and she turned around with a dejected look on her face. However, a stiff voice suddenly resounded, halting her steps. Wait. Huh? Wang Xiuying turned around, and to her surprise, Yuan was looking at her, even walking in her direction. Disciple Yuan. Elder Shan looked at him with wide eyes. He ignored all of the male cultivators when they tried to approach him, but when it came to a pretty young lady approaching him, he didn't mind it, even responding to her. A few moments later, Yuan stood in front of the speechless Wang Xiuying. He then extended his hand, almost like he was asking for a handshake. Wang Xiuying stared at Yuan's hands in a dazed manner, her eyes filled with disbelief. You wanted a handshake, right? Yuan asked her in a low voice so she won't easily recognize him, snapping her out of her daze. Why yes. Sorry for the delay. Wang Xiuying nodded her head before she quickly reached for Yuan's hands, giving him a firm handshake. What a pair of beautiful and clear eyes, it reminds me of someone. Wang Xiuying thought to herself when she looked at Yuan's bright eyes through the holes in the mask, feeling nostalgic for some reason, almost like she'd seen them before. Despite shaking hands for longer than one normally would, Wang Xiuying didn't remove her hands from Yuan, almost like she'd forgotten about it after seeing his eyes. Oh. Sorry. Wang Xiuying hastily released her grasp once she realized the situation. Anyways, I am Healer Wang, and I'm from the Medicine Valley. It's an honor to finally meet you, Player Yuan. Thank you for shaking my hands, and good luck in the mystic realm. Wang Xiuying gave Yuan her nickname, completely unaware that Yuan already knew her real identity. Healer Wang. Yuan raised his eyebrows at her name but he didn't say anything, merely nodding in silence. Once Wang Xiuying left, Yuan returned to the others. Yuan, that girl was Dr. Wang's. Meishio also recognized Wang Xiuying since she visits Dr. Wang's hospital often with Yuro. Yes, it was Wang Xiuying, Yuan confirmed. Just like you, she looked almost like she did when she was young, so I immediately knew it was her. So you knew her? Elder Shan said. Yuan nodded, yes, she's a good friend of mine. Elder Shan became even more confused after hearing such words since it looked the complete opposite just now, almost like it was their first meeting, especially since Wang Xiuying didn't appear to know him. Sometime later, they returned to their lodging. Inside, Yuan spoke, since I cannot bring treasures inside, I won't be able to hide my face. Are there any methods to get around this? Long Yijuan then said, that's simple, you can just wear an ordinary mask inside. I see. I can go buy one right now. Elder Xian said. Thank you for your trouble, Yuan said to him. Elder Xian left the place shortly after to buy some masks for Yuan. Long Yijuan said afterward, here are the tokens for the mystic realm. Don't lose them or you won't be able to enter the mystic realm. He then handed a blue token to each of the participants. As for your treasures, you can hand them to me now or before you enter the mystic realm tomorrow. I'll hold on to them for you. Long Yijuan then said. Gao Dongya and Shuijia handed their spatial rings and storage pouches to Long Yijuan a moment later. What about you, disciple Yuan? I can hold on to them for you, or you can let your Dao companion hold it for you. Long Yijuan asked him afterward. Xiao Hua will hold on to your treasures for you tomorrow, brother Yuan. Xiao Hua suddenly said to him. It's okay, sect master. I have someone else who will keep my treasures safe. Yuan said to him. If you say so. Long Yijuan nodded with a puzzled look on his face. Someone else will hold on to his treasures. Who else besides Meishio will do that? Sometime later, Long Yijuan dismissed them until tomorrow. Yuan and Meishio logged off the game to rest for the big event tomorrow. While dinner was cooking, Meishio checked the auction, but the price only increased by a few 100,000 since the last time she checked. The auction has slowed down to almost a halt, but it'll pick back up on the final day, she thought to herself. After feeding Yuan dinner, Meishio went to sleep. Yuan also went to sleep since he wanted to rest properly before the big day tomorrow. Early in the morning tomorrow, way before sunrise, Meishio woke up and prepared breakfast. After feeding Yuan, they both entered the game. Are you all ready? Long Yijuan looked at them. Yes, sect master. They all nodded. Disciple Yuan, here. Elder Xian handed Yuan a black mask, but it was made of ordinary material. Thank you, Senior Xian. Yuan quickly switched from his black jade mask to this black mask made of some kind of marble, giving it a glossy appearance. Sometime later, the Dragon Essence Temple made their way to the gathering area and stood in a formation like they did yesterday, and they proceeded to wait for Senior Nye to return. Right before sunrise, Senior Nye returned to the scene and hovered above everyone there. Greetings, Senior Nye. All of the sect masters there bowed to him. I will give all of you 30 minutes to prepare before we officially begin the mystic realm. If you're prepared, you may stand over there. Senior Nye pointed to the empty area in front of the mystic realm. Soon, participants began gathering at that spot. Are you ready, Disciple Yuan? Long Yijuan asked him after asking Shui Jia and Gao Dongya. Give me a second, Yuan said. Then he said, Xiaohua, Feng Feng, you can come outside now. Xiaohua. Feng Feng. Everyone there raised their eyebrows at these unfamiliar names. Suddenly, the necklace on Yuan began to glow, and a small ball of flame came out of his chest. A second later, a cute little girl and a beautiful lady appeared before Yuan like ghosts. The moment Xiaohua's presence appeared and Senior Nye sensed it, his eyes widened with immense shock. Spirit King. Impossible. Without any hesitation, he immediately flew towards the Dragon Essence Temple. The other people there immediately noticed Senior Nye's sudden movements and watched as he approached the Dragon Essence Temple. Senior Nye. Long Yijuan and the others were shocked by his sudden appearance, and they hastily went to bow to him. However, almost as though he couldn't see them, Senior Nye ignored them and stared at Xiaohua with wide eyes filled with surprise. How could such a young girl emit the aura of a spirit king? He then clasped his hands and bowed to Xiaohua in a courteous manner. What is someone like you doing here, fellow Taoist? And if you don't mind me asking, where are you from? The entire place was dead silent as everyone there watched Senior Nye lower his head and treat a little girl as though they were equals, shocking them greatly. Nobody there could comprehend the situation. Why was Senior Nye, an envoy from the spirit heavens, acting so respectful towards this little girl? However, even more shocking was the way Senior Nye addressed this little girl, fellow Taoist, which implied that they were on equal footing to a certain extent. Xiaohua's reason for being here doesn't concern you. Xiaohua said to him in a calm voice that shook the heart of everyone there when they heard it. How could she treat Senior Nye with such a lack of respect? Courting death would be an understatement. A rigid smile appeared on Senior Nye's face after hearing Xiaohua's disregarding words, but he didn't get angry, even acting like it never happened and said, then allow me to ask you another question. How did you, a spirit king, come down here? Unless one receives permission from the Ji family, they cannot travel to the lower heavens, and as far as I'm aware, I was the only one who'd received permission to come down here in the last 1,000 years. A spirit king? That little girl? The spectators were shocked to the core after hearing Senior Nye's words. How could a little girl who only appeared to be around 10 years be a spirit king? Even if she had consumed some sort of appearance-changing pill to alter her appearance, it couldn't possibly change her appearance in such a drastic manner. However, despite Senior Nye's questioning, Xiaohua shook her head, seemingly adamant about remaining silent. Senior Nye narrowed his eyes at Xiaohua with a suspicious gaze. He was only a first-level spirit king whilst Xiaohua appeared to be at the third level, so there was a good chance he won't be able to defeat her even if they fought. Furthermore, as a spirit king who came from the upper heavens, Senior Nye has several restrictions placed upon him and cannot cause too much drama in the lower heavens or he'll be punished by the heavens. This little girl. She doesn't appear to be using any treasures to change her appearance. A spirit king at such a young age and I don't recognize her. Perhaps she came from a place even higher than spirit heavens. Senior Nie's body shuddered at the thought that Xiao Hua could be from a place even higher than the spirit heavens. If that's really the case, I cannot offend her no matter what. Senior Nie took a deep breath before speaking again. I apologize if my curiosity has bothered you, fellow Taoist. If you do not want to say anything, I won't pursue it any further. Just as Senior Nie prepared to leave, his gaze subconsciously looked at Yuan, who was standing directly next to Xiao Hua. A spirit master. Wait. I can sense the token on him. Does this mean he's participating in the mystic realm, that he's under the age of 30? Senior Nie was greatly surprised to find such tremendous talent in the lower heavens, and his anticipation for the mystic realm increased significantly. Although Senior Nie wanted to stay there a little longer to speak with Yuan, he didn't dare to linger too much because of Xiao Hua's presence. After Senior Nie left the place and returned to his original spot in the air, Long Yijuan spoke in a dazed voice, "Disciple Yuan. They are." Yuan then said, "Sorry for the late introduction, but they are Xiao Hua and Feng Yuxiang. They're both precious friends who are traveling with me, and they also give me guidance on certain things." Xiao Hua. Her voice sounded so familiar. Was she the one who? Elder Shan subconsciously covered her head when she recalled Xiao Hua's voice who warned her to stay away from Yuan. Wait a moment. Feng Yuxiang. Golden Phoenix Bazaar's Madame Feng. Elder Xian recognized Feng Yuxiang's name because of her widespread fame. Everybody there was speechless. Why are there two godlike presences so close to Yuan? Had they been following and guarding him this entire time? And just what is Yuan's true background? Not even people from the four ancient families would have a spirit king and a peak spirit grandmaster as bodyguards. Meanwhile, at the Heaven and Earth Palaces group, their sect master, Qi Jiguang, looked at Xiao Hua with wide eyes. That little girl. I remember seeing her at the Azure Phoenix auction house. She was a spirit king this entire time. He easily recalled Xiao Hua mostly because of her distinctive small figure and powerful aura. No matter how much they tried, the people there could not take their eyes off Xiao Hua and Feng Yuxiang because of their immense presence that overshadowed even Senior Nie's presence. In their eyes, Xiao Hua was a mysterious expert whom Senior Nie acknowledges as a fellow spirit king cultivator. And although it took some time, the people there eventually recognized Feng Yuxiang and her beauty as the #1 expert of Phoenix City and also the owner of one of the most prestigious shops in the lower heavens. Why on earth were these two incredibly powerful individuals in this place? And why are they standing with the Dragon Essence Temple? It was incomprehensible for everybody there except the person who brought them to this place, Yuan. Many minutes have passed since the conversation between Senior Nie and Xiao Hua ended, but the atmosphere there remained heavy, almost suffocating, especially for those people standing closest to the Dragon Essence Temple. Xiao Hua, here are my treasures. Please hold on to them while I enter the mystic realm. Yuan handed Xiao Hua his spatial ring and storage pouch. Xiao Hua will protect the treasures without fail. Xiao Hua said to him with a serious look on her face, acting like she was handed a big responsibility. Who would dare to steal from a spirit king in the lower heavens? Feng Yuxiang raised her eyebrows. Xiao Hua could leave Yuan's treasure on the ground, go take a nap, and come back with the treasure still on the ground, completely untouched. By the way, what are you going to do with your soul weapons, young master? Feng Yuxiang suddenly asked him. Soul weapon. Long Yijuan and the others turned to look at them with wide eyes filled with shock after hearing their conversation, even ignoring how Feng Yuxiang addressed Yuan as young master. Huh? What do you mean? I can't take treasures inside, so I'll have to leave it out here obviously. Yuan said. But soul weapons are unique. They must be within a certain distance from its master, there's no way around it. What happens if I am too far away from them? Yuan then asked. I think it would be better if I showed it to you. Feng Yuxiang said, and she continued, can you hand me one of your soul weapons for a moment? Yuan nodded, and he retrieved the starry abyss from the spatial ring before handing it to Feng Yuxiang. Once she had the starry abyss in her grasp, Feng Yuxiang suddenly took off into the sky and flew away, acting like a thief during a grab-and-run situation. Feng Yuxiang's sudden movements attracted the attention of everybody there, including Senior Nye. Where's she going? They all wondered. However, Senior Nye was more interested in the starry abyss that was within her grasp. Is that a soul weapon? Senior Nye mumbled in a dumbfounded voice, as he didn't expect to find a soul weapon in the lower heavens. In just a few minutes, Feng Yuxiang managed to fly almost 100 miles away from the mystic realm, and right as she reached the 100th mile mark, the starry abyss in her hand suddenly disappeared. Meanwhile, at the mystic realm, Yuan was surprised when the starry abyss suddenly appeared before him like a ghost. How did? Yuan was completely baffled by this phenomenon. Soul weapons are bound to their owners. If they get too far away from their masters, they will immediately teleport back to them, almost as if they have a mind of their own. Xiao Hua explained to him. Feng Yuxiang returned sometime later. Do you understand now, young master? You won't be able to escape your soul weapons. However, I don't know how it'll work with the mystic realm. Feng Yuxiang said to him. A moment after Feng Yuxiang's words, Senior Nye's voice suddenly resounded. Soul weapons are an exception and allowed inside the mystic realm since they are considered as part of the individual. I didn't mention it at first because I didn't think there would be someone with a soul weapon here. Congratulations, young man, you're now a few hundred steps ahead of everyone else before you're even inside the mystic realm. What? He can bring a powerful treasure inside while the rest of us have to go inside empty-handed? That's so unfair. The other participants immediately started complaining, feeling extremely envious of Yuan's soul weapon. I see. Then I will bring my soul weapons with me. Yuan said. Huh? Soul weapons? Long Yijuan and the others raised their eyebrows. You have more than one? Elder Xian asked him in a dazed voice. Yuan nodded, and he proceeded to take out his other soul weapon, Empyrean Overlord. Forget about the others, even Senior Nye's jaw dropped when he saw Yuan holding two soul weapons, one in each hand. Ignoring the difficulty of obtaining two soul weapons, what kind of talent is required to wield two soul weapons at the same time? Senior Nye has never seen such talents before even within the spirit heavens, and they have plenty of heavenly geniuses that would put most of the people here to shame. Just who is that young man? I cannot see the full extent of his talents. Senior Nye cried inwardly. By the way, young master, you can store your soul weapons within your body. Feng Yuxiang said to him. Really? How do I do that? Yuan asked. Just imagine your body as a spatial ring and the soul weapons being stored inside your body. Yuan nodded his head and followed Feng Yuxiang's instructions. A moment later, the Empyrean Overlord and Starry Abyss disappeared from his hands, yet he could still feel their presence inside his body, almost like how Feng Yuxiang dwells within his body. I think I am ready to enter the mystic realm. I will see you all later. Yuan said to Long Yijuan and the others who were too dazed to respond properly. Yeah. Good luck. Long Yijuan mumbled in a low voice. See you later, disciple Yuan. Elder Shan and Elder Xian said. Don't go easy on them, disciple Yuan. Elder Dai said to him with a smile on her face. That's right. Go beat them senseless, young master. Make them regret being born. Feng Yuxiang cheered for him. Have fun, brother Yuan. Xiao Hua said to him with a relaxed expression, almost like she had no concern at all, that she was absolutely confident in Yuan's ability. See you later, Yuan, Meishio said to him. After saying his goodbyes, Yuan, Shuijia, and Gao Dongya approached the other participants with the token in their grasp. It was at this moment the sect masters and all of the experts there realized something, as they were too shocked by many other things to realize this before. Wait a damn moment. That spirit master was a participant this entire time. But he's clearly wearing the sect elder's uniform for the Dragon Essence Temple. And if I didn't mention it already, he's a damn spirit master. That's right. How could a spirit master possibly qualify for the mystic realm? What's going on here, Sect Master Long? The experts there didn't want to believe that someone under 30 years old could possibly become a spirit master. If someone like that truly exists and enters the mystic realm, the other participants won't be able to compete with someone like that. It'd be a one-sided slaughter. Yuan burst out laughing after seeing the other sect masters' reactions, and he spoke in a loud and clear voice so that everybody could hear him. I know many of you are in disbelief and doubting everything at this moment, and I do not blame you for that. In fact, I would probably be doing the same thing if I were in your shoes. However, this is reality. Not only is my disciple a spirit master, but he's also only 18 years old. Ha ha ha. Good luck to everyone participating in the mystic realm. If I were to give you one piece of advice, give up while you can. The complexion of the sect masters and the participants alike turned as white as sheets after hearing Yuan's words, their faces filled with disbelief and immense shock. Reaching spirit master as an 18-year-old? Where on earth did this cultivation monster come from? And why does the Dragon Essence Temple have someone like him helping them out? Spirit Master. 18 years old. Senior Nye mumbled in a low voice, subconsciously comparing Yuan's talents to the top geniuses within the spirit heavens. Meanwhile, the other participants stared at Yuan with gawking looks on their faces as they watched him slowly approach them with an unfathomable aura surrounding his figure at this moment. In their eyes, Yuan looked much bigger than he did a moment ago, almost like he'd suddenly grown a couple of meters, and they felt like ants in comparison to his awe-inspiring presence. And when they realized that they were going to compete against this cultivation monster in the mystic realm, their confidence shattered like glass under the force of a hammer. Impossible. This is impossible. There's no way we can beat a monster like him. He's way above our league. The participants felt as though someone from the upper heavens suddenly decided to come down to the lower heavens just to mess with them by showing off his heaven-defying talents in the mystic realm where only talents mattered. Even for the sects with more than 3 tokens, they didn't feel any confidence in defeating the Dragon Essence Temple that only has 3 slots. In fact, even if the Dragon Essence Temple only had 1 slot and Yuan occupied that slot, they still wouldn't have any confidence despite having the advantage in numbers. 2 soul weapons and a spirit master cultivation base. The mystic realm is going to be exciting this year. Senior Nye smiled inwardly as his gaze remained on Yuan's figure. Once the Dragon Essence Temple joined the other participants, Senior Nye spoke loudly, I will open the mystic realm in 5 minutes. Use this time to prepare yourself if you haven't already. The next 5 minutes felt like an eternity for the participants and the sect masters alike. Even though it was a rare opportunity for these participants to show off their talents before someone from the spirit heavens, this cultivation monster came out of the blue and stole all of the spotlights without any effort. Meanwhile, the players were more shocked about Yuan's age, as that gave them a little more information on his mysterious identity. Player Yuan is only 18 years old. What a discovery. He's around my age. Wang Xiuying thought to herself, feeling pleasantly surprised. Spirit Master. He definitely has the highest cultivation base out of all players as of this moment. Lightning Emperor thought to himself, realizing just how much he'd underestimated player Yuan's advantage. 5 minutes of absolute silence later, Senior Nye spoke, I forgot to mention one more thing, once you go inside, every sect will be separated from each other so you won't immediately start fighting with each other the moment you go inside. After his sentence ended, Senior Nye began making weird signs with his hands before shouting out loud, open. The symbols on each side of the gates suddenly began glowing golden, and the light coming from the mystic realm gradually grew brighter and brighter until it was nearly blinding. All of the participants narrowed their eyes at this bright light, and unbeknownst to them, they were fully enveloped by this warm light. Once the light subdued, the sect masters turned to look at the place where the participants had gathered, and as they'd expected, it was completely empty there, almost like all of the participants had disappeared like a ghost. They have successfully entered the mystic realm. Senior Nye said to them before waving his hands and retrieving this massive mirror from his spatial ring, putting it directly in front of the sect masters. We will be able to see the participants inside the mystic realm with this mirror of surveillance. Senior Nye said. A few moments later, the sect masters could see their own disciples in the mirror as well as the other participants, almost like they were watching a movie or something. However, Senior Nye was not finished, and he brought out a couple of crystal balls, 7 to be exact, that hovered in the air around him. Connect. Senior Nye suddenly said. The 7 crystal balls began glowing a subtle blue light. Can you all see it? Senior Nye asked the crystal balls as though he was speaking to them. Yes. I can see it perfectly. Thank you for your troubles, Elder Nye. A feminine voice resounded from one of the 7 crystals. It finally started, huh? I wonder if there are any promising talents this year. What do you think, Senior Nye? Another voice resounded from a new crystal. There are definitely a few, Senior Nye nodded. Ho! My anticipation just went up. Senior Nye then looked at the sect masters and the other spectators and said, they are all sect elders from each of the 7 spirit academies, and they will be watching the spectacle with us. Greetings, seniors. The sect masters there greeted the experts behind the crystal balls. Good luck to all of your disciples. One of the crystals responded, sounding rather friendly. Meanwhile, once their vision returned, the participants were surprised to find themselves transported to some unfamiliar land. So this is the mystic realm? Xue Jie looked at her surroundings with a slightly dazed look on her face, realizing that they were no longer at the desolate land but in a grassland in the middle of nowhere. Hey! Gao Dongye suddenly spoke. What is it? Xue Jie turned to look at his handsome face that had a frown on it. Where's our third person? Gao Dongye said in a serious voice. Xue Jie's eyes widened with surprise after hearing his words, and she immediately looked around them. However, she could only see Gao Dongye there with her. Where's disciple Yuan? I thought he was supposed to be with us. Why did he get separated from us? Xue Jie exclaimed. Disciple Yuan. Are you here? Xue Jie began shouting his name at the top of her lungs, hoping that he was actually near them. But alas, nobody responded to her. Disciple Yuan. Xue Jie did not want to believe that they had been separated and continued shouting his name. Stop your shouting, woman. It's clear that he was separated from us after entering the mystic realm. What are you going to do if you attract unwanted attention with your loudmouth? We don't have any cultivation to protect ourselves at this moment. Gao Dongye said to her. Woman. Loudmouth. Xue Jie stared at Gao Dongye with a surprised look, as this is her first time seeing him being so vocal. Anyways, we can only focus on ourselves for now and look for him later when we have some capability to protect ourselves. Let's find someplace where we can cultivate. Gao Dongye then said. Although she was not happy about the way Gao Dongye addressed her, Xue Jie couldn't find any fault in his logic and nodded her head in agreement. While Xue Jie and Gao Dongye looked around for a secure spot where they could cultivate safely, outside the mystic realm, Long Yuan and the others were baffled by Yuan's disappearance. Where's disciple Yuan? I thought each sect was supposed to be transported together. Elder Shan mumbled in a dazed voice. The other sect masters were also puzzled by this since they were also looking for Yuan, who was the #1 threat to them at this moment. Where's the young master? I can't see him in the mirror at all. Feng Yuxiang exclaimed after looking at every sect in the mirror. Meanwhile, on Xiaohua's face was a deep frown, looking quite worried, even a little bit angry. Boom! Suddenly, Xiaohua released her 3rd-level Spirit King cultivation base, scaring the living hell out of everybody there. Then they watched as Xiaohua retrieved a massive sword that was thrice her size before flying towards Senior Nye, looking very aggressive. Senior Nye nearly had a heart attack when he saw Xiaohua flying at him with a huge sword, and he also retrieved his own weapon to defend himself. What do you think you're doing, fellow Taoist? Are you trying to anger the heavens by causing a commotion in the lower heavens? Xin Yunye asked her. What happened? Who's the little girl? The voices coming from the crystal ball were filled with shock and puzzlement when they saw a little girl attack Xin Yunye. Xiaohua stopped a few meters away from Xin Yunye before pointing her massive sword at him and speaking in a serious voice, "What did you do to Brother Yuan? If you lie, I will cut you down." Yuan. Are you talking about that talented young man with the black mask? I had nothing to do with his disappearance, and I am as puzzled as you are. Furthermore, I only have the power to open and close the mystic realm, nothing else. Once they enter the mystic realm, I have no control. Xin Yunye said. Calm down and put your sword away before you anger the heavens. Xin Yunye then said. Xiaohua did not immediately put her sword away and stared at Xin Yunye in silence. A few moments later, Xiaohua lowered the sword, handling the massive thing as though it was as light as a branch. Xin Yunye glanced at the sword in Xiaohua's hands, and his heart skipped a beat when he realized its quality. Mythic-grade treasure, he cried inwardly. Mythic-grade treasures were 2 grades above divine grade, and they are almost non-existent even in the spirit heavens. This little girl is definitely from a place even higher than spirit heavens. I cannot offend her no matter what. Xin Yunye cleared his throat before speaking. I know you're worried about that young man's disappearance, but believe me when I say you don't have to. The mystic realm is not an evil place. In fact, it's the complete opposite, being a place where people can go inside and train, and nobody has ever died inside. As for why that young man was separated from his group, one can only assume that the mystic realm made a mistake and separated him by accident. But you don't have to worry since he'll most likely show up sooner or later. After a moment of silence, Xiaohua said, if Brother Yuan doesn't return in 1 month, Xiaohua will make you take responsibility. Xin Yunye swallowed nervously after hearing Xiaohua's threatening words. Hey! Who do you think you're talking to? That's Xin Yunye from. I understand. Xin Yunye interrupted one of the voices coming from the crystal ball, and he continued, I will take full responsibility if that young man doesn't return. Xiaohua nodded her head before returning to the Dragon Essence Temple's side and proceeded to act as nothing had happened, dumbfounding everyone there. Who was that little girl just now? One of the voices from the crystal ball asked afterward. I don't know. However, she's a 3rd-level spirit king with a mythic-grade treasure. I'm pretty confident that she came from a realm even above the spirit heavens. Xin Yunye explained to them. What? Above the spirit heavens? What is such an individual doing at the lower heavens? The voices expressed their shock and disbelief. I know. I almost couldn't believe it at first, but I don't know of a Xiaohua in the spirit heavens, and there's no way such an individual could be a nobody. Xin Yunye sighed, and he continued, as for that young man, I can only hope that he returns, or my life is in danger. The crystal balls remained silent. None of them would have imagined that such a situation could be possible, that a spirit king's life could be in danger in the lower heavens where spirit lords are non-existent, much less a spirit king. You worry too much, Xiaohua. The young master will be fine even if the heavens fall on him. Feng Yuxiang said to her after she returned. Xiaohua didn't say anything, only nodding her head, still with a slight frown on her face. Meanwhile, inside the mystic realm, after opening his eyes, Yuan found himself surrounded by dried trees and leaves. Where am I? What happened to the other 2? Yuan raised his eyebrows with a puzzled look on his face. Disciple Shui. Disciple Gao. Are you 2 here? Yuan shouted their names, but alas, there was no response, almost like he was the only one there. After standing around for a few moments, Yuan suddenly turned to look in a certain direction, as he could hear a faint whisper coming from that direction. Come. Here. Who's there? Yuan called out to the voice. However, the voice continued to beckon him. Come. Come. Here. Yuan swallowed nervously. Although the voice gave an eerie vibe, he couldn't feel any malice from it. After pondering for a moment, Yuan decided to follow this voice. The voice continued to beckon Yuan, its volume increasing the longer he followed the voice. While Yuan subconsciously followed the voice, he checked his own body. Cultivation, First Level Spirit Apprentice. Legacy, none. Bloodline, none. Physique, Heaven Refining Physique. Physical Strength, 134. Mental Strength, 1875. Soul Strength, 11810. Physical Defense, 110. Mental Defense, 1221. His cultivation had been wiped like they said it would, and he was only at the first level Spirit Apprentice. However, for whatever reason, he didn't feel as weak as he did when he was at the same level before. Perhaps it was the soul weapons in his body, but he felt pretty confident in his own strength despite his low cultivation base. As for his techniques, all of them remained unchanged. However, if he wanted to use them, he'd need to increase his chi because he wouldn't be able to use most of his techniques at his current cultivation base. Half an hour later, Yuan suddenly stopped walking when he realized that the voice was no longer calling for him. He looked around, and to his surprise, he could see an ancient-looking temple in the distance from where he was standing. Is this the place the voice wanted me to go to? Yuan mumbled to himself as he approached this temple that was about half a mile away. As Yuan got closer to the temple, he realized how run down the place looked, almost like it had existed for tens of thousands of years. Yuan stood directly in front of the staircase that led to the temple a few minutes later with a pondering expression on his face. Does that voice belong to the faceless person? Why is it calling for me, he wondered. After standing there for a few moments, Yuan decided to walk up the stairs and enter the temple since he won't have any answers without approaching the source. There were exactly 100 steps on the staircase to the temple, and upon reaching the top, Yuan could see the inside of this temple through the empty doorway. After taking a deep breath, Yuan entered the temple. Inside the temple was a long and empty room except for the 10-meter-tall stone tablet at the end of this room that had refined angles and clean words engraved onto it, looking pristine overall, almost like it was newly built, in contrast to the rest of the temple that was ancient and on the verge of collapsing. Furthermore, there was not even a speck of dust on this tablet made of marble, almost as though someone cleaned it very recently. Yuan tilted his head to look at the words carved into this tablet, but alas, he was unable to understand the language. However, despite not understanding a thing, Yuan still felt a sense of awe and dominance from the way the words were carved into the stone tablet, as each line was filled with precision and confidence. What's this feeling I'm getting from these words? It feels so familiar for some reason. Yuan gently caressed the words on the stone tablet with his fingers, feeling slightly nostalgic, almost like he'd seen these words before. Anyways, what happened to the voice? Yuan then looked around while speaking in a loud voice. Why did it call me to this place? I am here just like you wanted. Say something. Anything. However, there was no response. Yuan scratched his head, unsure of what he should do now. Well, I should follow the sect master's instructions and quickly increase my cultivation base before I roam the mystic realm. Before entering the mystic realm, Long Yuan gave them some advice, and one of them was to start cultivating as soon as they can so they have some capabilities to protect themselves. Yuan proceeded to sit down directly in front of the stone tablet and took a deep breath before he began cultivating. Due to your title Pang City's hero, cultivation speed has increased by 10%. Due to your untainted body, cultivation speed has increased by 100%. Due to the 9 dragon symbols, your cultivation speed has increased by 1000%. Environmental effect has increased your cultivation speed by 400%. What? 400%? This place is almost like the Dragon Peak that had 500%. Yuan was shocked by this large number. Is this because of the immense spiritual energy in the mystic realm or this place specifically? He recalls Long Yuan mentioning about the mystic realm having an abundant amount of spiritual energy, but he didn't expect it to be this much. At this rate, he'll reach Spirit Warrior in no time. Thus, Yuan began reciting the cultivation technique in his head, absorbing the spiritual energy in the temple at a rapid pace. Plus 7502 Qi. Plus 7411 Qi. You have absorbed enough Qi for a breakthrough. You have reached second level Spirit Apprentice. All stats plus 150. After literally 2 seconds of cultivation, Yuan had a breakthrough and reached the second level. A few more seconds later, he enters the third level and so on. You have absorbed enough Qi for a breakthrough. You have reached third level Spirit Apprentice. You have reached fourth level Spirit Apprentice. You have reached fifth level Spirit Apprentice. You have reached sixth level Spirit Apprentice. In slightly less than 10 minutes since he started cultivating, Yuan had managed to increase his cultivation base by an entire realm, entering first level Spirit Warrior with ease. You have reached first level Spirit Warrior. All stats plus 1000. Yuan stood up to stretch after entering the Spirit Warrior realm for the third time in this life. The voice still hasn't returned. Why exactly did it bring me to this place? It probably has something to do with this stone tablet, but I don't understand it. Yuan sighed. Just as he prepared to sit back down and cultivate some more, Yuan heard a gentle voice resound behind him, causing him to turn around. Who are you? This voice asked him in a slightly nervous tone. When Yuan turned around, he could see a pretty young lady with silky long black hair and azure blue eyes wearing plain green clothes standing at the entrance of the temple, and on her face was a slightly surprised expression, almost like she didn't expect to see anyone in this place. Furthermore, she was holding a bamboo basket in her arms, looking like she was a villager out to gather herbs. However, what surprised him the most was the powerful aura that surrounded this young lady's figure. A spirit master. Yuan cried inwardly. He had mistaken this young lady as a fellow participant at first, but there is no way anyone would be able to reach Spirit Master so quickly when their cultivation bases were wiped after entering this place, so there was only one explanation for this: this young lady was a native in the mystic realm. To think he'd encounter a Spirit Master cultivator so quickly after entering the mystic realm, nobody would have ever imagined this. However, whether this encounter is a fortunate one or not is still unknown. Hello. Yuan greeted her in a friendly voice, and he continued, "My name is Yuan." Yuan. The azure-eyed beauty raised her eyebrows, and she asked, "I don't recognize you. What are you doing here at my lord's stone tablet?" "Your lord. I'll apologize in advance if I am not supposed to be here, but I was called here by a voice." Yuan said to her. "A voice? What did the voice tell you?" The azure-eyed beauty asked him, seemingly intrigued by his situation. "It only told me to come here," Yuan shrugged. "Is that so?" The azure-eyed beauty mumbled before she started moving again, approaching his direction, or more specifically, the stone tablet behind Yuan. "I'll assume that you're not from around here since I don't recognize your aura," she said to him. "Yes. I came here with my fellow disciples, but we somehow got separated." Yuan explained his situation briefly. "I see." The azure-eyed lady stopped moving once she stood directly in front of the stone tablet. She then placed the bamboo basket in her arms down before kneeling on the floor and kowtowing to the stone tablet. After a moment of stillness, the young lady lifted her head and retrieved a towel from the basket, and she began wiping the stone tablet as though it was a fragile treasure. "What is this place?" Yuan decided to ask her. "This place doesn't have a name, nor does it have any other purpose besides housing my lord's stone tablet," she responded in a calm voice. "Your lord?" Yuan raised his eyebrows. "Yes, my family served him for countless generations, and it's my job to clean his stone tablet once a month. However, I come here at least once a week since I have nothing else to do." After spending a few minutes cleaning the stone tablet, she turned to look at Yuan in the eyes and spoke, "You mentioned a voice calling you to this place, right?" Yuan nodded his head. "Well, there's actually a barrier made of sword aura protecting this temple if you didn't know, and unless you're protected by my family's blessing, it's impossible to get near this place, much less enter the temple." The azure-eyed lady revealed to him. Sword aura. Yuan mumbled in a low voice, finding this word very familiar. After pondering for a moment, he recalled Xiao Hua briefly explaining sword aura to him before. I don't know how you bypassed the barrier, nor anything about this voice you heard, but you're here for a reason. I see, thank you, Can I get your name? Yuan asked her upon realizing that she hasn't introduced herself yet. The young lady then spoke, my name is Lan Yingying, and I'm the guardian of this unnamed temple. Miss Lan, if you don't mind me asking, do you know what's written on this stone tablet? Maybe it'll give me a hint or something. Yuan suddenly asked her. Lan Yingying turned to look at the stone tablet and said, the words written on my lord's stone tablet don't mean anything, if you can even call it that. Huh? What do you mean? These symbols are sword marks created by my lord when he was still alive and practicing his sword aura. At least that's what the legend says. Lan Yingying said. Legend? How long has it been since he passed away? Lan Yingying shook her head and said, we don't know for sure when he disappeared, but it was definitely a few 100,000 years ago. A few 100,000 years ago? Yuan exclaimed, as he truly didn't expect that this person had been dead for such a long time. And you're still cleaning his stone tablet despite such a long time? What's the purpose? Yuan couldn't help but ask. When my lord was still alive, he accepted my family's ancestors as his servants, and our family has been serving him since then, even if he's no longer in this world. Cleaning his stone tablet has become a tradition in my family since his disappearance. Lan Yingying said. Anyways, I will be leaving now. I don't mind if you stay here, but don't make a mess, or I'll get angry. Lan Yingying said to him before leaving the temple. Yuan decided to remain in this place since he wanted to be sure that there's really nothing here for him. After Lan Yingying left the place, Yuan took a seat in front of the stone tablet again. Although he wasn't sure what was so special about the stone tablet, he had a feeling that it was related to why he was called here. Thus, he began cultivating again. About an hour and a half later, he entered second-level Spirit Warrior. Another hour later, he breakthroughs to third-level Spirit Warrior. Yuan took a deep breath and opened his eyes, stopping his cultivation to look at the stone tablet in front of him. Sword marks. Yuan's gaze focused on the incredibly clean and sharp marks on the tablet. After spending 2 hours looking at the sword marks, Yuan returned to cultivating for another 2 hours, reaching the 4th-level Spirit Warrior realm. Yuan repeated this process until the sky began turning dark. At the end of the day, he'd managed to reach the 5th-level Spirit Warrior realm. After logging off the game, Yuan could already smell Meishio cooking dinner. What happened to you, Yuan? You weren't with the other 2 disciples. Meishio asked him during dinner. I don't know, either. I was separated from them before I was aware of it. Are you okay? Yes, I found this pretty safe area and managed to increase my cultivation base to the 5th-level Spirit Warrior realm. Xiao Hua, she was really worried about you. She even. Meishio said, and she explained the situation that had occurred after his disappearance. What? Xiao Hua did that? Can you tell her not to worry and that I am okay after dinner? Yuan quickly said. I will. Meishio nodded. Thank you. After dinner, Yuan returned to Cultivation Online to cultivate some more whilst Meishio went to deliver the news of Yuan's situation to Xiao Hua and the others. Welcome back, Meishio. Feng Yuxiang said to her the moment she logged back inside, acting as though her disappearance was only natural. Meishio nodded and said, I have some news for you regarding Yuan. Brother Yuan. Xiao Hua was the one to react upon hearing his name, and she quickly asked, what about Brother Yuan? I just wanted to let you know that even though he's separated from the other 2 disciples, he's still safe and sound, Meishio said. What? How do you know that? Did you contact him somehow? Long Yijuan looked at her with a face of disbelief. How could one contact someone that's inside the mystic realm? He has never heard of this before. Meishio nodded, yes, I have a method of contacting Yuan. So brother Yuan is safe? Xiaohua asked her again just in case. Yes, he's safe and well. In fact, he's even reached 5th level spirit warrior. What? 5th level spirit warrior? But he's only been inside for a day. Elder Shan exclaimed in a shocked voice. Heavens! At this rate, he'll return to his original cultivation base in no time. Elder Xian mumbled. Ha ha ha. As expected of disciple Yuan. His talents know no bounds. Long Yijuan laughed out loud. The other sects looked at the Dragon Essence Temple as though they were crazy. What the heck are they talking about? Their number one disciple is missing and they look quite happy, and the sect master is even laughing out loud. Thank heavens. Xiaohua released a sigh of relief after hearing that Yuan was fine. Meanwhile, inside the mystic realm, Yuan spends another hour looking at the stone tablet. Miss Lan mentioned that this place is surrounded by sword aura. Now that I'm a spirit warrior again, I can use my divine sense. Let's see if I can see this sword aura with my divine sense. Thus, Yuan closed his eyes and activated his divine sense, extending it as far as he could manage. But alas, he was unable to see this sword aura. However, with that being said, he could sense an unfamiliar aura around the temple. Is this sword aura? I can sense it but not see it. Yuan mumbled in a pondering voice. He continued to feel this sword aura, trying to understand it for as long as his divine sense could hold up. When he could no longer use his divine sense due to exhaustion, he began cultivating to restore his spiritual energy. Once he was full of energy again, Yuan used his divine sense to inspect the sword aura around the place, and the longer he looked at it, the more he understood it, at least that was the feeling he was getting. It was almost like that time when Xiaohua read her book to him for the first time. He couldn't comprehend a single thing at first, but as he listened to it, he gradually understood it more and more until he eventually learned the technique. Thus, from night to sunrise, Yuan studied the sword aura in fascination, almost like he was mesmerized by its existence. Yuan logged off for breakfast, returning shortly after to study it some more. In the afternoon, Yuan retrieved his divine sense and took a deep breath afterward. He then turned to look at the sword marks on the stone tablet, and he proceeded to stare at it for hours without moving a single muscle. Suddenly, he began closing his eyes, feeling a familiar sensation overwhelm his body. This feeling. Enlightenment. Yuan mumbled in a low voice as his mind drifted. Even though his eyes were closed, Yuan could still see the stone tablet in his mind, and he could see each and every sword mark clearly, almost like he still had his eyes open. Suddenly, the sword marks on the stone tablet began disappearing. A few moments later, all of the sword marks disappeared with the stone tablet completely clean and untouched. A few more seconds later, Yuan could see a figure suddenly appear before the stone tablet with its back facing him, and in this figure's grasp was an ordinary sword. Yuan then watched as this figure raised the sword in its grasp and struck the stone tablet repeatedly, creating multiple sword marks on it. A few minutes later, the stone tablet returned to its original form with many sword marks on it. However, the sword marks disappeared again a few seconds later. Once all of the sword marks were gone, the figure repeated the actions and struck the stone tablet with its sword using the exact same movements, and this scene repeated tens, hundreds of times inside Yuan's head. Yuan's enlightenment continued throughout the night, even forgetting to log off for dinner. He's still inside the game. After cooking dinner, Meishio waited for Yuan to come out of the game, but in the end, he remained inside the game. And not wanting to disturb him, Meishio quietly put his dinner in the refrigerator before calling it a night. The following morning, Meishio woke up to see Yuan's condition, but alas, he was still inside the game. Meishio decided to not log into the game until Yuan returns like last time. While she waited, she went to look at the auction and other things online to kill time. Meanwhile, inside Cultivation Online, Yuan had just witnessed the figure strike the stone tablet thousands of times. And with every strike, he could sense the sword aura from the sword and the sword marks much clearer. Suddenly, Yuan stood up inside his mind, and he approached the figure. A few seconds later, Yuan stood exactly where the figure once stood and with a sword in his grasp. After taking a deep breath, Yuan began replicating the figure's sword movement, almost like he'd become that figure himself. 1, 2, 3. Yuan struck the stone tablet 3 times, but there were no marks on the stone tablet. However, Yuan didn't stop and continued to strike the stone tablet. 100, 200, 300 strikes. After striking the stone tablet hundreds of times inside his mind, completely unbeknownst to him, a profound aura that resembled sword aura began appearing around Yuan's real body. I wonder if that young man is still there. Lan Yingying mumbled to herself as she approached the unnamed temple shortly after sunrise. While she normally visits the temple once a week to clean the stone tablet, she has been experiencing a weird sensation in her chest ever since she met the masked man 2 days ago, almost like her guts was telling her to return to the temple. About half an hour of walking later, Lan Yingying arrived at the temple, and she could already feel something different in the air before she even stepped onto the staircase to the temple. This aura. It can't be. Lan Yingying quickly ascended the staircase when she realized the type of aura she was experiencing. A few moments later, she stood at the entrance of the temple and looked inside, and to her surprise, the masked person was still there. Furthermore, there was even a subtle amount of sword aura emitting from his body. Of course, the most shocking part about all of this was his cultivation base, which had increased exponentially since their last meeting only 2 days ago. My lord! He was a first-level spirit warrior just 2 days ago. Now, he's a 5th-level spirit warrior. How can anyone cultivate so fast? Lan Yingying covered her mouth in shock when she realized Yuan's immense growth. She has seen many geniuses in her lifetime, but she has never seen someone with as much talent as this masked individual, who'd managed to learn sword aura as a spirit warrior. No. There is one person she can think of who could possibly rival this person in terms of talent, the lord her family used to serve, who was known to have unrivaled talents and a legendary swordmaster. Lan Yingying didn't want to disturb Yuan, so she quietly turned around and prepared to leave. However, just as she turned around, she noticed a change on the stone tablet that she has cleaned ever since she could walk. The sword marks. They're reacting to that individual's sword aura. Impossible. Lan Yingying nearly cried out loud after seeing the sword aura that was left behind by the person who made the sword marks reacting for the first time in her life. Who is this person? Lan Yingying wondered with a serious look on her face, and she decided to stay around to witness the situation for a little bit longer. Meanwhile, inside Yuan's head, he struck the stone tablet for the 1000th time, creating a small cut on the stone tablet, and the sword in his grasp was emitting weak sword aura. This is the feeling I was looking for. Yuan's eyes flickered with profoundness, and he continued to strike the stone tablet. The more he practiced his sword aura, the deeper and cleaner the cuts got. 2,000, 5,000, 10,000. Yuan struck the stone tablet over 10,000 times without stopping, his understanding of sword aura increasing with every strike. Meanwhile, the training inside his mind also reflected his actual body, as his sword aura grew increasingly stronger and sharper. If one were to drop a piece of paper on top of Yuan right now, it would definitely be torn to shred the moment it touches the sword aura surrounding him. Lan Yingying watched as Yuan improved his sword aura at a frightening rate. Suddenly, she noticed that the sword aura in the sword marks was actually leaving the stone tablet and being absorbed by Yuan's sword aura. What? He's absorbing my lord's sword aura. No, my lord's sword aura is attracted to him. It's going towards him on its own will. Lan Yingying was shocked to the core when she realized what was happening. It took a couple of hours, but eventually, Yuan absorbed all of the sword aura on the stone tablet. Whoosh! A powerful gust of wind swept the place when Yuan absorbed the last bit of sword aura from the stone tablet. Lan Yingying, who was standing all the way at the entrance, noticed small tears on her clothes when the sword aura touched her despite standing so far away from Yuan. What intense sword aura! Lan Yingying didn't care about her clothes being destroyed by Yuan's sword aura, or more precisely, she was too focused on him to care about such a minor thing. The sword aura around Yuan subdued a few moments later, and he opened his eyes, taking a deep breath afterward. Your mastery with the sword has improved significantly. Your understanding of swords has reached a new level. Your novice sword mastery has developed into advanced sword mastery. You have understood the basics of sword aura. You have learned sword aura. Congratulations. You have been awarded the title Sword Master. Advanced Sword Mastery. Description: greatly improves your control with the sword by 30% and increases all damage dealt with swords by 50%. Your enemies will feel more pain from your sword attacks as your damage increases. Your sword techniques will also have more impact. Requires no activation. Sword Aura. Mastery Level 1. Description: allows you to convert your spiritual energy into sword aura and treat it as though it's a real sword. Increases sword damage and sharpness. The effects increase with mastery level. So this is sword aura, huh? I feel like I am surrounded by invisible swords. Yuan looked at his hand that was protected by sword aura. Isn't this kind of like chi manifestation? He mumbled in a pondering voice. Who's there? Yuan suddenly noticed a presence behind him and turned around. You're Miss Lan. Yuan immediately recognized her pretty face and unique azure-colored eyes. However, there was something different about her this time. More precisely, her appearance, her clothes. They were ragged, almost like someone had used a knife and slashed her clothes a dozen times until it turned into this sad state, and a lot of her skin was exposed by the holes in her clothes. Are you okay? Yuan pointed at her shredded clothes, completely oblivious that he was the culprit. Lan Yingying looked down with a nonchalant expression before speaking, never mind that. I want you to meet my family. Can you come with me now? You want me to meet your family? Why? Yuan looked at Lan Yingying with wide eyes. Because I want to confirm something. Perhaps it might even have something to do with you being here, she said in a calm voice. Really? Yuan's eyes flickered with excitement. Since she's the guardian of this place, and her family used to serve the sword master who marked this stone tablet, they might know something about the voice that beckoned him, perhaps even the faceless individual he saw outside the mystic realm. Lan Yingying nodded and said, it's only half an hour away from this place. Follow me. She then turned around and walked out of the temple in a casual manner, acting as though her clothes weren't in such a shabby state. Yuan didn't linger around and proceeded to follow her outside the temple. After some time, he could no longer hold his curiosity and decided to ask her, what happened to your clothes? Did you encounter a powerful magical beast on your way here? Lan Yingying looked at him without stopping her legs, and she said, there are no magical beasts in this area. As for why my clothes are in this state. Lan Yingying raised her hand and pointed her finger at him. You're the one who made my clothes like this, your sword aura, to be exact. What? I am terribly sorry. I didn't mean to. Yuan was shocked to hear that he was the cause of her ridiculous appearance. I know. You don't have to say anything. It was my fault for being so nosy and getting too close, anyways. Lan Yingying shrugged it off casually. Thank you, Miss Lan. Yuan said to her, feeling relieved that she didn't blame him. Half an hour later, they arrived at this spacious land in the middle of the dead forest, and at the center of this place was a large wooden cabin alongside a couple of smaller buildings. You live here? Yuan raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect a young girl like Lan Yingying to live in a place like this, especially since she looked so noble and graceful, almost like a noble in a big family. Yes, and my grandparents, she said. Oh ho! What a surprise! An old man with long white hair and a medium white beard came out of the cabin before they could even approach it. Grandma, come look at this, look at what Inger brought home. It's a man. And our dear granddaughter even looks like a mess. The old man suddenly began shouting out loud in a voice full of excitement. What? A man? Impossible. Another voice quickly resounded, and a few seconds later, an old lady also came out of the house and stood beside the old man. Heavens! Look at her appearance. Looks like they had plenty of fun before coming back here. I'm back, grandfather, grandmother. Lan Ying said to them, acting like she didn't hear their loud words just now. Hey, boy. Are you my granddaughter's boyfriend? Where did you two meet? How long have you been dating? Have you done that yet? The old man suddenly began bombarding Yuan with questions. Calm down, you old fool. What if you scare him away? This is the first time she brought home a man, too. I'll skin you alive, old fool. The old lady even smacked the old man's butt as she scolded him. Hello, young man. You can ignore this old fart. With that being said, when can we expect a child from you two? The old lady spoke with a grin on her face. Meanwhile, Yuan was left speechless by their weird questions. Grandfather, grandmother, stop joking around. This is a serious matter regarding the Lord's stone tablet. Lan Ying said to them with a slight frown on her face. The Lord's stone tablet. Her grandparents' face suddenly became serious upon hearing her words. What about the Lord's stone tablet? Did something happen? The old man then asked with a frown on his face. Lan Ying nodded her head before pointing at Yuan and speaking. The Lord's stone tablet reacted to him, allowing him to absorb the sword aura left behind by the Lord. What? The both of them exclaimed in a shocked voice. Don't tell me he's the Lord's descendant. The old lady spoke in a trembling voice. I brought him here to see if that is the case or not. Lan Ying said. After a moment of silence, the old man said, Come inside first. We'll talk once we are feeling more comfortable. The grandparents then entered the house. Let's go, Yuan. Lan Ying said to him before going inside the house. Although it felt weird to enter a stranger's home, Yuan didn't feel any malevolence from them and decided to trust them. Once they were inside, Yuan sat around a large table with the others. Give me more context. The old man then said. Lan Ying nodded and proceeded to recall everything she knew, from her first meeting with Yuan 2 days ago to their second meeting today. I see. Can you tell me a little bit more about yourself, young man? The old man then turned to look at Yuan. Yuan nodded and said, I came here with my fellow disciples, but we got separated on our way here, and before I knew it, I was in the forest. Then I heard this voice that beckoned me, so I followed it, and the voice led me to the temple. The grandparents pondered for a moment before speaking, if you don't mind me asking. What is your purpose for coming to this place? To be completely honest with you, I have no clue. Yuan shrugged. The grandparents exchanged looks with each other, and the old lady asked him a moment later, Young man. Did you perhaps come from the outside world? Yuan's eyes widened. The people here are aware of the outside world? That they're currently inside the mystic realm? Just what is this place? What? You think we wouldn't know about the world outside the mystic realm when you outsiders come here every 10 years? The old man said. And he continued, you know, the people of this world, the natives. Our ancestors also used to live in the outside world, but they decided to live in this world instead, isolated from the outside world. Huh? But how's that possible? I thought we only have a month inside the mystic realm before we must leave. Yuan spoke in a dazed voice. Sure, that's how the mystic realm works nowadays. However, that wasn't the case during the ancient times when people could enter the mystic realm at will and without any restrictions. The old man said. And he continued, the mystic realm changed when it got an owner, who turned this place into a massive trial of sorts, implementing the rules that you're experiencing now. Wow! I had no idea the mystic realm would have such a deep history. What about the people of this world? Can you guys leave the mystic realm? Yuan asked after his initial awe. The old lady shook her head and said, unfortunately, we're stuck in this world. Before the owner created the rules for this world, he'd asked everybody in this world if they wanted to leave or stay in this world, and at that time, our ancestors, with full knowledge that they won't be able to leave this place ever again, decided to stay in here. There is no way out of this world, only a way inside, not including the time limit of 1 month. The old man continued. Don't you want to go outside? Yuan suddenly asked. Not really. According to our ancestors, the spiritual energy in this world is much better than the spiritual energy outside. Although it's much smaller in this world, we'll get to live longer since we have a higher cultivation base, and there are not as many worldly conflicts here. The old lady explained. I guess the spiritual energy in this place is much more abundant than outside overall. Yuan couldn't deny this since he'd experienced it for himself firsthand. To tell you the truth, not everyone in this world is like us, as most of the natives aren't very fond of outsiders, since many of them are jealous of your ability to leave this place. Therefore, it's best to keep your identity as an outsider hidden. The old man revealed to him, taking him by surprise. I see. Thank you for the heads up. Yuan nodded. Anyways, returning to the topic at hand. We believe you're a descendant from our Lord's bloodline in the outside world, and we would like to check your blood if you don't mind. The old lady said. I highly doubt it. But what if? What if I turn out to be a descendant? Yuan asked, his interest piqued. Then we will serve you for the rest of our lives, at least until you have to leave the mystic realm. Lan Yingying said to him with a serious look on her face. Yuan looked at them with a perplexed expression. They're going to serve him. That didn't feel right to him for some reason. How will you test my blood? He still asked them a moment later. Oh, that's simple. You simply have to mix some of your blood with our blood to see if there's any reaction. If there's even the slightest reaction, it'll mean that you're the Lord's descendant. The old man explained. Are you willing? Yuan nodded. Seeing his approval, the old man turned to look at Lan Yingying and said, Go ahead. Drop some of your blood into this bottle. Yes, grandfather. Lan Yingying retrieved a small knife from her spatial ring before cutting a decently large hole in her finger, startling Yuan with the amount of blood she squeezed into the bottle. Don't worry, we only need a drop of your blood. The old man laughed after seeing his nervous expression. After Lan Yingying stopped pouring her blood into the bottle, she licked the wound on her finger, and Yuan watched as the cut on her finger instantly healed. Go ahead, young man. The old man handed the bottle to Yuan afterward. Yuan nodded and retrieved his starry abyss before cutting a small wound on his thumb. A soul weapon. The old couple was shocked when they realized the treasure in Yuan's grasp, but they didn't say anything. A few seconds later, Yuan dripped a large drop of his blood inside the blood, and everybody there watched for any reaction in anticipation. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Half a minute passed without any reaction, and the old man placed the bottle down inside. Unfortunately, you're not the Lord's descendant. The old man said in a sighing voice. I see. Yuan nodded, feeling relieved for some reason. Well, even if you aren't the Lord's descendant, you're still a very talented young lad, learning sword aura as a spirit warrior. You definitely qualify to sow your seed inside our granddaughter. The old lady said with a grin on her face. Sow my seed in her? What? Yuan was completely puzzled by their words. Don't mind them, Yuan. They've been like this ever since my parents died, and they're worried that our family's long legacy will end with me. Lan Yingying explained to him. Anyways, do you have any questions for them? Lan Yingying then asked him. Yuan nodded and said, Do you know anything about the voice that beckoned me to the temple? And what about that faceless person I saw? However, the old couple didn't respond to him, and on their face was a gawking expression, their eyes filled with shock. What's the matter? Yuan asked them. Are you sure about that? A faceless person? The old man asked him in a trembling voice. Yuan nodded, yes. I'm sure. Do you know who that is? The old man swallowed nervously before speaking, that. That is most likely the Lord. Huh? Yuan's eyes widened with surprise after learning this new information. Can you please give some more description to this faceless person? What kind of clothes was he wearing? What color was his hair? How long was his hair? How tall was he? What kind of aura did he emit? The old man asked him in an anxious voice. Yuan nodded his head before closing his eyes to recall the faceless person. He was wearing black clothes with a golden outline. He had long black hair that was nearly as long as his body, and he looked a little bit taller than the average adult. Probably around 74 inches if I had to take a guess. As for his aura, he definitely gave the feeling of a noble or something otherworldly. What about his sword? Was he carrying a sword? The old man asked, his voice growing more excited as he spoke. A sword. Yuan pondered harder. After a moment of silence, Yuan said, oh, yeah, I think he was carrying a sword on his back. However, it looked like an ordinary sword, so I didn't pay too much attention to it. That's it. He definitely sounds like the Lord. The old man said as he stood up. Come with me. The old man then walked outside. Yuan and the others followed him outside. Once they were outside, the old man led them to a path that was behind the cabin. A few minutes later, they reached this small but empty area, and standing in the middle of this area was a statue made of some kind of metallic material. However, the most surprising part about this statue was its face, or more precisely, its lack of a face. Indeed, it was a statue of the faceless figure. This is. Yuan was dumbstruck the moment his eyes laid on the statue. Is this the person that you saw? The old man asked him afterward. Yuan nodded in a dazed manner, yes. Although he looks slightly different, he is, without doubt, the faceless person I saw. Despite being a statue, it gave off a domineering aura, almost like it was a real person standing there. Although you're not the Lord's descendant, you're most likely related to him in some way since he beckoned you to the stone tablet. The old man said. Just who is this Lord person anyways? Yuan asked, and he continued, and why is he faceless even as a statue? Let me answer your second question first. The Lord. Nobody has ever seen his face before, hence why his statue is faceless. Just like what you're doing right now, the Lord always wore a mask, ever since his first appearance to the day he disappeared from this world. The old man said. As for who the Lord is, we also don't know much about his existence except for the fact that he'd showed up one day out of the blue, exhibiting heaven-defying talents and obtaining admiration from countless people. Our ancestors were one of these people, hence why they decided to serve him. Also, he somehow managed to obtain control of the mystic realm, becoming its master. Oh. So he was the one who closed the mystic realm and turned it into a place of trials. Why did he do such a thing? Yuan asked, his interest piqued. Nobody knows, honestly. The Lord was an eccentric person who exceeds all expectations. We will probably never know his true intentions. The old man sighed. I see. Then do you know anything about the mystic pagoda? Yuan decided to ask them since Senior Nya made it sound like an important place. The mystic pagoda? That's where the Lord used to live. The old lady said to him. And she continued, don't tell me the outsiders are still trying to open it. They should give up already. Seeing the puzzlement in Yuan's eyes, the old lady explained, every 10 years, the outsiders will try to open up the mystic pagoda, but it's useless. Only the owner of the mystic realm can enter that place, but nobody but the Lord knows how to do it. Even to this day, nobody else besides the Lord has managed to become the master of this place. Is that so? Yuan mumbled in a low voice. Anyways, do you have any more questions? If not, why don't you and our granddaughter here go conceive a child or two? After all, you only have a month in this world. The old lady suddenly said to him with a smile on her face. What? Yuan looked at the granny with wide eyes. Why are you still joking about that grandmother? Lan Yingying shook her head in a calm manner. Joke? Do I look like I'm joking? Her grandmother turned to look at her with a serious expression on her face. Lan Yingying's eyes widened slightly at this. You're serious? She mumbled in a dazed voice. Of course. This young man has extraordinary talents. He definitely qualifies to help us continue our lineage. The old lady said. Our legacy has lasted for hundreds of thousands of years. We're not going to let it end with you, Yingying. The old man also said with a profound look on his face. The two old couple emitted a fearsome aura at this moment, causing both Yuan and Lan Yingying to shudder. It was at this moment a loud and sharp ear-piercing cry suddenly resounded in the area, but it didn't sound like it came from a human. Che. The old man sneered with an annoyed look on his face. They don't learn, do they? Then, to Yuan's surprise, the old man suddenly levitated off the ground and flew into the sky. A spirit grandmaster! Yuan exclaimed. However, Yuan quickly realized that the aura coming from the old man surpassed even Feng Yuxiang, who was a peak spirit grandmaster. In other words, there was a good chance this old man was a spirit lord. A few moments later, a very large bird covered in black, metallic feathers, could be seen flying towards their direction, and it emitted a familiar aura, the aura of a spirit grandmaster. What on earth is that? Yuan was shocked by this large bird that was slightly larger than a football field. However, the old man remained completely tranquil despite facing such an intimidating monster. Did you anger your master or something? Why else would he send you here, to your death? The old man shook his head before lifting his hand and pointing at the large bird, mumbling in a low voice. Sacred fire. Whoosh! A massive rotating ball of sparkling white flames suddenly appeared in front of the old man's finger. Begone! The old man released the ball of white flames, shooting it directly at the massive bird. The large bird released a painful cry as the white flames engulfed its entire body instantly. However, the noises didn't last more than a few seconds as the white flames quickly consumed its massive body until even its ashes completely disappeared from this world. After disintegrating the large bird, the old man returned to their side and spoke with an innocent smile on his face, acting like he'd just gotten rid of an insect and not a powerful magical beast. Anyways, why don't the two of you go find a room and start working on that child? We don't have that much time, after all. Grandfather, we just met and are no different than strangers. How can you ask me to conceive a child with him? Not to mention our situation. Lan Yingying said to him. So what if you're strangers? Your relationship won't matter regardless since he'll be leaving in a month whether you like it or not. The old man said. Even if you say that. What about his opinion on this matter? Lan Yingying turned to look at Yuan, who looked very confused about the current situation. Do we even need to ask him? Who could possibly refuse our beautiful granddaughter? And why do you seem so reluctant? If you don't continue our lineage, who will take care of the Lord's stone tablet in the future? Who will be here to greet the Lord when he returns? The old man sighed. Wait a minute. Yuan suddenly interrupted. What do you mean by your last words? Hasn't it been hundreds of thousands of years since the Lord disappeared from this place? Can a human even live that long? The old man chuckled after hearing his words, and he spoke a moment later, of course not, no human would be able to live that long. However, the Lord is not dead, and while we say he disappeared, the Lord merely left the mystic realm and hasn't returned since then. Although we don't know where he went or what he's doing outside, with his heaven-defying talents, we're certain that he could reach the peak of cultivation and become a real immortal. True immortals can live millions of years with ease, nor are they affected by the passage of time. They also can't die from natural causes such as diseases or old age, and the only way they can die is if someone kills them, but even that requires some effort. And as long as the Lord is alive, he'll definitely return to this world in the future. That's what he promised my ancestors right before he left, after all. The old man said with a confident smile on his face. Yuan was speechless. He was simply amazed by their loyalty to this Lord person. If he had to wait hundreds of thousands of years, even potentially millions of years for someone to return, he would have probably lost faith long ago. Anyways, thank you for teaching me so much about this world, but I have to leave now, as I still need to regroup with my team, Yuan said to them a moment later. What? You're leaving already? But you still haven't done anything with our granddaughter. At least sow your seeds in her before you leave. The old lady quickly said. I'm not exactly sure what you mean by that. Yuan then said. The old couple exchanged looks with each other. What kind of life has this young man been living that made him so innocent? What about his parents? Ahem. The old man cleared his throat and said, in other words. I want you and my granddaughter to have a child together. Yuan's eyes widened with shock. While he doesn't know anything about giving birth since nobody has taught him about the subject, he at least knew how much responsibility it was to have children. But I won't be in this world in a month. And I don't think I am ready to bear so much responsibility. Yuan said to them a moment later. It's fine even if you leave. We aren't asking for you to take responsibility, either. You simply need to impregnate our granddaughter so that our lineage will continue. We'll take care of everything else after that. The old lady said. Yuan looked at the old couple for a moment before turning to look at Lan Yingying. After a moment of silence, Yuan lowered his head and apologized to them. I'm sorry, but if I ever have children, I want to be there for them. You see, even though I was adopted at a young age, I never knew my real parents or what they look like, and I don't want my own children to experience the same loneliness I felt before I was adopted. I hope you can understand. The old couple was left speechless by Yuan's words. As much as they wanted him to conceive a child with their granddaughter, they couldn't force him. After a moment of silence, the old man nodded and said, I see. I will also apologize if you felt pressured by us. If you don't want to, we won't force you. What a pity. We have been looking for someone like you for such a long time, too. The old lady sighed in a regretful voice. The old man then said, Yingying, go show the young man the way out and take him to the nearest city. Although there should be no magical beasts around this place, there are magical beasts roaming outside, and they might be a little too much for him to handle even if he understands sword aura. Okay. Lan Yingying nodded. Thank you, seniors. It was nice meeting you. Yuan said to them. Just call us Grandpa Lan and Grandma Lan. I am also glad that we got to meet a genius like you since it gives us a feeling of what our ancestors might have felt when they met the Lord for the first time, said Grandpa Lan. If you decide to change your mind about having a child with our granddaughter before leaving this place, you can come back here at any time. My granddaughter will always be available for you. Grandma Lan said to him. Sometime later, Lan Yingying led Yuan away from the cabin and towards the direction of the unnamed temple. Isn't it strange, Grandpa? Grandma Lan spoke after Yuan left. What? How we don't dislike him even though he's a human. In fact, I even liked him very much, she said. I know how you feel, Grandma. There was just something attractive about him. Perhaps it's his unique charisma. I wonder if this is what our ancestors felt when they met the Lord. If so, I can totally understand why they decided to serve him. Grandpa Lan said with a smile on his face, and the two of them returned to the cabin shortly after. Let me see the stone tablet one more time before we leave this place, Yuan said to Lan Yingying when they returned to the temple. Lan Yingying nodded her head, and they climbed the staircase, entering the temple a moment later. Yuan approached the stone tablet. Once he was directly in front of it, he clasped his hands together and bowed to the stone tablet. I don't know why you called me here, and I might never find out, but thank you for showing me this place, allowing me to learn sword aura. Yuan paid his respect to the stone tablet. After Yuan lifted his head, he continued, maybe I'll even see you in the upper heavens when I decide to ascend this world. At that time, I'll thank you properly. Sometime later, Lan Yingying led Yuan away from the temple. As they walked, Lan Yingying suddenly asked him, hey. What's the outside world like? The outside world? It hasn't been long since I came to this place, so I can't really tell you what's different, sorry, he said. Don't mind it, she shook her head with a somewhat gloomy feeling in her eyes. After a moment of silence, Yuan asked her, do you want to go outside? A profound glint appeared in Lan Yingying's eyes, and she nodded her head. I'd be lying if I say I am not curious about the outside world. I think it's unfair. Yuan suddenly said. And he continued, how your ancestors' decision to stay in this world also affected their children and so on. If someone wants to leave this place, they should have the choice to do so, at least that's what I believe. A small smile appeared on Lan Yingying's pretty face after hearing Yuan's words. Then why don't you try to become the master of this place and set us all free? Lan Yingying suddenly said. But nobody knows how the Lord became the master, right? Even if I want to help you, I don't know what I should be doing. The Mystic Pagoda. Perhaps you'll find some clues there. Where is the Mystic Pagoda? Yuan then asked. Lan Yingying lifted her hand and pointed to a certain direction in the sky. Do you see that blue star? If you follow it, it'll lead you to the Mystic Pagoda. Following her fingers, Yuan's eyes widened with surprise when he realized what she was talking about. What? How could there be stars in the sky already? The sun hasn't even begun to set yet. Yuan exclaimed in a shocked voice. That star is a special star. You can see it throughout the day no matter if it's day or night. I see. Thank you. Yuan turned to look at Lan Yingying, and he continued in a somewhat awkward voice, by the way, are you sure you want to continue walking around in that appearance? What if someone sees you? Lan Yingying looked down at her own clothes that were still torn, and she said, oh, right. I nearly forgot. Lan Yingying suddenly stopped walking and proceeded to remove her clothes on the spot, taking Yuan by surprise. You could have at least warned me. Yuan instinctively turned around to give her some privacy. Okay, I am done. Lan Yingying said a moment later, sounding very calm despite just changing her clothes in front of a man, and they continued walking shortly after, acting like nothing just happened. How far away is the nearest city? Yuan asked her after walking for an hour without seeing anything civilization in sight. About 7 days, give or take, she responded in a calm manner. 7 days. That's an entire week. Yuan's eyes widened with shock. Just where the heck did the mystic realm take him? At this rate, he won't regroup with the others until there are only a few days left in the mystic realm. We're in the most isolated area in this world, so there's nothing we can do about it. Lan Yingying said. I see. I'm sorry for making you go through the trouble, and thank you. Yuan said to her. It's okay. I have nothing better to do, anyway. Lan Yingying said. What do you normally do besides cleaning the stone tablet? Yuan decided to ask her. Cultivate, and hunting ignorant magical beasts that dare to enter our area without permission, just like that onyx crow. Lan Yingying said. Yuan swallowed nervously after hearing her words. After all, he also entered their place without any permission. Lan Yingying noticed his weird behavior and said, don't worry, we are forbidden from harming humans unless they threaten us or show aggression first. This is a rule set by the Lord. I see. Yuan nodded, and they continued to walk in silence for a couple of hours until Yuan suddenly realized something. Oh no! I completely forgot about Meishio. Yuan stopped walking and exclaimed. Meishio? Lan Yingying raised her eyebrows. Give me a moment. I'll be back in a bit. Yuan said to her before logging off the game. Mei Xiu. Are you here? Yuan called out for her when he logged off. I'm here, Yuan, she quickly responded. I'm sorry. I was too absorbed in the game and completely forgot to log off again. He said to her. Don't worry about it, she said to him. Let me go warm up your breakfast. After warming up the soup, she fed it to Yuan. Once again, I'm really sorry. It's okay, really. There's nothing else for me to do, anyway. Yuan then said, if you want, you can play the game with Feng Feng and the others. You don't have to wait for me to finish the Mystic Realm since that's going to take a while. Even though I am doing nothing but watching the participants, I enjoy it. It feels like I am watching a movie or something, and the others are always engaged in something. Mei Xiu said. Wait a moment. You can watch us from the outside. Yuan was surprised when he heard this. Yes, we can see everything the participants are doing using this treasure. However, for some reason, you're not shown, so we cannot see where you are or what you're doing. Mei Xiu said to him. Sure. Go ahead. Yuan nodded his head, not hesitating to hand the Empyrean Overlord to Lan Yingying since he trusted her, and even if she wanted to steal it, the soul weapon will automatically return to him if it gets too far away from him. Here you go. Yuan handed the sword to her in a casual manner. This sword is so heavy. Lan Yingying was taken by surprise by the weight of the Empyrean Overlord, nearly falling over trying to hold it at first. Oh, right, I forgot about that. It weighs about 1,000 genes naturally. Yuan had forgotten about its weight after handling it like a tree branch for so long. Where did you obtain such a treasure? And do you know its background? She then asked, her gaze staring at the beautiful sword with a somewhat mesmerizing look. Apparently, it was found in a legacy tomb 500 years ago. As for its background, it used to be wielded by a sword emperor. Yuan recalled what Feng Yuxiang told him and the Empyrean Overlord's description. Sword. Emperor. Do you, by any chance, know the name of this sword emperor? Lan Yingying asked. No, I don't. I see. Lan Yingying mumbled. Thank you for letting me see it. She handed the Empyrean Overlord back to Yuan a moment later. Let's continue moving. Yuan then said. Wait a moment. Lan Yingying suddenly said, and she pointed at the Earth Dragon's corpse, since you killed the Earth Dragon, its corpse obviously belongs to you, but do you think I can buy it off you? You want this Earth Dragon's corpse? Yuan raised his eyebrows, wondering why she wanted it. If you want it, you can take it. Also, you don't have to pay me. Yuan said, as he doesn't have any uses for the corpse, nor does he plan on selling its materials. Really? Are you sure? An Earth Dragon's corpse will fetch a lot of money if you sell it. She asked him just to be sure. Yuan nodded, it's the least I can do for you, who's helping me reach the nearest city. Thank you very much. Lan Yingying bowed to him before collecting the Earth Dragon's corpse with her spatial ring. Shortly after, they continued to run across the grassland, encountering a couple more magical beasts in a few hours. Of course, Yuan wanted to fight these magical beasts despite having a lower cultivation base in comparison. And just like the Earth Dragon, these Spirit Master magical beasts looked at Yuan with contempt when they realized he was only a spirit warrior, lowering their guards. However, these magical beasts immediately regretted underestimating Yuan's low cultivation base the moment he released his sword aura, and they could only powerlessly stare at Yuan as he slashes their body into two parts. After Yuan killed these magical beasts, Lan Yingying would collect their corpses, almost like a trash collector picking up trash on the sidewalk. Do magical beasts not drop monster cores around here or something? I've killed over a dozen of them without a single monster core. Yuan complained after some time. The higher cultivation a magical beast, the less likely they'll drop a monster core. Lan Yingying said to him. Really? That doesn't make any sense, but alas. Yuan sighed. Once the sun began peeking at the horizon, Yuan logged off the game to eat breakfast prepared by Meishio. How are you doing in the mystic realm? Xiaohua wanted to know. Meishio said to him afterward. I'm still making my way to the nearest city. I've also been encountering more and more magical beasts the closer we get to the city. However, you don't have to worry since I can deal with them easily, especially ever since I've learned Sword Aura. I understand. I'll let them know. Once she returned to the game, Meishio relayed Yuan's situation to Xiaohua and the others. What? Sword Aura. Long Yuan and the others expressed great shock after hearing this news. So Brother Yuan finally learned Sword Aura, huh? Xiaohua already knew that he would learn Sword Aura. It was just a matter of when. Meanwhile, Yuan continued to follow the blue star in the sky with Lan Yingying. We should arrive in the city by tomorrow afternoon, Lan Yingying said to him. Okay. After running for a couple of hours without stopping, Lan Yingying suddenly felt a cold shiver run down her spine, causing her to stop running, and she shouted in a panicked voice, Yuan. Stop. What happened? Another magical beast? Yuan stopped and asked her. However, when he turned around and saw the nervous look on Lan Yingying's face, even though she had remained relatively calm from their previous encounters with magical beasts, he realized something was amiss. It's worse than a magical beast. We need to get away from this place as soon as possible. Lan Yingying said to him. Get away? From what? Yuan raised his eyebrows. And before Lan Yingying could respond to him, a deep voice suddenly resounded. The little princess is together with a human. What an unusual sight. Boom. The ground shook as a figure suddenly descended from the sky and landed about 100 meters away from Yuan and Lan Yingying's location. What the heck is that? Yuan's eyes widened with surprise when he saw this person and its unique appearance, not to mention its tyrannical aura that was unlike anything he's experienced before. This entity was standing on two tall legs like a human, and it also had the body of a human. However, this human-like figure had glowing red skin and a single black horn directly in the center of its forehead. The sclera of its eyes was pitch black with its iris and pupils bright red. Furthermore, it had long sharp ears, sharp fingernails that resembled claws, and long black hair. If one looked closely, there was also a red crystal implanted in the middle of its chest. If one had to describe this entity with a single word, that word would be demonic. Where are you going with this human, little princess? The demonic being spoke with a large, diabolic smile on its face, showing its 2 rows of sharp white teeth. Miss Lan, what is that thing? It can even speak. Yuan was more amazed by this unknown entity's existence than feeling fearful of it. You've never heard of a demon before? Lan Yingying looked at him with surprise. A demon? That thing? This is my first time hearing about them, much less seeing one. Yuan said, and he continued, how are they any different compared to magical beasts? They're vastly superior to magical beasts overall. Just like how magical beasts are stronger than human cultivators at the same cultivation level, demons are stronger than magical beasts and by a huge margin as well. A spirit apprentice demon can even defeat a spirit warrior cultivator with ease. Lan Yingying explained to him. Furthermore, they cannot be killed by normal means and are essentially immortal since they can survive most injuries, even if you put a hole in their heart. What? Such powerful entities exist? How come nobody talks about them outside? Yuan was speechless. I can't tell you since I don't know what it's like outside, but in this world, they are very infamous for their brutality and tremendous strength. However, they are also very rare, and most people live their entire lives without even seeing one. Then I guess we're super lucky to encounter one right now? Yuan asked. Hey, what are you two talking about? I also want to join in on the conversation. The demon suddenly said to them. However, it remained standing there, seemingly unwilling to approach them for some reason. How are you unaffected by the Lord's sword aura? You demons shouldn't be able to get this close to the divine forest. Lan Yingying spoke with a frown on her face. The demon laughed before speaking, it's all thanks to your parents. Thanks to their blood, we've gained some resistance to the sword aura, but this is the furthest I can go for now. Sooner or later, we'll be able to enter the divine forest and consume you and those old bastards. Lan Yingying gritted her teeth in anger after hearing the demon mention her parents, and she lifted her arm with her spirit master cultivation fully activated. Shut up! Sacred fire! She shouted. A ball of white flames appeared in front of her palms before flying at the demon. However, despite seeing the ball of flames flying at it, the demon didn't even bother to move and remained standing there with a nonchalant look on its face. The white flames engulfed the demon a moment later, but it didn't show any reactions. You've improved, little princess. However, compared to those old bastards, your sacred fire is still too weak to do any real harm to our bodies, much less kill us. The demon spoke as it bathed in her flames casually. A few moments later, the white flames disappeared on their own, leaving behind minor burn marks on the demon's red skin. However, these injuries immediately healed within seconds as well. Miss Lan, you. Instead of paying attention to the demon, Yuan was fully focused on Lan Yingying at this moment, mostly because her appearance had experienced some changes. It wasn't anything shocking, but Lan Yingying's black hair had suddenly turned pure white, and her azure-colored eyes turned into a beautiful pink color. Lan Yingying's minor transformation reminded him of Feng Yuxiang's transformation when her hairs and eyes changed colors after consuming his blood. However, it didn't immediately occur to Yuan that Lan Yingying could be a magical beast like Feng Yuxiang, since he thought Feng Yuxiang was unique as a divine beast and a phoenix, not to mention her curse, hence why she could transform into a human. The demon suddenly spoke, "Don't worry, little princess. I didn't come here to kill you today. I'm here to relay a message from our demon lord, who said he'll let you live if you become his woman. If you don't, the demon clan will raid the divine forest in 2 weeks when we fully absorb your parents' blood. I'd rather die than to become that bastard's plaything." Lan Yingying spoke with a fierce look on her face. "Don't be so quick to make up your mind. You have 2 weeks to decide." The demon shrugged. Then it turned to look at Yuan and continued to speak, "As for you, human, I won't let you go so easily. If you want to continue, you'll have to kill." In the middle of the demon's sentence, it was forced to stop speaking when a gaping hole suddenly appeared in its head, shocking Lan Yingying, who had no idea what just happened. The demon collapsed onto the ground in a lifeless manner. "What happened?" she exclaimed. The next second, a dagger appeared out of thin air and hovered directly beside Yuan. "That's your soul weapon. It can turn invisible." Lan Yingying was left speechless by the starry abyss's ridiculous ability. "Yes." Yuan nodded with a calm look on his face, and he said, "I hope you don't mind my actions just now. That demon is clearly very dangerous, and it made you cry, so I decided to take care of it." Lan Yingying looked at him with a loose jaw, not realizing that tears had formed by her eyes. But alas, one cannot kill a demon with raw strength. "Take care of me? A mere spirit warrior human? Ha ha ha. That's the funniest thing I've heard all year long." The demon's voice suddenly returned, taking Yuan by surprise. "What the heck? It's still not dead even with an injury like that?" Yuan turned to look at the demon with a surprised face, and sure enough, it was standing again. The gaping hole in its face also began to close back up, and in just a few moments, the demon healed fully. "I'll admit that you'd managed to surprise me with that invisible attack just now. However, no matter how many times you open a hole in my face, you won't be able to kill me." The demon looked at Yuan with immense contempt in its gaze, almost like it was looking at an insect and not a human. "This is indeed quite troublesome. How can I kill that thing if it can survive even with a hole in its face?" Yuan sighed. "I'm sorry, Yuan, but let's give up on going to the city for now and return to my grandparents to see if there's anything we can do about this situation. Although I have the power to defeat that demon, I don't have the power to kill it." Lan Yingying said to him. Wait a second, Miss Lan. You mentioned sword aura. Are demons afraid of sword aura or something? Maybe I can still. However, Lan Yingying shook her head and said, no, the demons are not afraid of sword aura in general. Instead, they are specifically afraid of the Lord's sword aura. Before leaving this world, the Lord created these sword aura barriers around every city and the divine forest to protect them from the demons. As for why they're afraid of the Lord's sword aura, it's simply because the Lord's sword aura is so powerful that if a demon touches it, they will be destroyed until there's nothing left of them. No matter how powerful their regeneration abilities may be, if you destroy their bodies until there's not even a hair left, there won't be anything to regenerate from. I see. Then are there any more methods that can be used to kill demons? Yuan asked. Besides completely erasing their existence, you need techniques with divine attributes such as my sacred fire. Techniques, huh? Yuan mumbled. He suddenly recalled the heaven-grade technique he'd learned at Myriad of Techniques, the demon sealing strike. What about sealing demons? Can we seal them with techniques? Yuan then asked. Demon sealing techniques? Those are incredibly rare and hard to learn, but yes, sealing a demon is akin to killing them. Lan Yingying nodded. I understand. Let me fight this demon. I think I'll be able to defeat it. Yuan said to her as he retrieved the Empyrean Overlord. What? You want to fight that demon? Don't do it. It has the strength of a peak spirit master, and you don't meet the requirements to kill it. It's okay. I just want to try something. Yuan said with a smile on his face. Oh. You're approaching me. The demon was pleasantly surprised when Yuan began walking towards it. Don't tell me that you're planning on fighting me, a demon. The grin on the demon's face grew wider. That's right, Yuan responded with a calm look on his face, and he continued, I won't be able to defeat you unless I get closer. Ha! You're truly an amusing human. Normally, when a human sees me, they turn and run the opposite direction while shitting their own pants. After laughing for a moment, the demon suddenly stopped and narrowed its eyes at Yuan with a vicious expression. With that being said, who the fuck do you think you are, human? Do you really think you can defeat me when you couldn't kill me with a surprise attack? This is why I despise humans. They're incredibly arrogant and stupid at the same time. The demon looked at Yuan with clear disdain. Yuan didn't respond to the demon this time, and he continued to approach it with a resolute expression on his face. Seeing this, the demon took a few steps back and said, very well. I commend your bravery even if it might be stupidity, so I'll give you 3 free attacks. Then I won't be humble and accept these 3 attacks. Yuan suddenly activated his movement technique and appeared in front of the demon with the Empyrean Overlord raised high in the sky. Bloody Sword Strike. Despite the powerful aura emitted by the Empyrean Overlord, the demon remained standing there with its arms crossed and without batting an eyelid. Boom! The Empyrean Overlord cleaved the demon into 2 separate parts from the head down. Plop! The demon collapsed on the ground again. However, a few moments later, as though its body was made of liquid, the demon's separated body combined into one whole part, returning to its original state without a single injury on its body. You have 2 more attacks, human. The demon spoke with an arrogant grin on its face, knowing very well that even if it gave Yuan 1,000 free strikes, it still wouldn't be defeated. Heaven-splitting sword strike. Yuan wasted no time activating his second and strongest attack, sending a massive beam that was also mixed with sword aura at the demon. The demon reacted this time, as it could sense a dreadful feeling from the heaven-splitting sword strike, and it quickly dodged to the side, avoiding half of the attack. However, the other half of the attack had completely disintegrated half of the demon's body, giving it quite a scare, causing it to sweat a little. Lan Yingying's eyes widened with shock when she witnessed the demon retreating and the damage Yuan's second attack dealt to it. If that demon hadn't dodged the second attack, its entire body would have disappeared as if it had touched the Lord's sword aura. What a powerful sword technique. Lan Yingying could feel her blood heating up afterward, and she began feeling hopeful that perhaps Yuan could really defeat it. Why did you dodge my attack just now? Yuan asked the demon with a calm look on his face, and he continued, I thought you were absolutely confident in your body's regenerating abilities. I guess you're not invincible, after all. You fucking brat. A mere human. How dare you? A tyrannical aura exploded from the demon's body as its facial expression twisted with anger after feeling a burning sensation on its face from Yuan's words. What are you doing? I still have one more attack. Are you going to break your own words? Yuan said. Ha. So what if I break my words? I am a fucking demon. The demon laughed as it suddenly rushed at Yuan while spreading its claw-like hands. I'm going to rip your fucking limbs apart, drink your blood, and crunch on your bones, human. Yuan immediately used his movement technique to dodge the demon's fast but seemingly simple claw attacks. Whoosh! After dodging a couple of attacks, Yuan retaliated with the starry abyss that had returned to being invisible. The starry abyss tore another hole in the demon's face, but the demon continued to attack Yuan without falling. Are you incapable of learning, human? You can't kill me no matter how many holes you bore in my body. However, Yuan ignored the demon's words and continued to attack it with the starry abyss, and in just a couple of minutes, he'd bore over 100 holes on the demon's body. Is there no limit to its regenerating abilities? Yuan wondered inwardly as he casually dodged the demon's claw attacks. Blood spear. The demon suddenly created a long spear from its own blood before thrusting it at Yuan's face. Whoa! Yuan was slightly surprised by the spear, but he'd still managed to dodge it. I've had enough of you, damn human. Die! The demon created a dozen more spears that levitated in the air like the starry abyss. Flying blood spears. The demon pointed at Yuan, and a dozen spears suddenly flew at Yuan with extreme speed. Heaven-splitting sword strike. Yuan swung his sword once, destroying all of the spears simultaneously and erasing one of the demon's arms temporarily. Seeing that its attack had failed, the demon continued to attack Yuan aggressively with the spear. Ding! Ding! Clang! Yuan defended himself with the Empyrean Overlord whilst attacking the demon with the starry abyss, waiting for the perfect opportunity to use the demon's sealing strike. However, the demon completely ignored the starry abyss and focused on attacking Yuan. Meanwhile, Lan Yingying watched their intensive fight from a place where the demon cannot enter with a dazed expression on her face. This is her first time seeing a human fight a demon and on such an equal standing. Even though demons are known for being insanely powerful, this demon appears to be struggling against a human cultivator who is only a spirit warrior. Stop running away. What are you, a cockroach? The demon exclaimed in an agitated voice when it realized that it couldn't defeat this human's profound movement techniques. If you don't want me to dodge, then you should probably stop attacking me. Yuan casually responded. Like hell. I'll fucking kill you at all cost. The demon shouted as he continued his endless wave of assaults. And you humans have limited energy. Unlike us demons, you're useless once your spiritual energy runs out, and you'll be no different than a mortal with no powers. Lan Yingying then warned him, Yuan. You must finish this fight as soon as possible. The longer you fight a demon, the more disadvantaged you are. Demons have nearly unlimited stamina and spiritual energy. You won't outlast him in endurance. Why don't you come out here and help your human friend, little princess? However, I can't promise you that I won't accidentally eat you as well. Ha ha ha. The demon provoked her. It's okay, Miss Lan. You don't have to worry about me. It won't be long before I defeat this demon. Yuan then said. I'd like to see you try. The demon coldly snorted. While it was afraid of Yuan's heaven-splitting sword strike, it was confident that Yuan wouldn't be able to use this technique too many times since it looked like it would consume a lot of spiritual energy. Furthermore, the technique itself was easy to dodge as long as one remains vigilant, and as long as it doesn't hit its entire body, it'll be able to regenerate itself. Yuan and the demon clashed against each other hundreds of times over the next few minutes, and once they were beginning to get into the rhythm, Yuan's aura suddenly exploded, and a pressurizing aura appeared around them, restricting the demon's movements. Heavenly Domain. The demon was taken by surprise by this mysterious pressure that slowed down its movements by a fair amount. What is this uncomfortable feeling? However, slowing down the demon's movements was just a ploy to distract its attention and also the beginning of Yuan's plan. Hey! Demon! Yuan suddenly called out to it, causing it to subconsciously turn to look at him. The moment the demon's gaze met with Yuan's eyes, his eyes turned golden and assaulted the demon with an invisible mental attack that was unlike anything the demon has experienced before. The world suddenly turned dark for the demon, and all the demon could focus on at this moment was a pair of majestic eyes from an unfathomable existence hovering behind Yuan that looked down at it as though it was a mere ant. What the fuck are you? You're not human. The demon mistook Yuan as a monster in human skin when it experienced the dragon's gaze, and it feared for its life for the first time. However, Yuan didn't say anything and took this chance to attack the demon when it was frozen from fear. Demon Sealing Strike. Yuan stabbed the Empyrean overlord that was emitting an ancient aura directly in the demon's chest, not noticing the symbols that had appeared on the sword's blade. Huh. The demon didn't feel any pain, only a numbed feeling, and it didn't realize that it had a sword piercing its body until it looked down and saw the massive sword between its chest. What do you think you're doing? You really don't learn. The demon halted its sentence when it realized something was amiss, that its body was getting stiffer by the second. The demon looked down again for the second time, and to its surprise, the wound around the sword was actually transforming. It was turning into stone. What is this? What did you just do to me? The demon roared out loud and attacked Yuan in a panicked manner, but it struggled to release any strength. Yuan kicked the demon in the stomach and pulled out the Empyrean overlord from its body simultaneously before speaking in a calm voice, "Who knows, but I hope this demon sealing technique works on you." Demon sealing technique? Why do you know something like that? Don't tell me you're a descendant of the demon sealing clan. The demon exclaimed while it kneeled on the ground powerlessly, feeling its body getting weaker as the petrifying effect from its wound spread throughout its body. Demon Sealing Clan? Never heard of them before. I learned this technique from a technique store some time ago. Yuan calmly responded, feeling quite happy that the technique appeared to be working perfectly against this demon. Curse you! I curse you, damn human! The demon shouted loudly, and it felt an intense urge to rip Yuan to pieces, but alas, all four of its limbs and the majority of its body had turned to stone. If I ever get out of this seal, I will fucking kill you. The demon's shouting halted when its mouth turned into stone, and a few more seconds later, the rest of the demon became petrified, transforming into a stone statue completely. Yuan, you really sealed the demon? Lan Yingying approached him and the petrified demon sometime later with clear disbelief on her face. I hope so, he said. What should we do with this sealed demon now, Miss Lan? How long do you think it'll be sealed for? And is there anything else we can do? Yuan asked her afterward. It would be disastrous if the demon becomes unsealed a few days later if he doesn't take care of it properly now. However, he also didn't want to accidentally break the seal. It depends on how powerful your sealing technique is. Looking at it right now, the demon should remain sealed for a few hundred years. Lan Yingying looked at the fully petrified demon with a feeling of awe and admiration for Yuan, who sealed a demon as a spirit warrior. However, I think you should still take care of it entirely. You know that technique you used during your second free strike? Do you think you can completely obliterate the demon with it? Lan Yingying then asked him. It won't break the seal if I hit it in this state. Yuan asked just to make sure. It'll be fine. Even if your attack doesn't kill it, the seal won't be undone, and the demon won't be able to regenerate until the seal is completely gone, so you can take your time killing it. That's why demons are so afraid of sealing techniques. Lan Yingying explained to him. I see. Okay, I'll destroy it completely so it won't be able to cause any more trouble for you in the future. Yuan nodded before distancing himself from the sealed demon. Once he was far enough, Yuan held the Empyrean overlord in front of him and took his time to gather his spiritual energy. Lan Yingying's eyes widened when she saw this and realized that Yuan's previous heaven-splitting sword strike wasn't at its full power despite showing immense strength, enough to kill a demon. At this moment, Yuan's body was gushing with sword aura, and the sword in his grasp was glowing a beautiful golden color. Heaven-splitting sword strike. Once he'd gathered enough spiritual energy, Yuan released his ultimate attack at the demon and completely covered its entire figure this time. Under this intense power, the demon's figure quickly disintegrated until not even a speck of hair remained. Lan Yingying swallowed nervously at Yuan's destructive power, as it was unlike anything she had experienced before. After killing the demon, a notification appeared in front of Yuan. Congratulations! You have slain a demon, obtaining the title, Demon Slayer. Meanwhile, outside the mystic realm, an announcement appeared in the skies for the players to see. Player Yuan has become the world's first player to have killed a demon. The players wondered what a demon was and how they are different from magical beasts. Feng, what's a demon? Meishio asked her after seeing the notification. Huh? A fiend? Why are you suddenly asking about fiends? They are incredibly evil and powerful beings that used to rule the cultivation world. Feng Yuxiang looked at her with raised eyebrows. Demons are also known as fiends, and they used to run rampant in the cultivation world. Well. Yuan just killed a demon inside the mystic realm, so I'm asking, Meishio revealed this to them. What? He killed a demon? How is that possible? Feng Yuxiang's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets after hearing Meishio's words. Demons have heaven-defying regenerative abilities and cannot be killed by normal means. Even the weakest demons are as strong as a peak spirit master. I know the young master is incredibly talented, but he doesn't have what it takes to kill a demon, at least he shouldn't. Wait a second. There are demons in the mystic realm? How come no participants have encountered one until today? And I thought they went extinct after the demon sealing clan purged them from the cultivation world. Long Yijuan mumbled in a dazed voice. The mystic realm is an ancient treasure, so it's not impossible that there might be some demons inside. However, to actually run into one and even kill it. Disciple Yuan is an entirely different type of existence. Elder Xian said. I still can't believe it. How did the young master kill the demon? One must either know demon sealing techniques or have special spiritual energy that has divine attributes. However, I know for sure that the young master's spiritual energy doesn't have any divine attributes because I didn't sense it in his blood. Feng Yuxiang said, as she'd tasted his blood before. Then it could only be the demon sealing techniques. However, Xiaohua shook her head and said, Xiaohua has been with Brother Yuan even before he was a cultivator and she doesn't recall Brother Yuan learning any techniques that allow him to seal demons. Because she'd been separated from Yuan in the myriad of techniques, Xiaohua wasn't aware that Yuan had learned the demon sealing strike. No matter how the young master killed that demon, I'm relieved to hear that he's safe despite encountering a demon. I still remember my first encounter with a demon in the upper heavens. It was a terrifying experience, to say the least. Feng Yuxiang sighed. Madam Feng. You came from the upper heavens? And demons still exist in the upper heavens? Elder Xian looked at her with a surprised expression. Unfortunately, they still exist. They're just not as active and always in hiding. And yes, I came from the upper heavens. Due to circumstances, I am now here. Feng Yuxiang sighed. I see. Elder Xian nodded. Meanwhile, inside the mystic realm, at a place isolated from the rest of the world, a red-skinned figure lifted its head to look at the cloudy sky with a narrowed gaze as it sat on a red throne. That fool perished. Did he get too full of himself and went too deep into that man's sword aura? Even though I specifically warned him to not get ahead of himself. This demon mumbled, yet it expressed no sorrow after knowing that a fellow demon had just died. Demon Lord, what should we do now that there's one less demon? Another demon suddenly asked after sensing the death of the demon Yuan had slain. Change. Nothing will change, except that we'll have more blood now to consume that he's gone. Perhaps we'll even be able to attack those annoying things a few days earlier now. The demon lord spoke as it turned to look at the other three demons. There used to be hundreds, thousands of us. However, that fucking human with the sword aura slaughtered us as though we're insects, and in just the span of a few years, our numbers have reduced to a mere dozen. Unlike humans and magical beasts that have to increase their lifespan through cultivation, demons have a near-infinite lifespan at birth, meaning they're immortal regardless of their cultivation base. The demon lord's gaze turned to look at the small pool of blood in the center of these three demons and continued, that Lan family wanted to completely wipe us out, so they continued to attack us even after that human long disappeared. Although they'd managed to kill 10 of us throughout the years, we also managed to kill 2 of them. Now, there's only 4 of us and 3 of them. In this world, they are the only beings that can threaten our existence. Once we get rid of them, we can finally rule the mystic realm. We're going to enslave the humans and drink their blood every day. If not for that damn human and his sword aura, we wouldn't be in this pitiful situation and be soaking in the human's blood already. That bastard even covered every city in this world with his sword aura, preventing us from gaining strength by eating humans. Another demon expressed his frustration for the Lord. The demon lord stood up a moment later and approached the pool of blood and shoved its hand inside before pulling it back out, and using its hands as a cup, it drank a mouthful of the blood. No matter how many times I drink their blood, it's always a marvelous feeling. Once we gain enough resistance to the sword aura, we'll kill the rest of the Lan family and consume their blood before dealing with the humans in the cities. Eventually, we'll find a way to control the mystic realm and open this world back up, allowing us to go outside, where there'll be even more humans for us to play with. While the demons prepared their attack, Yuan went to pick up something that was left behind by the demon after he killed it. What's this? Yuan showed the red crystal to Lan Yingying. That's a demon core, somewhat similar to monster cores, but they contain much more spiritual energy. However, they also contain a lot more impurities and can even make a human go mad if not handled properly. Lan Yingying explained to him with a somewhat weird expression on her face right now. Similar to monster cores. Yuan looked at the demon core with a pondering look on his face, wondering whether he should try to eat this thing or not, as it gave him an ominous feeling, almost like it was taboo to consume them. By the way, Lan Yingying suddenly spoke, looking quite fidgety. Do you think I can buy that demon core off you? She asked him. You want this as well? What do you plan on doing with so many monster corpses and this demon core? Yuan couldn't help but ask her. I know it may seem selfish of me, but I really need these things, especially since the demons will be attacking us soon. I must power myself up as much as possible so that I could assist my grandparents when they decide to attack. You saw how powerless I was just now against that demon. At this rate, I'll only be a burden. Lan Yingying sighed. After pondering for a moment, Yuan nodded his head and extended his hand, offering the demon core to her. Here. I don't need any money. Instead, can you tell me more about your situation? I want to see if I'll be able to help you out. Yuan said to her. Are you sure? Lan Yingying looked at him with a dazed look on her face. What about your friends? Don't you need to regroup with them? I do, but I cannot just leave you alone after learning about the demons. Furthermore, if he helps her situation and slays the demons, the Dragon Essence Temple will still earn points. After all, there was no rule that said one couldn't act independently and earn points this way. I still don't know where the other 2 are, anyway. Yuan thought to himself. After a moment of silence, Lan Yingying accepted the demon core before nodding her head, okay. I'll tell you about myself and our situation. After taking a deep breath, she continued, as you can probably tell from my white hair and eye color, I am different from your average human. In fact, I am not really a human. Eh? You're not human. Then what are you? Yuan's eyes widened with surprise. I'll show you my real form, but before I do, I must warn you that I'm a little big. After taking another deep breath, Lan Yingying's body slowly began to transform, and her body grew longer and rounder, resembling that of a serpent. In just moments, the beautiful Lan Yingying had turned into a massive and long snake with pretty white scales, transforming the lower half of her body first before transforming the rest of her body, becoming a full-fledged snake that was around 50 meters in length. This is my real form, Lan Yingying spoke in a nervous voice after her transformation, and she continued, I am actually a divine beast, and our species are known as divine serpents. The reason I am collecting the corpses is simply because I plan on consuming them, as that's how we improve our cultivation. Yuan was speechless, yet there was not even a hint of fear in his gaze. If anything, he was filled with awe at this moment. Wow! You're actually a big snake. This is my first time seeing something like this. How cool! Yuan said to her in an excited voice after a moment of silence. Cool. Me? Lan Yingying was taken by surprise after hearing such words. This is also her first time encountering a human who doesn't show even the slightest feeling of fear even after seeing her true form. Although there have been humans who didn't express fear towards her true form before, she knew they were nervous and fearful of her inwardly, and they were just too scared of expressing it, fearing that it might anger her and be the end of their lives. Do you think I can touch your body? Yuan suddenly asked her. Sure. Lan Yingying nodded after a brief moment of hesitation. Hearing her approval, Yuan immediately approached her and caressed her beautiful white scales with his hand. Wow! It's so smooth. Yuan mumbled after feeling its unique texture that was unlike anything he's touched before. Lan Yingying felt a little bit embarrassed at this moment even though she didn't feel any shame when she was half naked in front of Yuan before, as this is her first time letting a human being touch her divine scales. How does your transformation work? I know a phoenix who is also in human form, but her situation is a little bit unique. Yuan then asked her. You know a phoenix? Lan Yingying's body shuddered after learning this. Yes. We're good friends, he said. Well. All magical beasts have the ability to transform into humans after they reach a certain cultivation level, but this requirement differs with each species as some magical beasts can transform much earlier than others. However, divine beasts such as myself usually require a much higher cultivation base to transform into a human since our bodies are somewhat unique. With that being said, my species is also unique in this sense since we can transform into humans as early as reaching Spirit Master. Lan Yingying explained to him. What about your human body? Are they any different compared to normal humans? Lan Yingying shook her head and said, no, there aren't any differences as far as I'm aware. We have the same internal organs and reproductive systems as normal humans when we transform. After a brief pause, she continued, actually, there is one thing that's different, our dantian. Even if we can transform our bodies, we cannot transform our core dantian or spiritual energy, and that's how people usually tell us, well, normal magical beasts, apart from real humans. Divine beasts are different and can imitate human spiritual energy almost perfectly, so most people can't tell the difference between divine beasts and humans. I see. How amazing. The cultivation world is truly a mythical place where anything is possible. Yuan expressed his awe for the cultivation world again. Sometime later, Lan Yingying asked him, what do you want to do now, Yuan? I have to return to my grandparents to warn them about the situation, so I won't be able to accompany you any further. I'll come with you, Yuan said. Are you sure? This is a fight between demons and divine beasts. You will get hurt, even die. Lan Yingying warned him. As much as she wanted Yuan to help them with his sealing techniques, she couldn't bear to see him die because of their situation. I'm sure. I can't just leave you alone, especially not after what that demon said. Yuan sighed, recalling how the demon talked about drinking her parents' blood. After a moment of silence, Lan Yingying nodded and said, "Get on my back. I'll let you ride me. We'll travel faster this way, too. I can ride you." Yuan's eyes flickered with excitement, as he has never imagined riding a massive snake like a mount before. Lan Yingying nodded. Seeing her approval, Yuan jumped on Lan Yingying's back. "I'll move slowly at first so you can get used to it," Lan Yingying said as she began slithering her massive body across the ground gracefully. Oh. Yuan was surprised when he could barely feel Lan Yingying's body moving despite her movements, almost like there was some sort of invisible force keeping him stable and safe. It was so stable that he could probably take a nap without falling off. Lan Yingying increased her movement speed every few minutes, and after some time, she was moving faster than flying swords. "Are you okay, Yuan?" she asked him just in case. "Yes. This is awesome. We should return to my grandparents' home in a few hours," Lan Yingying said to him. "Okay." Yuan nodded. Meanwhile, in the real world, Mei Xiu sat before her laptop with a cup of cold water in her hand. There was only a couple of hours left for the frozen jade zither auction before it officially ends, and the 411 million had increased to a grand $525 million. Yu family has bid 526,100,000. Anonymous has bid 526,200,000. Music Genius has bid 526,300,000. Mei Xiu watched as the price for the frozen jade zither skyrocketed, albeit at smaller increments. Although it may seem crazy that someone would be willing to spend so much money on a virtual item in a video game, when the world is dominated by video games with the majority of people in the world playing games actively, the abnormal slowly becomes the norm, especially with how hyped and popular Cultivation Online has been. Furthermore, spending astronomical amounts of money on video games has long become the norm ever since the creation of the legacy families. 530 million. 540 million. 550 million. The number grew closer and closer to 600 million, and the number of viewers on the website has returned to its peak numbers when the auction first started, as everyone there wanted to witness and be part of history when the most expensive in-game item is being sold. When there were only 10 minutes left in the auction, the number stopped exactly at 600 million without any more bids. As for the highest bidder, it was the Yu family that had plenty of money to spare. The Yu family, huh? How amusing that they're paying so much money to Yuan after kicking him out of the family and robbing him of everything while being completely oblivious to the truth. Mei Xiu could only imagine the shock on the Yu family's face once they realized player Yuan's true identity. Perhaps they might even puke blood once they learn the truth. If they had treated Yuan with even the slightest of care, perhaps the Yu family wouldn't have needed to spend so much money on the frozen jade zither, Mei Xiu mumbled to herself as the last 10 minutes slowly approached zero. Meanwhile, across all CO player auctions headquarters and working buildings around the world, all of its staff members were watching the auction with wide grins on their faces, looking like they were just minutes away from winning the lottery. Ha ha ha. Congratulations, Li. You'll definitely be promoted after this auction. That'll definitely make history. Hell, they might even move you to the main headquarters. His fellow workers treated Li differently after they realized that the treasure and auction were real, acting like they never doubted him in the first place. Don't forget about us when you move up the ladder, Li. Although these people were praising and cheering for Li's success out in the open and acted like they were happy for him, they were actually burning with envy inwardly, cursing the heavens for not sending the notification for the auction request to them instead of Li. Thank you all. If I hadn't listened to my guts and ignored the auction request, we wouldn't be here right now. Li said to them with the widest smile in the room on his face. Not only will he receive recognition for his work, but he'll also receive a small portion of that 10% service fee, and even if it's just 10% of that 10%, he'd be earning at least $6 million, which is far more than his total income after working for the company for over 20 years. Look! It increased by another million. Who is this music genius? One of them asked. That's the pride of the Jiang family. He's a musical genius who shook the world with his musical talents at 10 years old, and he has been playing for Royal Entertainment for the last 9 years. Royal Entertainment? Ah, they're the Yu family's #1 rival, who owns Jade Entertainment. So it's a battle between the two largest giants in the music industry, huh? I wonder who'll end up victorious since they both have enormous wealth. The staff and hundreds of millions of people around the world watched as two families fought for the frozen jade zither. Yu family bid 603 million. Music genius bid 605 million. Yu family bid 610 million. Music genius bid 610 million, 100,000. Yu family bid 610 million, 200,000. The battle between the Yu family and music genius continued even a couple of minutes after the timer for the auction reached 0. Once the bid remains unmatched for 10 seconds, the winner will be decided. When the auction reached 620 million, the viewers watched in anticipation as the final countdown started. 10. 9. 8. 7. Once the countdown finally reached 0, a large announcement appeared in the middle of the website. Congratulations to the Yu family for winning this bid. In the end, the Yu family won the bid, but it had cost them $620 million. However, while this may seem like a lot of money, it was only a drop in the bucket for them who owns one of the largest entertainment companies in the world with businesses and branches all over the world, earning them billions annually. Once the auction ended, $620 million were deducted from the Yu family's account before being sent straight to Meishio's account on the website with the service fees already deducted. In the end, Meishio received $558 million from the auction and an additional $20,000 for her initial deposit that was doubled by Li. Meishio wasted no time withdrawing the money, depositing it directly to the bank account that she shared with Yuan. Normally, having such a massive amount of money suddenly deposited into one's bank account at once would alert the bank and trigger some sort of investigation, but luckily for Yuan and Meishio, the bank account was created by Yu Ro, who was the daughter of the prestigious Yu family, granting that bank account premium features such as absolute anonymity. Meishio went to look at the bank account to make sure the money had been deposited, and sure enough, there were $558,020,000 inside. Ding! A notification from the CO Player Auctions appeared a few minutes after the auction ended. Congratulations on the auction. The upper management would like to request an interview with you. They have promised that you'll receive full anonymity so you don't have to worry about your identities being leaked. What do you say? After reading the notification, Meishio typed 3 words without any hesitation. No, thank you. I understand. If you ever have something else that you'd like to sell, please don't hesitate to use CO Player Auctions again. We'll even give you some sort of deal such as reducing the service fees. Once again, thank you for trusting and using our platform. The internet went crazy with everybody talking about the frozen jade zither's auction, and many people believed it to be player Yuan's treasure. Meanwhile, inside the mystic realm, Yuan and Lan Yingying had just returned to the temple. There are too many trees here, so we'll have to go on foot. Lan Yingying said to him before transforming back to her human form. Her white hair and pink eyes also returned back to their original colors. Sometime later, they arrived at the cabin. Grandfather. Grandmother. Lan Yingying called out to them as they approached the cabin. You're back with the young man already? Did you decide to change your mind and impregnate our granddaughter, after all? The grandparents were pleasantly surprised to see Yuan return with Lan Yingying so quickly. Grandfather, this isn't the time to joke. We have an emergency. Lan Yingying said to him as she retrieved the demon core and showed it to him. What's that? Grandpa Lan didn't immediately recognize the demon core since it has been many years since he last saw one. However, when he finally realized what he was looking at, his eyes widened with surprise, and his playful expression turned solemn. Where did you get that demon core? He asked her in a serious voice, and he continued, let's talk inside. A few moments later, they returned to the table. Once all four of them were fully seated, Lan Yingying recalled their encounter with the demon and how Yuan defeated it. "We were attacked by a demon on our way to the city," she started off with this shocking information. "What? Impossible. The Lord's sword aura should have prevented them from getting so close to the city." Grandma Lan said. "Yes. But they absorbed my parents' blood, granting them resistance to the sword aura." Lan Yingying sighed. "They what? These damn demons." Grandpa Lan slammed the desk in a small fit of rage. After a moment of awkward silence, Grandma Lan spoke, "Then what happened to that demon? Surely, you didn't kill it, since we know you can't kill demons yet." Lan Yingying nodded and said, "The demon was killed, but I was not the one who killed it." She then turned to look at Yuan and continued, "Yuan was the one who killed it." "You?" The grandparents turned to look at Yuan with disbelief written all over their faces. How could a human that's only a spirit warrior kill a demon? Judging by the energy coming from the demon core, that demon should have been no weaker than a peak spirit master. A spirit warrior defeating a peak spirit master? In what world would this make any sense? How in Lord's name did you kill the demon? They asked him a moment later, still with a dazed look on their faces. "I used a sealing technique on the demon before finishing it off," Yuan responded in a casual manner, acting like it was only an ordinary magical beast that he'd slain. "Sealing technique? Are you perhaps from the demon sealing clan in the outside world?" "They were always there to help whenever a demon was involved." Grandpa Lan asked him. Yuan shook his head, "No, I am not associated with the demon sealing clan. I learned the sealing technique by chance." "By chance, you say?" The grandparents looked at each other. Demon sealing techniques are incredibly rare because the demon sealing clan seized most of the techniques during the ancient times and forbade people from sharing the technique with strangers, as it was the pride of their family and what made them unique in the cultivation world. Therefore, learning such a technique, by chance, was very unlikely. Anyways, let me continue. The demon Yuan slew said that the rest of the demons intend on raiding the divine forest in 2 weeks. What should we do? Lan Yingying asked them. 2 weeks, huh? They mumbled before turning quiet to ponder. After a long moment of silence, Grandpa Lan looked at Yuan before asking him, "What do you plan on doing, young man?" "I'd like to help you with whatever I can," he quickly responded. "I see. We greatly appreciate it, and your demon sealing technique will definitely help our situation a lot, but are you sure? It's going to be very dangerous fighting against the demons. Since you already killed one, there should be 4 demons left, including the demon lord, who is the most powerful of them all. And judging from the demon core you got, that demon was probably the weakest of the bunch. If you stay here with us, we cannot guarantee your safety." Yuan nodded and said, "There's still 2 weeks before they attack, right? That's plenty of time for me to increase my strength." "Ah. I guess." In their eyes, 2 weeks was no different than 2 days, and not many improvements can be made in such a short time even if he was a peak genius. If Yuan was given 2 years, perhaps he might be able to assist their fight with the demon lord, but at his current level, he wouldn't even be able to get in range to attack the demon lord without dying. "I understand. If you need anything at all, just let us know," Grandpa Lan said to him. Hearing such words, Yuan didn't hesitate to ask, "Then do you have any monster cores?" "Monster cores? No, we don't. However, we can hunt some magical beasts and get you some," Grandpa Lan said. "How many do you need?" "Most magical beasts around this area are above Spirit Master." "I want as many as possible if you don't mind," Yuan said without hesitation. "I understand. I'll go hunt some magical beasts after this." "Thank you for the trouble," Yuan said to him. "Ha ha ha. Don't mind it. No amount of monster cores will be able to match a demon core for us." Sometime later, Yuan asked them, "By the way, I have been wondering. Since Miss Lan is a divine beast, does this mean both of you are also divine beasts? Oh. Ying told you about it? Yuan nodded. That's right. I am also a divine beast. However, Grandma Lan here is not a divine beast. My real form is a jade serpent, I am just an ordinary magical beast. Grandma Lan said. When a divine beast mates with an ordinary magical beast, the baby will always be a divine beast, but we can only have one child in our lifetime. Grandpa Lan explained to him. I see. Yuan mumbled. Anyways, if the demons want to attack us, we'll be fully prepared for them. Grandpa Lan said. However, it won't be easy defeating 4 demons when there are only 2 of us who can actually kill the demons, me and you, young man. I'm going to hunt some magical beasts right now and see if I can get you some monster cores. In the meantime, you can stay here with the other 2. Of course, if you want to be more productive, you can always mate with Ying. Grandpa Lan said with a smile on his face before leaving the cabin. Once Grandpa Lan left the cabin, the atmosphere immediately turned silent. Young man, would you like some tea? Grandma Lan suddenly asked him. Sure, he quickly nodded. Okay, I'll go prepare some for you right now. Lan Ying then said, I'm going to increase my cultivation. Oh. Do you cultivate normally like humans or do you do something else to improve your cultivation? Yuan asked her. I can cultivate normally, but that's not the most effective method for us, at least my bloodline. In order to increase my cultivation base quickly, I must consume other magical beasts. Yuan's eyes flickered with interest and excitement after hearing her words, and he asked, does this mean you can also eat monster cores? Lan Ying nodded, we can eat them, but monster cores take very long for us to fully absorb, and the amount of spiritual energy we obtain from monster cores cannot compare to the magical beast's body itself. And it sometimes gives us stomachaches, so I tend to avoid eating them. Wow. Yuan mumbled. Even though her method of eating monster cores differs from his own method, it was still quite fascinating to find someone else who can eat monster cores. Do you think I can watch you? Yuan suddenly asked her. You want to watch me consume magical beasts? Lan Ying looked at him with wide eyes. Yes. Yuan nodded, his gaze filled with curiosity. I guess. Lan Ying nodded after feeling slight hesitation. Follow me outside. Once they were outside, Lan Ying retrieved all of the magical beast corpses that they'd collected during their journey, piling them up like a small mountain. Lan Ying glanced at Yuan for a brief second before transforming into her beast form. She then grabbed one of the magical beast's corpses with her tail and lifted it in the air, directly above her head. After taking a deep breath, Lan Ying opened her large mouth before releasing her tail, dropping the magical beast's corpse into her mouth and swallowing it whole. Yuan watched in fascination. He never thought magical beasts could cultivate in such a manner. Lan Ying released a satisfied noise after swallowing the magical beast, and white flames could be seen blowing out of her mouth and nose when she breathed. After eating her first magical beast, Lan Ying picked up the second one and proceeded to consume that one in a single bite as well. In just a few moments, Lan Ying cleaned up the mountain of magical beasts, and she was so absorbed in eating that she'd forgotten about Yuan watching her. Ah, that was delicious. Lan Ying spoke with a satisfied voice. Amazing. Where does all of that go? Even if your body is big, it's weird seeing how you consume a mountain of magical beasts and still look completely normal. Yuan asked her. If he ate a lot of food, his stomach would bloat a little. Oh. I don't really consume them. I burn them with sacred fire, converting them to spiritual energy inside my body and increasing my cultivation that way. This way, I won't feel full no matter how many magical beasts I consume. I see. Yuan nodded. Sometime later, Lan Ying returned to her human form before going back inside the cabin with Yuan to drink tea Grandma Lan made. Can you tell me more about the outside world? Lan Ying suddenly asked him. The outside? What do you want to know? I don't know. Anything you know. Yuan pondered for a moment before nodding. Okay, I don't know much, but I'll tell you everything I have experienced outside. Thus, Yuan began telling her of his journey ever since he became a cultivator. Of course, the story didn't last long since Yuan hadn't been a cultivator for long. I see. The outside world seems like a wonderful place. In this world, we cannot wander too much or leave the Lord's sword aura or the demons will be able to kill us. Lan Yingying sighed. After tea, Grandma Lan took Yuan upstairs to the rooms and said to him, since we don't expect guests, we don't have any spare rooms. Therefore, how about you share a room with Yingying? Her bed is big enough to fit 2 people comfortably, too. The smile on her face grew wider and wider the more she spoke. It's okay, I don't need a room, Yuan said, dumbfounding Grandma Lan. Then where will you sleep? She asked. I will be cultivating so it doesn't matter if I have a room or not, he responded. Is that so? Grandma mumbled, feeling that getting this young man to mate with their granddaughter might be harder than defeating even the demon lord. Yuan logged off sometime later as it was getting late. Yuan, the auction ended, Meishio said to him during dinner. Really? How much did it sell for? The frozen jade zither sold for $620 million, and we got $558,020,000 after the service fees. Now we can pay for the rent of this place even though Ro's friend is willing to lend it to us for free, Yuan said. Meishio raised her eyebrows. This is the first thing he thinks about after obtaining so much money. Paying for rent. If he wanted, he could even buy this entire building and still have plenty left. Ah, can you tell Xiao Hua and the others that I most likely won't be able to regroup with the other 2 disciples anytime soon? Yuan suddenly said. Huh? Why? Did something happen? Yes, and it's not something I can ignore, Yuan said, and he proceeded to explain the Lan family's situation to Meishio. Demons, huh? I understand. I'll let them know when I log on tomorrow. Thank you, Yuan said. Oh, right. One more thing, Meishio. If you need to buy something, just use the money we got from the auction. You don't need to ask me for permission. Are you sure? It's your money. She said. What am I going to do with so much money? If we ever run out, I can just sell some more items. Yuan said. I understand. Thank you, Yuan. Meishio went to sleep shortly after cleaning up and Yuan spent the night cultivating in the real world. The following morning, Meishio logged into the game after feeding Yuan breakfast, and she relayed to them Yuan's situation. As expected of the young master. Willingly helping these people even though they're up against demons. Feng Yuxiang sighed with a look of admiration on her face. Even if she was in her phoenix form and with all of her powers, she wouldn't dare to fight demons unless it was absolutely necessary. Tell Brother Yuan to not push himself too hard when you get the chance, Xiao Hua said to Meishio. I understand. Meanwhile, inside the mystic realm, Yuan went to visit the faceless statue again. Just who are you? He mumbled as he stared at the statue with a dazed look on his face. Sometime later, Lan Yingying approached him and said, Yuan, my grandfather has returned. Already? That was fast. The 2 of them returned to the cabin a few minutes later. Hey, young man, I have returned. Grandpa Lan said to Yuan as he extended his hand with a leather pouch in his grasp. I have hunted every magical beast in the divine forest. Although there weren't many magical beasts in the first place, I have managed to obtain a couple of monster cores for you. Thank you very much. Yuan accepted the leather pouch with a wide smile on his face. Yingying, I saved their corpses for you. Grandpa Lan then handed a spatial ring to her. Thank you, grandfather. Don't mention it. The 2 of us have reached our limits so it won't do us any good. However, this is also the same for those demons. Therefore, we should focus on the 2 of you, who can still grow. Grandpa Lan said to them. I'm going to consume them in a bit. Lan Yingying said. What about you, young man? There may not be many monster cores inside, but you won't be able to absorb all of them in 2 weeks. Go ahead, take a look inside. Yuan nodded and opened the storage pouch, and 3 monster cores fell onto his palms. 2 Spirit Master monster cores and 1 at the Spirit Grandmaster level. Grandpa Lan said. Wow, this is much better than I'd expected. Once again, thanks. Ha ha ha. You can thank me by mating with Yingying. Grandpa Lan said, not giving up on this matter just yet. Sometime later, Lan Yingying went outside so that she could consume the magical beasts her grandfather brought back. And to Yuan's surprise, over 300 magical beasts' corpses piled up in front of the cabin, surpassing the previous mountain by at least 3 folds. It took over 300 magical beasts to obtain 3 monster cores. Yuan dreaded how many he'd need to kill in order to obtain one in the future as he grows stronger, since it'll only get harder to obtain them. While Lan Yingying consumed the magical beasts, Yuan tilted his mask and prepared to swallow the monster cores. Grandpa Lan expressed great shock after seeing what he was trying to do, and he quickly exclaimed, "What do you think you're doing? Don't tell me you got the urge to eat monster cores after witnessing Yingying eat the magical beasts, right? You'll die." Lan Yingying stopped eating to see what the commotion was about. Young man, humans cannot consume monster cores. Even magical beasts cannot do it. Yingying is a little bit special because of her unique bloodline as a divine beast, and even she gets stomachaches from swallowing them. Grandma Lan shook her head. It's okay, said Yuan in a calm voice, and he continued, I also have a special physique, and it allows me to consume monster cores. Lan Yingying and her grandparents' jaw dropped from shock after hearing his words. Can he really eat monster cores? What kind of heaven-defying physique does he have? Here, let me show you. Yuan said as he tossed one of the Spirit Master monster cores into his mouth, swallowing the tiny amount of sweet liquid left behind afterward. Heaven-refining physique activated. Unknown chi has been refined from the Earth Dragon's monster core. You have absorbed enough chi for a breakthrough. You have reached 6th Spirit Warrior. Plus 3,500 stats. You have absorbed enough chi for a breakthrough. You have reached 7th level Spirit Warrior. Plus 4,000 stats. You have reached 8th level Spirit Warrior. Plus 4,500 stats. You have reached 9th level Spirit Warrior. Plus 5,000 stats. You have reached 1st level Spirit Master. Plus 10,000 stats. You have reached 2nd level Spirit Master. Plus 11,000 stats. Hu. Yuan released a deep breath after consuming the monster core. See? I am perfectly fine, he said to them afterward. However, there was no response from the grandparents or Lan Yingying, as they all stared at him with a gawking expression on their faces. They always thought Yuan to be a human being, but after witnessing him consume monster cores and break through multiple realms as easy as breathing, they began to doubt whether he was really human or not. Hell, they wouldn't doubt it even if Yuan suddenly revealed to them that he was a divine beast this entire time. Young man. If you don't mind me asking, what kind of physique do you have? Grandpa Lan asked him in a trembling voice. Yuan nodded and said, heaven-refining physique. He didn't mind telling them since he trusted them. Heaven-refining physique. That legendary physique. Grandpa Lan unconsciously took a few steps back from shock. You know of my physique? Yuan asked, his interest piqued. After taking a deep breath, Grandpa Lan nodded and said, the heaven-refining physique is one of the most mythical physiques to ever exist, and if I remember correctly, the founder of the Demon Sealing clan had this physique. The founder? Yuan raised his eyebrows. How long ago are we talking about? Many millions of years ago, I guess. Grandpa Lan said, and he continued, the founder of the Demon Sealing clan was also rumored to eat demon cores, but nobody has ever confirmed it. What else do you know about the founder of the Demon Sealing clan? Yuan asked him, his interest piqued. Perhaps he might learn something new about his physique. Not much, honestly. He was a powerful man, one of the most powerful entities during his time, and he founded the Demon Sealing clan to slay demons. Nobody knows his background or his motives for founding the clan, but all of the humans and even magical beasts admired him like a god. As for the demons, well, they'd run just from the mention of his name. What was his name? Yuan asked. Unfortunately, his name has been lost to the passage of time, so nobody really knows. However, we know his nickname, Bane of Demons, Divine Paragon. Divine Paragon? What a cool nickname. Yuan mumbled, thinking how nice it would be if he also had a nickname. Sometime later, Yuan proceeded to consume the other 2 monster cores. Heaven Refining Physique activated. Unknown Qi has been refined from the Forest Mantis's monster core. You have absorbed enough Qi for a breakthrough. You have reached 3rd level Spirit Master. Plus 12,000. You have reached 4th level Spirit Master. Plus 13,000. Heavens. It took you 2 monster cores to increase your cultivation base by almost an entire realm. Does your heaven refining physique have a limit? Grandpa Lon mumbled in a dazed voice. A limit, huh? I have never reached this so-called limit yet, so I can't really tell you. Yuan said. Is that so? But don't push yourself too hard. Grandpa Lon said. I won't, Yuan said. After taking a deep breath, Yuan popped the last monster core into his mouth, which contained the power of a spirit grandmaster that is considered to be the peak of the lower heavens. Whoosh! Yuan could feel his body gushing with spiritual energy after consuming the monster core, feeling as though many years of unused energy suddenly surged forward. Heaven Refining Physique. Unknown Qi has been absorbed from the Blood Ripper. You have absorbed enough Qi for a breakthrough. You have reached 5th level Spirit Master. Plus 14,000. You have reached 6th level Spirit Master. Plus 15,000. You have reached 7th level Spirit Master. Plus 16,000. You have reached 8th level Spirit Master. Plus 17,000. You have reached 9th level Spirit Master. Plus 18,000. Yuan's cultivation base stopped at the 9th level. I didn't reach Spirit Grandmaster, but I can somehow feel it. Yuan mumbled, feeling as though his body had grown larger from the sheer amount of power that resided within his body at this moment. My lord. Are you okay, young man? Do you feel any different right now? Any pain? Grandpa Lon asked him. Normally, one wouldn't be able to increase their cultivation base so quickly, skipping so many levels at once. If they did, it was most likely with the help of some priceless treasure, and it would only be 1 or 2 levels, not an entire realm and some more. However, even then, their body will feel uncomfortable, even pain from the overwhelming amount of spiritual energy suddenly going inside their body. I feel perfectly fine, actually, I feel a little full, almost like I just ate a feast, but it's spiritual energy instead of food. Yuan said. You shouldn't keep so much energy inside your body for too long or it might actually harm your body. Go and release it by training your techniques. Grandpa Lon said to Yuan, and he pointed in a certain direction before continuing, there's a training area not far from here. Okay, I'll go now. Thank you. Yuan immediately began running to the training area, and compared to before, his speed almost tripled. In just a few minutes, he arrived at this spacious area that had large boulders placed everywhere with the largest boulder as large as a 10-story building. And without further ado, Yuan retrieved the Empyrean Overlord and began his rampage on these boulders. Bloody Sword Strike. Yuan released as much spiritual energy as he could with the technique. Whoosh! A strong gust of wind appeared as the Empyrean Overlord cleaved the large boulders cleanly in half, almost like a sharp knife against a piece of paper. Heaven-splitting sword strike. Yuan used his strongest attack on the 10-story tall boulder after cleaving a few large boulders. The entire ground shook as a massive beam of spiritual energy released from the Empyrean overlord and flew towards the building. Boom! The entire boulder disintegrated until nothing was left in an instant, almost like Yuan had used a flamethrower on a ball of cotton. However, the attack didn't stop at the boulder and continued flying into the distance, directly at the mountain not far away. Boom! The ground shook again as the heaven-splitting sword strike created a large hole in this mountain. Meanwhile, back at the cabin, Grandpa Lon held a profound expression on his face as he stared at the hole that had suddenly appeared in this mountain at the horizon. "Ying, what do you think of this human?" he suddenly asked her, who was still stuffing her mouth with magical beasts. "Yuan," she stopped eating and asked. "If you can leave this world, would you be willing to follow him, is what I'm trying to ask." Grandpa Lon spoke with a solemn look on his face. "I can leave this world." "Really? I won't guarantee you anything, but if you bring this human to the Mystic Pagoda, he might be able to bring you outside. It's a strong feeling I am getting right now, and my intuition is rarely wrong. But the demons will be attacking us soon. And he only has a month in this place." Lon Ying said. "I know, which is why instead of being sitting ducks and waiting for them to prepare for the invasion, we should strike them first when they least expect it." Grandpa Lon suddenly suggested, shocking Lon Ying. "Once you consume all of the magical beasts and the young man gets used to his newfound strength, we'll attack." After spending almost the entire day exhausting himself, Yuan returned to the cabin. "Welcome back, young man. How do you feel?" Grandpa Lon said to him. "I feel even better than before despite having less energy," Yuan said, feeling as though he'd released all of his pent-up frustration by destroying countless boulders. "Good. Then let me tell you our plans," Grandpa Lon said, and he continued, "Instead of waiting for the demons to invade us, we're going to invade them before they're fully prepared, and we're going to do it in 3 days. Do you think you'll be ready by then?" 3 days, huh? I think I will be ready." Yuan nodded. "Great, then if you need anything until then, don't hesitate to let us know." Sometime later, Yuan logged off for dinner. After dinner, Yuan cultivated until the morning, reaching 6th level Spirit Warrior. When he returned to the game, Yuan took a seat outside the cabin and began practicing his chi manifestation. "This is definitely much easier now that I'm at the 9th level Spirit Master," Yuan mumbled to himself as he manifested the spiritual inside of his body without any effort at all. After practicing for a couple of hours, a notification appeared before him. "You have learned Chi Manifestation." Chi Manifestation. Rank, Earth. Description: allows you to release your spiritual energy outside the body and use it as a weapon. Let's try this. Yuan stood up and turned to look at a tree that was a couple of meters from him. After taking a deep breath, he imagined his spiritual energy leaving his body and forming a fist, aiming it directly at the tree. Boom! Yuan's spiritual energy left his body and struck the tree a split second later, knocking the tree down. Wow, what a powerful technique! But how will this help me fly? After pondering for a moment, he went inside the cabin to find Grandpa Lon. "Grandpa Lon, you can fly, right? Can you teach me how to fly using Chi Manifestation?" "I just learned it." "You learned Chi Manifestation already?" As expected of a genius. Grandpa Lon looked at him with slightly wide eyes, but compared to his other talents, this wasn't shocking at all. "If you know Chi Manifestation, then you also know Chi Manipulation. Try to manipulate the spiritual energy around you and control it. Once you control it, you can alter the gravity around you, allowing you to levitate. Practice enough and you'll be able to fly." "I understand. Thank you for the advice." Yuan went back outside to practice flying. Once outside, he stood there silently without moving a muscle for many minutes, almost like he'd turned into a statue. He used Chi Manifestation and tried to manipulate the spiritual energy around him. Once he got used to the feeling, he imagined the spiritual energy lifting his body into the air, and after many minutes of practice, he'd managed to levitate himself a couple of inches off the ground. What a fast learner. Grandpa Lon mumbled to himself as he watched Yuan practice from inside the cabin with his divine sense. After practicing for a couple more hours, Yuan could eventually soar in the sky, albeit a little bit slow. You have learned fly. Fly. Rank, Earth. Description, allows you to fly in the sky. The faster you fly, the more chi you consume. Although flying is fun, I think I still like flying with a sword. With that in mind, Yuan retrieved the Empyrean Overlord and made it levitate in the air with chi manifestation. Once he got used to controlling the sword in the air, he jumped on the sword and began surfing the air for the first time without Xiaohua's assistance. Ha ha ha. This is great. Yuan proceeded to fly around the divine forest for the next few hours until he was almost out of spiritual energy and covered in sweat. I can fly around perfectly right now, but I wonder what will happen once I leave the mystic realm and lose my current cultivation base. Will I still be able to fly around since I have already learned the skills? And how much of my current cultivation will be transferred outside? Yuan wondered to himself as he returned to the cabin. Welcome back, young man. Grandpa Lon said to him when he returned. And when he noticed Yuan's sweaty appearance, he said, There's a small waterfall not far from here. Go clean yourself there. Do you need directions? Yuan shook his head and said, I saw that during my training so I know where to go. Thank you. He left the cabin again shortly after and flew to this waterfall that was a couple of miles away. A few minutes after Yuan left, Grandpa Lon called for Lon Yingying. What's the matter, grandfather? She asked him. A large grin appeared on his face before he spoke. The young man's cleaning himself at the waterfall. This is your chance to seduce him. Enter the water with him. Are you serious, grandfather? Lon Yingying looked at him with wide eyes. Does it look like I am joking? Grandpa Lon responded with a serious expression. Old fart, don't force Yingying if she doesn't want to do it. Nonsense. She shares the same bloodline as me. I can tell if she likes someone or not. Tell me, Yingying, do you not like that young man? Even if you don't, it's your duty to continue our bloodline. Grandpa Lon said to her. After a moment of silence, Lon Yingying nodded with a solemn expression, I understand. I'll do my best. Meanwhile, at the waterfall that has fresh and clean water, Yuan removed his clothes and quickly rinsed them in the waterfall before hanging them on a tree nearby. After hanging the wet clothes, he went to test the waters before jumping right inside. This is his first time washing himself at a river, and there was even a waterfall right behind him. After hanging his clothes on a nearby tree to let them dry, Yuan entered the shallow river that barely reached his shoulders, rinsing the dried sweat off his body. Wow, this feels amazing. Maybe it was because of his body as a cultivator, but the water didn't feel cold at all. It felt refreshing, resembling the feelings he'd get after a breakthrough. After submerging himself in the water for a couple of minutes, Yuan turned to look at the waterfall and wondered what it would feel like to go under it, treating it like a shower. I'm a cultivator, so it should be fine, right? Yuan mumbled to himself, a little bit worried that the waterfall might crush him to death if he went into it. However, he won't know unless he tried it, so he approached the waterfall with care. Once he was directly before the waterfall, Yuan stuck a finger inside the waterfall to test the pressure. It's not that bad. When he realized that he could withstand the pressure, he proceeded to insert his hand deeper into the waterfall. It feels very light, much lighter than it appears. Is it because of my body? After feeling comfortable and confident that his body could handle the waterfall, he took a few steps forward, entering the waterfall and allowing the water to pour down over his entire body. This feels great. It felt like he was being massaged by the waterfall. Some minutes later, Yuan sensed a presence approaching the waterfall. Yuan, can I join you in the water? Lon Yingying's figure could be seen in the distance and approaching his direction. However, there was something different about her appearance, and Yuan's eyes widened with surprise when he saw her, who was completely naked at this moment. She had a great figure with perfect portions from head to toe, pale skin that resembled snow, and on her chest were two luscious and round breasts that attracted Yuan's gaze, especially the small and elegant pink circles on her breasts. Her legs were slender and long, and between these beautiful legs was a single slit that made Yuan feel something he didn't understand. "Miss Lan. You're also here to bathe?" Yuan asked her in a calm voice after his initial surprise. If it was any other man in his situation, they might have gone crazy from the stimulation just at the sight of Lan Yingying's peerless body. "Yes. I hope you don't mind," she said. "Of course, not." Yuan quickly responded with an innocent smile on his face. "Please, join me. The water feels great and very refreshing." Lan Yingying nodded and entered the water a moment later. However, she didn't say anything else after entering the water. "Grandfather told me to seduce him. But how do I do that?" Lan Yingying wondered inwardly, as nobody has ever taught her how to seduce humans before. Furthermore, as someone who has lived in the divine forest for her entire life, she only knows what her family taught her as well as things she naturally learns as a divine beast, and none of this knowledge would help her seduce a human. "You should come over here," Yuan suddenly said to her, and he continued, "It feels even better under the waterfall." Lan Yingying didn't say anything and merely nodded her head. She slowly made her way to the waterfall, and a few moments later, she stood directly beside Yuan with the waterfall massaging their body. After another moment of silence, Lan Yingying spoke, "Yuan, to tell you the truth, it was my grandfather who suggested I come here to seduce you. He really wants me to continue the family's legacy, to have a baby with you." Lan Yingying felt that it was quite rude to keep such a thing hidden from him and didn't want to feel like she was lying to him, who was risking his own life to help their situation with the demons, so she told him the truth. "Yuan, I understand why you don't want to have children, but remember, I am not human, so I am not giving birth to a human child. I am a divine beast, it's completely different. You can even consider it as having a pet or something." Yuan turned to look at her with wide eyes, and after a moment of silence, he said, "Even if you say that. I don't know how to make babies. I was only taught how to play instruments and memorize songs. It's really simple." Lan Yingying realized that she had a chance, so she quickly responded. "I only need your blood and spiritual energy." Lan Yingying then said, "My blood and spiritual energy? I don't know how to make babies, but this doesn't sound right." Yuan said with a confused look on his face. Lan Yingying then said, "I don't know how humans make babies, but this is how we, divine beasts, conceive. Through blood and spiritual energy." Yuan closed his eyes to ponder. After a few minutes of silence, Yuan opened his eyes and said, "Okay, I'll help you." "Really?" Lan Yingying exclaimed. Yuan nodded. "As you'd said, I am not really giving birth to a human child, and this is just a game." "Thank you. Let's begin immediately." Lan Yingying wasted no time transforming into her beast form. "What should I do?" Yuan asked her. "You just need to retrieve some of your blood and mix it with your spiritual energy." "Okay, tell me when to stop." Yuan took out the starry abyss and slit his palms before collecting his blood with chi manifestation. "That's enough blood." Lan Yingying suddenly stopped him. Yuan nodded and stopped draining his own blood. "What should I do now?" Yuan asked as his own blood floated in front of him in the shape of a sphere. "Mix it with your spiritual energy until I tell you to stop." Lan Yingying said. Yuan followed her instructions and proceeded to mix his spiritual energy with the blood. Slowly, his blood began glistening like there were stars living inside. A few more moments later, his blood began to solidify and clear up, almost like it was crystallizing, and it was also growing smaller in size. "Okay, that's enough." Lan Yingying said to him once the crystallized blood was the size of his thumb. "Here you go." Yuan handed his crystallized blood to Lan Yingying, who accepted it with her tail. "Thank you very much for this, Yuan. I will never forget it." Lan Yingying said to him before throwing the crystal inside her mouth and eating it. This is... What kind of blood is this? I have never tasted anything this pure and delicious before. Lan Yingying's eyes widened with shock a few seconds after swallowing Yuan's blood. She then turned to look at Yuan with a weird glint in her eyes. If she wasn't a divine beast but an ordinary magical beast, perhaps she might have gone crazy and attacked Yuan purely because of his blood, especially when it's enhanced with his rich spiritual energy. Are you done? Yuan asked her a moment later. Lan Yingying snapped out of her daze and nodded her head. Yes, I should be able to conceive a child in the future. Do you know how long that will take? Yuan then asked, his interest piqued. Lan Yingying pondered for a moment before answering his question, about 1,000 years, give or take. Yuan's eyes widened from surprise, and he proceeded to stare at her with a speechless look on his face. 1,000 years? Does it really take that long? I cannot even fathom living that long. Yuan exclaimed after learning how long it'll take for Lan Yingying to give birth to their child. Yes, it takes a really long time for divine beasts such as myself to convert the seed that you gave me into a child. Lan Yingying said. And she continued, it also differs for each species. Some divine beasts may need a few hundred years while some may even need a few thousand years. If I recall correctly, dragons and phoenixes require the most time for their child, about 10,000 years. 10,000 years. Yuan was completely speechless. Sometime later, Lan Yingying returned to her human form. Once again, thank you for impregnating me. Lan Yingying lowered her head and bowed to him afterward. The two of them proceeded to spend some more time in the river before getting out and returning to the cabin. How was the waterfall? I hope you had fun. Grandpa Lan welcomed them back with a massive grin on his face. Yes. It was really fun. It also felt really good. Thank you for recommending that place. Yuan said to him. It felt good, huh? The smile on Grandpa Lan's face widened even more. Grandfather, Yuan has agreed to impregnate me, and I have already absorbed his blood. Lan Yingying said to him. What? Grandpa Lan turned to look at her with wide eyes filled with shock, as he didn't expect things to go so smoothly. Ha ha ha. This is great news. Welcome to the family, young man. Grandma Lan laughed out loud after hearing this news. And she continued, we're going to have a feast tonight. However, Grandpa Lan continued to stand there with a dazed face. Even though he was the one who encouraged it the most, he truly didn't think it would be successful. Since this is the case, you should definitely head to the Mystic Pagoda and try to leave this place with him. Grandpa Lan said to them a moment later. Huh? You want to leave the mystic realm? Yuan turned to look at Lan Yingying with slightly wide eyes since this is his first time hearing about it. Yes. After we deal with the demons, I plan to take you to the Mystic Pagoda to see if you can open it. Lan Yingying nodded. Does this mean you know how I can become the master of the mystic realm? Lan Yingying shook her head. I see. Then I will also try my best to find a way to help you leave. Yuan said. Sometime later, they sat around the table while Grandma Lan prepared for the feast. I just realized this, but you took off your mask. You're a pretty handsome fellow, and this is coming from a magical beast with different standards. Why do you feel the need to hide your appearance? Grandpa Lan asked him. I'm not really hiding because of my appearance. I'm mostly hiding since there are a lot of people who want to know my identity. Yuan said. Understandable. You're a very talented young man. There are bound to be countless people who are interested in you. Grandpa Lan nodded. A moment later, Lan Yingying spoke, by the way, Yuan, I have been wondering, do you have a special bloodline or something? Your blood. It's not normal. What do you mean? Grandpa Lan was the first to speak, asking for more context. When I tasted his blood, it gave my body an unusual sensation, it was unlike anything I have experienced before, and even my cultivation base increased a little. Lan Yingying described her experience with Yuan's blood. What? Is that true? Grandpa Lan then turned to look at Yuan with his curiosity piqued. Young man. If you don't mind, can I have a drop of your blood? I want to confirm my suspicions. He then asked. Yuan nodded, I don't mind. He then poked a small hole in his finger and retrieved a drop of his blood before handing it to Grandpa Lan with chi manifestation. After dropping the blood onto his tongue, Grandpa Lan closed his eyes and silently analyzed the blood. A moment later, he opened his eyes with disbelief written all over his face. My lord! You really have a bloodline that's at the very least divine grade. This is also my first time tasting something this exquisite. Grandpa Lan mumbled in a dazed voice. Yingying, quickly, give the young man some of your blood. Grandpa Lan said. And he continued, as divine beasts, our blood has the property to awaken human bloodlines. However, Yuan shook his head and said, I have already tried that, with phoenix blood. Eh? You tried to awaken your bloodline with phoenix blood, and it didn't work? Grandpa Lan looked at him with wide eyes. Yuan nodded. After a moment of silence, Grandpa Lan continued, although phoenixes are at the top of the divine beasts ranking, their blood isn't as powerful when it comes to awakening human bloodlines. That's where we, divine serpents, come in. Our blood can awaken most bloodlines in existence unless you have a godlike bloodline. Godlike bloodlines? Yuan raised his eyebrows. Only the most powerful families in the upper heavens would have a god bloodline. I see. Then let's try it. Yuan nodded. Sometime later, Lan Yingying poured her own blood into a large cup until it was completely full before handing it to Yuan. Tea this much? Yuan was startled by the amount of blood that was in front of him at this moment. You probably only had a drop of phoenix blood, right? A human can only handle so much divine beast blood no matter how powerful you are. If you consume too much, it'll harm you instead. However, our bloodline is a bit unique in that aspect, as you can consume a large quantity without worrying about any harmful effects, and it'll even increase its effectiveness. I understand. Yuan nodded with a resolute look on his face. He then took a deep breath before grabbing the cup of blood and chugging it down like a warrior. After chugging the blood, Yuan could immediately feel his body heating up, similar to when he consumed Feng Yuxiang's phoenix blood. Arg! So hot! Yuan exclaimed as his body grew warmer and warmer until it was smoking. Are you okay? Lan Yingying was startled when she saw this, feeling worried that something might have gone wrong. Calm down, Yingying. This means his bloodline is awakening. Grandpa Lan said to her in a calm voice. And he continued, endure it, young man. If you lose consciousness, your bloodline won't awaken. Yuan nodded before making his way outside the cabin since it was much cooler there. Once outside, he sat on the ground in the lotus position and tried to calm down by cultivating. However, the intense heat burning his body made things extremely difficult for him to stay focused. Yuan suddenly puked out a mouthful of blood, startling Lan Yingying. Are you sure he will be okay, grandfather? If my blood kills him, I don't think I can continue living with such guilt. Grandpa Lan didn't say anything and continued to watch Yuan with a serious expression on his face. Rumble. Grandpa Lan suddenly raised his eyebrows. Is it just me or is the ground shaking? I feel it as well. Lan Yingying confirmed. It's been a while since we last had an earthquake. Grandpa Lan mumbled, not thinking too much of it at first. However, the shaking did not stop like they'd expected it to sooner or later, and it was even gradually getting stronger. This isn't a normal earthquake. What's happening? Grandpa Lan frowned upon realizing that this was an abnormal phenomenon. Meanwhile, outside the mystic realm, the spectators realized that the gates to the mystic realm were shaking. Look at the mystic realm. It's shaking. How is that possible? I don't feel any earthquakes. Something must have happened inside the mystic realm. Upon closer inspection, they realized that the participants inside the mystic realm were experiencing an earthquake. Senior Nia and the others from the spirit heaven frowned at this phenomenon, as they have never heard of the mystic realm acting like this before. Does anyone know what is happening? One of the crystal balls asked. I have never heard of this before. One of them responded. Brother Yuan. Xiao Hua mumbled his name in a low voice as she looked at the entrance to the mystic realm. Inside the mystic realm, as the earthquake grew stronger, the people in that world began to worry that it might be the end of the world and that the mystic realm itself was collapsing, causing people to panic. What's going on? Grandma Lan stopped her cooking and went outside to see if they knew anything. We also have no idea what's going on right now. Grandpa Lan said. Hopefully it's nothing serious. Ah! Yuan suddenly began screaming in a painful voice, and as though the world resonated with his pain, the earthquake shook even fiercer. This is... It can't be. Grandpa Lan stared at Yuan with a dazed look on his face. Surely, he's not causing this earthquake from trying to awaken his bloodline, right? What? Yuan's the cause of this earthquake? Lan Yingying exclaimed. I don't know yet, but there's a good chance, especially since it started shortly after he started awakening his bloodline. However, what kind of bloodline could possibly cause such a phenomenon? Grandpa Lan mumbled. Attempting to awaken bloodline. Failed. Pekted the awakening to stop after 3 attempts like previously, but to his surprise, after his 3rd failure, it continued to try and awaken his bloodline. Attempting to awaken bloodline. Failed. 10 failures, 20 failures, 50 failures. 6th, 70, 80. 90. 95. 99. After 99 attempts to awaken his bloodline and 99 failure, there was finally some change within the notifications. Attempting to awaken bloodline. Attempt successful. You have awakened your bloodline. Ding. Immortal Monarch Bloodline. Grade, Royal. Description, you will obtain increased stats whenever your cultivation increases. Stats obtained from breakthroughs will also affect soul strength. Royal Grade? How is that possible? Yuan stared at his bloodline with disbelief on his face. The lowest quality of bloodlines was Royal Grade and definitely below Divine Grade, but if that was the case, Feng Yuxiang's phoenix blood should have been able to awaken it, so why does his bloodline show Royal Grade? Could it be a bug in the system? Or is there something special about this bloodline that he has yet to understand? Once Yuan awakened his bloodline, the earthquake in the mystic realm also came to a halt. Are you okay, Yuan? Lan Yingying approached him with a worried look on her face. Yes. I am fine, thank you. Yuan nodded his head, which was dripping with sweat. Thank the Lord. Lan Yingying released a deep sigh of relief to know that her blood didn't harm him. How about it, young man? Did you manage to awaken your bloodline? Grandpa Lan asked him a moment later. Yes, I did. However, it's Royal Grade. What? Royal Grade? How is that possible? I tasted the blood myself. There's no way such powerful blood could only be Royal Grade. Grandpa Lan expressed the same disbelief as Yuan after hearing the news. Can I taste your blood again just to make sure? Grandpa Lan asked him. Yuan nodded and quickly gave him a few drops of his own blood. After tasting the blood, Grandpa Lan became even more puzzled. I have tasted Royal Grade bloodlines before, and this is definitely not Royal Grade. Is that so? Yuan mumbled, believing this to be a bug in the game more and more. Meanwhile, somewhere in this boundless universe, an old man with an ancient and timeless aura sat before a seemingly ordinary but massive jade tablet that had the word Destiny carved into it, looking like he'd been in the same position for countless years. The jade tablet that was almost 100 times the old man's size suddenly began to glow, and the engraved word destiny began glowing golden. The old man opened his eyes to look at the jade tablet with a sentimental feeling in his gaze. Alas, you have finally returned to us. The old man stood up a moment later and immediately kneeled onto the ground before the jade tablet, kowtowing to it. Welcome back, Master. The 9 heavens will soon tremble before your might once again, and for the final time. After kowtowing to the jade tablet for a couple of minutes, the old man stood up and patted his robes before turning around and walking away from the place. This subordinate will come to get you as soon as possible, Master. Meanwhile, back inside the mystic realm, Yuan sat around the table with the Lan family as they began their feast. Good Lord, you appear to have a bigger appetite than even us, divine beasts. Grandma Lan exclaimed when Yuan displayed his eating talents before their very eyes for the first time. Ha ha ha. At this rate, you'll even eat our portions. Well, eat all you want. You're going to need all your strength when fighting the demons. Grandpa Lan said to him. Sometime later, after the feast, Lan Yingying turned to look at Yuan and asked him, your bloodline awakened, right? Do you know what kind of bloodline you have? Yuan nodded and said, something called Immortal Monarch Bloodline. PFT. Grandpa Lan directly spat out the tea in his mouth after hearing Yuan's words. Immortal? You have an immortal bloodline? He looked at Yuan with disbelief in his gaze. There's no way an immortal's bloodline could possibly be royal grade. I am certain about this now. Grandpa Lan said. What's an immortal's bloodline? Yuan asked him. Immortal bloodlines are special bloodlines that can only be passed down by true immortals in the highest realms at the upper heavens, and these bloodlines usually have heaven-defying powers that can turn even a normal human into a peak cultivation prodigy. Grandpa Lan explained everything he knew about immortal bloodlines. To tell you the truth, I don't know much about immortals or immortal bloodlines except that they are incredibly rare and powerful. If you have an immortal bloodline, then you're definitely a descendant of a very powerful cultivator. I see. Thank you for the information. After the feast, Yuan logged off the game and waited for Meishio to finish preparing dinner. In the meantime, Yuan tried to see if there was any change to his body after consuming Lan Yingying's divine beast blood and awakening his bloodline. However, he didn't feel any different than before his bloodline's awakening. Sometime later, Meishio went into his room with dinner. Yuan, did you feel the earthquake inside the mystic realm today? Meishio asked him. There was an earthquake. I didn't notice it. Yuan said, as he was too focused on awakening his bloodline to notice the massive earthquake. The gates to the mystic realm suddenly began shaking yesterday, and it caused quite the stir among the spectators. I see. You know the crazy part? Apparently, there was also an earthquake in this world sometime this afternoon. It was all over the news. Meishio said. Wow, what a coincidence, Yuan mumbled. After dinner, Meishio went to sleep whilst Yuan went to cultivate. However, for some reason, he felt extremely tired that night, falling asleep a few minutes later. Furthermore, he had a dream that night, a weird dream where he stood before a massive jade tablet that was as large as a small mountain, and there was the word destiny engraved into this jade tablet. Geezer, I'm going to do it one last time. An unfamiliar voice came from Yuan's mouth as he spoke, or more specifically, the body he was in spoke. How long do you think it'll take this time, Master? An old voice resounded behind him. And without turning around, the body Yuan was in spoke, who knows? It could be 1,000 years from now. It could be 100,000 years from now. Hell, it could even be 1,000,000 years. However, the moment this jade tablet glows, it means I have returned. This subordinate will wait for your return no matter how many millennia it may take, said the old voice. After a moment of silence, the old voice returned, Master, this may be out of my line, but do you intend on telling her about your departure? I don't. He immediately responded, and he continued, I'm sure that she'll be angry at me for keeping her in the dark about this, but I don't want to disturb her cultivation. She's very close to becoming a true immortal, and any distractions might take that away from her. Geezer, if she makes a scene, just let her know what I told you, that I will be back for you guys no matter what. Anyways, I'm going to leave now. I'll see you later, geezer. It was at this point of the dream when Yuan woke up. What a weird dream. He thought to himself. However, despite this being his first time experiencing such a dream, he felt oddly nostalgic, almost like he'd seen that exact scene before. Furthermore, he realized that his limbs became more responsive in the morning, allowing him to move his fingers with less effort. If he tried, he could even lift his arm and legs a little off the bed. Yuan was filled with excitement by this change, and his anticipation for the future grew some more. Sometime later, Meishio entered his room to do her daily routine. Yuan, let's give you a wash before you play, Meishio said to him, as it has been some time since she last cleaned him. Okay, Yuan said. Inside the bathroom, whilst Meishio scrubbed his body down with her soapy hands, Yuan suddenly spoke, Meishio, do you know how to make babies? Meishio nearly slipped on the wet floor after hearing Yuan's sudden question. Babies? Why are you asking? She responded in a stiff voice with her face heating up quickly. Well, I was in this situation that required me to make babies. However, that person was not human, so the methods were a bit unique, and I have been curious about it since then. Yuan revealed his experience in the mystic realm to Meishio, greatly shocking her. Did you do it? Make babies with this person, I mean. Meishio decided to ask him. Yes, I did. Yuan calmly responded, and he continued, she's a divine beast, so it'll take 1,000 years for her to give birth, at least that's what she told me. Meishio became speechless after hearing Yuan confirm that he had indeed impregnated another entity in the game. Let me get this straight. You impregnated an NPC in the game? Meishio asked again just in case. That's what she told me, Yuan responded in a calm voice, not thinking too much about it. Heavens! Meishio mumbled in a dazed voice. She cannot imagine how Yu-Ro would react once she learns of this. Perhaps it would be better if I don't tell her, for her own sake. Meishio thought to herself. After a moment of silence, she said, Yuan. I know the Yu family didn't teach you this, but you really shouldn't impregnate women so easily, especially if you just met them. I know that, but these people are really nice, and I really wanted to help them, Yuan said. Let's continue this talk after this. My mother will kill me if you catch a cold because I didn't take care of you properly. Okay. Thus, Meishio continued to clean Yuan's body, but her heart felt heavier than usual, almost like there were invisible chains weighing it down. It's just an NPC so it should be fine. And it's only a game. Meishio thought to herself as she moved her hands to the thing between Yuan's legs. Making babies, huh? I guess it's about time he learns about these kinds of things. Because the Yu family only cared about his musical talents, they didn't want anything that wasn't music-related to enter his brain, and that included common sense for even the basic things in life. After all, the less common sense Yuan had, the easier it was for them to control him and trick him. As for things regarding the opposite sex, that never even crossed the Yu family's mind. Of course, Yu-Ro taught him some common sense, but she wanted Yuan to remain innocent and pure for as long as possible, so she purposefully avoided talking about these kinds of things. After cleaning Yuan's body, she brought him back to his room where she dried his body some more and changed his clothes. You want to learn how to make babies, right? Meishio asked him afterward. Yes. Well, first and foremost, you need to understand the importance of having babies with another individual. Having a baby isn't something you can take lightly, Yuan, as it will affect you for the rest of your life. Luckily, it only happened inside the game, but if it was the real world, you will have a lot of responsibility to bear. Furthermore, you should only have babies with your significant other, someone you care enough about that you wouldn't mind spending the rest of your life with them, Meishio said to him. Hearing Meishio's words, Yuan suddenly spoke, so someone like you? Eh? Mei Xiu was at a loss for words after hearing Yuan's words that took her completely by surprise and also made her body shiver. And Yuan suddenly continued, I wouldn't mind spending the rest of my life with you, Mei Xiu. Does this make you my significant other? Well. Not exactly. Mei Xiu responded in a trembling voice. Having a significant other requires an agreement between two people that want to be with each other. You cannot just call someone your significant other because you want to be with them. Mei Xiu explained to him. I see. Yuan mumbled. Anyways, now that you know not to have a baby with every female you meet, let's talk about the process of making babies. After taking a deep breath, Mei Xiu continued, in order to make babies, a man needs to connect bodies with a female, or more specifically, use the thing between their legs to connect with the female's body. What? You can use that thing to make babies? I thought it was only for peeing. Yuan exclaimed in a truly surprised tone after learning this revelation. It's actually a little more complicated than that, but yes, that's the gist of it. And such an act is called, having sex. Mei Xiu said, somehow managing to keep a straight face as she educated Yuan on this kind of topic. Anyways, this is the basics of having babies. Do you have any questions? Mei Xiu said to him. This is just the basics. Heavens, I never knew it would be so complicated. Yuan mumbled. And he continued, thank you for telling me, Mei Xiu. I have learned a lot today, and it's just the beginning of the day. Don't mention it. You would have learned it sooner or later even without me, anyway. Mei Xiu said. Sometime later, Mei Xiu returned to her room after helping Yuan enter the game. He doesn't mind spending the rest of his life with me, huh? A warm smile appeared on Mei Xiu's beautiful face as she placed the helmet on her head. After entering the game, Mei Xiu looked at Feng Yuxiang and spoke to her, Feng, I have a question. What is it? How do divine beasts make babies? And can they really mate with humans? Mei Xiu asked her, as this has been on her mind ever since Yuan told her about it. What? Why are you asking me such questions? Feng Yuxiang looked at her with wide eyes. I'm just curious. Mei Xiu said. Well. Different species have different methods of mating with each other, but in general, most divine beasts only require blood and spiritual energy to conceive a child. Feng Yuxiang said a moment later. Is this the same with humans? Feng Yuxiang nodded, that's right. Divine beasts can indeed mate with humans, but such a situation is very rare since most divine beasts see humans as inferior beings. After a moment of silence, Mei Xiu continued to ask, what happens if a human and a divine beast mate with each other like humans do, by having sex? Can they conceive that way? Feng Yuxiang's jaw dropped after hearing Mei Xiu's question. Why was she asking such weird questions? Is this related to the young master? If a human and divine beast have, sex. It's usually only for pleasure, as it's more efficient to mate using blood and spiritual energy since it's always almost guaranteed to impregnate them. Feng Yuxiang said to her. I see. Mei Xiu mumbled, realizing that she might have misunderstood Yuan because of his lack of context. Meanwhile, the others were completely baffled by their conversation that was completely random and out of place. Inside the mystic realm, Yuan and the Lan family gathered outside the cabin. We're going to invade the demons today. Are you all prepared? Grandpa Lan asked them. Once everyone there nodded, Grandpa Lan continued, I'll carry all of you in my beast form. A moment later, he transformed into a massive white serpent, and compared to Lan Yingying, he was at least 10 times larger, large enough to wrap around an entire mountain with ease. Yuan was slightly surprised to see Grandpa Lan's beast form, but compared to the great one that was literally countless times larger than a star, it wasn't too shocking. When everyone jumped onto his back, Grandpa Lan suddenly levitated off the ground and began slithering in the air. A flying snake, it was a sight to behold. Look at the sky. What on earth is that? One of the participants, a player, stared at the sky in shock as he witnessed a massive snake slithering through the clouds like a dragon. Heavens! Is that a dragon? Many of the participants mistook Grandpa Lon as a dragon. No, that's a serpent. It's a magical beast. But I have never seen anything like that before. Since it's flying, it must be at least a spirit grandmaster, right? There are such powerful beings in the mystic realm. Half of the participants in the mystic realm saw the flying serpent in the sky because of Grandpa Lan's massive size and the distance they traveled. Of course, the spectators outside the mystic realm also saw the massive snake in the sky. What kind of magical beast is that? I don't recall ever seeing such a magical beast before in the mystic realm. Xingyan asked the people on the other side of the crystal balls. No idea. I don't remember seeing such a magical beast before either. Well, the mystic realm is still filled with mysteries even though we've explored it many times. Actually, rumor has it that there exists a divine beast somewhere within the mystic realm. Could that be it? One of them suddenly said. What? A divine beast? As if that's possible. Another voice scoffed. A couple of hours later, Grandpa Lon landed in a desolate area and transformed back to his human form. We're going to be traveling by foot here since we don't want to alert the demons that are hiding deep within the abandoned valley just yet. He said to them. As they walked, Grandpa Lon continued, once we confront the demons, I will be dealing with the demon lord, leaving the other 3 demons in your hands. I'd like to take on another one, but I'll have my hands full with just the demon lord. I can take care of 2 demons by myself since they're nowhere near as powerful as the demon lord. Young man, Ying, the both of you will take care of the last one. Once you deal with that one, I'll need you to help me kill the other 2 demons since I don't have the ability to kill them. Grandma Lon said. The 2 of them nodded. Yuan, I'll distract the demon while you strike it with your demon sealing technique. They have no idea that you know such a technique, and we're going to use that fact to our advantage. Lon Ying said to him. Okay. Yuan nodded. After navigating through the Dead Valley for another 3 hours, they reached the deepest parts of the valley. It's weird how we haven't run into any magical beasts, Yuan mumbled. That's because the demons hunted them all. Grandpa Lon said. Demons don't care if they are humans or magical beasts, they will hunt them as long as it increases their cultivation. Hell, they will even hunt other demons if necessary. Their aggressive nature and insatiable hunger for strength is the main reason they're a danger to all living beings and why they were eventually hunted. How are demons born? Yuan suddenly asked. Honestly, I can't tell you since I don't know. Demons have been around since ancient times and not much is known about them. Perhaps you'll find such information in the upper heavens, but in the lower heavens, I doubt anyone knows. I see. Sometime later, Grandpa Lon said, I can sense them. And he continued, however, they can also sense us. I'm going to distract the demon lord first. After saying such words, Grandpa Lon turned into his beast form and immediately flew into the sky. Ha ha ha. I didn't think you'd come here on your own accord, sparing us the effort of breaking into the divine forest. A deep voice filled with malice suddenly echoed, followed by a powerful aura that immediately made the atmosphere suffocating. A moment later, Yuan could see the figure emitting this powerful aura flying towards Grandpa Lon in the skies. That's the demon lord. Yuan mumbled with a dazed look. This demon looked almost like the demon he defeated, except that he was much more muscular and the red crystal in its chest was much larger and had a deeper color than the previous demon. Of course, it was also much more powerful and more dangerous. This demon lord reminded him of someone, that red-haired cultivator who was fighting in the skies right before Xiao Hua became his servant, the same person he learned the bloody sword strike from, as they both emitted an evil-feeling aura. A moment later, 3 more demons could be seen flying in the sky, but they were not looking at Grandpa Lon. Instead, their gazes were directly on Yuan and the others. You brought a human here to assist you? Ha! How desperate are you? The three demons laughed for a moment before landing a few meters away from them, each of them emitting an aura more powerful than the demon Yuan killed previously. It's been many years since I last tasted human blood. How fortunate. I'll take care of the human and the little princess. The two of you can take care of that granny. The demon in the center spoke with a massive grin on its face. Make sure to save some of that human's blood for us, and try not to kill the little princess. The Lord would like to have some fun with her before chewing on her meat and drinking her blood. Another demon said. Yuan, follow me. Lan Yingying suddenly mumbled to Yuan. Once Yuan nodded his head, Lan Yingying turned around and began running away. Seeing this, Yuan also turned around and followed her. Where the hell do you think you're running off to when you were the ones who came here first, you little shits? The demon standing in the front immediately began chasing after Yuan and Lan Yingying. Grandma Lan didn't even bother to block this demon and allowed it to chase after them. When the other two demons saw this, their eyebrows raised. Grandma Lan smiled and said, they don't need my help. What's more, I already have my hands full with you little demons. After saying that, she transformed into a large serpent with green scales that resembled jade. What are you going to do? Even if we cannot defeat you, you won't be able to kill us either. The two demons chuckled after seeing Grandma Lan transform. Meanwhile, in the skies, the demon lord spoke as it hovered before Grandpa Lan. Do you really believe that you'll be able to defeat us because you attacked us before we attacked you? Because we're not prepared. And it continued, did you already forget what happened last time you tried to invade us by surprise? You lost your son and his partner. This time, you'll lose your wife, your granddaughter, and your own life. After a moment of silence, Grandpa Lan spoke, I remember very well what happened. Their death was unfortunate, but we'd managed to reduce your kind by more than half. This time, we're going to kill all of you and clean up the mystic realm. The smile on the demon lord's face immediately turned upside down after hearing Grandpa Lan's words, and it spoke in a grim voice, let me see you try. Boom! The demon lord exploded with a massive aura, and it rushed at Grandpa Lan. Sacred fire. Grandpa Lan opened his mouth and spat out white flames at the demon lord. Scatter. The demon lord used its bare hands to punch the white flames, causing it to scatter all over the place and making it rain small fireballs all over the place. Thus, the demon lord began fighting Grandpa Lan in the skies. Meanwhile, Lan Yingying and Yuan continued to run away until they were many miles away from the others. How long do you plan on running for? Did you come all the way here just to abandon those old people? The demon shouted at them as it chased after them. A few more minutes later, Lan Yingying finally stopped running and turned around. We can stop now, Yuan. The demon also came to a sudden halt and stared at them with narrowed eyes, wondering what they're planning. Yuan, I'm going to distract it as planned. Strike it with your sealing technique when you see the chance, Lan Yingying said to him using divine sense. Yuan nodded his head. After taking a deep breath, Lan Yingying turned into her beast form and immediately rushed at the demon. Oh. You're going to attack me by yourself? Did you bring that human just to spectate? The demon was surprised when Yuan stayed behind whilst Lan Yingying attacked it alone. Pap! Lan Yingying used her tail like a whip, attacking the demon with it and cracking the air on impact. The demon didn't even bother to avoid the attack and merely used its arms to block it. Boom! The demon was sent flying off into the distance from the impact, but it didn't sustain any injuries in the end. Ha! Come at me. Entertain me for a bit before I kill that human. The demon and Lan Yingying began attacking each other, quickly turning the scene into a mess. Little princess, your parents were a treat. My body still trembles when I recall how delicious their meat tasted. I wonder how you'll taste. The demon licked its lips, treating its fight with Lan Yingying as a joke, almost like it was playing around with her. Shut up. Lan Yingying's attacks immediately grew more aggressive, clearly agitated by the demon's words. Ahaha. Are you angry, little princess? Do you want to kill me? Unfortunately, you don't have the power to kill me. And in just a moment, you'll witness those two old bastards enter our stomachs. The demon continued to provoke Lan Yingying. A few minutes later, once the demon was fully absorbed in fighting Lan Yingying, it forgot about Yuan's seemingly insignificant presence. Sacred fire. Lan Yingying opened her mouth and released a torrent of white flames at the demon, who didn't even bother to dodge it. You don't learn, do you? You won't be able to injure me with such weak flames, much less kill me. The demon patted the white flames off its body as though it was mere dust. I've spent enough time messing with you. I would love to eat you right here and now, but alas, the demon lord would kill me if I do, so I'll have to endure it and not kill you. The demon suddenly stopped talking when it felt something pierce its body, causing it to look down. Huh. The demon raised its eyebrows when it saw a huge sword piercing its body from the back. It turned around to look at the masked figure standing behind it with an annoyed expression on its face, and it spoke in a calm voice, "What the fuck do you think you're doing, human? You should have run away when you had the chance. I had even forgotten about you since your presence is akin to an ant." However, Yuan didn't say anything and merely pulled the Empyrean overlord out of the demon's body and took a few steps back. Humph. What a joke. As if such a toy could injure me. The demon looked at Yuan with clear disdain on its face. Are you sure about that? Yuan spoke as he pointed to the demon's body. What? The demon looked down, and to its surprise, the hole in its body wasn't regenerating at all. In fact, it was even turning into stone. What the heck is happening? What the fuck did you do to me just now, human? The demon roared at Yuan with veins all over its face. Yuan shrugged and said, it was nothing much, just a demon sealing technique. A what? The demon was shocked after hearing Yuan's words. Once it realized the situation, it roared in anger, damn you, human. You must be from the demon sealing clan. What is someone like you doing here? Unlike the demon Yuan previously sealed, this demon was still able to move and release its aura after being struck by the demon sealing strike, most likely because it was much more powerful than the previous demon. However, the petrifying effect was still spreading, and it appeared to be spreading much quicker than before. After all, Yuan was also much stronger than before. Fuck, fuck, fuck. I curse you, human. I curse you, demon sealing clan. Alas, the demon wasn't able to finish its last sentence before being sealed by the demon sealing strike. Yuan, let's leave this demon alone for now so we can help my grandparents. We can finish it off afterward. Lan Yingying said to him. And she continued, this way, we won't alert the other demons. Once sealed, they won't be able to move for at least a few hundred years. Yuan nodded, and they proceeded to return to Grandma Lan's side. Crack. Pap. Boom. Grandma Lan used her tail like a whip, sending the demons flying whenever they tried to get close to her. Did you come here just to play around? As if such weak attacks could kill us. The demons would return to her no matter how many times they were sent flying by her tail. However, Grandma Lan ignored them and continued to buy time for Yuan and Lan Yingying, as they were her only hope in killing them. In the sky, Grandpa Lan and the demon lord also exchanged hundreds of blows with each other in just a few minutes. Old snake, you guys lost your chance to kill us off when that damn human failed to kill us hundreds of thousands of years ago. Even if your bloodline continues for many generations, you will never be able to defeat us. The demon lord laughed out loud. The demons were the oldest entities in the mystic realm, as they have survived for hundreds of thousands of years, even before the Lord became the master of the mystic realm. However, despite living for so long, their cultivation hasn't improved by much, mostly because they can only grow so much with the limited amount of spiritual energy in the mystic realm, hence why they want to break out of the mystic realm so badly, so that they can continue to grow. No matter how much time they're given, if they do not have enough spiritual energy for a breakthrough, their cultivation will remain unchanging. Once we take care of your family, we'll kill all of the humans in this damned world. Eventually, we'll find a way to enter the mystic pagoda and open the seal that has locked us in this world for far too long. Ha ha ha. You want to leave the mystic realm? In your dreams, Demon Lord. Even if you manage to kill all of us, you'll never be able to enter the mystic pagoda. Do you know why? Because you don't have the key. Ha ha ha. Key? What are you talking about? The Demon Lord immediately frowned, as this is its first time hearing about a key being required to open the mystic realm. You want to know? Too bad. That's as much as you'll know about the mystic pagoda. Grandpa Lon laughed. In truth, Grandpa Lon didn't know anything about the mystic pagoda, and he'd only mentioned a key just to mess with the Demon Lord. Of course, the Demon Lord didn't think it was being lied to, as what Grandpa Lon said was quite logical. Tell me about this damn key. The Demon Lord roared, its aura increasing to a whole new level as it started getting serious. Make me. Grandpa Lan's aura also rose. When their auras collided, it created an immense pressure in the area that made the dead trees sink a little deeper into the ground. Meanwhile, at Grandma Lan's area, when the demons noticed the Demon Lord getting serious, they also turned serious. Looks like it's about time we stop playing around and kill you once and for all. The demons emitted an ominous aura that caused the dirt around them to turn black. No matter how many times you attack us, we won't die. Why don't you just give up and let us give you a painful death? Or, you can struggle and we'll eat you alive. However, a mysterious smile appeared on Grandma Lan's face, and she spoke, indeed, we should probably end this. Blood spear. The demons summoned a red spear using their blood. Get her. Just as the demons prepared to attack Grandma Lan, one of the demons felt an immense pressure suddenly appeared behind it, causing it to stop and turn around. What? The demon mumbled in a dumbfounded voice as a figure wearing a black mask swung the massive sword in his hand horizontally, slicing its body in half. Where the fuck did this human come from? And what happened to the one chasing after him? The other demon was as surprised when it realized that its partner had been attacked out of the blue. However, the demon wasn't worried about its partner, as it was confident that such a minor injury wouldn't be able to kill it. As for the demon sliced in half, it frowned when it realized that its body wasn't regenerating. What's going on? The demon exclaimed a moment later. However, Yuan didn't respond to it and turned his attention to the second demon. I admire your guts for returning to his place, but it was a foolish choice, human. This is not a battle you can just enter as you please. You don't qualify to stand on the same battlefield as us. The demon shouted as it tossed the spear in its grasp at Yuan. Yuan immediately used his movement technique to dodge the spear before approaching the demon. Ha! What are you going to do with that sword? The demon's eyes widened with shock when it finally paid some attention to the Empyrean overlord in Yuan's grasp. However, before it could even continue, Yuan stabbed the sword in between its chest. Meanwhile, the other demon that had its body sliced in half was turning into stone. Ah! What is going on? What is happening to my body? The demon cried out loud. This is a sealing technique? The second demon was shocked to see this, and it looked down at the sword in its chest with a fearful expression. Don't tell me. Yuan didn't say anything and pulled the sword out of its body, letting the petrifying effect spread throughout its body. You came back faster than I'd anticipated, young man, just like the first time. Grandma Lan said to him with a smile on her face. I'm sorry I couldn't return faster, Yuan said. Fuck. My body. Why? Why is someone from the demon sealing clan here? And that sword? You must be. The two demons looked at Yuan with fear in their eyes, something they haven't experienced since the Lord left the mystic realm. Meanwhile, in the air, the demon lord noticed something was amiss and turned to look at the ground where Yuan and the others were. When it noticed Yuan and the Empyrean overlord in his hands, the demon lord's eyes widened with shock, and it roared in a spiteful voice, that sword. Impossible. You have returned. What are you talking about? Grandpa Lon looked at the demon lord with a puzzled expression. However, the demon lord completely ignored Grandpa Lon and continued to stare at Yuan's figure with disbelief. A mask. That sword. After so many years, you have finally decided to return to the mystic realm, Lord. A massive smile appeared on the demon lord's face, but there was also a hint of fear in its eyes. What? Grandpa Lon exclaimed in a shocked voice when he heard the demon lord addressed Yuan as Lord. I won't forget the humiliation you had put me through on that day no matter how many years passes, Lord. The demon lord suddenly flew towards Yuan's location. Watch out! Grandpa Lon shouted loudly to warn Yuan and the others of the demon lord's presence. Huh! Yuan turned around at Grandpa Lan's voice, and to his surprise, the demon lord in the sky was flying in their direction. Boom! The demon lord punched Yuan with all of its might, as it didn't want to risk this chance to take him by surprise. Luckily for Yuan, Grandpa Lon had warned him right before the demon lord made his strike, giving him a split second to react and protect himself with the Empyrean Overlord. However, the impact was an entirely different matter, and Yuan was sent flying many meters away, crashing into trees and destroying them with his back. Yuan managed to stabilize himself after flying about 200 meters. Cough. He coughed up a mouthful of blood afterward. What a powerful strike. If I hadn't blocked that attack, I would have probably died just now. Yuan's body trembled at that thought, yet his eyes didn't have even a hint of fear within them. Instead, it flickered with excitement, as he has never been pushed to such an extent before. Yuan. Are you okay? Lon Yingying quickly approached him. Yes, I'm fine. Yuan nodded. Yuan. Wait a second, you're not the Lord. Who are you? And where did you get that sword? The demon lord finally noticed Yuan's cultivation base that was too low to be the Lord and stopped its assault. A second later, both grandparents stood between Yuan and the demon lord. If that young man was the Lord, he would have killed you as easily as breathing. Grandpa Lon said. Then he must be a descendant of the Lord. After all, that sword in his hand belongs to the Lord. The demon lord revealed, as it will never forget the devastation that sword had caused the demons. What? Really? The Lon family expressed shock upon learning this, since even they didn't know that the sword in Yuan's hand once belonged to the Lord. Is that why I felt some sort of connection to it? Lon Yingying finally realized why she was attracted to the sword. It turned out to be the Lord's sword. So the Sword Emperor is the Lord? Yuan mumbled. Does this mean the Sword Emperor is dead? After all, Feng Yuxiang mentioned that she found the Empyrean Overlord in a legacy tomb, where powerful cultivators leave their legacy behind because they are close to death. That's not possible, he cannot be the Lord's descendant. We have already tested his blood. Grandpa Lon said. The demon lord turned to look at the two demons that had been sealed by Yuan. Then you must be someone from the demon sealing clan that's also affiliated with the Lord. In any case, I cannot and will not let you leave this place alive. It glared at him with a bloodthirsty gaze. Blood sword. The demon lord summoned its weapon using its own blood. Even if there are 4 of you, it won't be enough to kill me, especially if the Lord isn't with you. The demon lord began approaching them with its aura growing stronger and stronger. Young man, we're going to distract it while you look for the opportunity to strike it with the demon sealing strike, Grandpa Lon said to him. Okay. Yuan nodded. Let's go, Grandma. Yingying, you stay behind. There's nothing you can do here. Even though Lon Yingying didn't want to admit it, she truly did not qualify to be in this battle. A few seconds later, both of the grandparents went to attack the demon lord. Ha! Are you trying to distract me while that human waits for the chance to seal me? I am not as foolish as the other demons. The demon lord laughed out loud as it began fighting the 2 snakes. And whenever it had the chance, it would throw an attack at Yuan to let him know that it was keeping track of him. I'm going to fight it. Yuan suddenly said after some time. What? You can't. The demon lord is on another level. You won't be able to get close to him, much less attack him. Lan Yingying said. Perhaps not at my current level, but if I increase my cultivation somehow. Yuan spoke as he turned to look at the sealed demons not far away from them. What do you plan on doing? Lan Yingying asked him. I'm going to kill them and eat their demon cores. Yuan replied, shocking her. Are you serious? She looked at him with wide eyes. Yuan nodded. If it's true that the founder of the demon sealing clan was able to eat demon cores, I should be able to do the same since I have the same physique. But that's just a rumor, a legend. Demon cores are completely different from monster cores. It's too dangerous, Lan Yingying said. It may be risky, but we won't know unless I try it. Yuan said, and he continued, don't worry, I have a feeling that everything will work out just fine. Lan Yingying opened her mouth, but alas, she decided to not say anything and let him try to eat the demon cores. A moment later, Yuan pointed the Empyrean overlord at the sealed demons and took a deep breath, preparing to use the heaven-splitting sword strike on them. What do you think you're doing? The demon lord immediately noticed Yuan gathering his spiritual energy, clearly preparing for an attack, and it immediately rushed at him. However, the grandparents also went to block its path. You think you can just ignore us? Pap! Grandpa Lan slapped the demon lord with its powerful tail, sending it further away from Yuan. Get out of my way! Just as the demon lord roared, Yuan released the heaven-splitting sword strike, completely missing the demon lord. Ha ha ha! Where the hell are you aiming? The demon lord laughed in a slightly nervous tone afterward, as it felt the immense power within the strike released by Yuan just now. If that thing had hit me, I would have been in danger. This human is truly too dangerous to be left alive. Luckily, this human doesn't have any control over it. The demon lord cried inwardly, thinking that Yuan had only missed because he doesn't have full control over the technique. However, it suddenly noticed that Yuan wasn't even paying attention to it. Instead, he went to where the sealed demons were before they were accidentally struck by the attack and picked up their demon cores. What the hell is he doing? The demon lord raised its eyebrows at Yuan's puzzling actions. A moment later, Yuan tossed one of the demon cores in his mouth, shocking the demon lord and the grandparents. Ha ha ha! What is that idiot doing? Does he want to kill himself? That makes things much easier for me. The demon lord burst out laughing like a maniac after witnessing Yuan's actions. Young man! What are you doing? Grandpa Lan exclaimed. While he knew that Yuan could consume monster cores, he was still shocked speechless by Yuan's actions just now. After all, demon cores are completely different from monster cores. If eating monster cores is akin to drinking water, then eating demon cores is akin to drinking alcohol. Meanwhile, Yuan could feel his tongue beginning to burn after consuming the demon core. Demon cores are spicy. Yuan exclaimed, recalling the first time he accidentally ate spicy food. However, the demon core was spicier than anything he's ever experienced before, feeling like he just poured a bottle of hot sauce in his mouth. Heaven refining physique activated. Qi has been absorbed from the demon core. You have absorbed enough qi for a breakthrough. You have reached first level spirit grandmaster. Plus stats 25,000. Ding! Your body has cleansed the impurities from the demon core. Demon core has been refined. Your skill, superior regeneration, has developed into perfect regeneration. Perfect regeneration. Rank, divine. Description, can restore even a missing limb. When the demon lord, who was waiting for Yuan to explode from consuming the demon core, realized that Yuan was perfectly fine, even experiencing a breakthrough from it, the demon lord nearly lost its mind from shock. What? That's impossible. How can a mere human consume a demon core? You should have died the moment you ate it. The demon lord exclaimed in a voice filled with bewilderment. However, Yuan ignored the demon lord and proceeded to consume the second demon core. Heaven refining physique activated. Qi has been absorbed from the demon core. You have absorbed enough qi for a breakthrough. You have reached second level spirit grandmaster. Plus stats 26,000. You have reached third level spirit grandmaster. Plus stats 27,000. Your body has cleansed the impurities from the demon core. Fuck. It wasn't a fluke that he survived the first demon core. The demon lord was hoping that Yuan was only lucky enough to survive at first, but after witnessing him consume a second demon core, it concluded that it was not coincidence or luck that Yuan could eat demon cores. Is this human really human? How can a human survive the chaotic spiritual energy within a demon core? Even a demon would go mad if it consumes a demon core. He's even more dangerous than the Lord in some ways. So this is what being a spirit grandmaster feels like, huh? As expected, my body is filled with energy, and it feels like I won't lose no matter what I'm fighting. Yuan mumbled to himself before turning to look at the demon lord who was staring at him with its face twisted in disbelief. I wonder how your demon core will taste, demon lord. Yuan suddenly said to it, causing a chill to go down the demon lord's back. Try to get my demon core if you can, you damn monster. The demon lord roared before it rushed at Yuan with the bloody sword in its grasp. Oh no. Watch out, young man. The grandparents reacted a little slow this time around, mostly because they were still shocked by Yuan's unbelievable appetite, allowing the demon lord to slip right through them. I'll be okay. Yuan said to them as he raised the Empyrean Overlord and welcomed the demon lord. Once it was close enough to strike, the demon lord swung its blood sword at Yuan. Boom! Yuan blocked the attack with his own sword, causing the ground to shake from the impact. However, unlike previously, he wasn't sent flying. Furthermore, the blood sword in the demon lord's grasp even cracked a little. The demon lord sucked its teeth before quickly repairing the sword with its blood. Blood arms. The demon lord suddenly grew 2 arms behind its back. Blood sword. Then 2 swords appeared in those arms. Die for me. The demon lord struck Yuan again, this time with 2 extra swords. Yuan immediately used his movement technique to dodge the strikes before activating Heavenly Domain, restricting the demon lord's movements to a small extent. 4 arms. That's not fair. Yuan exclaimed after dodging its strikes. Humph. You don't get to say such words after what you just did. Are you really human? Damn monster in human skin. The demon lord said to him. Young man. Are you okay? The grandparents returned to his side after their quick clash. I'm okay, and let me fight the demon alone, Yuan said to them. You want to fight it by yourself? Grandpa Lon looked at him with a dazed face. I fight better when there's nobody around me since I can let loose without needing to worry about hitting you guys as well, Yuan said to them. I understand. If you think you can defeat it by yourself, we won't get in your way. But if I sense that you're in danger, I'll immediately assist you. Grandpa Lon said to him before returning to his human form. You want to fight me alone? Ha ha ha. Don't get cocky just because your cultivation improved slightly. You're still only a spirit grandmaster whilst I am a spirit lord. There's still a vast gap between us. The demon lord laughed as its aura continued to rise. Yuan didn't wait any longer and rushed at the demon lord, striking it with his Empyrean Overlord. Clang! The demon lord used 2 of its swords to block Yuan's strike whilst using its third one to retaliate. Yuan then used his movement technique to dance around the demon lord. Despite being an entire realm above Yuan, the demon lord still had its movement suppressed by the heavenly domain. What an annoying movement technique. The demon lord didn't dare to waste its movements while being restricted and waited for Yuan to strike, as a single mistake might cost its life. Bloody sword strike. Yuan suddenly attacked the demon lord after a minute of trying to confuse it with his movement technique. However, even though the demon lord couldn't move at its full speed, its reaction remained in peak condition, allowing it to defend against Yuan's strike even though its movements were slowed. The two of them continued to dance back and forth with Yuan being on the offensive and the demon lord on the defensive for many minutes. Fuck. How long can he keep this restriction domain active? How much spiritual energy does he have? The demon lord cried inwardly, as it had been waiting for Yuan to exhaust his spiritual energy. After all, to sustain such a powerful pressure that could restrict even a spirit lord's movements, it would obviously require an immense amount of qi. However, many minutes have passed without any signs of Yuan exhausting his spiritual energy. Half an hour later, the demon lord roared, "Don't tell me you have unlimited energy as well." The demon lord decided to risk it and flew into the sky, where the heavenly domain could not reach him. Yuan narrowed his eyes at the demon lord in the sky. Although he could also fly, he wasn't confident enough in his flight abilities to fight someone like the demon lord in the skies. Blood spears. The demon lord suddenly summoned a dozen spears with its blood before throwing them at Yuan. Yuan immediately used his movement technique to dodge them, but the demon lord continued to summon the spears, raining them down on him. You think you're the only one with inexhaustible spiritual energy? I can do this all day. The demon lord laughed as it continued to throw spears at Yuan from the sky. Hundreds of spears later, Yuan left the ground and flew into the air as well. So you've finally decided to fight me? The demon lord said as it summoned its swords and flew towards him. Clang! The two of them clashed in the air, causing the clouds around them to ripple away. You fell for it, human. The demon lord suddenly grinned. The next second, two more arms appeared behind the demon lord's back, preparing to strike Yuan at any moment now. Let's see if your movement technique works in the air. However, Yuan remained calm despite the demon lord's surprise. And right as the demon lord moved its arms, Yuan's eyes glowed golden, causing the demon lord to halt for a split second. In this split second, Yuan used the invisible starry abyss to create a hole in the demon lord's face, taking it by surprise for a second time. And with his third strike, Demon Sealing Strike, Yuan used this chance to stab the Empyrean Overlord in the chest. He did it. The Lan family watching from afar trembled in excitement after seeing Yuan successfully strike the demon lord. Damn you! The demon lord shouted in rage after realizing that Yuan had managed to injure it successfully. Normally, it wouldn't react even if it had its entire body crushed into meat paste, but a single strike from someone with a demon sealing technique is akin to death no matter how minor the injury. Hell, even an injury as small as a paper cut will seal a demon's fate. This is why the demons feared the demon sealing clan so much. If they so much as bump into their swords, it would mark the end for the demons. After his successful strike, Yuan immediately retrieved his sword and distanced himself from the demon lord, running back to the Lan family just in case. Fuck. The demon lord didn't even bother to chase after Yuan and instead began digging a hole in its own stomach with its bare hands, trying to rip away the injury created by Yuan. But alas, the demon lord soon realized that its efforts were in vain since the petrifying effects eventually began to spread throughout its body. No. It can't end here. It can't. I still have to leave this godforsaken world and rule the outside world. I cannot die here. The demon lord began shouting like a maniac who'd gone crazy. Who could have thought that after struggling for hundreds of thousands of years, the demon lord would succumb to a human who, logically speaking, shouldn't even have the qualifications to face it. Unfortunately for the demon lord, Yuan was someone who transcended all logic and common sense even in the cultivation world where almost anything can happen. If I die, I will take at least one of you with me. The demon lord suddenly flew towards their direction with its eyes bright red and a resolute expression. Seeing this, Grandpa Lan suddenly shouted, "Shit! It's planning on blowing itself up. If we're caught in that, we'll be in grave danger." What? It can do something like that? Yuan exclaimed. Is there anything we can do to stop it? Yuan asked them. There is none. I'll try to stop it. The rest of you run away. Grandpa Lon said, prepared to lay down his own life for them. However, Yuan said to him, no. I will take care of it. What? You'll die. Lon Yingying said to him. That's fine. I won't die forever even if I die. However, that might not be the case for you guys. And without waiting for them to respond, Yuan made his move, flying towards the demon lord. Wait. Young man. Grandpa Lon tried to stop him, but alas, Yuan completely ignored him and continued moving forward. Ha ha ha. So you want to die, huh? This is perfect. The demon lord laughed as its aura grew more volatile and intense. The demon lord was not only getting more powerful, but its body was also glowing redder and redder. As Yuan got closer to the demon lord, he wondered if there was anything he could do, but alas, he could not think of any methods that would save him in this desperate situation. So what if I die? I'll just respawn. So what if I lose my cultivation base? I'll just cultivate some more. If I become a cripple, it won't be my first time. And it's not like I won't be able to walk or move. I'll still be able to explore this world, whether I'm a cultivator or not. Yuan changed direction midway, leading the demon lord further away from the Lon family. Of course, the demon lord was more than happy to chase after Yuan even if it wouldn't be able to kill the Lon family. In its eyes, he would do the other demons a bigger favor if it killed Yuan, who was a much bigger threat than the Lon family could ever be. Do you really think you can outrun me? The demon lord laughed as it got closer and closer to Yuan. Even though Yuan's strength could rival even a spirit lord as a spirit grandmaster, his flying speed was an entirely different story. Slowly but surely, the demon lord caught up to Yuan, and it was just a matter of time before it blew its entire cultivation up. Yuan stopped running away once they were far enough from the Lon family, and there was no point when he knew that he wouldn't outrun the demon lord. In just a few seconds, I will blow up, and everything within 10,000 meters will disappear with me. The demon lord laughed out loud as it hovered a few meters away from Yuan. Go ahead. You'll be the only one dying, anyway. Yuan shrugged in a nonchalant manner, dumbfounding the demon lord. You're not afraid of dying. The demon lord frowned. I won't die. Bullshit. You're not immortal. Not even a spirit king would survive a core detonation at this level. The demon lord didn't believe Yuan. Yuan didn't bother responding to it and calmly stared at the demon lord that was almost petrified at this moment. Oh. I can feel it. Power overwhelming my body. Ha ha ha. It's about time. Die for me, human. The demon lord laughed out loud until it exploded. It was at this moment Yuan thought about logging off to escape the explosion, but alas. You cannot log off during combat. A second later, the demon lord's body suddenly began twisting and turning in a spiraling motion, almost like a black hole had appeared inside its body and was consuming the demon lord inside out. The demon lord's body twisted until it was the size and shape of a small pebble, almost like a glass marble of sorts. This pebble then glowed brightly before exploding with a massive amount of spiritual energy. Yuan immediately used the Empyrean Overlord to protect himself by placing it in front of his face. However, the explosion was too large and powerful, and Yuan could feel everything below his chest disappear almost instantly. Yuan was overwhelmed with pain, losing consciousness almost immediately. Meanwhile, the Lon family could see a bright light in the distance, followed by a strong earthquake a second later. Yuan. Lon Yingying felt her heart being squeezed when she saw this light, and tears quickly flowed from her eyes. Alas! This young man actually sacrificed his life for us. Grandpa Lon sighed, feeling an indescribable feeling in his heart. Many of the participants in the mystic realm were also able to see this bright light in the sky, as it was like a second sun that had suddenly appeared in the world. The sun created by the demon lord remained for a good minute before it finally began to subside. The Lan family went to the scene of the explosion in hopes to find Yuan's remains, but alas, they were unable to find him, almost like he'd disappeared from this world. As expected, his body has completely disintegrated from the Demon Lord's core detonation. Grandpa Lan sighed. After all, even he wouldn't survive such a devastating attack, much less a spirit grandmaster with a human body. Ying, make sure you take care of that baby. That young man sacrificed his own life so that you too, all of us could live. Grandma Lan said to her in a grieving tone. I understand. Lan Ying nodded, still with tears in her eyes. Meanwhile, about 100 miles away from where the explosion had occurred, a body that was anything but complete laid on the ground, looking like a corpse that had recently been chewed on by wild animals. Heavens! That almost scared me to death. The voice of a young lady resounded after this disfigured body suddenly dropped from the sky and landed behind her. Just what on earth happened to this person? His body looks like it had just ate an explosion. Was he a victim of that random explosion just now? The young lady inspected the corpse out of curiosity, not feeling grossed out by the awful sight that would normally make any young lady's stomach churn with disgust. And why does it feel like I have seen him somewhere before? Ding! Perfect regeneration has activated. What? His body is regenerating. The young lady was shocked when the mutilated body suddenly began healing, and she watched as this half-completed body regrow the rest of its body as well as all 4 limbs in just a matter of moments, almost like she was before an immortal monster or something. The young lady took a few steps back just in case. A few moments later, the mutilated body recovered perfectly. It was unlike anything the young lady had seen before. Yuan slowly opened his eyes to see the sunlight assaulting his eyes. Did I die? Did I respawn outside the mystic realm? Yuan slowly sat up, still recalling the pain he'd felt before losing consciousness. Once his mind and vision began to stabilize, Yuan looked around his surroundings, and to his surprise, he wasn't outside the mystic realm. What? Don't tell me I didn't die from that explosion. This is a miracle. Yuan quickly stood up with excitement on his face. Fortunately, he'd managed to protect his head and heart. Although his regenerative abilities are not as exaggerated as the demons, it was pretty close, allowing him to regenerate as long as his head and heart are unharmed. It was at this moment that Yuan realized he was not alone and there was another presence not far away from him. Who's there? Yuan turned to look at the tree a few meters away from him. That voice. Player Yuan. The young lady who had hidden behind a tree slowly walked out with her hands up, showing Yuan that she was not a threat to him. Yuan was surprised to see Wang Xiuying there. After revealing herself, Wang Xiuying stared at Yuan with a somewhat amazed expression on her face. What is it? Yuan decided to ask her, feeling like something was amiss right now. Wang Xiuying appeared to hesitate for a moment before pointing at his face. It was at this moment Yuan realized that his mask was gone and his face was in full display. Oh no! The explosion must have removed the mask. Now she knows what I look like. Yuan cried inwardly. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone what you look like, I promise. Wang Xiuying quickly said to him, feeling extremely nervous at this moment, as she was worried that he would kill her because she saw his face. She doesn't recognize me. Yuan realized that Wang Xiuying didn't realize who he was even though she saw his face. Fortunately for Yuan, Wang Xiuying only remembers what he looked like when he was a kid. Even though she has seen him plenty of times as an adult, Yuan looks somewhat different in the real world because of his skinny appearance, and Wang Xiuying hasn't seen him since his recovery. Furthermore, his appearance in Cultivation Online has been enhanced as a cultivator. Also, your clothes. Wang Xiuying pointed at his legs with a blushing face. Yuan looked down, and to his surprise, he was completely naked from his chest down. While his body regenerated, his clothes were a different story. No wonder why it felt a little breezy down there. Sorry, but I don't have any clothes on me. Yuan said in a calm voice. I'll give you some of mine, okay? Wang Xiuying said as she removed the first layer of her clothes. Luckily for them, disciple uniforms in the cultivation world are mostly unisex, so both genders can wear them and look the same. Thank you. Yuan accepted her clothes and quickly wore them. Although they were a little small, it was good enough to be worn. Anyways, what were you doing that made you in such a state? And how on earth are you still alive? I thought you were some kind of immortal monster at first. Wang Xiuying said to him afterward. Oh. I was fighting some really powerful demon, and it decided to blow itself up. Yuan sighed. Is that what caused the explosion? You're really something else, player Yuan. No wonder why you're the #1 player in the world right now. Wang Xiuying said. What do you plan on doing now? I'm going to go back and see if there's anything left of the demon just in case it also survived, Yuan said. Can I come with you? I won't get in your way, I promise. I just want to see how player Yuan plays the game. She asked him. I don't mind. Yuan nodded. Since he already knew her and was even on good terms with her in the real world, Yuan didn't mind letting her follow him. Ah. Do you know which way was the explosion? Yuan asked her. That way. Yuan nodded his head and proceeded to follow the direction she pointed. Sometime later, they arrived at the site where the explosion occurred, and as expected, the destruction caused by the Demon Lord wasn't anything to laugh at. There was a massive crater where the Demon Lord exploded, almost like a meteorite had landed in this place. My lord, you survived something like this? Wang Xiuying turned to look at him with a dazed expression. I know. I'm also surprised. Yuan mumbled. The crater was a few miles in diameter, and it could be a large lake if it was filled with water. I'll be right back, Yuan said to her before flying into the crater to see if he could sense the Demon Lord. He's flying. He can fly. Does this mean he's already a spirit grandmaster? Impossible. We've only been in the mystic realm for a week. Even if his cultivation base didn't reset to the beginning like the rest of us, he still shouldn't have been able to reach Spirit Grandmaster in such a short time. Wang Xiuying was truly shocked to the core after witnessing Yuan's flying ability. Meanwhile, Yuan flew around the crater with his divine sense activated. I don't see the Demon Lord nor its demon core. Maybe the demon core was destroyed by the explosion. I wouldn't be surprised if it was. After spending a couple of minutes in the crater without any results, Yuan returned to Wang Xiuying's side. Did you find what you were looking for? Wang Xiuying asked him after he returned. No, I didn't. Which is probably a good thing, he said. What are you going to do now? Head to the Mystic Pagoda. It's only a day from this place. I still have one more place to visit. Wang Xiuying nodded and followed him. Sometime later, they arrived at the abandoned valley. The only reason Yuan came to this place was for the Lan family. I hope they're fine. The explosion was extremely powerful, after all. Yuan sighed inwardly. It would be dreadful if the Lan family was also affected by the Demon Lord's explosion. Wang. Healer Wang, how long was I knocked out after the explosion? Yuan turned to ask her. A couple of minutes. What about a white snake? Did you see any white snakes in the sky recently? Yes. I saw a flying white snake sometime before the explosion. It was really mythical. Wang Xiuying nodded her head in excitement just recalling the flying white snake in the sky. Before the explosion? Then they probably haven't left yet. Yuan wondered where the Lan family could have gone after he was blown away. Surely, they didn't return to the Divine Forest, right? If they did, he won't be able to return to them since he doesn't know where the place was located. Hopefully, they're fine. Yuan prayed inwardly for their safety. Sometime later, Yuan turned to look at Wang Xiuying and asked her, I'm going to head to the Mystic Pagoda now. Do you also want to come with me? I do. Wang Xiuying quickly nodded, as she wouldn't miss this chance that every other player hoped to have, playing alongside player Yuan. Yuan looked in the sky to find the blue star before following the direction. Player Yuan, if you don't mind me asking, why did you decide to play Cultivation Online? Wang Xiuying asked him as they walked. Because I want to feel alive, he calmly responded. Alive? Wang Xiuying raised her eyebrows in a puzzled manner. Yes. In the real world, even though I am living, I never felt like I am truly alive, at least that was how I felt before I started playing this game. Yuan said. Oh. I think I get what you mean. I have had a lot of patients who told me the same thing. Wang Xiuying said. And she continued, oh, I am a nurse outside. Yuan merely smiled. I know, he said inwardly. What do you do outside? If it's too personal, you don't have to answer. I know you're skeptical since everyone is trying to learn your identity, but I personally don't care about any of that. I don't really do anything outside, unfortunately. I stay at home all day. So you're a modern-day hermit? Wang Xiuying said. A what? Yuan raised his eyebrows. A modern-day hermit. Someone who stays at home and doesn't go outside unless absolutely necessary. There are many people like that nowadays due to how popular gaming has become. Wang Xiuying explained. Well, I do it not because I like to. I simply don't have a choice. Yuan sighed. You must be living a difficult life, huh? Wang Xiuying looked at Yuan, feeling somewhat nostalgic, almost like she has spoken with him before. The way he speaks and the feeling he gives me. It's very similar to Yu Tian. I wonder if this is what he would be like if he wasn't in that condition. Wang Xiuying noticed some similarities before Yuan and Yu Tian, mostly their atmosphere and speech. I wonder what he's doing right now. What about you? Why did you decide to play? Yuan suddenly asked her. I played on a whim since it was very popular, but once I realized how effective and unique medicine is in this world, it became my reason for continuing. I have a dream, you see. A dream to heal someone, and I believe the knowledge to do so is in this world. I know it sounds silly, but I have already incorporated some of the medical practices in this world into our world, and it's working perfectly. Wang Xiuying looked up into the skies and mumbled, this game is so realistic that sometimes I wonder whether this is just a game or actually something more, like another world of sorts. Another world, huh? How nice would that be if it was true? A smile appeared on Yuan's face. After walking for some time, they encountered a magical beast with a cultivation base around the peak of Spirit Apprentice. You're a Spirit Grandmaster, right? Wang Xiuying turned to look at him. While she was also at the peak of Spirit Apprentice, she wasn't exactly an expert in fighting. I'll take care of it. Yuan said. He then used the Starry Abyss and Flying Daggers to take care of the magical beast instantly. Wow! How do you do that? Wang Xiuying expressed her admiration for his technique. It's just a mortal grade technique that allows me to control a dagger using my spiritual energy. How can such a powerful technique only be mortal grade? After taking care of the magical beast, they continued walking in the grassland until they reached a small city. Unfortunately for them, neither of them had money, so they were unable to enter the city that required a small fee. However, even if they had money, the mystic realm uses a different currency, so the currency outside wouldn't have much worth in here. I guess we can only walk around the city. Wang Xiuying sighed. Or we can fly over it, Yuan suggested. Fly. Wang Xiuying's eyes flickered with excitement. Let's fly, she nodded in agreement. I'll have to carry you if you don't mind, said Yuan. I don't mind. A moment later, Yuan carried Wang Xiuying in a princess carry before flying into the sky, shocking the guards there. Heavens! He was a Spirit Grandmaster. Did we just kick away a Spirit Grandmaster? We're dead. The guards began crying once they realized that they'd screwed up big time. In their minds, Yuan was probably going straight to the city lord to complain. Of course, Yuan did the complete opposite, ignoring the city and flying straight over it. Wow! So this is what it feels like to fly. Wang Xiuying looked down at the city with exhilaration. I cannot wait until I become a spirit grandmaster so that I can fly as well. But that might take a few years. Once they were on the other side of the city, Wang Xiuying said, "Player Yuan, do you mind if we continue flying for a little longer? If you're tired, we can go back down, though. You can just call me Yuan. And I don't mind. We travel much faster this way as well." Yuan nodded. Sometime later, Yuan suddenly stopped in midair with his gaze towards the ground. There are some people there. I think they're also participants. Yuan said. Wang Xiuying looked down, and sure enough, there were two people wearing the same uniform at the bottom, and these people hadn't noticed them yet. I think that's the Diamond Palms sect. They're from the northern continent and ranked 10th. Wang Xiuying recognized them since they were also on the same continent as her sect. What are you going to do? She then asked. Well, my sect master told me to get rid of the other participants as soon as I see them, Yuan said. Get rid of? Wang Xiuying's body shivered at his words. Yes. If I kill them inside this place, they'll be teleported outside and disqualified. Yuan nodded. Then he added, Don't worry, I won't disqualify you. Really? Wang Xiuying released a sigh of relief after hearing that. Really? Anyways, I don't want them to see my face, so I'll get rid of them from up here. After taking a deep breath, Yuan retrieved the starry abyss and made it turn invisible. He then used flying daggers to control the starry abyss, commanding it to fly towards the two unsuspecting victims on the bottom. A second later, two holes appear in their faces, instantly killing them. Wang Xiuying swallowed nervously when she saw this. He can kill us as easily as breathing, and we won't even know what hit us. She sighed inwardly. The difference between them was simply too vast. Meanwhile, outside the Mystic Pagoda, the sect master of the Diamond Palms sect was shocked to the core when his disciples suddenly died out of the blue. What? What the fuck just happened? Who killed my disciples? He exclaimed, causing the others to look at his disciples that laid on the ground in the mystic realm with a large hole in their heads. Heavens! How brutal yet efficient. A few moments later, the bodies of the two dead participants disappeared from the mystic realm before appearing outside with their injury fully recovered. Huh? What happened? Why are we outside the mystic realm? The two didn't even realize that they had been killed even after waking up outside the mystic realm. In their eyes, their visions had turned black for a split second, and before they were aware, they were already outside the mystic realm. The thought of being killed just now didn't even cross their minds. It was not until after their sect master approached them and told them what happened that they finally realized they had been killed. What? That's impossible. There wasn't even anybody around us. The two of them exclaimed, looking extremely confused by the situation. As for Wang Xiuying's view. After meeting Yuan, the mirror suddenly stopped spectating her, almost as though the treasure could no longer find her location. Are you sure you weren't ambushed or something? The Diamond Palms sect's master asked the two disciples that had been brutally killed. I'm confident that we were alone, sect master. One of the disciples quickly responded with a serious expression on his face. We were in open land, and we haven't encountered another participant since we entered. Then how did you two die? Who killed you? The sect master mumbled in a dazed voice. Even he didn't see what had happened to them through the treasure. Their death was so sudden and random that if he was told his disciples were killed by ghosts, he would probably believe it. The sect master then turned to look at Senior Nye and bowed to him. Senior Nye, what should we do now? Has something like this happened before? Where the participants die out of nowhere? Senior Nye shook his head and said, No, this has never happened before. As for what happens? Since your participants have died inside the mystic realm, regardless of the circumstances, your sect is now disqualified. Whatever points you receive before the disqualification will be your final score. The sect master of the Diamond Palms sect staggered like he was about to faint after hearing Senior Nie's words. How could they be disqualified so early on in the mystic realm? They have been in the top 10 for over 100 years. At this rate, it would be a miracle if they managed to even get into the top 100. How could such a tragedy befall their sect? Who did they offend to deserve this? However, as much as the sect master of the Diamond Palms sect wanted to ask for a second chance, he knew it was pointless, and he'd only be making himself into a laughing stock. The other sect masters swallowed nervously when they saw this, silently praying to themselves that this wouldn't happen to their sect. But alas, within the next few hours, many other participants experienced the same tragedy the Diamond Palms sect had experienced. The participants were dying left and right without a single person knowing the cause, and this caused a great commotion outside the mystic realm. Just what in heaven's name is going on? Who is responsible for this? Could it be another participant? Or is someone from the mystic realm responsible for this? This is outrageous. At this rate, the sect ranking for the next 10 years will be all messed up. Senior Nie was greatly bewildered by this situation, as he has never seen anything like this before. What do you think is happening, Elder Nie? One of the crystal balls asked him. I really don't know what to tell you. Somebody is killing all of these people without showing himself or his methods. It's like he has an invisible weapon or something similar. And at the rate he's killing them, taking into account the distance between each victim, this predator is traveling very quickly, too quickly if I am being honest. What does this all mean? Another voice asked. After pondering for a moment, Elder Nie said, this may sound absurd, but if we cannot see this killer from the treasure, he's probably a mystic realm native, and for some reason, he's killing every single participant. As for his reason for doing so, we will probably never know. We have known that the natives inside the mystic realm aren't very friendly towards us outsiders, but they have never outright hunted the participants until today. Did something change within the mystic realm? One of the voices from the crystal ball spoke. What should we do about the sect ranking this year? It's a freaking mess already, and there are still 3 weeks left. At this rate, all of the participants will be disqualified. Senior Nie then said, the cultivation world is volatile in nature. Anything can happen, even ridiculous events that nobody can imagine, and this is simply one of these moments. Even if the sect ranking is flipped around this year, where the previous lowest ranking sect becomes first and the previous first rank becomes last, we will judge it as we usually do. Meanwhile, at the Dragon Essence Temple, Yuan and the other sect elders were clearly very worried about the current situation. I wonder what's going on, really. It's been a week since the mystic realm started and we still haven't seen Disciple Yuan's shadow, much less the person himself. I hope he's fine. Yuan sighed, completely unaware that Yuan was behind this phenomenon. While he did tell Yuan to disqualify as many participants as he could, Yuan could have never expected this kind of outcome. However, 2 people there understood what was going on. Xiao Hua, these invisible attacks. It's definitely him, right? Feng Yuxiang turned to ask her. After a moment of silence, Xiao Hua nodded, the way all of these people are killed as efficiently as possible with a single strike to the head. It definitely resembles Brother Yuan's style. After spending so much time with Yuan, she was obviously used to his fighting style, and Yuan was someone who would always go for the head whenever it was possible. Out of the thousands of magical beasts he has slain, most of them had died from a single strike to the head. After getting Xiao Hua's confirmation, Feng Yuxiang said to Yuan and the others, I think it's the young master behind these attacks. What? Yuan? Really? How can you tell? Elder Xian quickly asked. The attack patterns and these invisible strikes. One of the young master's soul weapons can turn invisible, and looking at the size of these holes, it matches what his starry abyss is capable of. Feng Yuxiang explained to them. If that's the case, how come we can't see him? Where is he killing them from? Elder Shan then asked. I have a speculation, but it sounds a little too absurd even for the young master. Feng Yuxiang said. Let us hear it. Long Yijuan said with a serious expression on his face. Feng Yuxiang took a deep breath before continuing, the sky. What? Are you saying that disciple Yuan is somehow killing them from the skies, that he's flying? Elder Shan looked at her with wide eyes, as it was too unbelievable. After all, only spirit grandmasters could possibly achieve such feats. Feng Yuxiang sighed, that's why I didn't want to say it. It sounds absurd, I know, but it's the only thing I can think of. And she continued, think about it, the first two victims were in an empty grassland for miles with nowhere to hide, yet they were killed without seeing a shadow. If there's nobody around them, then the attack could have only come from one place, the skies. I see, that makes sense, but it also doesn't make sense at the same time. Elder Xian said. In order to attack from the sky, disciple Yuan must have learned to fly, but in order to do so, he must have reached at the very least spirit grandmaster. However, it's only been a week since the mystic realm opened. Even if disciple Yuan somehow managed to escape having his cultivation base wiped, he still wouldn't be able to reach spirit grandmaster in such a short time, at least he shouldn't. Feng Yuxiang shrugged, I don't know. The young master is unpredictable. He's literally the reason why I try to avoid using the word impossible, since he somehow always makes the impossible, well, possible. Let's continue watching. Maybe disciple Yuan will show up sooner or later. Elder Shan suggested. Inside the mystic realm, Wang Xiuying watched as Yuan disqualified the 39th disciple with a nonchalant expression on her face, almost like she was already used to seeing such a sight. At this rate, he'll kill all of the participants in the mystic realm before the 30 days time limit is over. Wang Xiuying sighed inwardly. The disparity between Yuan and all of the participants was simply too vast. This made Wang Xiuying wonder why he was being so nice and friendly to her. Normally, someone as secretive as player Yuan wouldn't reveal so much about himself to a stranger like her, yet he has spoken to her as though they were already friends. In fact, Wang Xiuying already considers player Yuan as her friend, something she didn't think was possible before today. Congratulations, Yuan. Wang Xiuying suddenly said to him. What for? He raised his eyebrows slightly in a puzzled manner. Congratulations on getting first place for the mystic realm, obviously. Ha. We don't know that yet. There are still 3 weeks left. Anything can happen in these next 3 weeks. You're so humble, Yuan. Think about it. You're a spirit grandmaster who can take out any participant with a single thought. Who in this place could rival someone like you? Perhaps that's the case, but despite my cultivation base, I nearly died today. This shows me that no matter how powerful you are not invincible and you can never be too careful in the cultivation world. If you say it like that, I guess so. Wang Xiuying nodded. Meanwhile, at the mystic pagoda, 3 figures stood before a tall building that emitted a majesty aura. What are we doing here, grandfather? Lan Yingying asked him. I just felt like coming here, that's all. Grandpa Lan responded with a gloomy feeling around him. After standing there silently for a few minutes, Grandpa Lan clasped his hands together and bowed to the mystic pagoda. I'm sure it was fate that he came to this place. Thank you for guiding that young man here, Lord. If only I was a little bit stronger.